together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. That was last summer. That was last summer. I miss the salt in my hair, and I miss your emerald stare, and I wish you were still here.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And we are continuing with the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. I'm Harry Freak and I'm gonna be bringing you the action of the first 2 best of 3s today. And you guys know what the best part is currently? Even with so many games already being played, we are not even halfway there when it comes to the group stages. We have so many more games to play. Currently, the standings in the groups, they are quite interesting. We have in Group A that I've been casting. Well, we have Level Up that is still up there. Yesterday, though, they didn't have that good of a performance, but they did manage to secure themselves a victory again. Though Ram Squad and Navi Jr., these two, they are really struggling. Ram Squad, yesterday I thought they had what it takes to beat Level Up, but unfortunately, they made a couple of mistakes that did that it cost them. But let's move on to Group B. That's one I personally am more interested in because I haven't watched that many games or haven't casted. I've watched some of them, of course. KZ team at the top with 2 victories. Everybody else is 1-1 apart from 4 Zoomers who have been struggling, right? They're 0-2 and it's not looking great for them at the moment, but there is still more to play. They only played 2 series, which means that they have 3 more series to play. But moving on to today's schedule to see who exactly is going to be playing today. When it comes to Group A, we're going to have Moneymakers versus Marsbet, and we're going to have Level Up versus Storm. Later on in the day, 4Z versus Arava, and KZ team will be facing off against Infinity. But like always, we for now stop talking about the other 3 matches and focus on the first one. Focus on Moneymakers versus Marsbet. That is the one that we are gonna be we're gonna be looking at going forward, because this is the first match, right? And currently these 2 teams, both of them are doing okay, I want to say. Both of them are 1-1, so it's kind of a fight for that middle spot. So we'll see who comes out on top there. Both of the teams, as I mentioned, have lost 1 series. Marsbet have lost to Storm, and Moneymakers, well, they've lost to Storm as well. So we are probably in for a very interesting and close series. But let's actually kind of remind ourselves of the rosters of these teams. So let's see who are the players that are actually playing for them, and do we have anybody interesting in there? As I see in the lobby, there aren't any stand-ins today, so that is quite nice. Lucas, Yegor, Vierk, Bignum, and Slayer are gonna be there for Moneymakers. You can see that they're hustling in their white t-shirts. And let's move on to their opponents in Marsbet to see how they are looking at the moment. Overall, everybody is in the lobby, as I mentioned. It is the for people that don't know, Marsbet, core of the team, it is gonna be the Ancient Tribe, and then we have Otaker, Mr. Luck, and Jeezy who joined in. I really do like how the 2 Turkish boys are playing Dota, Mr. Luck and Jeezy. They definitely know what they're doing. So it's nice seeing them do super well. And we can see LeBron Dota. Obviously, he does have a Jordan t-shirt, so that he should probably change that one, as he is he's not doing good to his own brand. But overall, that's about it when it comes to the players. These 2 teams, I'm hoping for a 3-game series, a very close one. We have had 3-game series, but I don't remember, at least not the ones that I've casted, that have been like ultra close. 3rd game, we don't know who's gonna win. 3rd game has usually been kind of one-sided, even when it's longer. It's still one team leading the entirety of the game, and then just having troubles at ending it at some point. Though we'll find out who wins here. Overall, I am leaning a little bit towards Marsbet, but I'm not sure. They didn't strike me as that strong versus Storm. Either way, though, we do have a draft ready, so we will get ourselves into it as fast as possible. As both of these teams, yeah, there it is. So Moneymakers on the Dire side, Marsbet on the Radiant, and Marsbet will have the first pick, so they will have those that opportunity to pick a hero and then ban 2 more heroes after it. I really want to see how the new patch that came out. It's basically small changes. I've went through it pretty fast as I had woken up this morning to a patch, but overall I haven't seen anything huge. I've seen that the Nature's Prophet, they returned that the Sprout doesn't give double tango any longer, so that's kind of a bummer. Though I don't think that's gonna be changing the fact that people still want to pick this hero, or maybe it will. Who knows? You are kind of doubling on the region in the lane, or used to be, not any longer. So that is quite cool. Dawnbreaker, Shaker, bye bye. These 2 heroes that actually break the ground. The Dawnbreaker once she lands, and Shaker, well, whenever he punches it. There will be a Doom ban. We haven't seen many Doom bans. I guess Vierk, he loves playing this hero, so it kind of makes sense. Though Marsbet are targeting him. 2 offlane heroes banned out. Though you could argue that this Beastmaster with these Hawks, the way the lane goes for most of the carries, it's insane. You think that you're winning, and then the Hawk suddenly punches you in the face 5 times in a row, stops you from chasing down the Beastmaster, let's say, or his companion in the lane, and you're suddenly losing 2 heroes and the lane completely. Plus, the hero is not that bad when it comes to laning in general, having the wild access to secure the CS. Let's see. Oh, what's gonna be the last ban? Treant and the Gyro and Moneymakers. Really no surprises on their side. Here we can put Doom as a slight surprise, but not that much of a weird one. So Mars bet. What's it gonna be? They are taking their sweet time. And it will be the Pango. Okay. That is not something that we see banned out all the time. Yegor is a solid Pango player, though. I have to say I'm kind of surprised by the bans of Mars Bet, so they probably thought this through a little bit. Yesterday, Moneymakers, they didn't play a single Pango game. Weird. Really weird. There will be an Invoker picked up, slight nerfs to him. Nothing too significant. So what's gonna be the response? Venge? Venge could be a way to go, but it's gonna be a Warlock. Okay. Warlock has been looking really strong. Those imps, their explosions, they really do ramp up in the damage department. I mean, Fatal Bonds was always a huge damage spell, but now with the imps just going around and exploding, and if a lot of players are close together, it is just an overwhelming amount of damage. Let's see. Sven will get banned out. Gyro was banned out already. These farming heroes, I'm still waiting to see a troll. Was it played yesterday in the group B? Nope. Oh, it was played by Team Sibe. So troll is currently 0-2. So very unlikely that we're gonna be seeing in too much. But this group A, they're boring. They don't want to play the troll. I don't know why. I really love watching the troll as a hero. It's just something about it. You need to have very good understanding as a team of how to play around that hero, or it's just not gonna work. One team that can pull it off is Spirit. Of course, that is a TI team, arguably the best one in Eastern Europe. They did win the last big tournament, not the major, but the Riyadh Masters. So it is obvious that they're gonna know how to play something, but that is the type of coordination, the type of team that you need to get the most out of the troll. I guess that's why I love the hero. And the Monkey King does get banned out. Okay. So Marsbet targeting cores exclusively. On the side of Moneymakers, it's a little bit different of a story. Interesting for Marsbet, GZ does play Invoker, so I think I haven't seen Mobe play it in this tournament at least. Obviously he does play it, but we haven't seen him pick it up. We'll see if this time around it is gonna be GZ playing it again. Nature's Prophet comes out. Nerfs, they don't care about those. We saw a support Nature's Prophet yesterday. Now having the Warlock, a little bit less likely, still a possibility as a position 4. We'll see if that's what Moneymakers want to do. Jakiro does come out. Marsbet did play this one. They tried to counter the Chen Beastmaster lineup with it. Didn't go too well for them. Definitely helps versus the Nature's Prophet if he does go offlane with the Treants, though. Yesterday we saw the Nature's Prophet completely ignore the Treants, and the Darkseer will get picked up by Marsbet. Considering that there is a Earth Spirit in the pool still, it's not going to be easy for Moneymakers to deal with this. You could pick up an Earth Spirit for yourself, but then you're certain that you're going to be putting the Nature's Prophet in the core role. I think that would be a smart choice, to be honest, because GZ is a beastly Earth Spirit, so I'm not sure that you want to go up against that, but nope, it is going to be the Underlord and the Faceless Void, so they won't be doing it. And Faceless Void versus the Darkseer, that can be problematic sometimes, but the thing is that you do have a Warlock, so that is something that can change the lane in general. I think this is a really good Earth Spirit game. But nope, it's gonna be a Naga, which is considered a Faceless Void counter for a very long time. Kind of the combo breaker, and there's a lot of team fight on the side of Moneymakers. It offsets the potential split push of Nature's Prophet, but you're versus an Underlord. So that is where I'm afraid for this hero. Considering you're laning versus the Underlord, not that big of a deal, but later on in the game, your illusions are just not gonna be doing enough damage, especially not to the Underlord himself. So I'm scared for Marsbeth here. Taker, I know that he's a strong Naga player. Versus the other heroes, it's great. But actually, okay, now when I look at it, the problem is they don't have any murder hero, right, on Marsbeth. But they do have really good wave clear, right? So despite going versus a Nature's Prophet Underlord, who are very good at pushing out the waves, I do feel like Marsbeth with the Darkseer and the Naga Siren, which with pretty much no commitment, they can shove out the waves and make sure that they're the ones controlling the pace of the map. The problem arises there, why the Jakiro then? I would have preferred a position 5 that gives you kill potential. Skyrat Mage, let's say. Jakiro is good in the lane, but Naga Siren is a really strong laner herself, so she doesn't really need all that much help to do well. But let's see. Let's see, Moneymakers. What will they ban out? Is it gonna be a mid laner or a position 4 that they remove? They're uncertain. So the Ember was banned out. They think that this is most definitely gonna be a 4 Nature's Prophet. The case. Bignum is a player that I've seen play everything, and it's always on a decent level, so I'm never scared that he's not gonna be able to perform. Moneymakers ban out the Viper, so they are leaning towards the Invoker being a position 4. I guess that's fair to believe. Marsbeth don't have the last pick though, so I still see the Earth Spirit as a pretty decent one. I think you need those early kills. You need to be able to threaten the enemies all the time when the waves are pushed out. And Invoker is a good setup, but as a support, you don't do that much damage. And that is where the problem arises. The Moneymakers, what's gonna be the ban? If it is gonna be Mo-based hero now picked up, it has to be, I would like to see a Hunter, right? Something that finishes people off. Puck. Definitely in that category. Plus, when you look at Moneymakers, unless you use the Chrono, you're not catching the Puck. You have nothing on their side. That is where I have a problem though with them. How are you gonna catch these heroes? How are you ever gonna kill a Naga unless she's in a Chrono? You don't have any stuns to prevent her from singing. "17 seconds of reserve time." That is gonna be the Lesh. Okay, so now they're covering for their Naga. Oh, okay. There's a murderer for you. A lane dominator as well. Haven't seen Alina for quite some time, so curious to see how this is gonna work out for Marsbeth. There were some significant changes in the 734B for the Alina, as far as I remember. When you use the Laguna Blade, you get a lot of your Fiery Soul stacks. Oh, wait. Yeah, supercharges Lina, granting her 10 stacks of Fiery Soul for 5 seconds. That's insane. And max stacks is 7, so you have more now. Other than that, mana cost rescaled, and yeah, the Dragon Slave now does overtime damage as well. So you do some damage and then damage over time for 3 seconds. It's actually a pretty strong spell. And woohoo, there will be a Zeus coming out. Not expecting that. That is an interesting one for sure. So dude, that is so much damage. That is so much damage on their side. You have the Fatal Bonds, you have the Zeus. I was thinking, okay, inside of the Chrono, you're not going to be killing people. Now you're going to be killing everybody with the Zeus. Okay, so Thunder God's Wrath. Max HP as damage plus flat damage. Okay, that's insane. Anything else? Mini stun duration of lightning bolt is increased, and that's about it. So they did change the Thunder God's Wrath, decreasing the flat damage but increasing the mass. So it does allow the Zeus to scale better into the late game. 10% on level 18 plus 550 damage. That can be like 5,000 damage from just one spell, huh? LeBron is putting on socks. He's probably cold. For sure. But we can see he might be cold, but he's focused. And that is what matters most. So, looking at the two lineups, I don't know here. Now that I see the Zeus, I really like what Moneymakers have, because they have so much global presence once the Aghanims comes out. Wait, Zeus, Ags. Yeah, it's still a Nimbus. His shard, his lightning hands. Tough one to call. I think I'm gonna be going for Marsbet. No, sorry, for Moneymakers. Yeah, I like the Void lineup more. I think Moneymakers have great team fight and a lot of global presence. So despite you being able to push out the waves quite successfully, I think that that Moneymakers have more to play with. The one thing that I'm looking at Marsbet is the speed of this Invoker, how much he's gonna be. Okay. Because if the Invoker does move around the map super fast, then he can set up those kills, and it won't really matter if you do have the global presence or not, if you are missing a hero. And that is the thing with this lineup. We are gonna be taking a little bit longer now to get ourselves into the game. There was a problem with the lobby, I think, so we're gonna be waiting for a second for all of the players to get back in again. So don't worry, guys. We do have we will have the game starting in no time, basically. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it whatsoever. As many of you people maybe have not been here once we were opening up the show today, let's go into the groups once again, just to remind ourselves how it's going in Group A and Group B here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes number 3. As there's Group A, Level Up, Storm, Marsbet, Moneymakers, Ram Squad, and Navi Junior. Every single team has played 2 games so far, so I think this standing is somewhat to be expected. It's very cool that we're going to be getting Group A, Marsbet versus Moneymakers, and Level Up versus Storm today. So both of these draw situations will be unraveling today, and we're gonna find out who wins their seed. Moneymakers, Marsbet first game, and Level Up, Storm later on. The 2 bottom teams are not going to be playing today. They don't have a chance to prove themselves a little bit. But let's go into Group B. See what's going on there, where KZ team are the sole team at the top with 2 wins, 4 Zoomers. Not doing well, and I mean, you do have some big names there, but seems that they haven't clicked just yet. So we'll see if it does go better in the future. Some of them are playing from the US, so that can be problematic when it comes to pink. We can attribute it to that, but hopefully they don't have to make excuses, and they can do more. There's the player cameras. Now you can see how that what do you call it, closet behind him, it kind of reminded me of those Japanese changing boots or whatever. Of course, if you would zoom out, it wouldn't look that way, but just zoomed in like this, it is pretty cool. Let's move on to the other ones. Yeah, here's LeBron. Look at him, always in the NBA shirts. So when LeBron was playing for a team called EPG, I think, Elements Pro Gaming, yep, EPG, they had really good boot camp there, and they had like a basketball court. And then every night he would finish practicing with team, playing pubs, and then he would go out and shoot hoops. So this is how much this guy loves basketball. Imagine how happy he is that the Serbian basketball team actually made it to the finals of the World Cup. Probably is super happy to let it. I want to see. It's played tomorrow at 2:40. Is Level Up gonna play? Is Marsbet gonna play then? Yes. He won't be able to watch, and it's versus Level Up, which is a Serbian team, and you have a Serbian caster as well. If somebody watches that, they're gonna see us as traitors of our country, not watching the World Cup Grand Finals. Yeah, LeBron is gonna be very sad about that. He's a big fan. And the also Level Up, they have like a bar, a game bar, Barcraft, whatever, in a town here in Serbia, and usually they would turn on if that's a big game like that. But considering their team is going to be playing Dota, I think in the bar, everybody's going to be watching Dota and not the basketball game. But anyways, the lobby has been rehosted, so now the teams are just picking up their heroes, and we should be getting ourselves into the game fairly soon. Sorry for the inconvenience. Dota, after the patches, tends to bug a little bit. Now look at Slayer and his very nice pink mouse. It kind of looks like it used to be red, and then it just lost its color, its pigment. I'm not sure. Here, I like this room. This is the type of room that is perfect for a Dota player. You have a bed, you have a closet, you have your PC, and that's it. You don't need anything else, really. That's the only thing that you need in life if you're a Dota player. Makes sense. Yep. Heroes have been picked, and the game will be starting in no time. Look at how happy he is. Everybody would be happy. You know, the second that you have a little bit of a bigger home, you have to vacuum it, clean it. It takes time. Here, make a bed, vacuum 2 seconds, go play Dota. That's about it. You can eat from time to time. You know that Dota players forget sometimes, but overall, just kidding, guys. Dota players are the healthiest and the best people in the world. Remember that. If you are ever in trouble in any place in the world and you need help, first you ask them, are you a Dota player? If they say yes, you know that they're going to be the nicest person in the world, and they're going to be helping you. But Moneymakers versus Marsbeth. As I mentioned, Moneymakers, I do like their lineup more. I think the damage that they bring in is insane, and it can catch you off guard. I'm not writing off Marsbet. I think that they have a pretty decent one, but what I don't like is that they have a Darkseer and basically nothing to go with it. No hero to go deep into the enemy lines, no hero to constantly force out fights. It basically, Darkseer for me, it's not a classic Darkseer game. First of all, you're not playing versus a hero that builds a lot into stats, so your illusions are not going to be as strong as you want them to be. And second of all, nobody really benefits all that much from your Shell or Surge. Alina can benefit a little bit, but her movement speed later on with the Fiery Soul stacks is quite insane. And anyways, so I'm not sure what they were thinking about with the hero. I guess it is just a hero that they like to play. Mr. Luck is a pretty decent Darkseer. He's already proven that in the tournament thus far. But my rant finally comes to an end, and we get ourselves into the game, saved by the bell. And we will be seeing how this game one will actually pan out. Slayer places a ward, runs Slayer. We all know Nature's Prophet is a fast hero. He will be able to get himself out. And gets another ward in as well. I think that one wasn't spotted either. Real 19. Up towards, plays by Slayer. Not spotted by Mars, but so it's gonna be a 4 Warlock. Actually, that's quite cool. I'm hoping he goes Midas, and so we see the quadruple golem. Would be really nice. Let's see, Mars bet. What are they gonna do? How are they gonna win this? A lot of it will rely on their ability to shove out the waves and then play around the Lina. That is where I'm scared. Invoker is fine. He's gonna be able to connect to the Lina, but the Jakiro is very slow. Right, this hero needs an hour to cross the map, and then you get to the Lina. She has already killed somebody, or she has died. So that is where I have a problem with it, because you need to be playing around this Lina. Oathtaker, he will be clicking faster than Bignum.
You can't improve until you
Moneymakers, they did have a couple of heroes there, and it will be 3 runes for Marsbet, so pretty nicely done. This is what happens when you don't want to commit more heroes to actually try and push out the enemy carry from taking the rune. You are risking it on I don't want to say blind luck, but it is kind of luck who will click faster, and they will get 3 runes. Mid lane, Zeus versus the Lina. Yegor. We'll see how well he can do. We all know that Lina is a huge lane dominator. Versus the Zeus, a lot of the matchups go even just because you can spam out your Arc Lightning and get the CS. Though not if you're Yegor, because he's 0-0 and Mobe is 4-2. Okay, there's gonna be a deny now coming out, but this is not how the lane should be starting for the poor Zeus.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Not. Bottom lane. Underlord versus the Naga should always do okay-ish, really. This hero, Slayer, continuing with his career kills. Oh, he killed the bottle. Okay. Imagine now if you're Yegor and you lose this lane. That would be a bummer. Like, how the hell did you lose? I took away his bottle. That will be pretty fun to see if he ever gets his bottle there. Might need to go to the base on Mobe. How's Yegor looking in the bottle department? It's being delivered at the moment, though. He is pretty low himself. Despite that, if Yegor just played this lane slightly better, Mobe now would be zoned out of the lane completely, and it's the other way around. Very nice play there from Yegor to try to deny the creep, and then Delina had to make a decision. Do I take the range creep or the other one? He would have gotten both of them. So getting the best out of a bad situation. Lina's courier is back up, and it's marching towards the mid lane once again. Let's see if it's gonna make it there. Can we create like a story mission impossible? Let's look at the courier. Nothing else really matters. Okay, he's just keeping it there. If production could give us Mission Impossible music, that would be cool. Mobe getting gone on. He's in a ton of trouble. Arc Lightnings, they will hurt for sure. And yeah, goodbye, Mobe's career. I told you to look at the career. Nobody cares about the Lina and the Zeus running around each other. Their little love movement there. But anyways, Yegor, he gets the kill. Okay, so Slayer just absolutely demolished this Lina in the mid lane. Dude, if this was a pub, this is one of the situations where you just leave the game. Oh boy, and Mobe is kind of considered the lane dominator. He's used to doing well in the laning phase, and now again he doesn't have the bottle because the courier died. He didn't drop it underground or something along those lines, so it couldn't get taken out again by Slayer. And I don't know, how is he... Why are they not dewarding that ward? It is gonna be there for another minute and 15 seconds. Oh boy. Okay, the Invoker came to bring the bottle. Anyways, bottom lane, going on Vierk, and he doesn't care. He just literally doesn't care. Just stands there and looks at his enemies. He crushed this lane. Even having a Jakiro, it's not gonna help when there is an Underlord and a Warlock. And that's just a level 1 Shadow Ward, and you're still fine. Immediately as the illusions are placed, they go with the fatal bonds, and again Mobe is in trouble. Jeezy this time around, he's helping him. He helped the bottle get brought back. Imagine you have to cosplay a courier because the courier can never make in time. Slayer is in trouble. He's gonna be using the sticks, but the tornado will make sure that he dies. Yegor thinking about going for Mobe, and he gets the kill. It doesn't matter that you killed Slayer, as he set up for a much better deal. Yegor kills Mobe once more. Lina, lane dominator, not here, dead twice. And despite that, he's still winning in terms of CS, but it really doesn't matter, as the levels of the Zeus are going to be much, much higher. Yeah, Lina is level 4, Zeus is almost level 6. And Jeezy now, he needs to find a way to help Mobe, but he doesn't know how. It is a tough one. At least there's going to be a big creep wave going towards him. Was saved by the Invoker, at least that. Yegor now, once he gets level 6, he can ask for another rotation. Mobe could be on the menu once more, especially if Zeus gets a good power rune. Something like a haste would be amazing. So we talked about the Darkseer not really comboing too well with the other heroes of Marsbet, but he did win the lane versus the Faceless Void. Usually we see the Darkseer struggle, but Faceless Void isn't really a hero that's gonna be bullying you, and especially because Slayer was focusing on making the mid lane go the way of the Zeus. So they can't do anything to Mr. Luck. This has a Vanguard. He's not gonna be touched. This gets himself out of the LSA. Nice jump out. Would have hurt. Actually, Lina is level 6, is level 5. He had level 6. You connect with the stun, you can get the kill. Lucas is being ran down. Mr. Luck gonna be stopped in his tracks. Can go forward. Time dilation really coming in handy. Oh, Yegor. Braun is coming for him. That's a dead Zeus, and Mobe is gonna be showing him that he can use lightning as well. That is the next level of firebending. Lucas, look at this. He can't do anything. He uses the time dilation, and that just pushes the Darkseer back. He does have the Quelling Blade, doesn't care at all about the Sprout. I'm not sure how they're gonna be stopping this Darkseer. It is going to be an issue. And even now, I think moneymakers are not happy with how the laning stage went. Yeah, Mobe might be a little bit annoyed, but this mid lane, it is not in favor of the Zeus, and they put so much emphasis on making it be that way. So then again, imagine what would have happened if Yegor didn't get the help. Yep. We talked about pubs and disconnecting, but imagine you are this nature's prophet in a pub, and you killed the enemy courier 5 times. Of course, it wasn't 5, it was 2. But you completely win the mid lane for your guy, and then suddenly he's losing the mid lane. I feel pretty bad about it. Lina is going for an Ether Lens, so we are going to be seeing a magic damage Lina, probably with an Aghanim Scepter at some point, the Flame Cloak. I love that spell. It was buffed in the 34, turn 34. I think from 6 to 8 seconds was the biggest one.
Double damage.
There's a DD on the Lina now. So Zeus does have his ulti, and right now moneymakers would love to make something happen when you have the chrono. Mr. Luck would be a great target to bring down, but I don't know if he's a possible target to bring down. Even with the chrono and the Thunder God's Wrath, it is tough. Tornado, Jeezy, Quelling Blade is there. They are gonna try to kill him, and without the tornado, he's still gonna be fine because there was no mana on the Zeus. TPing to the base, thinking he can use the Thunder God's Wrath, but the Invoker is already almost back up to full there with the Ghost Walk. Plus, inside of the Ghost Walk, he's not gonna be taking any damage from the ulti. It'll just be revealed. Bignum is going for a Veil. I was expecting a Midas. I guess considering that the laning phase didn't go as planned, that you can't be as greedy. Because on one hand, yeah, Naga Siren is win condition from Marsbet, but they have another one in the Lina. She can end the game as well. And oh, here comes the Zeus, going for Mr. Luck. There's the Sprout. They're waiting for him. They want him to use the Surge. Then the Chrono will be coming out. Tornado is going to be quite nice, and Mr. Luck might actually die without the Chrono active. And yep, Slayer does bring him down. Zeus just does way too much. That's without the Chronosphere, though they didn't really have the mana for it, as other parts of the map, Bignum left all alone, and well, Mobe will be able to take him down. Has that shield rune, so he could have dove as much as he wants. A big commitment of heroes for moneymakers, but they don't really use that many spells other than the Thunder God's Wrath. That's about it. Bjerg's still saving a skill point. He's not going for Fiend's Gate. He got to the top lane through the Twin Gates. Sword taken down. We do have ourselves a pretty equal one. Faceless Void does have a Midas. They're being very annoying to Lucas. Oh, beautiful spell usage. They take away his mana. This is why he doesn't have much to play with. Mobe is level 10 on the Lina. Ether Lens ready. He's going for a Blink Shard. Okay, so very early shard. I remember when Fiery Soul used to be, I think, 10 more damage each Fiery Soul charge. And it was, or 15, and it was very underwhelming. But now when it's 20, it actually makes a ton of sense. Bjerg gonna be caught. Macropyre is there. He's taking a ton of damage. He's very dead. It is insane how much damage Jakiro can do. Early on in the lane, he couldn't really touch him, but with the Macropyre, you staying inside of the net. Net made out of asbestos, it seems, given that it didn't get destroyed, burned, or whatever by the Macropyre. Mr. Luck gone on. They do have the Chrono. Lucas going forward, uses the wand. Mr. Luck goes to the other side, and he has out-juked him. Be fine. Very nice placement of the wall, and Lucas, he couldn't play very well around it, so the Darkseer lives this time. They were waiting for the surge, and then you use the Chrono. That is what you want to do, but you don't want to stay inside of the wall, because, well, you could die if you're not careful. Let's see, Marsbet. Naga is starting to catch up to everybody. Despite the Faceless Void Midas, you're not going to be farming as fast as a Naga. And Mobe, he's on the hunt. He has a Blink, he has the Ether Lens. The reach of this guy is insane. Faceless Void might need to use the Chrono to survive if he even gets the chance to do so. Yeah, Lucas, if just one stun connects, he's dead. Yep, he's dead. Goodbye. And that is the Ether Lens for you. Lina just uses the LSA from so far away. With Lina, you know, you remember the carry Lina meta? The Lina Major. Ever since... Oh, poor Slayer, he doesn't have a TP. He is just dead now. Ice Path will keep him in place. Ulti from the Zeus. Doesn't kill the Invoker, but... the Golem will, or extra stun, and then Yegor does finish him up. But anyways, guys, remember the Lina in the Major. Everybody was going right clicks, and then I got used to not seeing LSA used from afar. But when you go back to Lina being placed as a 4, played in the mid lane with the Ether Lens as well, then you actually remember from how far away this hero can catch you. Things are going really well for Marsbet. You are still going versus a superior team fight, but I think they should be very happy with how the game is developing. On paper, Marsbet should be one of the stronger teams in the Group A, right? Because you have some remnants of Western European team that did do well in Tour 2, but they just haven't been looking that great so far in the tournament. But now this game, they're actually playing pretty clean Dota. They're outclassing moneymakers. Let's put it that way. Just completely outclassing them. There will be fatal bonds used. That was the Underlord going down, and this tower, it will fall. Let's see if it's gonna fall now, though. LeBron, a lot of damage being taken, has to be careful. He actually misses the Ice Path, and that's gonna cost him his life. Slayer finishes him off there with the Wrath of Nature, and GZ next on the menu. Tornado available. Who's he gonna use it on? Onto the Zeus to try to prevent him from getting the kill, but Yegor, he gets the last hit anyways. Quite a lot of gold there for him as Oathtaker. He wants to secure himself a rune, and he has the song, so he can do it if he wants to. Song steals the wisdom rune, goes out, and it's gonna be 2 14-minute wisdom runes for Marsbet. You did lose 2 supports, but this is a pretty worthy trade. Now LeBron will get the other one. That's a lot of experience. 560. Lina has money for the shard, but it's so early in the game. If I were to tell you this guy lost the bottle twice before it actually being delivered, it would be hard to believe considering how farmed Mobe is at the moment. Naga Siren has the Midas as well, so both of the carries have it. But of course Naga is gonna be coming out ahead when it comes to farming. I'll smoke top. Poor Lucas, he's gonna be in the low ground right now when he shouldn't be. Ah, very dead. Oh, maybe? Nah, cold snap won't allow you to move. First it was the Jakiro, then it was the Invoker. Invoker plus the Lina. I kind of feel like this is the combo we're gonna be seeing more. They don't have as much kill potential as the Jakiro and the Lina, just because the follow-up Ice Path, but it is good enough, it seems. And I'm liking that he's going for this magic damage build on the Lina, because you do need to be able to burst people down. We talked about it that Marsbet without the Lina could have issues killing heroes, but that's why Mobe is everywhere. Now with the shard, I kind of believe he might go for the Boots of Travel next. I did get delivered. Boots of Travel would be amazing for him, just to be everywhere, right? You have solid heroes to shove out the waves, and then if the Lina can capitalize on it nicely, it would be amazing for Marsbet all around. Invoker going for a Spirit Vessel, no surprises there. So you're versus the Faceless Void, so no matter. Bignum, he has his ulti. The question is, can you get it off? There will be an ulti from the Zeus, and this Lina needs to run away, but he cannot move out of the Pit of Malice. He's just being kept there forever. He will use the Surge, but he turns around to use the spell before he goes down. Yegor has been caught. He deals with Illusion super fast, meaning that Oathtaker doesn't do damage, and there will be a Chrono, and this upheaval is gonna slow them so much. So even once the Chrono is done, you will stay in place forever. Those Ados is keeping people in place even longer. They have 2 of them. Nature's Prophet has it, and the Underlord has it, and Marsbet, they lose the big fight. This is the problem of the Marsbet lineup. When it comes to a team fight, you can't really go up against moneymakers, and they will be losing through 3 pretty key heroes, all of them cores. And who cares about the support surviving, actually? That's as good as a fight gets. A swing of 3.3k gold this early in the game equalizes everything that was going thus far. Yep, they've reached the peak, and we all know that not a lot of people come back from there. Moneymakers, they will be able to pull Marsbet down, and now the game is even. This is the thing with these lineups. Every time I see a team that has a lineup that just should not fight, they get slightly stronger, and they do it. Now Lina, Mobe, very deep in enemy territory, and he'll just go down. I'm not sure what he was doing there, how he got there, why he got there, why he wanted to be there, but he is he's dead. Yeah, going for an Aghanim in the bots. Just twice in a row that Lina dies. As LeBron, next on the menu, Sprout will be used. There is an Atos Lair, Wrath of Nature being used, and this poor Jakiro will never move again. Just looks easy right now with a double Atos. Just one mistake of giving a fight to the enemies, and then suddenly everything changes. You start crumbling on every part of the map. Yep, Warlock is going for a Midas now. He does have that Veil, and I guess it makes sense. You have a Faceless Void, you have a Zeus, you have an Underlord. All of them do a lot of magical damage. Faceless Void bashes are magical. You have the Maelstrom, and of course Zeus. No need for an explanation there. So the Veil really does increase their damage output quite a lot. These Naga illusions, poor things, aren't going to be able to live for even a second. Zeus did go for the Phylactery and the Midas as well. So there's going to be 3 Midases on the side of Moneymakers in this one. Yeah, they really love their Midases. Yesterday, I think they had 4 in a game that they won. They won that game in 43, 44 minutes. if I remember correctly.
Are scanning.
Selena has the Eye of the Vizier, but is using the Fairy's Trinket at the moment. You want to keep your distance with this Lena. You get caught in the Pit of Malice, it's kind of over. They need 4 staffs. Invoker going for a Midas. Okay, LeBron will be getting a 4 staff. You need at least one, because once there's a hero in a Pit of Malice, one Atos, Pit of Malice, other Atos, Pit of Malice, that's like 6 seconds that you're not moving, maybe even more. And how the hell do you think that you're gonna live through that when there's a Zeus on the other side? Marsbet's still favored to win. I don't know. I feel like moneymakers do feel more comfortable at the moment. I'm not saying that Marsbat can't win this one. They most definitely can. Their ability to shout out the waves is amazing. Their ability to defend towers is amazing. They can take their time, wait for a mistake, force out a mistake by applying pressure. But 1 or 2 more team fights like that, and moneymakers could get ahead so much that they can allow themselves to go deeper than you would normally be able to, and that will allow you to get a little bit more out of the map and ultimately win the game. So LeBron, he needs a second. Discord, all in caps. I don't know why he's shouting, but okay. Okay, everything is ready. They did fix it. Let's see if moneymakers are ready. Look at the faces void. Oh, money. Dude, you dropped a coin. Those are one of those situations. And look at the little centaurs are chasing him like, yo, dude, you dropped some money. So GZ will have a Midas as well. That's going to be the 4th Midas currently in the game. There will be a 5th one once Bignum is done with it. And there it is. We will get ourselves back. Marsbet slight lead. Moneymakers, they will have those 3 Midases. Let's see if that makes a difference. What does Otaker have? Only Manta now. And going straight into a heart, so doesn't even want to get the signs. I like this. Just go full on split push. Heart, butterfly. That's it. Make sure the illusions aren't dying. Or maybe even heart Scotty, considering that you're versus Zeus. Ulting from the Zeus being used. They see LeBron. Otaker will go for a sleep. I'll try to get himself out. I'll do as much damage as they can to Slayer, but this guy should be able to survive. Golem was dropped at the other part of the fight, but Mr. Luck does have the surge to run himself away. So Nature's Prophet has the shard. That is a nice one, given some vision. The Curse of the Old Growth. And the slows are actually not to be underestimated. Ooh, Lucas, that was close. Lucas jumps forward. There is no Laguna Blade any longer, and this is just stupid. He actually gets the kill before he dies, but it is so annoying. He's staying in the Pit of Malice. He cannot move away. This Lina needs a 4-staff of her own. Like, yeah, you're gonna get the Aghanim Scepter and gonna have that flying, but you still won't be able to leave the Pit of Malice. He is thinking about a BKB though. I guess that changes things as well. So Flame Cloak is 35% spell amp. Lucas gets a kill, and that's gonna be the Jakiro dead as well. Yegor just finishes him off, has the vision with a lightning strike and a couple of arc lightnings, lands them one. Both supports dead, and Mobe died too. Very, very nice kills going in the in favor of moneymakers. Lucas is level 17. This Void, he's strong. I mean, he's higher level than anybody else on the map by a significant margin at that. Bignum, Midas ready. He's going for a Lotus Orb next. Now go Aghanim Scepter Refresher. Let's go. Looking at the Lotus here versus Jakiro versus the Naga Siren, it is decent. Even removing the Cold Snap from the Invoker, that can help. So I don't know. Aghanim's Refresher. We have seen it once in this tournament on the Warlock, and like always, it was insanely strong. GZ joins in on the smoke. Yegor on the menu. Can they get the stun on him? He knows something is wrong. Very low on mana. He wants to go back to the base, so probably he's not the one that's getting caught. They're moving towards the top lane where the Naga Siren is waiting for them, constantly applying pressure to the tier 2, and will be able to take it down fairly soon. There is still a glyph on the side of Moneymakers. I really want to open this one. Mars bet though. They are thinking about the mid lane and opening that, as they did make a move towards the top lane. And will now make a line towards the mid lane. Ulti from the Zeus. They see where their enemies are. Mr. Luck was in smoke. He's going to be missing on the vacuum. Even if Bignum had been caught by that, he still wouldn't have died. GZ in a lot of trouble. There will be a sleep. You can ping them away. Deafening blast. Of course, not going to be doing anything. LeBron ready with a nice ice path. And the Zeus manages to jump himself away. And there will be a golem drop there to protect the Zeus, who's taking damage from the Naga illusions, but he's still going to be able to survive. It's going to be a 1-for-1 right now. 2 position 4s have died on each side. Faces Void, focuses on LeBron. There will be an ice path to slow him down, but ultimately he'll get on top of him and finish him off. Lucas gets another one. Mars bet. If they haven't taken the tower, that rotation of theirs definitely wouldn't have paid off. Now, at least the map is opened a little bit more. I really like the decision of Bignum to use the Golem there over the Zeus. There is a good chance that those illusions live a little bit longer and the Zeus dies, and that would have been pretty bad for the side of Moneymakers. I don't know how it's fair that he can jump out of the ice path like that. I'm okay with being able to use the BKB, maybe for a jump, for him to jump in place, but not to be able to get a jump out. Because if you're caught, if you are staying in place and you use the jump, you jump in place. That means that he was able to move slightly away and then jump out. I really thought that was not gonna happen. As stack on the Ancients is gonna be successful, and Lucas continues with his farming onslaught. He's level 19, level 20 faces Void inside of the Chrono. He's gonna be destroying everybody. Has a Manta, has a Mjolnir. Once the BKB is done, that's gonna be huge. Vierch, Guardian Greaves on the menu. Yep, you just want to be able to purge the net. Net is just so annoying. Zeus, Kaya ready. Of a Bloodstone, if I saw that correctly. No, Octarine Core. That's what he wants, and the Darkseer wants a Lotus too. I guess the Pit of Malice against the Aedoses. I think that's a smart one. I still want to see more 4 staffs. GZ on the Invoker is going for a Hex. Very greedy. I don't know. I don't know about it. Okay, Slayer, he finds a lot of Lotuses. Will be making a great healing Lotus and very close to a greater healing one, which can make a difference inside of a fight. 900 HP and mana is no joke. They're still holding on to their tier 2, so props to Moneymakers bringing Vierk towards the top lane. Yeah, who did they catch? They caught the Invoker. No, actually they caught the Lina in the mid lane, which is gonna be fine. Chrono onto nothing. Okay, those trees, they're gonna be set in time. The Sunstrike connects, of course, doesn't do all that much damage. It is a level 3 exort, so around 200 pure damage on the Faceless Void, which he just easily time walks off. Scan was used, sleep will be there, and who did they find? It is gonna be a Warlock who doesn't even get spotted inside of the tree, so Taker getting ahead of himself, thinking that he was gonna be finding the Faceless Void, and he was wrong. And there it is, Heart Butterfly. Best way. Just make sure lanes are shoved out. You can see that Marsbat are not allowing a fight to happen. This is one of the games where I would even be fine with the Faceless Void going for a Shadow Blade, just to be able to catch people in. No Chrono means that the Roche is open, and it is going to be an easy grab. There it is, level 20 on the Faceless Void. He is pretty strong, but they cannot find themselves a good fight. Sunstrike to help with the Roche. And that is gonna be it. Mobe comes closer. Seems it's gonna be him that gets given the Aegis. Has the Axe. What's gonna be? Is it the Boots of Travel being delivered to the Lina? Yep. Okay. Marsbat, they understand what they need to do. I'm liking this. They are doing exactly what they need to. They made a couple of mistakes in this game, but they did adapt. And that is a showing of a good team. They're not repeating their mistakes. They're not repeating something that didn't work, but they switch it up and see, oh, is this going to work? Is this how the game is going to be going in our favor? And yes, it is. Moneymakers, of course, they are keeping themselves in it, but it's not a... it's not that easy. Especially now with the tier 2 falling, this top lane is gonna be an issue. Killing the Naga illusions, it's not easy. Look at that, the tower already super low. A couple of more times, it's gonna be a problem. Either the Underlord or the Zeus, they have to stay in this top lane. Even that, it's not gonna be helping all that much. I just want the Naga to continue with this. Just get a Skadi now, full on in stats. Make sure that you are that you're shoving out the top lane. The Faceless Void now is going to be needing an MKB, but he's not even thinking about it. Lucas is going. He wants a BKB and a Skadi. So I guess the idea is to be able to fight without the Chrono. If you want that, you need a shard. Speaking of, Vierk does get his. Who already had a shard? It was the Nature's Prophet with the Curse of the Old Growth. There's a smoke from Mars, but this is a smart one. The lanes are shoved in quite a lot. You can see that Moneymakers are kind of aware of this. They are keeping themselves away. This is not how you win Dota, though. You're versus the Aegis. The only thing, Marsbet don't need to force out a fight. That is the thing. Just continue to play the same way. If there's an opening, go for it. If not, just control areas, go back. Lucas goes forward. Time dilation will be used. He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to be stunned up. The Lotus are protecting him, and they won't be going for the kill. Yep, smart one. They are playing smart Dota right now, Marsbet. They're not fighting. This is the discipline that they need to win, and it is on Moneymakers to try to find a way to break this game, to stop what's currently happening. Because right now they're tier 3 on the top lane. It's again going to be taking a ton of damage. Now with the butterfly, this Naga Siren is does pack a punch. Bjark comes over. And the illusions farming, pushing out. Oathtaker is everywhere. Next item, Silver Edge. I guess that's fine, just to have more mobility around the map. Oh, he has been found. There's the Chrono. They know which one is real, and the damage should be more than enough this time around. You would like to sing, not gonna be happening. Threatening with the Golem in the end, not even needed. That's the opening that they needed. Right now, you need to make sure that the lanes are shoved out, and you need to force Marsbet into mistakes. This is what you do if you're Moneymakers. Let's see if they're gonna be able to do it. Right? So you don't chase for kills. You shove in the waves, and then catch Marsbet when they're shoving them out again. This is what you want to do. Let's see. Top lane being pushed out, bottom lane being pushed out, mid lane being pushed out. Smart, but jungle farming, that could cost them. Yeah, Moneymakers not being as bold as I thought they would be. There's still a lot of catch on Marsbet, so I can get behind it. It is scary, but want to win this one. Yegor came out. Yegor is so freaking dead. He's going to get smashed. There will be a golem being dropped, but nothing is going to be doing there at all. Lucas, time dilation being used. There will be a 4-staff. GZ completely fine, and the LSA does not connect. Faces Void. He knows that he cannot die. Still, you killed the Naga, but this kill right now on the Zeus will allow them to do a lot more. They don't communicate that too well there. Bigna might actually die. He's surviving because of the Lotus Orb. They're trying to save Mobe, and they will be able to. Now the stun onto the Faces Void. He's gonna have to jump in again if he wants to. The Guardian Greaves keeping him pretty healthy. Mobe, he is speedy, and he gets himself down there. Actually, I thought the Faceless Void is gonna be chasing down, but there is an Aegis on the Lina, so ultimately everybody on Marsbet will be surviving. Another Sunstrike being used this time around off the mark. It is just gonna be a wash fight. Nobody gets a kill, but the lane starts shoving in towards the side of Moneymakers, so overall, a win for Marsbet. Aegis will expire right now, meaning that the Lina will be back up to full. There it is. Level 20. 11 spell amp. Okay, good luck to everybody once this Lina takes a flight. He used the Flame Cloak. He used the Laguna Blade. People are dying. People are going to be dying. Gonna do like 1500 damage. Just from one spell. If he gets a refresher at some point, he could be deleting a Faceless Void. That's gonna be problematic. So right now, Moneymakers are in their base. They don't know what to do. Marsbet are playing a clean game. I'm really liking how they're doing it. They had their issues versus Storm, but they really played clean Dota versus Ram squad as well. So I'm not sure what happened versus Storm, but they just weren't looking good. Moneymakers are in a smoke. They want to get a kill. You really need kills with this lineup to alleviate the pressure from the map. And LeBron tries to get out with the Force Staff. He will push the Faceless Void away with the Psychic Headband. But overall, surrounded by 4 heroes is a little Jakiro. You cannot live. He's pretty happy. He's like, oh guys, they killed me, but nobody cares. All the lanes are pushed in. And Moneymakers capitalizing on this. Let's see if they can do it. Oh, he got an Axe on the Jakiro. That's pretty cool. So for those of you that don't know, Macro Pyre is wider and there are gonna be 2 ice walls on the side, working like the Invoker ice walls, like slowing people down if you try to go through them. So it doesn't give you range in terms of length, it does give you width. And Invoker has a Hex as well. So these supports of Moneymakers, they're getting out items fast. As the Lina now has an E-Blade. Okay, goodbye. Whoever is stunned up will most likely get just deleted. Let's see the HPs of Moneymakers. So Underlord probably lives because of the pipe. Faceless Void has 2.7k HP. Oh, actually, it's only the supports I think he can delete. Of course, with a follow-up stun or something, anybody would die. Oh, wait. So the E-Blade. Use it on somebody. It's 40% more. I don't know. Maybe he even kills the 2.5k heroes. Underlord gets a Shiva. Right now they're thinking about dealing with illusions. On the side of Moneymakers, it's tough. The Faceless Void needs to be able to kill people all on his own. Naga Siren, that's not going to be happening to her because he has the butterfly, so you can't kill her. It is a rough game for Moneymakers to play. I think we're gonna be here a little bit longer because this is gonna last. Marsbet has the gold lead, but it seems like in experience they're losing, and that has been the case for the majority of the game, considering that the Faceless Void has been very high in terms of levels. He's level 24 on the Faceless Void, so we'll have the backtrack in no time. Imagine you're a Lina, you're like, I have this one spell that does 2000 damage, bzzzt, and nothing happens. You do 0 damage. Yeah, that is the thing that can annoy you. I remember when backtrack used to be a spell on the Faceless Void, and you're playing like a support lion, and oh, he has 300 HP, finger of nothing. He survives. Very, very annoying. This is one of the slowest paced games that I think I watched. It is cool to see how they're outmaneuvering each other. Okay, Lina almost killed the Underlord. He uses the pipe after the fact of it, but E-Blade Laguna, it really does hurt. Now there's a Hex on the Naga. That item I like. So it's more stats and it does give you kill potential. Now the enemies are gonna be afraid of you. Next item, he wants a shard. Makes sense. Resetting the fight and healing people up. It is what you need to do. There is going to be a Hex on the Darkseer fairly soon. You have one on the Invoker. Even more catch. And Moneymakers, if they ever want to win this game, they're going to have to do something. Naga is going to be sending in illusions everywhere. And at some point, your tower is just going to fall. You can see how low they are. Huh? Illusion on the hill. There it is. The tower cannot kill a single illusion. And the next Rosh. Will be a Hex. Slayer caught. The Slayer is pretty farmed himself as well. GZ time dilation versus the Invoker. 7 points on him, but there's the sleep. GZ will go for a TP out. But they want to fight. Oh, they messed it up. But there will be a Lina to fix the problem. Lucas, he still has the chrono. He's thinking who to use it on. His level 25. He knows that he can stand his ground and fight. There is only one death so far. See how fast the Invoker can rejoin this fight. He's already here, wants to fight, and Moneymakers, they're running away. They used the Chrono, they used the Golem, they didn't get anything out of it, so it's time to call it a day, meaning that they're most likely gonna have to forfeit the Roche. They didn't use the Chrono though. And the Thunder. Okay, so they just used the Golem, my bad. And look at the time dilation in the Invoker, 6 of it. He finished his TP. If they had comboed this properly, this would have been different. I'm very surprised he didn't go for the Chrono, considering that there was no song. I guess you understand that you use the Chrono, you lose the Roche, but you lost the Roche anyways. Marsbet, their win probability is decreasing. The reason why Dota Plus favors this is because late game in pubs is almost always gonna go to big team fight lineups because mistakes are more likely to happen. But you can see that Marsbet are not giving any kind of a fight, and they should continue to do so. Even if the game lasts for like 60-70 minutes, doesn't matter. When you're constantly under pressure, at one point you will make an error. Forced errors are a real thing in Dota. Agasiren has the ninja gear. Slow down the illusions, but doesn't matter. The tower still falls. It took a long time. Remember, guys, when they took the tier 2 and started pressuring the tier 3, but this is it. Chip damage, it counts. Melee Raxes are gonna be tough to kill, but you open up the enemy base and then you can smoke in, you can surprise them. There's so many cool plays that you can make. And there it is, another tier 3 in trouble. Zeus will do his best, but it's already half HP. You can see that those illusions, they really do pack a punch now. The Faceless Void needs to be doing more. He has the ninja gear. I think that's the best item that he can have. Though he wants a refresher. I'm not sure. I'm torn between a refresher and the Silver Edge. I think, I don't know. It's a tough one for him. I can get behind the refresher. Let's go for a huge team fight. They will secure a shard for themselves. Warlock doesn't have one. Is he the only one? No, Yegor was missing on it as well. So right clicks. I don't know how much that is gonna help, but maybe in clearing out the waves. Oh, stun from the Lina on the top lane. Zeus was caught. He does have an A on this, so we'll be fine. Ulti from the Zeus just to see where the other heroes are. And Marsbet, the second they see the Thunder God's Wrath, they get themselves out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I know those kind of situations don't sail if there's a thunderstorm. Oh, they're just now. Look at the pressure they're applying. Big Dam is now going to be caught. A lot of problems for this poor Warlock. He doesn't have a buyback. Vacuum will be there and full up ice path. Look at that inside of the macro fire, but Lucas goes in and gets a huge chrono. Right, he's gonna start smashing. So that's first the Jakiro, now the Lina. None of you are gonna be flying any longer. Bobe gets stuff out. He still has the Aegis, so they didn't want to commit, but they're gonna take him out from far away. Faceless Void staying inside of the macro fire. He's taking a lot of damage, but he'll be fine. The buyback on the side of Moneymakers. They need their Underlord to be alive, and here comes the Lina with the overwhelming amount of magical damage. But the Faceless Void, he turns back time into a place where he was healthier, so he will be fine. Marsbet, again, they should be happy with how the fight went. They did lose the Aegis, so Lina is gonna have to be a little bit more careful next time. There's a pause. Usually after fights like this, when there's so much chaos, Dota starts lagging a bit. Nature's Prophet has not been increasing his farm all that much. I'm guessing, you know, Midas does come in handy, but this is an Nature's Prophet. Every single time you use your ulti, you get a ton of gold. Underlord buying back. It will hurt him. He wants to go for a BKB, and that does make sense. You get a BKB, and you can actually stand your ground and fight any hero on the side of Marsbet. So Faceless Void wants the MKB and the Refresher. Yeah, I guess that's the right path. Because the Refresher, at some point, you are gonna need it. Thinking about that Shadow Blade still, Silver Edge. Selena. Octarine gonna be there soon. Has the bots too. Can be anywhere on the map. That is a really big thing because Naga Siren is very good at hunting, has the ninja gear, has the silver edge, and then you can connect on her every single time. The supports anybody without the BKB is basically just a just food for you. Zeus has an A on this, that's gonna help, but at some point Nullifier might be on the menu. Naga Siren, thinking about the Bloodthorn, I think Nullifier might be better. $19 level Invoker. He's gonna start dealing some huge damage as well. He's thinking about the Aghanim Scepter, and you have the Naga Sleep to set it up. Naga Sleep, then Ice Path, and ultimately the Stun of the Lina. So, and then you go for the Cataclysm. That could be disastrous. So admins asking for a reason. We need to know what's happening with the players. Hopefully nothing serious, and then we can continue with the game. Okay, moneymakers, they're gonna say go. And we are gonna get ourselves back in game number 1. This is just game number 1, guys. A fight for that 3rd, 4th spot on the in the Group A leaderboards. Naga Illusions are gonna be fighting this poor tier 3 tower that gets taken down with these moneymakers. They come over, but it's too late. Permanent damage to their base has been done. Imagine how helpless they feel. Like taking candy from a baby. That's how easy it is for Marsbeth to play this game at this moment. See if that's gonna change. If maybe ultra late game will change something. I don't know. I mean, moneymakers item choices are pretty basic, but I think they had to come up with something different just to be able to catch people more. Here comes Illusions. He is just going for range axes. Look, and look at moneymakers. Now they're spread, right? Zeus caught, no A on disc. Oh, Taker is the Manta, goes for the sleep, but the BKB from Lucas is there. He doesn't have the chrono. He's gonna have to let this one go. Naga Siren healing herself with the song. It's one of those situations. Yo, guys, I'm a really good singer, and then you sing for yourself, for your own soul. Range Axes, very close to going down top lane. The same is true, tier 3 tower. And whilst that is happening, moneymakers are looking in despair. What are we supposed to do? We have money, we're gonna give it to you. Just stop chipping on our base. This is so annoying. Big Dumb, he's gonna drop the golem. He's very mad. He does have an Aghanim Scepter. And those 2 golems, well, one of them is gonna be going down immediately. Imagine you get mega creeps. So how do you end this game? I think this game ends once moneymakers, they get so frustrated that they start making mistakes. I would like Slayer on the Nature's Prophet to do a bit more in cutting the waves. I think he is pushing out. He's going out on the map and farming, rather than putting a little bit more emphasis on shoving out the waves. I know that he can get hunted down, but you use the treants, leave them on the side lanes, and that's it. I mean, at least kill the creeps close to your enemy base. You don't have to deal with illusions, but make it so that Marsbeth have to pull themselves back just a little bit by not having vision of you. I think that could be an attempted play to change something, but this feels like Tundra playing Marsbeth. Oh, there's another range Rax. Now he's focusing on melee ones. That is gonna be a little bit tougher range Rax. Oh god. I think moneymakers next game, they're playing 5 heroes that can just hunt and fight. Like, there's no way they put themselves into a situation where this can happen. Talked about it in the draft. Shoving out lanes could be a problem. I thought the team fight from moneymakers can offset this, but Marsbeth, after that one lost team fight, they understood what their problem is, and they just never made the same mistake. Another range Rax will be falling. Melee Rax now, that is gonna be an endeavor. I'll see if Otaker will be able to take a melee Rax down, because those do heal. We'll see if they heal fast enough. The thing is, if you keep sending in illusions, you're gonna kill it, but he needs to switch it up so that moneymakers cannot guess where the illusions are gonna go. LeBron is level 20 on the Jakiro. He's the one holding the cheese. 25 macro pyre damage. That's gonna be a lot. Obey. Boom. Oh, killing couriers. Is that what you like to do? Well, Lina needs as many hits as you need to kill a courier to kill you. Just one Laguna Blade will do it. Laguna Blade damage is pure. Okay. Yegor goes in, he has the A on this, gonna be protecting him. Slayer buys back, Lucas jumps in, they use their spells, and now they catch the Jakiro. They did bring down the Naga Siren, that is gonna be a huge one. And LeBron will follow as well, as he does finish off Yerk. That Aghanim Scepter damage, it is really big. And that will be another Rax down, top lane Rax, very low. Now the Invoker sending in the Forged Spirits. Moneymakers, they are struggling. They're so happy that Naga is dead, because if she wasn't at this moment, they would have lost everything. Dude, like so you get into Dota. Yes, you're a pro player. This is your job, but okay, top rag's gone. But it is still a game, right? So you want to have somewhat fun, and then you're playing against this lineup that is just choking you out in the base, not allowing you to do anything. It sucks. It sucks so much. The Faceless Void does have money for a refresh if he doesn't want it. Let's look at the buybacks. I think those are... I don't even want to say that important. So currently only one missing is, or two people missing, is the Nature's Prophet and the Underlord. Nature's Prophet needs a lot more time. When it comes to gold, Lina needs a lot more to get hers. Everything else is kind of there. So Darkseer has the Martyr's Plate. I haven't seen that for a very long time. I like it. If Chrono gets used to use the Martyr's Plate and make sure that the guy that's being targeted at least doesn't take as much damage. See if it works out. Jeezy has been caught, has the BKB. He's caught in a Sprout though. He cannot leave. Needs to go for a TP and will be successful at doing so. Okay. Chrono says differently. Not look at the poor Slayer. He cannot move. He's just dying inside of the macro part, slowly burning. Now he's slowly freezing and he gets himself away. There will be a second Chrono. Lucas is ready to stop time, and that's what they need. They need more time. But while this is happening, bottom lane is being pushed in, and it seems like mega creeps are on the horizon. They're still not there, but very close to happening, as there's only one Rax remaining that is keeping moneymakers from dealing with the mega creeps. But Lucas showing that refresher actually does make a difference. It is only the two supports that you killed, but you are taking pressure away from the map. At least some of it, because still every single wave is pushing in towards you. You know what, even when mega creeps happen, there is gonna be this time where moneymakers are gonna be chipping on tier 4s, so on and so forth. There's an Octarine now on the Darkseer. Refresher will be picked up, so I guess it's gonna be Mobe that gets the refresher, unless they want Mr. Luck to just give them a big team fight. Though I would rather see the Lina with it. No, actually he TP's away. Aegis onto O-Taker, Refresher and Cheese both picked up by the Darkseer at the moment. Okay, Bjerg almost dead, survives in the end. If you had the Refresher there on the Lina, you get the kill. On a hero who now does have a buyback. The only one missing it is the Nature's Prophet Invoker, missing the gold at the moment. Jeezy waiting for Mr. Luck to pick up the Wisdom Rune. They're hoping that the Darkseer will get to level 25. Apparently it's not that close. Naga Siren will be level 25. So I guess you go for the mirror image reduced cooldown. You're just gonna be sending them in even more. Only one Rax left. O-Taker. Where's he going? Oh, he wants to kill the buildings. They just continue with the permanent damage in the enemy base. They are doing a lot of damage to him. They get the Hex onto the Zeus, and there's the song. They think that, oh, he's just keeping them away so that the Raxes can be taken. He's keeping the 2 cores away. What a play coming out from Otaker, but Underlord, he is the guardian of the Raxes, and you won't be able to take them down so easily, even without the Zeus and the Faceless Void. It's not gonna work out. And the gold lead means nothing. Nobody's fighting. Nobody's even trying to fight at the moment. There are 2 cheeses on Marsbed. Hopefully nobody's lactose intolerant.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
50 minutes have passed, and we have seen only 40 kills. There's the Naga Illusions going for the Raxes. The Guardian now comes back, but it did take a solid amount of it. Ulti from the Zeus comes out. Invoker, he's gonna be protected by the E-Blade. GZ pops the BKB, and then another Thunder God's Wrath destroys him. Yegor, this guy's not playing around. Look at the lightnings everywhere. Zeus is mad. You need to get out of there fast. The Wrath of Zeus is there now. Faces forward. He has another Chrono. He did the refresh. He doesn't want to use it on the Jakiro. Gotta get hexed up. Mr. Luck keeping his distance. LeBron trying to get himself away. They still have double cheese on their side and Diegas, but right now it is Marsbed that are focusing on the Raxes. There is going to be a fortification being used. Mr. Luck, very nice vacuum wall going onto Slayers. He wants to finish him off, and he will be able to do so. He still has the cheese, but it is in his backpack, and there's the Chrono finally, but the stun. Oh, Lucas, he popped the BKB, and the E-Blade is going to be protected. Where's the cheese? It is in his backpack, and he only had the Guardian Greaves to protect himself. But you are still up against the Mega Creeps, Moneymakers. This is not going to get any easier. They will have a refresher on the Warlock as well, so you're going to have 4 Golems, you're going to have 2 Nimbuses, 2 Thunder God's Wrath, 2 Chronos. But where will you make the fight happen? How will you leave the base? How will you leave the game? Those are all the questions that Moneymakers are gonna have to find answers for. Yegor stunned up, E-Blade, he tries to kill him, not gonna be enough. He survives. Yegor, he has a Manta, so this Zeus now is going for the right click build, it seems. Having the lightning hands. So what's the range of the Zeus? Oh, attack range 380. It's still not that much. I guess Jakiro is annoying. Cold Snap is annoying. Net is annoying. So Manta is a very popular item nowadays. Given that the BKB is just not that big, you want to be able to purge a lot of stuff. Oh, now going forward. Big Dumb has the end disc BKB just in time. That could have been really bad for the Lina, but he pops the BKB just in the nick of it. Yegor could have gotten that kill. So cooldown on the Laguna, 37 seconds. I actually would have liked if he went for the minus 25 Laguna Blade. I don't know, pure damage, not that big of a deal considering that you want increased magic damage from the E-Blade and stuff. I don't know, not sure. Not sure which one I like more in this game in particular. I guess Pipe is kind of annoying if it is magical damage. It does reduce the damage significantly. And wait, Flame Cloak increases your spell damage. Yeah, spell amp. So it's not magic damage amp. Cool. So it does work for the pure damage, but the E-Blade does not. Oh, Underlord almost dead again. Poor guy. They have to sleep though. Is this a good setup? Alright, going for it. The vacuum will connect. There will be an ice pad. BKB Ferrier keeping him alive. He gets away for now. Big Lim is dead. Buyback immediately. Thunder God's Wrath does come through. They need to deal with the creeps, but they also need to deal with the heroes because their own are dying. There is gonna be Golem dropped, or 2 of them coming from the ground. Chrono only stops them. Otaker now turns around without the Chrono. Let's see how strong you actually are. The Basis Void will have to get himself away. Moneymakers, they have all 5 of their heroes alive, but they have used some key spells. They are gonna be losing Slayer. Jump in by the Basis Void. He's gonna be be turned into a little piggy. Turn back time now to when you were alive. You can't do it, can you? You're gonna have to spend a lot of your gold if you want to be part of this game again. And they don't want to be a part of this game. You don't want to play Dota like this where you're just being bullied over and over again. Now the poor Underworld, he cannot move. There will be an Nimbus protecting him. And Lucas, he is back. He will be using the refresh as the BKB has the Chrono once again. He's going to be using it on the Lina BKB to stop the Tornado from lifting it up in the air. Where the bash? He needs more of them. He's trying to finish off Bobby. The E-Blade will be protecting him. Ultimately, he does fall. Does have a buyback, but they're not using it. Now they turn the Faceless Boy into a piggy. They're going to be freezing and saving it for later. No, we kill you now. Vacuum into the LSA just to murder them and finally bring them to their knees. And actually, the Moneymakers, they were on their knees for the entirety of this game, but they finally crumbled. They aren't going to be able to delay the inevitable any longer. 56 minutes of torture from Marsbet, and they land themselves a victory. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think Marsbet are going to be laughing so much. Look at LeBron. Look at the smirk. Look at how happy he is. They knew for the past half an hour that they're not losing this, and well, they didn't lose. Very easy win for them. And other than that fight in the mid lane that happened once when they lost, I think 3 of their cores, it was Marsbet all the way. Moneymakers completely outclassed in this one, not finding a solution for the split push, for the pressure of their enemies. You have a Zeus, you have a Nature's Prophet, you have an Underlord, and you're getting split pushed so much that there's nothing you could do. Maybe they needed more catch, maybe they needed more kill potential, maybe they needed different items, but all of those things they did not have because it was apparent that they weren't gonna be able to fight their enemies in any way. In a Tundra style, Marsbet get their map number 1 and get themselves closer to pretty much securing to go into the playoffs. If they win this series, that's gonna be almost inevitable for them, but let's see if they will be able to win this series. Before it, we're gonna go on to a short break, and then we're back with game number 2.
with such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
What a game 1 of Moneymakers versus Marsbet. There were times when it looked boring, but definitely did have a climactic ending, and Marsbet will be winning 1-0. If you didn't watch it, guys, definitely go back in the video after today and watch that match. It was hella amazing here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibe 3, brought to you by Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence. If you guys want to check them out, gamingmalta.org. I'm Harry Freak, and I'm bringing you the action of this and the next best of 3. And speaking about this best of 3 right now, we already have a draft on our hands, so let's go in and see Moneymakers. What did they do? How did they adjust? What did they talk about in the break to change what happened in the previous one? Though I can't help but wonder, could they have made that lineup work? I think so. I think they could have. There needed to be more aggression. You need to be more willing to give away kills, to force out rotations, to stop the split push. I think that's the idea. Because even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, I think with a good team fight, Moneymakers win. So something like send Slayer to die. There's gonna be a lot of enemies there, and then you smoke towards them while they're dispersing around the map, and you catch some people. I think those are the types of plays. That is just one example, but there's a lot of different approaches that you can try to make. What I did like from Marsbet is their adjustment. A lot of the teams, when they make a mistake, they just try the same thing over and over again, showing that they don't have much adaptability. What Marsbet did show in that game is them seeing that one path doesn't work, so they try the other one. And yes, it was easy to make that conclusion in the previous game, but a lot of teams don't do it. So I have my hopes for Marsbet in the future, if that makes sense. I know they have a great coach. my Croatian brother Mitch. So I'm guessing that they do discuss it with him a lot between games and stuff like that. What will they try? How will they do it? And so on and so forth. Because he does the drafts. Basically, moneymakers, they will be picking up a gyro. We haven't seen too many gyros. A lot of the times this hero is just straight up banned, not in the pool at all. But he will be in the pool now. So we do get to see him finally. Let's see, Mars bet. Well, they just go for the Skyrit Mage. So no Venge. Both of these teams are staying away from the hero. Did she get some nerfs now and people are now just not wanting to pick her up? Let me check. 734C Aghanim Shard secondary target search range decreased from 100% of cast range to 75. Okay, that can make a difference. Mana cost increased for the Wave of Terror. Okay, actually, and Vengeance Aura damage decreased. Venge got smacked a little bit by the nerf hammer. Okay, didn't know it was that much. What about the Gyro and the Skyrit Mage? Let's check him out. So Gyro. No. Stun duration decreased for the homing missile. Cooldown increased for Flak Cannon. Now it scales. It used to be 18 seconds. All levels. Now it's from 26 to 20. That's it. Okay. It's not nothing, but definitely not as much as for the Venge and Skyrit Mage. Let's see how the nerf hammer has affected him. Yeah, he dodged it. Makes sense. He is flying above it. So is the Gyro. Anyways, moneymakers, they get rid of the Void, they get rid of the LC. Again, Mars bet get rid of these two, but these were the first two bans in the previous game. And okay, they go for the Ogre. Okay. Let's go left. No, right. I think when it comes to voice acting and the way that the lines of a hero were done, that Ogre Magi is undeniably the best one. Like, you have these two dum-dums getting into arguments and they're basically the same guy. It's just awesome. Jakiro is cool, don't get me wrong, but Ogre Magi is way too good. The moneymakers, they see these two. This could be an offlane Ogre Magi, but inclined to believe it's more likely to be a 5. There's Avenge. So Nerve Hammer seems to not concern moneymakers all that much. Could be an offlane, could be a position 4. I think in the laning phase, that mana change to the Wave of Terror actually makes a difference. From 15 level 1 to 40, that is a solid nerf. Let's see, moneymakers. So you have a Gyro, you have Avenge. You want to make sure that the Gyro does as much damage as possible. You always want to have as many buffs for the Gyro as you can. And there's going to be a Shadow Demon, double save. I think moneymakers already played the same lineup. No, they played the Venge and the Shadow Demon with a Medusa. Kind of the same. Obviously, you would want to have the Beastmaster that they had last time when they played it, though not gonna be happening. They played an Earth Spirit with these heroes, which is something I like. Though versus the Skyrit Mage, playing a Spirit hero that gets super close and personal can be dangerous, right? You go on somebody else, you get a silence and you cannot get out. Especially because there's an Ogre Magi, the two supports might just be able to kill you. Now it's official. It is going to be an Ogre Magi 5. Tide Hunter being picked up. Shadow Demon is kind of annoying because you cannot purge off the Disruption nor the Demonic Purge. But overall, it's a decent pick. Gyro can be problematic for you in the laning phase, though. If he gets 1 or 2 points in the rocket barrage, can actually hurt you. And he has just enough range to stay away from your anchor smash and harass you as much as possible. But you have a Skywrath mage, so Skywrath mage died. That's actually pretty scary. All right, these supports are gonna be in trouble. Terrorblade does come out, so moneymakers now they need a lot of magical damage because currently they don't have much of it. They did go for this let's protect the gyro, buff him up, but Terrorblade is one of those heroes that can actually stand his ground versus the gyro and actually come out on top. So I'm scared for moneymakers. They need a hero that kills the Terrorblade. The thing is, any of those mobile magic damage dealing heroes, the Spirits, the Queen of Pain, the Puck, are gonna suck versus the Skywrath Mage and the Ogre Magi both. So Fireball, actually, the stun of the Ogre Magi has really good animation as well. So you very easily get caught if you're... even if you're careful, you get caught. Marsbed just have the capabilities of doing so. They go for the axe. I don't know. Ogre Magi is one of those heroes that doesn't care early on about your battle hunger, doesn't care about your spins. Shadow Demon can be a problem for you in the lane if you're an Ogre Magi, but this is a tough one. Axe is fine versus the Terrorblade. Axe is great versus the Tidehunter as well. The problem I have with the Axe is that the other heroes of moneymakers don't contribute to that burst potential. So even if you get a call on like a Terrorblade, there is a good chance he gets out of it alive, and then he gets the Sunder off, and suddenly your fight is looking pretty bad. So the synergy between the moneymakers heroes is what concerns me. I think this Axe was picked with the sole purpose of having something versus the Terrorblade and the Tidehunter, and it kind of deals with both of those problems in a way. But you do not have good combos with your own heroes. Vengeful Spirit has some burst damage with the magic missile. Gyro can do a massive amount of damage, but it's not that type of you just destroy someone from 100 to 0, dunk comes out, and then you go for the chase. If the axe gets super farmed, then you can get those dunks, sure, but it is always a big but, and you are laning versus the Ogre Magi Terrorblade, so you are by no means gonna have a nice time. Moneymakers, they ban out the Puck. Marsbed, they don't have to go for those kind of bans. Pango is a good one, though as I mentioned, I haven't really seen Yegor play it lately. Let me see if they played it in the first day. Okay, they played it in the first day, so scratch that, my bad. But versus Navi Jr., they didn't play it. There are some teams that really do prioritize the Pango. Moneymakers are not that kind of a team. Yegor does play it, as we mentioned, but it's not something that is constantly in his arsenal that he wants to use. But this would be a really good Pango game, because you can use the Rolling Thunder from afar. Tidehunter, Terrorblade, Ogre Magi, Skywrath Mage, none of these can hurt you, and you can hurt them. Plus, Skywrath Mage does have some armor problems. Ogre Magi could have mana problems, and Tidehunter could have mana problems as well as the Terrorblade because of the Fusel. I always forgot how the changes of the Ogre Magi worked. He is now a strength hero. He receives mana and mana regeneration from strength. Yeah, and for each 20 strength, he increases his multicast chance by 1%. Okay. That's it. That was the change. I assume some mana cost rescaled on the Bloodlust. Basically slightly increased at higher levels, slightly decreased at early levels. I would say it's a buff. So moneymakers, they get themselves a Lina. They liked what happened in the previous one. I'm okay with Alina. I think that's the hero that can burst down people. That does work well with the axe. You have the setup from the Shadow Demon, you have the setup from the Venge. Even if you get caught with the Lina, you have a lot of saves on your supports. So I like it. I think this is a good way to end the draft. Marsbet, they get the Zeus themselves. I guess Mobe wants to show Yegor how it's done. He did really lose the lane Yegor versus this Zeus, versus this Lina, and that happened even with the courier being killed. Now the courier of the Lina is not going to be killed. There is not like a Nature's Prophet on the other side. Maybe Jeezy can make some shenanigans happen, but I highly doubt it. So I'm really curious to see how this mid lane is gonna go. I have to say, with this Lina rounding up the draft of moneymakers, I really like it. I'm looking at Marsbet this time around. No shenanigans of lane pushing and stuff. Yes, you do have the Terrorblade, but it's a lot different, especially versus the Shadow Demon. I think we might be looking at a game 3. It might be my bias towards wanting to see a game 3 talking here, but I do believe moneymakers actually have a pretty decent draft on their hands. So I'm gonna say they're taking this. Let's see if that is gonna be the case, of course, but it does look like they have everything they need. They have a carry that can do well later on, doesn't care much about poke. They have pretty solid lanes. They have ways to deal with the enemy carry. They have saves for both the Lina and the Gyro, and these heroes do need it. But I think it's fine. The problem is they rely quite a lot on the axe. Well, let's see if that axe is going to have a good time. So let's get ourselves into the game and find out if moneymakers are going to be able to equalize this, or will Marsbet prove that they are the better team today. For those of you just joining us, it's currently 1-0 for Marsbet. In the previous game, they really did starve out moneymakers so freaking much. Moneymakers had a pretty bad time. We'll see if that does happen here in the second game as well. Moneymakers are probably hoping that it doesn't, but we'll be finding out. As Marsbet are going for a wrap here into the enemy triangle. They want to establish their dominance here on the high ground. If moneymakers decide to check there, whichever hero decides to do so will be having a pretty bad time. But nope. Oh, LeBron changed his camera. He's just changing the angles. He probably feels like an anchor man, right? Now he should look at the camera and say something. The guy has 2 cameras over his PC chair. I don't know why you need 2 cameras. I'm a caster. My second one is not connected, so not sure what other kind of work he is doing there in the room. But anyways, we're not even gonna ask. LeBron, yes, the ignite doesn't actually connect on Bignum. It was still in the fog of war, and it seems like it is gonna be a 2-for-2. Disruption will come out. No, it's gonna be a 3-for-1. Moneymakers, they get themselves 3 runes. Vierch even taunts there a bit with the attack. Stops it, of course. Doesn't want to deny the rune, considering that it has already been secured by his team. So nicely done by moneymakers. Oh, LeBron, he got greedy there. Thought he would get the river rune, and because of it, it's gonna cost him both of it. It's better to get what you can than to be greedy. It is what it is. It's of course not gonna be too mad about it. LeBron trying to get the hate onto himself, allowing the Terrorblade to farm as much as he wants, and that is gonna be happening. The axe started off with the counter helix. Just wants to be shoving in the waves as much as possible. I'll see if LeBron can secure this one for the Terrorblade. For now, it's going well. Top lane, Gyro and Avenge. That is a lane to be afraid of. Of course, the Tidehunter and the Scarlet Mage, that is no pushover lane either. But if you are... I think if you are in any way careless in this lane, being one or the other side, you can very easily die. Though that is true for LeBron as well, who is dying. Ogre is a fat hero, but he's not fat enough. Vierch dropping low. He is gonna be surviving. Otakar, he really wants this one, but the axe has more movement than the more movement speed than the Terrorblade, so he won't be able to close that gap. He does go to deny himself, and LeBron TPs. So that is gonna be a solid chunk of experience for him. Mid lane, bo3 thought he could play the Zeus versus the Lina, and well, seems like he was wrong. Nice dodge there on the Dragon Slave, not to disrupt his bottle heal. Top lane, as we mentioned, you get careless, you take a lot of damage, and that's exactly what happened to Lucas. He's now trying to heal up with Tangos. That's gonna take some time, but he'll be fine. 1 to 2 in kills. No big things happening. Nothing huge for sure, as Tidehunter will get stunned up. Mr. Luck needs to get away from this one. A wing missile will connect. Lucas has been slowed down. He does do solid amount of damage with the right clicks, and Mr. Luck is looking very much dead. Slayer, he's gonna be getting another magic missile, and that's a kill. GZ think about getting a return kill. There will be sticks in a second. He reduces armor. Slayer, he stayed there a little bit too long, and the creeps will be the thing that finishes him off. A 1-for-1, favoring moneymakers. A lot of the trades in this game have been favoring moneymakers. Their laning stage, most definitely looking pretty decent right now, with actually not even decent, it's looking amazing. You're leading in kills on every single lane, you're winning in CS. Doesn't get much better than this. And Otakar, he had 6 CS minute into the laning stage, and now he's only got 4-5 after it, so the Terrorblade is, he is struggling, and okay, now he's going to be struggling even more. Vierk is going for him. He doesn't get the call. He's trying to get away. He will be dodging the poison attacks, so those shadow poisons won't connect. Is very nice play coming out from LeBron to make sure that this Shadow Demon is pushed back, that he has to perform under pressure, and he will be making some mistakes there with the shadow poisons. If he had gotten 5 stacks on the Terrorblade, that would have been a kill, especially with it being level 2 at the moment. Still, moneymakers, really good situation for them here in the laning stage. Mr. Luck is doing well. The Zeus is starting to catch up to the Lina. Now he doesn't have mana, so probably a bigger difference will be made fairly soon. Mr. Luck, he's going for a Meteor Hammer. So with the Withering of Health, you should be able to stay in this lane relatively safe. I'm guessing the Zeus will now go to the base. He's losing that wave anyways. Yep. Very nice move from the Lina. Pulls the wave behind her tower. That's everything is going to be denied, and that will increase the difference in CS between the two mid laners. And this is the good thing, playing versus a Tide and the Skywrath Mage in the lane. You're always going to have max wand. It's just so easy. They spam spells so freaking much, and then you know that you're always kind of safe in both the HP and mana. GZ is not safe in HP, and LeBron did rotate. They want to kill Lucas. They will be able to do so. bo3 rotation amazing, and Slayer will follow through. Both of the guys on the top lane will die. It's just a matter of time before they bring down Slayer. They will get the gush, slowing him down to a crawl and allowing bo3 to get himself a kill. He didn't get the previous one on the gyro, so this rotation, if it was going to be worth it, his time, even one bit, he needed to be given the kill, and in the end it did happen. We are going for Otakar. The call does not connect, and Otakar will be fine, but he's actually being smacked down by these illusions way too much. Oh, stun LeBron. I don't think he's too happy being there in the mid lane, and well, since you're not happy being in the mid lane, Yegor will get you away from it. Bignum securing the rune. He will take it away, seeing that bo3 is coming over. So 6 minutes in, Moneymaker still ahead in CS. In net worth, it's not that bad for Marsbet, so they're pretty okay. The Axe is having a great time though, and I think that is the biggest deal here for Moneymakers. You need a strong Axe in this one. You need him to get a good timing on the Blink Blade Mail, and if he does, then it's gonna be easy to hard down Marsbet heroes. The ulti from the Zeus almost kills the Lina, doesn't finish him off. Bignum stands his ground with the DD. He's doing a lot of damage. Zeus needs to run. He has 4 stick charges. He will be able to survive this damage, and the Lina does that as well as LeBron finishes him off. Oh, he managed to find him there on the side, and that is huge for the Ogre Magi. He is very happy with that. We'll be getting an insane amount of experience from the kill. Gold is great and all, but if you're a support, it is the experience that you're looking for. And Mobe gets ahead. He is showing class, really. Mobe was always amazing. Ever since I first saw this guy, he has been playing good Dota. Definitely has talent and knowledge both on this guy, and he is showing it again here. And in the last game, 7 minutes in, despite him being annoyed quite a lot, he was ahead when playing the Lina versus Zeus. Now the roles are reversed and he's again ahead. It really is amazing how much this guy can accomplish. Just, you know, showing Yegor that he is currently a better player. That might change in the future, but at the moment it does seem that Mobe is just playing better Dota. That doesn't change the fact that the axe is so freaking farmed, and I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of this guy once he starts jumping on you. Down on the Zeus, follow-up stun from the Lina. Mobe will be fine. He has the raindrops, so it's not that easy to kill him. And now we'll be finding the illusion rune. Slayer gets ignited. Mobe thinking about going forward. Doesn't have the Thunder God's Wrath. If he did, I think he goes for that kill. But the size is just not worth it this way. Maybe he would have gotten it, but also he would have put himself in harm's way. Going for the phylactery. That is the current meta for the Zeus. It makes sense. You get your initial arc lightning or lightning bolt just deals a lot more damage. I think Otaker is gonna be annoyed by this Bignum Shadow Demon for the entirety of the game. You're always gonna be fighting your own illusions. I guess that is what we do in real life, right guys? We fight our own demons. We fight ourselves each day. Man, well, I like when I get all philosophical like this. Vierk, he got caught. He thought he could maybe do something, but that is the highest net worth hero going down and the best one that Marsbet could have found. They did bring a lot of heroes, but it is going to be a kill nonetheless, and we're seeing that Lord Gaben is favoring Marsbet by quite a lot. I don't think it's that much in their favor, but I do think that they're in a solid spot. Nope. Marsbet, they do have farm on the two heroes that they need to have farm on. Poor LeBron. Last time he was the one killing the Lina. Now it's gonna be reversed as Mobe comes over just to show a little bit of strength for his team, and Mobe is in trouble. There's gonna be a follow-up stun from Lina. Actually, no, he got on stun. Mobe turns around and just uses all of his spells to destroy the enemies before he goes down. He's gonna be pulling the Lina down with him. Very nice play from GZ. If that silence didn't come out, there wouldn't be a follow-up stun from Lina, and Zeus doesn't get a single spell off. But Ancient Seal just in a perfect situation. Perfect timing, and, well, it is going to be a 2-for-1 still for Moneymakers, so not the worst thing in the world, but you probably thought that it was done so. You've killed two heroes, everything is clean, and then suddenly the Skywrath Mage comes over, and now he's level 6 as well, which is a big deal. Actually, every single support on the map is quite high in levels. Even the two supports from the bottom lane that haven't hit 6 just yet are so close. Mobe, Phylactery, almost done. Just needs the diadem. Meteor Hammer on the Tidehunter. He already dealt with the top tower. Now the mid tower is something he's gonna be gunning for. Gyro dead. That is a big deal. LeBron, I'm impressed how LeBron is playing Dota. I think he has never been in better form than he is now. He's everywhere. He's playing a Jakiro and an Ogre Magi, not really known for their mobility around the map and just getting so much. But look at Moneymakers in a smoke. They want to punish this. There's no Thunder God's Wrath. Mobe, he's going to be the one that they catch. And okay, gets himself out of the science onto the Shadow Demon. They now know they're in a 3 versus 3 scenario. Actually, the axe comes over. He has the blink. He has found the Zeus. They have the big boy. And it's time to dunk him down into the ground. The god pulled in to mingle with the mortals, and he's not gonna be finding a lot there as Vier gets another dunk down onto LeBron. This is how you do it, my friend. This time around, LeBron not gonna be doing that good in dunks as 3 heroes get taken down. Moneymakers, they did bring in all 5 of their lineup, but more than worth it. Luna Plus still favoring Mars bet. It is because the Terrorblade versus Gyro matchup. But this Gyro still having some trouble farming. He is going straight for an Aghanim Scepter. Oh, actually, no. He's going to get a Maelstrom first. I like that. I think Maelstrom or Crystallis first into an Axe is a much better build than rushing the Axe. Maybe you can rush the Axe if you really had a good time in the laning phase. And then you know that you can fight with the Axe versus the enemies. But in terms of farming, the Crystallis or the Maelstrom, it doesn't even come close. Oh, Moneymakers are in another smoke. They're coming towards the bottom lane. They're bringing in more heroes. They're trying to sandwich in Mars bet. Look at Mr. Luck. He is a big Tyrant. Oh, the blink. They got baited in. Is this gonna be enough? They have the Ravage as well to keep them. Well, Taker is gonna be using the Metamorphosis, but he got destroyed. They will be bringing down the Axe. They already lost 2 though, and you are the ones that use the Ravage. Slayer gets himself away. Is he gonna be surviving there? No, he does stick out to the urn. He was trying to stay in the Seeds of Serenity, but not enough. Mr. Luck now trying to fight Lucas. He did remove his damage and now needs to get away. LeBron staying away. He does pick up some Lotuses, won't be able to give him to his teammate, and now he's thinking, where do I go? Where do I run? What do I do? You die. They will cut him down. Both of the heads gone. 5 of heads of Marsbet have been taken out. Only 4 kills, of course, and all of them going for the Lina. You know, I talked about Yegor not performing as well as Mobe. Well, he heard me. He heard me and he says, I'm gonna show you who the better player is now. And Lina now topping the network chart. There is a big difference between him and his mid lane counterpart. A 2,000 gold difference at the moment. Mobe, his impact in that fight not nearly as big as the one on the Lina. But it all started with the Axe Blink. So I really like what Vierk did there. He's like, oh, I'm running away, no, and then he blinks in and catches both the Tidehunter and the Terrorblade. If that doesn't happen, if he catches one hero there, Terrorblade is full HP, doesn't die to Lina's Laguna Blade, maybe gets a Sunder off in that fight. Completely different outcome. But of course, that did not happen. That is not how it went down. So this is gonna be the result. Moneymakers being 1k gold ahead. Smoke. Marsbet Bignum isn't really the target that you want. Gonna be making a big wraparound into the enemy jungle. Oh no, no. Gyro. Do they know? Now they're gonna know. He's dead. Lucas is so dead. It's just the 2 supports that are gonna kill him. Mystic Flare after the fireball, and he goes down. The Zeus doesn't even need to get close, doesn't even need to use his ulti to contribute in any way. These 2 supports do more than enough. As Moneymakers, they want to kill the enemy carry as well. Taker, is he gonna be caught off guard just like the counterpart on the other side? Yes, he will. They have found him and they will kill him. You're not getting out of this one alive. Stun on the Ancients to make sure that it's not the Ancients that secure the kill, and Yegor is now unstoppable. Both of the carries carelessly going into their respective areas there, one on the graveyard and one on the statue area. They're both gonna be buried there with dignity, but buried nonetheless. I'm actually surprised that Taker fell for that one. Maybe he thought once Lucas was caught that a lot of people TP'd in, but his teammates were on the bottom lane pushing the tower and no one was showing. So here's the deal. Moneymakers are ahead in gold. They haven't taken a single tier 1. This can be good or this can be catastrophic, right? Because you have an axe, you want to be going for kills. Once you use up the smokes, if the map isn't open, it is going to be problematic to get the kills, right? So you could look at this. Okay, they have so much gold ready to take. They're actually more ahead. Or you can say they don't have the map control to play. It just comes down to it, what Moneymakers is going to be able to do. But they need a kill into a tower. It is their next smoke cannot just be a kill. It needs to be a smoke for a tower, for an area to control. If you get a kill, that's fine, but you need the map open. You need more opportunities to actually get on top of Marsbet without using smokes later on. And there's the smoke now. Yeah, they're going. If they go for a kill now, there is a good chance that it just gets broken. Smoke gets broken and you lose some heroes. But they did place a nice ward there, so they know where Taker is. Thinking about going for the Zeus. Gonna be able to catch him. Jeezy, very aggressive position, and it is gonna be Jeezy dead. I don't like the smoke, not one bit. Oh, Demonic Purge on the Zeus Mobe. Okay, that's a huge kill if they can get it, and they will be able to do so with the LSA keeping in place and them doing so much damage. Slayer also surviving the tower shot's not gonna be enough. Ravage? Okay. Not needed. For sure, because you did have LeBron in the vicinity as well, but Mr. Luck was really mad there and wanted to use his ulti. Probably has the new keyboard, wants to try out the R button if it works properly. It works great, awesome. Well played, Mr. Luck. Hopefully, doesn't happen again. He does have a blink and an anchor now. Used on Bignum. He cannot move. He cannot run, but the call will be there, protecting him. Mystic Flare. Finishing off Bignum, though. Silence onto the X, making sure that he cannot get any dunks in, even if people do get low. Mr. Luck going forward. He will be bringing the hammer down. Fierk is taking damage. Are they actually gonna kill him? The overtime damage should be enough. Fierk is dead. Oh boy, what a rundown. Take a bat, Axe. Oh, that actually is a pretty good one. Axe does look like a guy that can smell manly. That's how we're gonna be classifying it. You know, in Dragon Ball, when Hercule, Satan, when he meets Boo, it says, "I smell a little bit too manly," if you know what I mean. We've been there, we've been there. When you play Dota for the entirety of the day, it can happen. But after that, 2 kills from Marsbet. They're now ahead. There's a blink and a shard on the tide, so he definitely went full in on hunting. There will be an Ether Lens on the Shadow Demon. A pipe on the Vengeful Spirit. Interesting. I guess you have an axe, so you need to be making sure that you have somebody going for the auras. I don't like that the axe is starting to fall behind. He really did have a really good start, but now it's just hunting for kills, and that's the case. You hunt for kills, you don't get the towers, you don't open up the map, you can't get kills without the smokes, you start falling behind, and you're still searching for them way too much, and you're not farming. So this is a problem. They are where scan was used, they know exactly where their enemies are. The question is, do they want to fight no Ravage for 15 seconds? So they are going to be waiting for it in a very behind the lines position. They found Alina and will absolutely demolish her. Mr. Luck finishes him off, and now you're stranded without your mid laner. You have to run. Considering Moneymakers know exactly where you are, they are going to be chasing this Vengeful Spirit. It looks like Slayer is going to be in trouble. Mr. Luck is chasing. He didn't see him, and Slayer will be able to TP away. Barely, though. Axe cutting the wave will make sure that the tier 2 doesn't die. Otaker will do his best to take it down. Meteor Hammer, is it going to be enough? Oh, they're really pushing it, and they will be able to bring down the tower. Now Shadow Demon caught as well, taken down. LeBron gets the kill. So much damage between the 2 supports. They have the Bloodlust going around the map. Mobility is there. Once they find somebody, those heroes just melt. Looking at the win probability, Marsbet has more. Marsbet are playing better Dota. There's just no other way to put it. They're playing better Dota overall. Last time I said it comparing Mobe to Yegor. Suddenly everything changed, and I'm kind of hoping everything does change, but it seems to me at Marsbet today they're on their A game, and Moneymaker's not exactly there. Moneymakers, they're pretty versatile as a team. They've been playing together for a pretty long time, so they can play in different ways, greedy, aggressive, so on and so forth. Though I think they do get into the mindset of, okay, we're gonna play this type of Dota, and then if it doesn't work, they just continue doing it. So if they don't get it right the first time from the game, the way that they want to be moving around the map and playing, and then they start making mistakes or don't do enough. That's what it feels like to me from watching these guys for more than a year now. I don't know. Time is passing way too fast, so I have no idea. No, maybe even more. I think it was last year when they were in Division 1. Yeah, last year they were in Division 1. I don't think they were in Division 1 in this DPC season. But anyways, moneymakers, they get themselves into the pit. There is a Ravage ready. It wasn't used previously, so Mars bet they can come over and fight. Their Terrorblade is missing, and Scan. Both of the scans have been used by Mars bet, so they don't know about this. They can't use it. They're just gonna be warding. Actually, they're completely clueless to what's going on. So Roche is gone. It will be an Aegis into the hands of Lucas. This Gyro is pretty farmed now. He's going for a BKB. Versus what Marsbat have, you have to get a BKB. I know as a Gyro you would want to get a Satanic, Crystallis, Daedalus, whatever, but it is just so much magic damage that you can die without using anything if you're not careful. So I'm liking that he's putting the emphasis on the BKB. It is most definitely needed for both him and the Axe, and even the Lina is gonna be looking towards it. Lina already has that shard, Ether Lens, and the blink, and there's the BKB for the Axe. Once the Gyro gets the BKB, this is gonna be quite big. There's also a pipe on the Vengeful Spirit. I really like the itemization for moneymakers this time around. When it comes to team fighting, I think they have done their best to give themselves the best possible chance. So Terrorblade has a Midas, Zeus has a Midas. Nobody else, I think, on the map has one. That is true. And nobody else is looking to buy one. At the moment, though, Taker working towards the Scotty. And Tidehunter working towards the Hex. So Mr. Luck wants to be this blink initiation. You blink Hex somebody, then you have the follow-up Ravage. I guess that's fine, right? You go blink Hex the Gyro. You know that the Venge and the Shadow Demon are going to be coming in with the saves. And then you run in the back a little bit and use the Ravage and prevent that from happening. That is actually a pretty cool way to go about a team fight. Scotty done for the Terrorblade. That's gonna make him a beast. Of course, it is gonna make Bignum Illusions beasts as well. If you can take him, and the moneymakers making a move again with a smoke. It always takes so much time because they don't have towers of their own. They don't have map control. They will use the Scano. Taker has to be careful. Needs to get away from here or he's gonna be so freaking dead. They know he's there and he's just gonna be destroyed right now. They have follow-up stuns. Actually, he might get the Sunder off. There's the Sunder. This is an absolute disaster. They did lose the bar. Actually, it's still not gonna be enough. Even with the Ravage coming through, they're gonna be completely fine. What a disruption onto Lucas so the Ravage doesn't connect on him. Even with the Sunder coming, it is still gonna be a fight for moneymakers. They're going for GZ. Mr. Luck stands his ground, turns around onto the Gyrocopter. Here comes the Meteor Hammer. Not gonna be happening. They stop him with a stun, and Lucas will be able to survive this one, standing his ground and fighting. Actually, Mr. Luck not taking any damage. Ultimately, he does fall. Zeus wasn't part of the engagement. He didn't have the mana. He couldn't join. If he was there, maybe they take down the Aegis, but I doubt something significantly changes. Marsbet just being a little bit too careless. Moneymakers now are our favorite to win. That's the thing. BKBs change a lot. You saw how the Axe having a BKB just changes the fight significantly, and Gyro now he has his, making Lucas very hard to kill. Moneymakers, they're pretty powerful at the moment. Of course, Marsbet, I don't want to count them out. I still think that they have a really smart way of approaching this game. Just they have been careless a couple of times in a sense of giving away Otaker. Like every single time he has died, that's 3 times, he has been caught off guard. I think they enjoyed good times in the previous game. It was way too easy to read the map, and now you do need a little bit more focus to be able to do so. They probably don't have it. You get into one mindset, it's not easy to change it. We'll see if they'll be able to do so, but okay, for now, Tidehunter caught. There will be a silence. Mystic Flare as well. They finish him off. Axe catches GZ in the back. They will be able to get a return kill, so 1 for 1 at the moment. Marsbet, they don't have that much burst. I think this Zeus just not that much in fights. He went for the Octarine Core, not even the Aghanim Scepter. I thought there was gonna be a Nimbus for Mobe just to contribute a little bit, because he has been split pushing so much. I don't know when's the last time I saw Mobe in a fight. And he definitely can contribute. Terrorblade now going for a BKB himself. He's still playing the Naga Siren. It's going well for him. The tier 3 is taking some damage. Not coming back. Terrorblade Illusion. It's gonna do its best here versus the tower. Igor doing his best to make sure that the tower doesn't take that much damage, but now the Manta Illusion's here as well. Very annoying. Vierk finds LeBron. That's a nice stun there. Vierk probably would have been able to get the call off as LeBron runs into the trees. He does have a battle hunger on him and he's running away. You have battle hunger and you're running away from battle. That is gonna hurt you. We'll be slow. We'll be taking damage and ultimately you will die, Yegor. He secures it. No dunks from the axe. No extra armor. That extra armor by the culling blade is quite nice. Axe has 7 at the moment. And he doesn't have a level 3 culling blade just yet. That really can make a difference. Like, you have 20 armor extra later on in the game. Axes would usually struggle without the call. They would have some armor problems because the only thing that you buy is the blade mill. Taker caught. His illusions are hurting him. He does have a Sunder, so he's definitely not gonna die. And assistance is coming. Marsbet are bringing in multiple heroes, going through the outpost, and there's the Sunder. I get it. There is burst damage on moneymakers. You get called. The Lina uses the Laguna Blade, and you die if you're half HP. So just go and do it immediately. Lina is going to the base. Doesn't have resources to fight. There will be an ulti coming. Mr. Luck really hates these supports on the side of moneymakers. Like, he hates them. As the blink and an anchor. Dead in the water, whatever. Braum stunned up. Fall up stun. Laguna Blade. Do they have enough? They have the Glimmer Cape to protect him. Blink out from the Lina. He does leave Slayer, but enough movement speed on this bench to get out the call. That's gonna be huge out to the 4 of them. Fight me now! And you're gonna destroy everybody. Axe finds them. Bjerk literally wins that fight all on his own. Spins around and destroys every single one of them. The cores of moneymakers will be getting the kills, 2 each on the Lina and the Gyro. But he has found a perfect one. Moneymakers holding hands. They got used in the last game that they never played together. They can't make a mistake, but here when they start playing together, everything changed. Look at it, they're always very close to each other. And Vierk waiting for an opportunity, and he has found it. Bam! Goodbye. That was a goodbye for sure. That is how you lose a game. Yep. LeBron just said that's what he wrote. I thought it was like Vierk. That would be the right one. And okay, LeBron. So next call when it comes out, I'm gonna say Vierk. Okay, I'm guessing that sounds terrible for you guys through the mic. It's destroys my throat as well as Lucas finds himself a double damage. There's a Satanic on this Gyro. Double damage next item. Gonna be a crit. It will be the Silver Edge. Doesn't want the Daedalus. I'm okay with it. More mobility is always nice. Marsbet. They are on the top lane, are being targeted. Moneymakers moving faster towards the top lane as... See, will Oathtaker this time around get himself away in time? LeBron in a good position to break the smoke, and no, Vierk doesn't want him. He wants something bigger, and he will be finding him again. The terribly has himself nice stun onto the Lina and Oathtaker. He gets the Thunder off. He got it off. Is it still gonna be enough? The Glimmer Cape protecting him. They don't have vision. He's gonna be using the BKB right now. Another call will be coming through, and the dunk. Even with everything working out for them, it is still gonna be moneymakers that find the right fight, and Jeezy comes over as well. They don't see him. If they did, it would probably be another casualty of war. But again, Oathtaker is found, and Vierk, he is finding his stride. This guy is playing out of his mind, finding heroes left and right, exactly the ones that his team needs. 12 bonus armor, he has the Octarine core. That means that the call will be coming out very, very often here. 8.3 seconds cooldown. Lasts for 3 seconds. That's 5 seconds downtime. He's getting it twice in a fight for sure. Maybe even more. Second Roche on the menu. It is going to be the Aegis and the cheese into the hands of Moneymakers with the DD on Lucas that he picked up earlier, put in the bottle. This is not going to take that long. We'll see who they give the Aegis to. Might be Delina, though Lucas is the one that's probably going to be attacking the Raxes. No. Yep, it seems it's going to be the case. Cheese, they leave it in. Cheese is for losers. We don't need that. Slayer. Think about going back. No, they left it for the Axe. Vier, he does deserve a good meal for sure for what he has done. If you have a warrior like that in your ranks, you feed him as much as possible because you want him to have the best energy, the best nutrients to continue fighting. He challenged 4 heroes, right? You go in between 4 heroes, they're all surrounding you and you still win. To 29, we are getting very, very close to a decider match of this series. Considering that Moneymakers then win probability over 80% at the moment. Still not done for Marsbet. They have a farmed Terrorblade in their ranks. Moneymakers for now, they seem to be the ones holding all in their holding it all in their hands.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Easy. Gets out. Ogre Seal Totem. We'll have him in that. Any big items? What is the... So Zeus has that Octarine. I feel like Mobe hasn't played this game. I don't know. He just decided that split pushing is gonna be the way that he wants to approach it. He's going for a shard next after the Octarine. I don't know. Did Mobe get mad or something? LeBron, get the stun on Lucas. And there's gonna be a cooldown raining down on him. The Glimmer Cape, of course, is gonna protect him. Hex onto the Axe. They use the Sunder. I don't think that was needed. Oathtaker almost dies. He actually doesn't almost die. He dies. The damage from the Dragon Slave, when you count in the Flame Cloak, is just way too much. They are slowing down Lucas. He's not moving. We saw that Marsbet are very good at this. And Zeus does come over, doing some damage to Lucas. Does he still have the Satanic to use? No. He did use it, but nothing to hit at the moment, so he will not be healing that much up. Block. He gets swapped in, and they just destroy this poor Gyro the first time. There is a buyback on the Terrorblade. First of all, they're focusing on Slayer, and the disruption will be saving him for now, but ultimately he does fall. We are going forward to get the gem. He got silence as well. The Glimmer Cape protecting him. He will be able to escape for now. They see him clearly. The slow is coming in. Vierk, he does dodge it. Lucas though next on the menu. He has the BKB going on the high ground, trying to get himself away. A couple of more hits. They don't do any physical damage. Oh boy, they're good at magic, but their ability to punch somebody in the face, Marsbet, you just don't have it. That's just so unfortunate. Killing the Gyro there would have changed so much. Marsbet showing their teeth. If it's a bit of a longer fight with spamming spells and getting to live, not getting destroyed from 100 to 0, at least not on some of your key heroes, they can make a difference. And Skyreth Mage, he has the Aghanim Scepter. I think this is huge, because Ravage, you get multiple men stunned. If 2 people just die to the Mystic Flare, it's gonna be insane. This really does change the game. The bummer is, of course, that we're gonna have to be looking at the okay, so Fire Shield, very nice. That will help the Terrorblade survive. But the thing is about the Mystic Flare, we will have to look at the HP of the heroes to actually see who the other target is. Of course, he's going to be using it on the main target, who will go on to next to him. I really hope they would fix that Mystic Flare. I'm talking about the animation usually not showing in the when observing the game. It's okay, guys. It's only the 10-year anniversary. But Why am I spouting bullshit? I'm hoping that someone at Valve says, get this guy to TI, and then somebody's watching, yeah, he's good, yeah, he's nice. And then every other word is, fix this, you suck, you made a mistake, this should be fixed, this is bad. Yeah, would want to hire me. Anyways, Moneymakers in a smoke. DD on the gyro, ulti from the Zeus just in time. They know exactly where their enemies are. GZ will get himself away, even with the battle hunger. It's not going to be enough slow to get the kill. Moneymakers got ahead of themselves a little bit too deep, getting anything out of it. They have some really nice deep vision. Taker still playing his Naga, even with the Terrorblade. Though this time around, it's just not going as fast with the push. But the tier 3 on the top lane, it is at half HP. Lucas, slow down, Slayer, TPing out. They want to catch somebody on top, or Yegor wants to be a little bit more aggressive here and wants to have a swap to save him. LeBron in the vicinity. Oh, he might get swapped in right now. TP out. Oh, MMR is just a number. He really did get out of there. The nick of his teeth. That was close. But he did force out a lot of things, so I'll be happy. There will be a double Ravage fairly soon. Some big things are coming out for Mars Bet. Zeus is level 22 and he has the refresher. So just imagine how much damage you can do. Ravage or double Ravage, double Zeus ulti. That's like 40-50% of the every enemy gone, right? Of their HP. This time around, LeBron, he did get caught. Actually, just turns around, uses the spells, and everybody gets spooked. This is just the 2 supports, and 5 heroes of Moneymakers are in the vicinity. So if these supports want to live, they might just want to get out of here. Terrorblade now has the Shadow Blade. Is that the full Silver Edge flying towards him? Yep, doesn't have a buyback though. Those are gonna be a big deal. Third Roche is not something that you should give away just like that though. Marsbet did show previously that they can deter the high ground push of Moneymakers. This gyro is becoming scary. Level 25, -5 seconds on the flak cannon, and he has pretty much everything. He will be going for an MKB. I'm guessing you would want to wait to see the Terrorblade is gonna buy a butterfly, but you do want to have more magic damage output versus the Terrorblade. But I'd prefer if you would buy a Mjolnir first, because if you want an MKB, you have to get rid of the boots or eat the axe. We'll see. Terrorblade sending illusions again. Tower dropping super low. The gem from Moneymakers, it is allowing them to control the map. No gem currently on the other side, so we'll see if Marsbet will get it. Both Mobe and GZ do have ninja gear, so Ninja Zeus and Ninja Sky. Okay, that's a tier 3 gone. Pretty big. Call of the Axe misses, and Zeus will be blinking out. LeBron standing his ground fighting, but the homing missile is going for the Zeus. He needs to TP out. He's not TPing out. He goes for the refresher, blinks away. But they still know. They know exactly where he is. He did use the smoke, so maybe they won't be able to find him. And Big Nam will be there. Mobe has been caught. This is a dead Zeus for sure. Even with the refresher being used, even with all of his ideas of how to escape, using the ninja gear, he won't be able to get himself out. Homing missile, it has found its target, and finally he will fall. Yegor? Kill him. They need a stun thing, and they will bring Mr. Luck, but the mid laner of Moneymakers not gonna be caught like that. So Yegor goes to the other side of the map. He's level 25. Goes gonna blade pure damage. So that Terrorblade is gonna have a tough one. Even through the BKB, he will be in trouble. MKB done for the gyro. We'll see what he replaces. Is it gonna be the boots? Roche in a minute. Without his use, this is a good time to push. So many ignites and multi-shots, multi-casts here onto Lucas. The glyph will get used as well. They have the disruption to protect him from the tower shots. Lucas is thinking of continuing the push. He needs the creeps to heal up. A Taker is coming back. They don't have the buyback on the Zeus. Have to do something about it. They're killing the Gyro. The Glimmer Cape will protect him. And the attacks from the tower not gonna be going towards him. He disjoins them because of the invis, but that was so freaking close. These supports of Marsbed are so strong. Slayer has been found. He's gonna be turned into a little piggy and cooked by the fireball. Odaker is gonna be the one that gets the kill. Going high ground for moneymakers. It is so hard. That was without the Zeus. Imagine if he was there. Lucas is dead. Like, there's just the Thunder God's Wrath. He doesn't even have to be there. He just needs to be alive. Moneymakers, they're getting into an uncomfortable position. Even being so far ahead, they're having some troubles ending this one. The Roche will spawn and fighting for the Aegis, Cheese, and the Aghanim Scepter. That's going to be a big deal. Buyback from the Slayer Venge. They want to fight now. He's going to be needing a lot of time to actually get himself there first. He wants to pick up the Wisdom Rune. Roche. Marsbet seem not interested. They have a double Ravage. They have only one Thunder God's Wrath. Doesn't matter. So they have everything they need, basically. And they decide, nope, it's not worth it. Who cares? Let them have it. We'll use the double Ravage on the high ground and we will win by slowly chipping at their base. It worked in the previous game. Looks definitely harder right now as moneymakers are ahead. But not impossible. So this is going to be the Aegis Cheese Aghanim Scepter for the side of moneymakers. Jaeger already has the axe. Same is true for the Gyro. So they give it to the axe. Oh, they give it to the Venge, of course. Makes sense. The Venge now has the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard. And the 15-second nether swap cooldown. So now it has a 15-second cooldown. He can literally go into the fight, save people, do whatever he wants. So many options for this Venge to be useful inside of a fight. Airblade level 22. Nobody... Actually, Zeus is a little bit closer to level 25, but he still needs some time. So now you have Thunder God's Wrath flat damage or 325 AoE Lightning Bolt. I don't know what he wants to go for. I guess you go for the flat damage of the Thunder God's Wrath because nobody gets close to each other on the side of moneymakers, but we'll see. And he's going for a Sanjin Kai on the Zeus. Really wants this double ulti to do as much damage as possible. And it will. It really will. Makers coming from the other side, but the thing is, the two of their heroes, they might get caught. There is an Ascetic Scap, doesn't matter with the Ravage and the Hex. Oh, they have another Hex, they have another Ravage, they can kill this Axe as well, but there's gonna be disruption saving him. Actually, Venge will be going down, but he does have the illusion as well. Buyback from Delina. Vierk in a lot of trouble. He's gonna be using the cheese, and Vierk will be more than fine. That Aegis, that Roche in general, coming in handy. Now the Tidehunter did drop down. Axe surviving the Hex and the Ravage changes everything, and now Marsbed, they have to run away. LeBron will get caught by the call, but the rest of Marsbed seem like they're gonna be able to get themselves out, forcing a buyback on Delina. It is not that bad of a fight, but double Ravage is gone, double ulti on the Zeus is gone. They will have two of them in 50 seconds though. Let's see if moneymakers will have the guts to go for a push now. Axe coming, but the Ninja Zeus gets himself away. Axe is hunting. Need to get out somehow. He uses the refresher. Okay, he understands how dangerous this is. He'll get out. Whew. Mobe is now level 25 after that fight, and he did go for the flat damage on the Thunder God's Wrath. That's even more. That's 300 extra damage per hero. So 1500 in general in a fight from just one talent. If he has his refresher, because he's not really getting a chance to use the double Thunder God's Wrath, is he? Mouse. Again, LeBron with the caps. Look at the Lina. Fire bending away. Though fire bending in Dota doesn't look like fire bending in the Avatar. This Gyro. Look at how cool that looks. I didn't know that there's Is there an icon? Normally, can we zoom out of the gyro? Zoom out. No. Oh, there is. Oh, there is. Okay. Didn't know about that. Oh no, there's... Okay, there it is. Okay, there it makes more sense. So that is now a global concussive shot for the Skyreth Mage. Once he gets the Mystic Flare, 400 extra damage. This magic damage of Marsbet, it's insane. I'm thinking moneymakers, they might want to buy refreshers just for the double BKB. Axe, though, he's level 25. Berserker's Call, AoE. Let's look at that. Oh, he got the call off. Where is he? Oh, okay, he's on the other side of the map, and he caught the Zeus. With Lina coming over there, that Zeus turns around, does as much damage to Yegor as he can. But let's go back to the axe call. Lucas taking a lot of damage. There's the call out to the two of them. The Tidehunter will be dropping down as well. Does Mr. Luck have a buyback? He does have it. The only he dies is not the worst thing in the world. On the other side, they go for Oathtaker. He pops the Satanic. He's healing up. He's not healing up enough. There's the BKB. He needs the Thunder target. Where's the Thunder target? He goes for the illusion. It was already super low HP. Battle Hunger is on him. You will fight me. You will fight me until death. And immediately they swap out the axe. Even though he went so deep for the kill, he's still not going to be paying with his life. But this Venge will. The Anchor on the ground. He'll be letting go of the Venge because now only the illusion is left. And the Ravage goes through to everybody. Now the Kraken will show itself. And the Zeus will not die because of it. The magic missile connects to him. He needs to get out. The flags are killing him, but he will be protecting himself with the smoke. And Lucas slowed down to a crawl there with a Scotty. He is not gonna be allowed to leave so easily. They're just zoning out his teammates. And oh, Lucas, you're all alone. You're stunned. There's nobody that is gonna be saving you, moneymakers. They get deterred from their enemy base. They haven't secured a single Rax. So this is not gonna be that great for them, but they did force out 3 buybacks on the side of Marsbet, which is something that gives you a win condition. Next fight, moneymakers, if you win, it is gonna be the end of this game and the continuation of this first series. I think this is the best series that we've had so far, even if it doesn't go to game number 3. These two teams are so close in this game and in the previous game. You could see Marsbet just constantly choking out moneymakers, but the game itself, it was exciting and tense.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Okay, now we can see the axe AoE call, the ring over him. Observer, exalted is our loving observer. Show us the axe. Axe. Yeah, hover over the call.
Barracks are under
I
attack.
want to see. Ah, there it is. Look at that AoE. It's literally like you talk smack to somebody and then they have to fight you. Oh, you're too chicken to fight. And now it used to be like that when it's without level 25. Now he goes a little bit more personal, or maybe he screams more. Who knows? He could go with the yo mama jokes or something. Anyways, gold lead, 19k. Not insurmountable in this point in the game, but there are buybacks missing on Marsbet. Key buybacks on the Zeus, on the Terrorblade, and on the Ogre Magi as well. Ulti from the Zeus. They need to stay very careful in the next 5 minutes because that's how long they need for the buybacks to come back online. Have them on the Skyreth Mage and on the Tide. Double Ravage, double Thunder God's Wrath, double Mystic Flare. They still can't win fights. There is a Kaya on the Skyreth Mage. This Mystic Flare does 1728 damage. And imagine if you add in the Ancient Seal, 35 damage increase. If you're without a buyback on moneymakers, you're gone. There is now an Eternal Lens on the Venge, so swap from super far away, more than my screen. Look at that. Look at that. Very huge range for him. Bignum also has a big range too. He does have the Demonic Cleanse. It's very nice to have the Demonic Cleanse on the gyros so that the Anchor Smash cannot reduce his damage. You want Lucas to be at his best. The fire shield on the tower. There's an Aghanim Scepter on the Ogre Magi. He has the... Oh no! Call onto the two of them. They thought they had it. Now going for the title of the refresher. They got him. He does have a buyback. He might be needing to use it. LeBron is going to be getting deleted. Speaking of buybacks, he does not have one. He had the Aghanim Scepter. He thought he was going to be doing a lot with it. Not going to be enough. Double Nimbus on the ground. So many thunderclouds here. But the Thunderstorm, it is not going to be deadly. Moneymakers, they're properly grounded and they get themselves away. So another buyback has been forced out. Now, Tidehunter is going to be missing. The double call does allow them to kill him. Needs something. He needs something to be able to live. But nobody went for like defensive items like the Aesthetics Cap that the Lena has. Aeon discs or something. Everybody went full on, oh, we're going to have refreshers and things like that. And then you don't get a single Ravage off. He's approaching level 25 on Mr. Luck, but I think it's Marsbed that need to engage. They need to start the fight with the Ravage onto the, probably the Axe. Axe is your main target. He needs to die. He does have that Trickster's Cloak, so he's not the easiest guy to bring down. Roche up. Again, Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim Scepter. Is there anyone who needs an Axe on their side? I guess this time around you would be giving it to the Shadow Demon. But the Axe is cool. It's just not that. Oh, actually, Berserker's Call cooldown reduction 3 seconds. It will be 5 seconds cooldown on the call. What? What? You would have 3 seconds downtime? 2.5 seconds downtime on the call? Sure, let's go. Give it to the Axe. Who cares about 3 demonic purges and demonic cleanses? Yep, thank you, thank you. Let's see the cooldown. Berserker's Call, 6 seconds cooldown. Okay. 3 seconds you're fighting him, 3 seconds you're not fighting him. That's a good deal.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Axe, like the biggest trash talker in Dota. Okay, but the first Raxes, they get taken by Marsbet. Of course, they don't have a single tier 3 of theirs, so it's still, in terms of structural damage, it is gonna be moneymakers that are happier, but it is gonna be those super range creeps that will be making some kind of a difference in the top lane. GZ Arcane Rune on him. Oh boy, would he like to spam those. Terrorblade buyback back in 2 minutes. For Zeus, 1.5 minutes. LeBron around 2 minutes as well. A little bit more time. Aghanim Scepter does the thing that the Terrorblade wants, but he's going to be needing the Aghanim's Blessing as well. For now, saving the money for a buyback, hoping that the enemies don't come to the push just yet. They have to stop giving these double, triple calls to the Axe. It is just impossible to win a fight if that keeps happening. They need to keep their distance. Need to communicate properly. Terrorblade has the Aesthetics Cap. Okay, at least I like that. So the call on him is not going to be lasting as long. As the Aghanim Shard, Demon Zeal is there. This Terrorblade packs a punch. He really does. He uses the meta. You have around 400 damage. You have a crit. You attack super fast. People are going to be dying. But you need to be allowed to do so. Yegor is approaching level 30. This Lena is beastly. Let's keep tabs. Let's see the items. Anything new? It's hard to go from hero to hero. Anything big? A on disc on Tidehunter. Okay, that makes a difference. That definitely does make a huge difference. Bjerk does have bots too. Okay. So A on disc on Mr. Luck. Lucas goes forward. He's gonna be poked a little bit and swapped out immediately. O-Taker blinks in. Doesn't do that much. We'll be using the reflection, and moneymakers decide to keep themselves away. Bjerk still trying to find the call. The thing is that Bjerk can go in and make a mistake, as he always has a Venge to save him. Venge also sporting a cheese at the moment. Maybe in a fight he can transfer it to a core if need be. That'd be pretty cool to happen. He's not keeping it in the backpack, so you just put something in the backpack, put something in the backpack, you do it, you get given a cheese, and then the whole fight changes. Let's see if that's something that can happen. Axe really wants to use that call of his with the Axe. What, you put Battle Hunger on everybody, right? So armor, you now when you use Battle Hunger or somebody, it reduces their armor by 7 and gives Axe extra 7 armor. Okay, so he can have a bazillion armor once he uses the call if he gets it on 5 heroes. Or 35 extra, right? Plus, on top of 30, right? That he all gets from the Berserk slot. Yeah, he can get 70 armor bonus after the call. Of course, you're not going to be getting 5 heroes, but he already got 4 in this time around. Oh, what are those blasts again? It's going to be 2 heroes caught here. This is not going to be protected. There's going to be a nice ravage into the back lines, but LeBron will be taking down that 7 buyback. There's another ravage. Mr. Luck, you will be taking down double A on this. It doesn't help you one bit. So now they're going for Lucas. He still has the Aegis. He will be taken down once. No, disruption, keeping him alive. Terrorblade getting turned around and zap. You are dead. He just gets zapped to nothingness. Yegor turning everybody to ashes. There's gonna be a call. Vierk, the definite MVP of this game. And here comes the Terrorblade onto the Lina. Another swap from Slayer. 15-second cooldown. They just don't have cooldowns on these guys. Slayer, even if he dies, he still has an illusion to work with, but he eats the cheese. Marsbed, they only have 3 heroes to work with. Otakar is gonna be pulled in. He does use the Sunder, and there will be another disruption. The saves are insane. Nobody on Moneymakers is losing their lives. They didn't lose the cheese. They didn't lose the Aegis, but they didn't lose any heroes. Slayer going forward. There's the call again. Vierk, one more time. Going there as Otakar will be using the Terror Wave, and they got afraid for a second, but then they turned around and understood that they were fighting just one guy, and with a 5 versus 1, Moneymakers, they just turn around the Terrorblade and eat him alive. They will be buying back on the vent just to be able to end the game with all 5 of their heroes alive and finish this game number 2 as the victors, meaning that we haven't decided it's going to be a full 3-game series, but we are seeing that they are very, very tired. We know who's not tired. We know who's not tired. Vierk, he's going to be feeling super good about himself, but these guys, Mars better thinking, oh boy, if we just played it better, if we didn't allow him to get all of those calls, it would have been different. Maybe we could have won this one with a 2-1 going rest right now, but not going to be happening. The Moneymakers, they win game number 2, forcing out a 3rd map between Marsbet. Marsbet, they had their good times in this game, but when it came to one player that made a difference, it was the Axe. We talked about him in the draft. He needed to have a good game. He started falling off in the mid game, but later on, with beautiful calls, multi-man calls multiple times, Vierk, he brought the victory to his team. He got that 4-man call. After that, he was just on fire and could not make a mistake. And when you have 2 supports being always there to save you, you know that you're gonna be safe whatever you do, and playing without pressure, that is something that you don't get to see too often. And Vierk, without pressure, he was amazing. So because of it, we are going to be seeing one more game in this already amazing series. So guys, stay with us, because after the break, we're going to be finding out who gets the point today. Is it going to be Marsbet, or will it be Moneymakers?
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. I'm Harry Freak and we're watching a series between Moneymakers and Marsbet, and boy has it been a series. You would think, oh, there were some pauses, there were some delays, but there were minimal pauses and minimal delays here, just that the games were super long, super exciting, and very, very nail-biting, especially that last one that Moneymakers did manage to take in their favor, but Marsbet, they didn't go down without a fight. So let's see what's going to be happening in the next one, how this series is going to end, and who's going to be the victor. Overall, this is how I see it. So in terms of decision making and moving around the map, I think that Marsbet have the advantage. But when it comes to just straight up spell usage in a team fight, I think that Moneymakers take it there. It might be that Moneymakers, they're playing mostly their comfort heroes, whilst Marsbet, that they are playing all around overall. But we'll see how it goes between these two teams in game number 3, which the draft for has already started. Let's get ourselves into it there to see which heroes these teams are going to be picking up now in the final game of the series. Just a reminder for you guys, since we do have Moneymakers here, and I'm not talking only about the team, I'm talking about you guys, we have the promo code CUP23, which will give you $100 bonus on your first deposit at pinnacle.gg/welcome, and be sure to use that one if you're going to be betting on either one of these teams. We do, of course, advise you to bet responsibly and don't put in more that you're actually willing to spend. And of course, it is 18 plus, so for those of you guys that are underage, that is not gonna work. But let's look at the game right now. So Gyro and the Dawnbreaker Marsbet, they don't want to be playing versus the Gyro in this one. It makes sense. It really was a problem for them in the previous one. So they will ban out the Invoker. That is, I think we saw it in the first game, right? Yeah, Marsbet themselves played it. It was the case. Let me double check that. I remember seeing an Invoker today. Yeah, it was the GZ Invoker. We are yet to see a Mobe Invoker. I feel like this guy on Mobe, I really like how he lanes But he is pretty greedy after the laning stage with certain heroes, and it was shown in the previous game with the Zeus. So Doom also banned out. They did leave the Beastmaster in. We'll see if Moneymakers do wanna pick it up early. They didn't pick it up earlier in the previous game. I think in the first game it was banned out in the first three. And in game number 2, the Doom and the Beastmaster were the fourth and the fifth ban coming out from respect. So Moneymakers did have the opportunity to pick up the Beastmaster if they wanted to, but they don't want to. They want their Vengeful Spirit. That's the hero that they're gonna be sticking with. Let's see. Marsbet. What will they pick? We're gonna be going for the Underlord. Okay. Marsbet have opened up with the Underlord a couple of times. I do think that the Vengeful Spirit is actually quite good versus the Underlord, because if somebody gets caught in the Pit of Malice, even if there's a ton of Aidoses, a swap can make sure that that hero does survive. Let's see. Moneymakers, they ban out the Naga. Okay. That hero out of the picture. What else? What else are they afraid of? Considering that the other team does have the Underlord, you don't want to be playing versus these illusion heroes, because you're not going to be having that option of picking up the Underlord, one of the best heroes to deal with them in the throughout the game, really. So do you ban out the Terrorblade as well? I'm doubting that Moneymakers are going to be picking it up themselves versus the Underlord and all. So yeah. So now Beastmaster most likely is what Marsbet don't want to be playing against. If there's Avenge and the Beastmaster, that's a little bit too much in terms of buffing whoever they decide to pick. Beast? No, it's a Monkey King. So they're protecting the laning phase of their Underlord, opening up the potential for the Beastmaster. I'm just double checking everything to see if it has maybe been banned out earlier, but no. We'll be seeing a LeBron Dark Willow. We already talked about how he loves this hero and how much he has been playing it, so there it is. Moneymakers. What will they get? I think Beast plus Sky, let's say, would be good. Oh, but having a Vengeful Spirit and the Skyrit Mage on the same team, that's gonna be some love there. It will be the Rubik though, however. Very nice spells to steal from both of these heroes, though of course you do want to kind of stick with the Firestorm and push out the waves, be a pseudo Underlord, get so much farm, and then later on of course you can steal them. Well, get the usually when there's a Rubik versus an Underlord or a hero that does allow you to farm that fast, we see an Aghanim Scepter come out at some point in the game. And considering that the games have been pretty long in this series, I'm thinking we could actually come to that point where there's a Rubik with an Aghanim Scepter. So is this a Beastmaster pick for Moneymakers? Let's see. There it is. So it does come out finally. We're gonna be seeing the Beast and all of those hawks flying from the skies. Rubik Beastmaster, that lane can be quite formidable. Rubik spams, Beastmaster spams, and then once the time comes, the boars and the hawks do give you a decent amount of kill potential. Marsbet. What will they get? PA could be good. There's two pretty squishy supports. Vengeful Spirit has a little bit more armor considering she's an agility hero, but overall PA does make a lot of sense versus the Beast in the lane. spamming spells is a problem for you, and you are giving sticks to the Beastmaster and the Rubik to spam more, but you can still farm somewhat effectively there, and later on in the game you are going to be good, if that is what Marsbet want to go for. Primal Beast is in the pool, actually. Nobody has gone for that boy. Oh, okay. I never would have guessed the Clinks. No way I would have guessed that one. That can be a support as well. Not 100% certain. Let's see, were there any changes to the Clinks now in the C patch? Burning Skeleton Archers, attack speed bonus from Strafe increased from 50 to 65% per level. Okay. That's it. That's pretty much it. Okay. I do believe that this is most likely gonna, yeah, it's gonna be a support. Bloodseeker does come out. That is a hero that allows you to lane pretty well versus the Beastmaster, because you're self-sustaining. Moneymakers. Let's see, what will they get? So you see the Seeker. Faceless Void is always great versus the Seeker, but you don't really have good heroes with you. The thing is, Seeker is very good versus range heroes, no matter which one. Drow would be amazing for Moneymakers, but not versus the Seeker. Versus everybody else here, it's quite decent. So they'll go for the TA. The Blood Mist is a problem for you later on, so Moneymakers really need to make this fast. Their lineup makes a lot of sense, but Marsbet do have ways to deal with them. I like this. I think this is a very close draft. It does come down to execution. There's clear timings for both teams that they kind of want to, for Marsbet, evade from Moneymakers, and Moneymakers hit really, really hard. So Moneymakers... see. What will they ban? They are taking their sweet time. Let's see. You need to get rid of a mid laner. Last pick is for Marsbet. So you need to be getting rid of a mid laner, but not showing too much. We'll get rid of the Tusk. I would have been very surprised if Marsbet would have picked up a Tusk themselves. Unless this is a Mobe mid Clinks. He tends to play weird heroes sometimes, though I doubt it. Right? I guess the Walrus Punch does kill the Rubik and the Venge pretty fast. I don't know. I just don't see this Tusk as that great of a ban. The Lina will get banned out by Marsbet. They do expect this TA to be in the safe lane. Possible. So Marsbet, what do you get rid of? They're gonna get rid of the Earth Spirit. That would be a good mid lane pick for Yegor. And when you look at it, Dark Willow Clinks, they're just gonna be destroyed by you. Viper ban? I mean, that is a Mobe hero. You do have a ton of physical damage, though. That's something that the Viper hates, but TA hates the Viper. Moneymakers, what's it gonna be? They're really taking it, stretching it here. It will be the Viper. And they pick up a Storm Spirit. Okay, so out of these spirits, everybody is left if they want to match this. They could go for a Queen of Pain if they want to, but there's a ton of stuns that you're gonna have to be dealing with, and there will be a lot of pain, a lot of screaming, as she likes to say. They have time to discuss this. I like the Storm. You now have a lot of catch, and again, there's a Vengeful Spirit to save you, so even if you overextend, there's a chance that you're getting out alive. But still, you're versus the Underlord and the Dark Willow. Those roots can be annoying for you, but no sure stuns. I guess you can go for a puck. If that happens, can they swap the TA into mid lane? I don't think so. Even though I'm not that big a fan of a puck, in a sense that he can lose the lane to a Storm pretty heavily. Mobe has shown that he is, in terms of laning, better than Yegor. So that could be an approach. Anything else? Okay, so he goes for his Necro. When we look at Moneymakers, their magical damage is non-existent. So you use the Ghost Shroud, and you're alive for sure. I like this Necro pick. I think there's a little bit of a problem of running around the map for Marsbed, but if the Necro gets the Boots of Travel, he's actually going to be quite fine. This is again a close draft, similar to game number 2. I'm gonna go for Marsbed. I think this game is gonna have more to do with macro movements than micro movements, spell usage and stuff like that. So I think that Marsbet do have an advantage there. If you look at Moneymakers, they don't really have those big spells that they can hit that are gonna change the fight completely. They do have some heroes that can be played in a really nice way, who can do quite a lot with good spell usage in a fight, but it's not on the same level as it was for the accident previous one. What we do see is that they are very happy. Moneymakers, they're having fun, they're laughing, despite them being super annoyed probably after game number 1. They didn't let that get to him. They are very happy with their performance in the second one, and let's see if that will transfer their performance into the next map, which is gonna be on our screens in 3, 2, 1, blast off. Let's get ourselves into the game here as Marsbet face off versus Moneymakers one more time. This series has already lasted for 2 hours and 5 minutes. Sorry, 3 hours and 5 minutes. So if this was a normal day, if this was a normal series, we would have been starting the first game of the second best of 3 already. But no, this is going to be an amazing series that we're going to watch between these two teams. And let's see. They're coming over onto the high ground. There's going to be 5 heroes. LeBron, you have to be very careful. And he's dropping down. He will be dying. It is going to be Slayer getting the kill. Marsbet, they've lost 2 of their heroes. They want to kill Lucas. He's trying to run himself away. 2 heroes down on the other side. And Mobe, now it's time for a cleanup. 3 dead. We have a bloodbath here. And the Seeker, he's bathing in the blood of his enemies, his friends. It doesn't matter. If you seek blood, you will find it. 5 heroes dead. Just like that. The first blood did go to Moneymakers, but Marsbet in the end, they come out ahead. And at least the Necro didn't get any kills. The Storm, however, did the Storm get the first blood? No, it was Slayer. So I think this is a Marsbet win, slight one, but a win nonetheless. That was a big blood right, connecting onto all 5 of the heroes. Of course, they already did use their spells, but Yegor with a couple of more remnants maybe would have been able to deter them. That Star Bomb from the Clinks, it is a pretty decent spell. Movement slow, 16%. Impact damage, 40. In a choke point like that, that is huge. I actually can't believe that Marsbet just ran in on the high ground like that, like madman, and still came out on top. Slightly, but still on top. Bottom lane, Bloodseeker versus the Beastmaster. Should be Bloodseeker favored. I mean, this new Beastmaster, of course, he's different, but I should go the way of the Seeker. It's just very hard for you to do any kind of burst damage, and if he has time for the Seeker, he will be healing back up to full. Top lane, this is gonna be an interesting one. I think. Okay, so Marsbet here are gonna be annoying. But the side of Moneymakers, they have more chances of bursting somebody from 100 to 0. Though the thing is, will you get into that position? That is the question. There's already a medallion on the Clinks. No taker. He does finish off Big Num. So, as you mentioned, bottom lane should be pretty good for the Seeker. Though he has 1 CS, so chasing the Rubik round not really gonna help your case when it comes to last hitting. Mid lane, okay, Yegor is gonna have a really bad time here. Mobe decides not to die right now, but with the next creep wave, if he pushes it in, Yegor could get pushed back behind the tower even further. I can see Mobe. He's playing. He's not gonna allow Yegor to come back to the lane now. This is. Oh no, actually, he's going for the water rune. I thought he was gonna be more aggressive in the mid lane. Bottom, Bjerg, he's in trouble. He actually might die here. The Hawk being taken down and the Curse Crown keeping him in place. LeBron and No Taker doing a lot of damage, but they don't have enough to finish off the Beastmaster. Doesn't matter. This is gonna be good enough. You push him out of the lane, allow the Seeker just to do whatever he wants when it comes to farm. There is a salve on Bjerg, so he'll be able to heal himself back up to full. Still, a very nice trade there in favor of Marsbet. Their lanes are going amazingly well. The Storm caught back up in terms of CS, but those are some jungle creeps. He understands just how much of a nuisance this guy is gonna be in the mid lane, so he's just trying to get the best that he can. Nice Eye Blaze usage from Lucas. Jeezy fighting Slayer. Very nicely done by Slayer there to no, who took the healing Lotus? It was the Underlord. Slayer now runs away. Tower bomb slowing him down. Is it gonna be enough? One more hit, he gets the kill. That medallion is making such a huge difference. It's making him super tanky, but it's not only that. If they try to commit on somebody, they actually can't do it. I'm impressed by Yegor in this one. He really did find a way to make this lane okay-ish for him. Mobe does know the Necro inside and out, and you can always do some shenanigans versus this hero just because he's so slow, but it still is quite nice that that Yegor did manage to keep himself relevant in terms of CS. $1K gold lead makes sense. You're leading in kills. Oh, Jeezy, he did reduce the armor of the Venge, but with that, his own as well. His Spore Courier died. It was just coming over and the side blades finish him off. Talk about bad place at a bad time. But overall, nobody's really shut down. The one that has the least is the Beastmaster, but even he has 15 CS. So it's not like he is having the worst game of his life or something along those lines. The biggest problem here is that Yegor on the Storm is not close to his level 6, and Mobe is close to his level 6. So Yegor could easily die here. Has to be very, very careful about what he does. You can see his positioning. He just wants the experience. Nope, Mobe. He got his level 6, turns around with the Reaper side, and can he get this kill? There it is. Yegor gets taken down. He doesn't get the Reaper side kill, and there will be a turnaround, but it's still gonna be a win for Marsbet. This does leave Lucas all alone. Same is true for Vierg, so immediately the supports need to start running towards their buddies. Towards Lucas, help is coming, but Vierg, well, he has a Rubik for his support, and of course he would much rather stay in the mid lane and get some experience, and it is the smart thing to do. Mr. Luck going for a TP out. He has the Vanguard, even with all the minus armor. You just don't have the damage necessary to really threaten his life, so he'll be fine. So the first Reaper Scythe, he didn't get the bonus HP, but at a region, but at least he got the kill on the Storm, so it is kind of successful. Bjerg gets himself away, but again is just being pressured so much by these two nuisances. He does have Helm of the Iron Will, so that's why he's not taking that much damage from the right clicks. The armor is real. Mobe is gonna be caught now. Doesn't have the Ghost Shroud. He thought he was strong. He thought he could get away with not skilling it up. And, well, he was super wrong. He is going for an Atos on the...
Bottom tower is under attack.
on the Necro. So he will have a way to catch the storm, which is nice. Those roots are a problem. But him not having the Ghost Shroud, and that is a huge deal, because Necro is one of those heroes with which you don't want to die, really, like never, especially not in these parts of the game. If you are you can be ultra strong and you get the Ghost Shroud, you cannot die. You can turn around so many fights. You die once or twice, and then even once you get it, the enemies are gonna have enough levels, and you're not gonna have enough items to keep yourself alive. It is a classic snowball type hero. They're still ahead. He's still ahead of the storm, but not by a lot. And you picked this one to dominate the lane, to dominate everything that's happening around the mid. You can see that now he went into the jungle to get his Ghost Shroud before he starts fighting. Lucas is level 6, traps at the ready. So he will be able to protect himself quite nicely. He's going for a Dragonlance. So Dragonlance Blink Shard or Dragonlance Blink Deso Shard. That is most likely going to be his build. Bignam has a lot of levels. They're going for the rune. It's not going to be spawning there. Mobe. There it is. The Ghost Shroud protecting him. But here comes the storm. Mobe's going to die again. Oh, Igor actually going to be caught. There's the Reaper side. The silence will come through and the storm is dead. Despite the haste, it doesn't matter. He'll be taken down. It actually looked for a second like they're going to kill Mobe. But very nice rotation coming out from Motaker. Understanding just that his team needs him. And this is the strength of the Seeker. You're pretty speedy. So you can... rotate and then go back to the to farming in just a second. Clinks is level 6. Solar Crest ready. He has the skeleton walk. I wouldn't want to get on this guy's bad side. Let's see. Can they kill the storm between the two supports? No, not really. Last game, GZ and LeBron, they were a different type of support though, so they could go for kills. Now it's a little bit tougher. It's not impossible, but a Storm Spirit is not the type of hero that you can kill. You could have killed him with the Ogre Magi and the Skyrath Mage, but obviously Igor wasn't going to pick a Storm Spirit into that. He's going for a Falcon Blade Witchblade. I haven't seen a Witchblade Storm for quite some time. People have been going Orchid or Kaya. Not really wanting to get a Witchblade, but he's going with a different approach. Okay. And I can't say I like it or hate it. I haven't tried either one of them myself, so I'm not sure how strong it is. But we'll see it in this game. Marsbeth are still ahead. Mobe is still topping the natural chart, but you can see that the TA is creeping up there. And considering that there are... okay, Roar. They had a sentry. That is going to be a Death Clinks. He's pretty tanky, though. Oh, there is going to be another usage of the Death Pact. Look at the heals. They're insane. The Storm Spirit is coming over. He wants to kill GZ. He gets himself away from the vision. Will survive. The Moneymakers, they don't get the kill. That Clinks a little bit too tanky. Death Pact. I guess you don't expect it. No, not a lot of people are playing that much Clinks, especially in competitive Dota. This is the first one I'm seeing here, and then you're not certain what to expect from it. You don't have a Death Pact, my friend, or if you had, it has been broken. You are dead. GZ comes over and spawns those skeletons. It's very hard to defend this tower now. And even the skeleton archers are going to be focusing it down. Look at them. They all have party hats. So tier 1 tower in the mid lane will be open right now. But Marsbet don't really have that much catch. They have good vision with the Clinks running around. Oh, 80% win probability, 11 minutes in. Okay, Lord Gaben favoring Marsbet quite a lot. Smobe is continuing to farm. What's gonna be the next item of the Necro? Something is being blurred. I'm guessing bots. Yep. Okay, I like that. He needs to be able to farm fast, and he needs to be able to be everywhere on the map. Underlord and the Necro are pretty slow, but now both of them have global presence, right? And that does allow the team to play. It does allow them to play Dota a little bit more active on the map. Yegor, Falcon Blade ready. Oh man, he wants all of the swords. Falcon Blade, Witch Blade, Kaya, and again Sanj, Yasha. The broadsword, Claymore, buy everything, Storm. I don't know if you can use that many swords, but okay. The Underlord going for a mech. LeBron always goes for the drums with the Dark Willow. Okay, that's gonna be the TA caught. Bedlam will be doing a decent amount of damage. Lucas doesn't have the refractions for quite some time, and they might be able to bring him down. Terrorize will come out. The damage not gonna be sufficient. He will survive, especially with the refractions coming out just in time. Now the swap on Mr. Lucky, and he's a little bit too deep. They're gonna turn around onto Slayer to try to finish him off. They have the blood grenade, but the wands will be bringing him to a safe position when it comes to HP, and both of the ladies from the top lane will survive. Bignum did help there, and that's a really nice turnaround. You do have some ways to go through the refractions, but you do not have that burst damage, so there's always going to be some time for moneymakers to respond, and having a Venge on your side, well, it will allow you to save your buddies. I think that Marsbet are super annoyed by all the saves. In the previous game, you had the disruption, you had the swap, you had the demonic cleanse as well. It was just so hard to bring a hero down despite having so much damage in lockdown, and well, they're experiencing it again. This time around, they don't have that much damage in lockdown, but they still do have a decent amount of it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
LeBron. He does have his drums. Beastmaster. Helm of the Dominator is done. Is that the full Helm of the Overlord that's being delivered? Nope, just the Vlad's. She still needs the recipe, but it's not gonna take that long. So Ancient Creep will be there fairly soon for the side of Moneymakers. As we do have... Considering how the game started, I thought we were gonna have a bloodbath, but we actually have the slowest game so far. Not even any split push is happening. Rupture onto Bignum, goes for a TP out, he will try it, and he will not succeed. I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so that's fine. Yegor gonna be able to zip out. Terrorize won't connect. If the Brambles have connected, maybe they would be able to kill Yegor, but I doubt it. You need to connect Brambles, then Cursed Crown, then Terrorize, and maybe then you can kill him. But way too hard, way too hard. If you have an Atos from the Necro and his Reaper side, then it's different. Otaker, he's not at the top of the network chart, but he is pretty farmed. Maelstrom ready. His Mithril Hammer is coming as well. Nice swap just in time. This is what I was talking about. Bit of Malice doesn't do anything versus the swap. Of course, you will bring down Slayer, but the core will survive. Jeezy now is going to be caught. He needs some creeps for the Death Pact. Will he be able to get it off? LeBron, he gets a Terrorize off coming from the other side. Now turning around to the Storm. He has been rooted. The Storm is dead, and they want to go for more. Mobe will be slowing them down with the Ghost Shroud. They will turn around onto Lucas. This time around, there is nobody to swap their places with you. Death will bring you down. Now only will your debt be paid, my friend. Is that Venge acting like Jesus not gonna be happening any longer.
Dire's top
And this Clinks is insane. Like, look at LeBron and his beautiful position. The supports of Marsbet are playing really good Dota, I have to say, right? I'm not saying that the cores are not pulling their weight, but Jeezy and LeBron are amazing. So that core of the team, and of course their drafts and tactic are insane. I think if these guys do get some more practice in, I don't know if they need communication practice or whatever, I think they can actually be quite a formidable team in the next year of the DPC. Yeah, go on. Brambles. Oh no, they actually did not connect with the Brambles. So he's alive. I think he's alive. The Cursed Crown should not connect. It would be a bummer if Yegor doesn't return. This is a series that cannot have such an anticlimactic ending. How did he miss the Brambles? That's a bummer. How long until the Necro comes in? 0.5 seconds. He lifts his arm. The storm is out. This is the type of situation where I wouldn't risk it. I would zip forward as the storm, just to make sure that the turn rate doesn't make the Reaper side go towards me. The turn rate could screw you over here, or at least zip to the left or to the right. That doesn't matter. Just if you're going for the full turn rate, it could backfire. And we're going back to the player cameras. Yegor still disconnected. Yeah. He on Discord. Let's see. Okay, he's there. 500 ping. Oh, so he had ping. Okay. Hopefully everything does get fixed fairly soon. Of course this is gonna happen. It is a line tournament. Okay, he has reconnected. Let's see if we are gonna be continuing with the game already. They're still waiting. Yegor needs to be giving us a thumbs up. Hopefully his internet does stop acting up. I don't want to jinx it. My internet, it either works or it doesn't. I don't remember when I had like a ping or a packet loss problem. It can crash sometimes, very rarely. Now I've jinxed it for sure. Like for sure. I can imagine tomorrow, cast, bam, I don't have the internet and you guys have to listen to somebody else. What the hell is this? Let's see, Yegor. He gets caught. This is why I said just go forward. Just go forward. He shouldn't be mad. It's not their fault. And actually, they missed their spells. If they had connected with the Brambles, he would have died anyways. And he had time to think about it. Told you turn rate is gonna be making a difference. And they didn't even use the Reaper side, didn't have it. He has the Atos, however. There. The Mobe is going for Radiance again. He always is a little bit more greedy with the Necro. I guess it makes sense. You're a mid laner. It's not like you're an off lane Necro. Though no defensive items other than some HP that the Atos does provide. He has a oh yeah, okay, Fluffy Hat. Yeah, that's an HP item for a core. Okay, Pupil's Gift. Yeah, actually, he does have solid stats. 2000 HP is no joke. They get the Ghost Shroud off, and the heals, they have to effectively go through 3k HP. It's not that easy. Though usually once we see the Necro get caught, he will die. A gold lead, pretty comfortable for Marsbet. Taker, BKB is done. It's being delivered at the moment. Or the Storm, they really want to annoy Yegor. They are under enemy vision, however, so if moneymakers want to, they can bait Marsbet into a bad engagement. Though versus a BKB on the Seeker, it's not going to be an easy fight whatsoever. There is a Deso on the TA, so if you overextend and the TA starts getting in the shots, people can die.
Are scanning.
Player, he has the Solar Crest. What's gonna be the next item for the Klings? The Orchid. Yeah, versus the Storm, it makes sense. Is the Storm gonna get a BKB this game? I think it's kind of a necessity. He has the Witchblade right now going for the Kaya. The Witchblade for me is more of a murder type build. Jeezy. And now there's really nobody close. He is trying with the Death Pact. No matter how many of those you would use, when you're surrounded by 4 heroes, you're not gonna move and ultimately will fall. So Marsbet, they give away their support. It is a pretty farm support at that, but still a support for a nice 4-man rotation. Of course, the TA was farming all this time, but still TA not at the top of the network chart. And if it comes to it, who farms the fastest, it's definitely the TA in this game. But moneymakers, despite being behind, they don't want to be missing their timings with the Deso. They want the roads. The scan was used. They know that Marsbet are in the vicinity. The TPs are coming in. Terrorize gonna be used. They're afraid. And here comes the Fiend's Gate. Swap. He put his Beastmaster in harm's way. He does have a buyback, not using it just yet. Yegor has to use the sticks to get himself out, and Lucas just staying inside of the shadows. They don't know exactly that he's there. Now they do. With the blink out, he's gonna be fine. That's the Solar Reaper side. He's gonna get a taste of his own medicine. But you know, there's still a Grim Reaper for a Grim Reaper. And it still won't matter, as Marsbet will be winning that fight convincingly, bringing down 4 heroes. And the Roche did get himself to the bottom part of the map. How low is he? He is below half HP, so you could actually go for this one. You do have a Clinks with a Solar Crest, so this Roche can be taken down pretty fast. And moneymakers, they're not on the map, they're dead. They'll be going down. That was a cute steal on the Reaper side, but other than that fight was a complete disaster for moneymakers. And it's again LeBron on his Dark Willow, coming back to the supports of Marsbet.
Radiant's middle tower.
He is the one that sets it up with a Terrorize. Then Mr. Love goes through the Fiend's Gate, and suddenly the fight is lost. Though I'm very surprised about that smoke. Taker is standing his ground. Now the Storm is going to be caught. They don't have anything to keep him in place, and Mobe has put himself in harm's way. They have the Roar, will be going for it. He's so dead. Rupture on Lucas, gets the blink out. What was stolen? It is going to be the Rupture stolen. Just like that. I mean, we were talking about cores are pulling their own weight when it doesn't look that way. And we'll try to escape at this moment, but without the BKB, there's absolutely no chances. And also, the physical damage of moneymakers is insane. Mr. Luck didn't have the Fiend's Gate. He could not connect. That is just a huge mistake from both Mobe and Otaker. And if you remember in the previous game, Otaker got a lot of times on the Terrorblade. When he had some info on the map, so maybe he could have dodged it. So, you know, Otaker, I think he has had better days in terms of gameplay, in terms of reading the map. I'm not sure what the issue is. Marsbet, smoked up, Slayer on the menu. Slayer will be going down. Bedlam does so much damage, and LeBron is unstoppable. What is he gonna be building now? I guess it is gonna be the Boots of Bearing. This is the item that he always likes. He already has the drums. He did go for the Shard. I like that. The Shard on the Dark Willow is so underrated. It's, for me, one of the best shards in the game. It just makes it so hard to play Dota. And it also does increase. No, actually, it doesn't increase the AoE. The AoE gets increased by the level 15 talent. But when you have the Shard, you can go Terrorize and then Curse Crown, and the Curse Crown will connect on the hero. If you don't, then if you get the Terrorize off and then the Curse Crown, the enemy will have time to react. TA almost has the BKB, didn't go for the Shard immediately. He needs the BKB, he thinks he needs it, and he does. Pit of Malice is just too hard to play into. You're just gonna be running so many slows, and you do want to be able to stick on targets a little bit longer. I don't think this is one of those games where the TA just deletes somebody. He needs to get the more of the hits in. Storm, that again, Yegor will die. They might go for tips, and Fiend's Gate towards the mid lane. They immediately want to change the place that they're at. They're thinking maybe some TPCs are coming, but nope, nobody really cared. They will just allow Yegor to die. And this Storm is having an abysmal game. He really needs that BKB to be able to play anything. Rubik he has almost the same farm as the Storm, and still Rupture is stolen. But it will be expiring very soon. Shard is there on the Rubik. He has the Spirit Vessel. That's a Grandmaster Rubik, so Big Dumb, he knows what he's doing. Has already had some nice steals. The Rupture, the Reaper Scythe, Mr. Luck has to run. He's going to be slowed down by the trap. He finds the Invis Rune. Gets the Pit of Malice, but he's going to be taken down. That's the Pit of Malice now stolen. A lot of damage being done by Jeezy onto the onto Slayer, but the Vengeful Spirit will be fine. Nice clean kill for Moneymakers. But he has the Aegis. Moneymakers would love to have it with the TA lineup, but this is their timing. This is when they're at the strongest. So I would be very surprised if Marsbet would want to give any huge fights to Moneymakers. Just go for pickoffs. You have that Orchid. He's gonna wait for Big Numb, who actually blinks forward. Yeah, he's very much dead, surrounded by enemies everywhere. You literally have to go through a labyrinth of skeletons and brambles. And getting out of it, well, not a lot of people do. Storm is approaching the BKB. That does change the game quite a lot. TA already has hers, now down to 8 seconds. Easy. Be careful. There's a sentry there. He's keeping himself away. He's gating. Oh, Storm dead again. There will be a Terrorize. This is so sad. Yegor is not going anywhere. He'll just die to the pop there of the Orchid. And they have found the bonus as well. Slayer next on the menu. Atos will connect. Rooted until dead. Oathtaker comes over with a couple of hits. He contributes to the fight and lands himself a kill. This is the way that you want to play. You get pickoffs. You don't go for a full engagement. It is rough. Or you don't go for an engagement that the Moneymakers started. You have a Clinks. They have a TA. So both of the teams have some vision giving heroes. We can count the Venge as well in that. And the one that starts the fight first is usually going to be the one winning, unless on the other side there's a big Terrorize. And Moneymakers, they don't really have this turnaround. I guess a huge swap just in the nick of time on the TA, and he turns around with the refractions could be something that changes the game. So Seeker is going for a Manta. I thought he was going to be going for an Aghanim Scepter because it does go through the refractions even when there's a BKB on the TA. But for now, he wants a Manta. I'm guessing after that stats item, he's going to be looking towards the Aghanim Scepter. Bursting through the refraction charges of the TA is just something that the hero can't deal with. Yegor, he needs this BKB. He's probably telling his team, now you guys are going to sit with me until I have this done. He really needs it. As Marsbet are ahead. Are ahead by quite a lot. Yay. Nullifier done. Shard next on the menu, but the Nullifier is a big one. This now means that you can focus down Mobe, who does have a heart. I think he should buy a plate mail. I think that changes things in his favor quite a lot. Smoke from Moneymakers, they want to make use of that Nullifier. There is going to be a fortification to delay this tower push, but the Skeleton Archer might be able to take it down. Look at the tower, it needs so many hits to finish off the skeletons. Tips from the Storm, very deep. Swap was used. Very weird. There's gonna be a silence on the Storm. He doesn't have the BKB, and he's gonna get Reaper Side. Doesn't die immediately. Auto stolen. It's gonna be the Rupture on Oathtaker. He does get roared as well. So many BKB piercing disables on him. He's gonna try and stand his ground. He knows he cannot escape. Lucas will be losing his BKB fairly soon. So now he's in trouble inside of the Pit of Malice. They don't have to swap, and here comes the Terrorize only on him. It's time for a chase. They're coming in with the Necro. Nobody else is doing the damage. He has the Death Seeker as well, and will be going on to Big Numb to find his death. But the one bringing it will be Jeezy with a triple kill on his Clinks. This pick of theirs is working out so well. He's ahead of net worth over the Storm and threatening even the Beastmaster. It is an amazing amount of damage that he did in that fight, but of course, it was Mobe that did most of it. Moneymakers went too deep. Storm, Yegor, he's not having a good game, and I think he's tilting right now. After that disconnect, he just hasn't been looking like himself. This is the thing in Dota. You cannot allow the enemies to get in your head, and that is exactly what happened.
Tower is under attack.
They got in his head after that kill. All chat as well, and now he's just not being as focused as he should. Otaker did die in that fight, but it just comes down to Big Num stealing the Rupture. If he doesn't steal the Rupture, that Seeker runs out. So this Rubik contributing quite a lot there, Big Num, but it's not enough. The Rubik is not going to win you the game. He can give an opportunity, he can give an opening for your cores to shine, but the lights of Team Moneymakers, they're just not shining bright enough right now. TA is farmed, but it is the fastest farming hero in this game, definitely, and he's not at the top of the network chart. He's not that far ahead of the other two cores of Marsbet. It just goes to show that Marsbet are in a really comfortable position. There will be a smoke. Where will Marsbet go? Moneymakers. Bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Marsbet are in a smoke. They're moving towards bot. They want to get a fight off. Is there? No, there's no Rupture on the Rubik. He died in the previous fight. That is a good positioning that Moneymakers are holding. They really want this Roche. They really need this Roche. Let's put it that way. And the Ancient Black Dragon, they found LeBron. He's gonna be fine. Going for the Terrorize. Actually, he's dead. He already used the Shadow Realm, but Storm again caught. He's gone. He just doesn't have that BKB roar onto this Seeker, and they're trying to heal him up. He will be able to get himself away. The attacks, he goes into the brambles. He thought that was his own. Slayer will get taken down, and now Lucas next on the menu. They have the Nullifier on this Necro, but nobody to really do the damage. Stolen Brambles are doing a lot in this fight, and it's still not gonna be enough. And guess what? Jeezy is just killing everybody. This is what happens in a fight when you have found LeBron, you have found the Dark Willow and killed them before anything started, and you have still lost without many chances of winning that fight. This BKB on Yegor not being there, it is changing the game so much for Moneymakers. But after that fight, the win probability did swap into Moneymakers' favor slightly. It was 10% earlier. Now it's 11, so nice. GZ now does have a shard, so the Burning Barrage is there on the Clinks, giving him even more damage. He's level 19. Like, he's gonna have a Skadi. This is a core Clinks. This is not a support any longer. He deals a ton of damage. He's a problem. And you would think, oh, it's a support. He's squishy. We're gonna kill him. Nope. He has 2.6k HP with one Death Pact. 2.7 make it. Skadi ready. Yeah, good luck dealing with this guy. He's approaching level 20. What is his level 20 talent? 40 strafe attack speed, 300 death pact bonus health. We'll see which one he goes for. And I'm guessing strafe attack speed because he probably feels like he's unkillable. Roche gonna be taken here by Marsbet. You're taking the second Roche away from a TA lineup. Very rarely do we see TAs win when they don't get neither the first nor the second Roche. The hero just relies on it. Necro is level 23, Bloodseeker 21. We're seeing those big talents come out. Even the Underlord, 15% Atrophy Aura attack damage reduction. It is looking really good for Marsbet, but consequently, it is looking really bad for Moneymakers. Yegor, he definitely doesn't fit into the team narrative of Moneymakers because he has been very poor in this game. Finally, he will have a 9-second BKB, but the Storm isn't looking good. And you guys, if you want to get into the Moneymakers mentality, use the promo code CUP23 on pinnacle.gg/welcome and get up to $100 bonus on your first deposit. Of course, you have to be 18 plus, and we do encourage everybody to bet responsibly and carefully because Don't put in more than you are actually willing to spend. It is gonna be a 300 death pact HP on this Clinks. He is gonna be a tank. He has more HP than the Seeker.
Bottom tower has
Who's the carry? I'm the carry. Oh, Taker, step away. Step down, old man. Jeezy is in the house. He's gonna be showing you how it's done. There is no glyph on Moneymakers. They will be getting it right now just before their tower falls. A couple of more seconds and this tower would have died. So very lucky break for them that it did cool down as fast as it did. Moneymakers, they're in a smoke.
Radiant's top tower.
Quick, he still has that bramble. It really is a nice spell to protect it. There's gonna be so many brambles on the ground. It's good that LeBron does have the cosmetic, so his team can actually discern which one is his and which one is from the enemies.
Structures
Because Moneymakers, naturally, they're going to be running away from brambles, so it's going to be easier for them to dodge. Whilst Mars Bet, when they see the brambles, they still go forward. Oh, it's our spell, right? Let's see. Think big is going to be happening here. No fights.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Everybody will be fine. Seeing Mobe pushing the mid lane tower. They have the Aegis on the... Oh, they're actually going for Mobe. If he gets the cheese off, and he does get it off a little bit too early, but he knew that the stuns were going to be coming and terrorize. It's not the time this time around. LeBron wasn't there. Swap in Slayer. He gives his life away for his buddy. A noble decision for sure. Mobe underestimated the enemies. I mean, the cheese, yeah, it was used earlier, but I think after the stuns start coming through, you're not getting a chance to use it anyway. So maybe it was a smart choice to use it there. Not a smart choice not to have anything defensive. He does have a plate mail. That was a pretty fast kill, considering he has 3.8k HP and 22 armor. That is a tanky boy. Moneymakers, they made him look very squishy. This is the thing with the with these heavy physical damage lineups. No matter how well you itemize, and you're gonna have Shiva's Guard, ACs and stuff, of course. No matter how well you itemize, they always start packing a punch at some point. Rupture onto the what's it called? The Ancient Thunderhide. They just wanted the extra gold, and they will get it. Aegis is still up for another minute and 25 seconds. This lineup of Marsbet is very bad at going high ground, so I think we're in for another longer game. It will be giving time to Moneymakers to actually bring themselves back into this one. As I mentioned, these heavy physical damage dealing lineups, they can really hurt. TA is going for an MKB, so he wants to switch it up to have some magic damage in his hits as well. But I don't know. I kind of would have preferred a crit. Is there any miss? On the other side, nope. Defiant Shell on the Seeker. He doesn't even have the Elven Tunic. Not even thinking about a butterfly. There is a Halberd on the Underworld. That is going to be a problem for the TA. But let's see just how big of a one. 5 seconds being disarmed is kind of a problem. GZ. He has the war down. He has that gem going around the map. Going for a hex on this Clinks, meaning that anybody in his path will easily be taken down. He finds the support. He kills them with ease. Player is trying to farm his shard. Storm is now level 20. What do you get for his level 20 talent? So the electric vortex pull. I get it. He wants to go for an Aghanim Scepter. It makes sense. Mobe, he has found him. That's a storm. He does have mana to work with, so he should not die. Going through the portal, and he'll be fine. Seeker caught, taking damage, trying to heal him. Taker, he's fast. Miss on the high ground. The force staff is there. It's not gonna be enough, and there's no high ground miss. Bjerk will try to TP away. He will be successful. And Taker dead again. Every single time he just runs into the roar. He has that Lincoln Sphere, but very easy to get broken with so many pointing click spells on the side of Moneymakers. They've stopped the bleeding. For the past 10 minutes, we have been seeing a stalemate with around 15 to 20k gold lead for Marsbet. Moneymakers they're not budging.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Lucas is gonna be level 25, and that does change things quite significantly. Necro will be level 25 as well. We'll see what he goes for. And there's the TA. We know the TA will go for refractions. And the Necro, he went for the Heartstopper aura damage. 2.9% per second. If it is a longer fight, like 10 seconds fight, this guy will do way too much damage. And GZ is dead. Moneymakers, they're getting back into the game. All of their timings were stopped, but now their late game timing is coming. And Marsbet had your chance. Let's see if you have lost it, or is this game still in their hands as the TA takes the top spot of the network chart. Lucas gonna go for a smoke. Moneymakers, they're bringing in every single one of their heroes. GZ is missing. That is a pseudo core on the other side. Because pseudo cores, they have a Rubik as well, who is hella farm. He does have an Aghanim Scepter on the Rubik. Lincoln's broken. Odeker is dead again. And they won't even need the roar to finish him off. The damage output is gonna be insane. Marsbet just making mistakes over and over again. Mobe and Otaker, 2 games in a row. It feels like their performance just hasn't been good enough. That's gonna be a Tormentor taken. Bjerki gets a shard. 2 Hawks are now gonna be there. Time to go for a push. These guys, they push so fast. Physical damage of theirs, it's insane. The thing is that Marsbet, they don't have that good of initiation. They have found Mobe. Mobe is gone. They're gonna roar over the Lotus Orb. Who cares? Bjerk screaming at himself. Alright, there's gonna be a silence onto the Venge. At least they're gonna be finishing her off. But even without the Venge, this push is not gonna be all that hard. Lucas, he wants to get out of here. He doesn't have the Aegis. Has to be careful. Where are the saves? Where are the swaps? They're nowhere to be found. Lucas is running away. The Pit of Malice catches him, but there's no damage. Nobody's doing enough. No, and finally Mr. Luck will finish him off there with the lingering damage of the Firestorm. Now it's chase time. GZ, when he knows that there's no TA, there's nobody to stop him. There's nobody to kill him. He's the strongest one on the map. They won't be able to find a single hero at the moment. Storm? Storm is dead. Oh, he gets himself into a tar bomb. He's been slowed down to a crawl. Look at the damage from GZ. Just a billion flaming arrows going towards you. And the storm will burn.
Stay healthy. Stay unexpected.
Can't improve until you make a mistake. Some wise words from Yegor. He has been making some of them in this game. And Moneymakers, they had it. It's not looking good. Oh, and it's gonna be Marsbet that are going for a push. They're looking towards the bottom lane. Oh, very nice. The creeps are taking him out. There will be a rupture being used. An immediate blood right. He doesn't want to give the rupture to the enemies with the glyph. Are the creeps in the mid lane gonna get close enough? LeBron, GZ, somebody needs to deal with that wave. Okay, they are close enough. They are gonna be able to secure themselves a lane of racks. Both buybacks are ready for money makers, and they will have to use them. 2 lanes of racks, that's a little bit too much. But that's a stolen Pit of Malice. Gonna be kind of annoying. Not enough, and they're not using their buybacks. Are you gonna give megas? That shouldn't happen. Roche is alive, so they're most likely going to just be going and setting themselves up for Roche. Marsbet staying in the base right now. It would be a throw. Moneymakers, they thought they were the ones that are gonna be ending the game right now, but not the case. Taker, he does have that ninja gear. Well, 24 on the Seeker. Well, 24 on the Clinks. Any 25s coming soon, not really. Storm Spirit has his Aghanim Scepter. That can be a game changer. Well, let's see. What is he gonna get? Come on, make a decision. Tarbomb multi-shot. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's insane. That's actually insane. You have 3 heroes in Tarbomb. You're just gonna rip apart your team. Easy, he sees Vierg. The rest of the moneymakers are in the vicinity, but Mars bet they're smoked. The only one that isn't, it is the Clinks. The heal is going towards him. The Death Pulse might reveal his positioning. Actually, Big Num blinks himself out. He still has the Pit of Malice. Nice spell to have, but he might need something better. Where's the other one? He is actually cosplaying this guy Rupture onto the TA. BKB immediately being used. Lucas, he needs to get himself out. Swap out on the Storm. He will be fine. They're running away. Let's see how far they can actually go to pull in. Again, this is gonna be game number 2. Again, this time around, only Diego. He gets a nice pull, but it's not gonna be enough damage to ground to Lucas, and Taker will destroy him. And now he's gonna be going forward. He might have not have had that good of a game, but he's super speedy, super strong at this moment. Moneymakers, they lose 2 of their heroes, 3 actually, and will buy back on the Venge. This means that the Roche is lost. That's gonna be the 3rd Roche for Mars Bet. They've gotten Roche 1 and 2, and now the 3rd one will be theirs too. Aghanim Scepter, I guess, for the Seeker. Mobe already has his. Okay, Heartstopper Aura, health decay increased by 60% of Necro's current health regen. He has 100 health regen, so 60 damage per second. But that's currently, right? So once he gets a couple of kills in a fight and so on, it can be double, triple that. Immediately they go through the Fiend's Gate towards the top lane. Moneymakers, you buy back now or never. They're gonna be pulling him in, the 4 of them. They're all holding hands. Mars Bet, but this time around there's just not enough damage. Mobe standing his ground. He does not care about the damage of the TA. There will be a Reaper side. He came back to the world of the living, but death was waiting for him immediately. Taker, he's spraying blood towards the enemies, his own, while he's spilling theirs. Storm goes in again. Yegor practicing a little bit, and he should, because this game, a lot of it is on him. He has died multiple times. It is a bummer to say so, but the Storm really didn't have that much impact. There was some mistakes in this one, but from both teams, but it was a long series. And this just goes to show that even professional players, the competitive games, they can be taxing on them, right? So when you see pro teams do super well when they play like a lower bracket final and the grand final 8 games in a row, that needs so much focus, energy drinks, coffee, or whatever to boost you up, because you can see that these 2 teams, they started making mistakes in the 3rd game. It was a long 4-hour series, but still, it was very tough on them. In the end, Mars Bet will get the victory. I do think that macro movement around the map, it is better on their side. So once the fatigue kicked in, it is actually the decisions that made the difference and gave them the victory. Games 1 and 3 will go in their favor. Moneymakers, they did win the second one, but it didn't land them the series. We're gonna go to a break immediately because we need to prepare for the next series on which we're already an hour behind. So stay with us because Level Up versus Storm are coming up around now.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. But last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. I miss the salt in my hair, and I miss your emerald stare, and I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the beach. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the beach. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. That was last summer. That was last summer when you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. 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 you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. All right, Columbus Avenue.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
A very long and exciting first series of the day between Moneymakers and Marsbet ends with a 2-1 in favor of Marsbet. Second series of the day, Level Up versus Storm. We're hoping it can match the hype, but I'm just not sure because those two teams, they did really put up a standard here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. So let's look at the rosters of these teams between Level Up and Storm to see who's playing for them. We know that Level Up did bring in some stand-ins. 7 Jesu and Sobad and Lauren on me and Sweden Strong already were in the team. They announced that the Hawk is not going to be with them any longer. He's now coaching Quest. But their opponents, Storm, they also did make some roster changes before this tournament. Soneko and Dominic and Nikki Cool stayed. And, you know, they do have 2 new guys on their side. Oh, Mitra Fanushka is actually playing in instead of the youth. And of course they do have 1J. Okay, so they did bring in Mitra Fanushka. I guess. Oh, is that him? Well, we'll be finding out. Anyways, let's get ourselves into the game, into the draft, because it has started. We're trying to keep everything super fast here. Why? Because the last series was so long. We're already an hour and 15 minutes behind schedule, but it doesn't matter. If you guys can enjoy great Dota, we here are happy to cast for 30 hours a day if needed. Yes, it is possible. Have you guys watched Harry Potter? You know, now you know. Anyways, let's look at what these teams are gonna be getting. Who's gonna be winning? Who's actually a favorite here? I'm kind of leaning Storm. I think Level Up yesterday versus Ram Squad, they just didn't look convincing to me. They did beat Navi Jr. with ease, the 2-0, but versus Ram Squad, I'd even argue that both games number 1 and 2 Ram Squad were the better team. They made a mistake in game number 1 and then they lost, a huge mistake actually. But then game 3 Level Up kind of found their stride. So considering that they have these new additions to the team, some inconsistency is normal. And I really don't know what to expect from them. I think that the hero pools are maybe too small currently for level up, because Milan and the Hawk were the ones that did have wide hero pools, so they did open up for the other ones to pick their heroes. And I think Seven Jesu and so bad they don't have like super wide hero pools, and Storm will open up with a Nature's Prophet, so it was allowed to get picked up by them. Wait, yesterday we saw a support Nature's Prophet Ran squad played it, they won versus level up, and then they banned it out. So maybe they're trying to learn to play versus it. I mean, they're already 2-0, so very there's a good chance that level up are going through to the deciders, and then playoffs, of course, if they do well there. But I don't know, we'll see if they can deal with this one. Nature's Prophet is banned out every single time for a reason, very good reason. It was slightly nerfed now, so you don't get the double tango from his sprout. We'll find out. Storm, on the other hand, so they won versus Marsbet 2-1, and they won versus Moneymakers 2-1 as well. Level Up hasn't faced either of those, and I'm starting to believe that they might be weaker than them, because Marsbet did crush Ram squad. So, and Level Up pretty much struggled with them. So we'll see. I'm looking forward to this series. Storm, I'm a big fan of Soneko. I'm kind of sad that he hasn't been able to find his place in the competitive scene, at least not a high up there place for quite some time. But who knows? Maybe 2024 will be his year. So Pango there for level up. Okay, so that is most likely gonna be a mid lane Pango. Lorenov does play that hero quite a lot, and they'll go for the gyro. So they will be showing their 1 and 2 at the start. Only I think can play the Pango, but I haven't seen him do so for quite some time. We'll see. There is, okay, the Seeker got banned out. I like that one for sure. Shaker will be coming through, and the Dark Willow. These two heroes, they provide so much team fight. We can assume that this is going to be a Nature's Prophet support most likely, so then we're putting the Shaker in the core role, though it could be the other way around, with the Nature's Prophet being like off lane or mid lane, and we might be seeing a 4 Shaker. Who knows? Still keeping it quite flexible, though we haven't had a core Nature's Prophet so far in the tournament, and the way that it is being played and the way that people are utilizing the buffs to the hero, it doesn't make much sense to play him as a core. So level up, you see this, they need lockdown, they have a lot of damage already. Lion makes sense, you have Sweden strong on your side, it hasn't been banned out, you pick that one up for sure. They go for the Treant first. Again, if it's so bad playing the Treant, I'm fine. If it's Sweden strong, I definitely don't like it. Now, I'm not sure I would like to see the Lion. Yes, Gyro and Pango have a lot of damage, but Treant doesn't. Then if you get the Lion, then between your two supports, there's only one spell between the two of them that actually does any significant damage, and it is the Finger. So, level up. What do you get? They're going through the reserve time. They always use a good chunk of the reserve time. I'm guessing, you know, Sweden strong now taking over the drafting duties might not be too comfortable with the role. And yesterday, I know in level up in there, because in their boot camp they have multiple PCs, right? So yesterday I think they played the land there, you know, local 5, 6, 7k players come over, and then some of the level up players as well, they mix it up and they play LAN. So maybe he got tired, maybe it turned into a party. There will be a Rubik coming through. That is a Sweden strong hero, and this is a really good Rubik game, a lot of good spells to steal, and there will be a Tidehunter. So now, most likely, Tide 3. This supports Dark Willow and Nature's Prophet, and is going to be a Shaker mid. Nikki Cool, he knows how to play these melee heroes. He's pretty solid on his Shaker. Also, Pango doesn't like playing versus a Shaker. No melee mid laner likes playing versus a Shaker, because you just get smacked across the face every single time. It's literally like you're, no matter who the mid lane is if it's melee versus the Shaker, it's like a lightweight versus Mike Tyson, right? You have to dodge him, but to actually win the fight, you have to get close, and he just needs to one punch you to knock you out. That's kind of how I see it. So level up. They banned out the Faces Void and Storm, getting rid of the Darks here. They still haven't shown their carry, but they do need a hero that has a solid amount of stats, and versus the Darkseer, that's not great. The Morphling could be solid, though a lot of people are staying away from it. I like both the Faces Void and the Slark bans. Really, you have nothing to catch the Slark. Those two elusive heroes would be problematic for. I'm liking that they banned out these fast heroes for Storm. So what's it gonna be? Airblade. It is a hero that they go for quite often. Good versus the Gyro, builds into a Manta, so it's good versus the Treant Protector. Pango is kind of annoying to you, but you can live with one counter. So now there needs to be an Owned Me hero. They did ban out this Brewmaster, so doesn't have that in his arsenal. They could go for an Axe here if Owned Me wants to play it. Again, some damage issues there on level up. LC, same deal. Nope. The decision is Underlord. Yep, did stay in the pool. Good versus the Terrorblade. At some point, you're going to be needing to get the Silver Edge, break this guy, and kill him if you want to do the damage to the other ones. Okay. So I'm looking at these two drafts. And Lorinov and 7 Jesu, they have to go ham on level up, because the rest of the pack don't really contribute much in killing people. So they have to do well around the map in terms of at least keeping the game even. You do that by get a kill or two and stuff like it on the map until you get into the late game. Level up in the late game, if you get the right auras and Owned Me, you actually can win the Gyro versus the Terrorblade matchup, because Underlord is going to do better at controlling the Terrorblade's damage than the Tide will be doing for the Gyro. But in general, I think Storm lineup is easier to play. Even if you do get to that late game, look at it. Ravage, Terrorize, Echo. Soneko very good at pushing out the waves. Terrorblade very good at pushing out the waves. Catch better on Storm. So I do think that Storm have an edge. And as I said, level up aren't looking as powerful as you would expect from them. So I'm leaning Storm here. Do think they have themselves a pretty decent draft. They have pretty good heroes for themselves, something that they're comfortable on, and level up are gonna have their work cut out for them here in the first game of the series. So let's see, level up how good you actually are. And it is Mitro Fanushka playing. So he had some troubles with internet. I don't know if that's why they replaced him, or maybe he still has internet issues. But either way, he will not be a part of the team in this game either. And Mitro Fanushka actually did do well. So see.
Let's shake things up. Making mistakes is the path to
So Tidehunter disconnects. Hopefully Storm don't have issues with their player again. They almost lost the series versus Marspet because of it. Tidehunter, I could barely see his eyes there. Let's zoom in on the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet. We don't want the Rubik, man. He's wearing that old doctor's mask. Pango, the ladies' man. Okay, going ready. Everybody's ready. Everybody wants to go into the fight, and there it is. You're gonna be seeing level up. They want to protect their trees. But Storm did bring a solid amount of heroes here. 1J puts himself in harm's way. We're putting in the Brambles, but he's taking a ton of damage going in with the Tide, reducing their damage. Not going to be enough. 7 Jesu lands the kill. 1J starts off in not such a good way. He gives good chunk of money to 7 Jesu. Their supports usually don't have much. Nicky cool. They're trying to see if there's a ward there and plays their own. They're gonna be doing just that. The Saneko, now he knows that the ward was placed. He's pretty sure where as well, because they were covering every other path. Dominic, you have to be careful now. This Tide is gonna be taking a good beating. Almost half of his HP just gone. Goes to show how strong this lane of level up is going to be. That's one thing that we haven't talked about. The lanes of level up should be stronger, especially the side lanes. Mid lane, not so much. Side lanes, most definitely. Pinnacle wants to devoid that sentry and will be able to find it. So unblocks his small camp, his pool camp. That's mid lane. Nicky cool. Will probably come out ahead. I would be very surprised if that isn't the case. He's making some mistakes here in terms of he even got his range creep denied. So Nicky cool. I feel like he is being impatient there when it comes to last hitting a Saneko. You might have your pull camp, brother, but you need some HP here as well. Sweden Strong immediately goes through the Sprout and Saneko, running himself away. We know that he's faster than Rubik. Well, that Quelling Blade coming in handy. Does everybody have a Quelling Blade on their side? And yep. Gyro, yep. Pango, yep. Everybody has a Quelling Blade on the side of level up. We always see this versus the Nature's Prophet. It's way too hard to play versus him. Pinnacle, standing his ground, fighting Sweden Strong. I have to be careful. The Fade Bolt can kill you. Okay, he outplayed him. No, he didn't. Sweden Strong, is he gonna live? Reflection? Not enough damage. Sweden Strong gets out and now goes onto the creeps. The Satyrs will kill him. Beautifully done by Sweden Strong. The more I'm looking at this guy, the more he's impressing me. Position 4s have been playing really well here. It is a good position 4 meta. A lot of good heroes are here. A lot of flashy heroes as well are in the meta. But it is amazing how well they're playing. 1J on the other hand, he is gonna have some issues here. Survives, gets the Shadow Realm hit, but is definitely not healthy. Still, when it comes to CS, those are healthy for Storm. Look at the denies on the Terrorblade. He has more denies than CS. 9 denies, 7 CS. Putting a little bit more emphasis on taking the experience away from his enemies. Chain Protector in minus when it comes to armor, and now he's gonna get absolutely smacked down by Dominic immediately into the Shadow Realm for the Dark Willow. Will be able to survive. Hit in onto 7 Jesu. Nice chunk of damage, but of course the main thing they were gunning for was the kill on the Chain Protector. And when you have 1-2 armor, very low base armor on the Chain Protector, you're an easy target for a Tide Hunter with the Gush. This is the thing, if you're running away from the Treant, you're in trouble. But if you turn around on him, he cannot take the damage of 2 people. Dark Willow has taken down. Doesn't use the Shadow Realm, so will be losing her life. And 7 Jesu picks up the Healing Lotus. Very nice. Dominic needs to get out. He doesn't have that much to play with when it comes to HP. He does have the Ring of Health, however, so we'll be okay. Bottom lane, Mitrofanushka continuing to farm pretty well. Even though Saneko died, he did secure a very nice lane for him. And speaking of nice lanes, Nicky cool fighting Lauren off. Only 1 point in Enchant Totem. I expected 2 of those. Especially versus a melee hero. Bam. Not this time. Yes, Valve. You should call me to give voices to the Earthshaker. Everybody else. Nicky cool. Going for the rune. I don't think you can get there before Lauren off. 7 Jesu dropping low with the rotation of Saneko. 7 Jesu is dead and so bad. Even he could be in some trouble. They're trying to get on top of him. He will turn around, smack 1J once, and that might be the thing that cost him his life. 1J has the healing cell, so he will survive through the tower shots.
I still have dreams.
he would have survived even another one. So nice rotation from Soneko. They get themselves 2 kills. Level up. Definitely not feeling too confident during this laning phase. Everything is going the way of Storm. All 3 of their cores are topping the CS chart, and Dominic, despite being so low for such a long time, with that rotation of Soneko, he was able to farm with no issues. More and more points into the aftershock here, Nikki Cool. 1J running away from so bad. He's going into the trees to get some movement speed. He will steal the bounty rune, has the Shadow Realm TP out, and will be able to do it. No, there's only 2 heroes, so no stun from the Centaur will be coming out. so bad. He hoped that maybe the game is gonna decide to be on his side, but not the case. Bottom lane, Terrorblade in trouble. He used the sticks, has to run away, lingering damage. Oh no, he made a mistake. Mitchell Fanushka creating an illusion. He blocked himself in the trees. Maybe he could have survived a little bit longer. Speaking about survival, Dominic is trying to do just that. Running away from so bad, running away from 7 Jesu, and he will dive in under the tower. Added armor, added regen, not enough. Perseverance, he will not persevere through the damage of his enemies. It's gonna be 2 cores dead on different sides of the map. It's 1J. He's thinking about going for 7 Jesu. I don't think that he himself can do anything to threaten this gyro. Okay, 2 big kills for level up. Kind of equalizing this laning phase, putting it in their favor even. Nikki Cool has level 6, and so many heroes are coming his way so bad. We want to get smacked down. Okay, he's now just being outplayed. Nikki Cool, he wants to kill Lorenov and will be able to do it. And now these 2 supports, I don't think they have enough damage. He also has a full bottle and will now just be turning around onto the tree and give me another one. Nikki Cool gets a double. Soneko is dominating. Storm outplay level up so much. Level 3 Aftershock comes in handy as he destroys Lorenov, who thought he was gonna live easily through that echo, but it just dealt so much damage to him. Own Me is starting to get a lot from this lane. Terrorblade had 10 CS, 10 denies, and now he only has 11 denies, going to show that the Underlord is starting to do well. 7 Jesu drops the cooldown. It will be the homing missile onto the tide, and 7 Jesu gets out there easily, living armor, giving him even more survivability. Dominic, of course, now he will be able to escape. He does have the healing Lotus as well. His life isn't really in any kind of trouble.
Dire are scanning.
Let's look at the net worth, right? How's it looking at the moment? Gyro is topping it. He's 1,000 gold ahead of the Terrorblade, so the Terrorblade is the one suffering, and of course Lorenov on his Spango, but that one we most definitely expected. Nikki Cool is sporting that shield rune. That's completely fine. As bottom lane, Terrorblade again, Mitro Fanushka is gonna be targeted. He's probably not gonna be leaving the Spit of Malice. That would be his burial ground. He uses the sticks. This time around, he gets into the trees and he will die to the lingering damage, or will he? He's still alive. So bad and Own Me. They're chasing him. Maybe he can deny himself to the Roche. He is super fast. 1 stick charge only. He'll use it. Treads onto strength. Oh, they didn't see him. Now they're gonna catch him there with a Pit of Malice, and here comes 7 Jesu. That's gonna be the best hero to take the kill. The difference in carry farm, it is pretty big right now. 1,400 gold between the 2 of them. And yeah, if you would say that 30 minutes into the game, it really wouldn't be that big, but 8 minutes in, that's a big deal. Around 30% difference between them. Even more. Nikki Cool. He has the Invis rune. Shaker. Go somewhere with that one. If he hadn't used that enchant totem, that would have been his ward taken for sure. Not sure why he did it. Maybe he made a misclick. Either way, Nikki Cool with that Invis. Maybe you can try to make a play. TP somewhere, use the Invis, kill people. Owned Me goes to the top lane. Doesn't want to allow Dominic to chip down this tower with a Meteor Hammer. Usually we see the Tides at like 12-13 minutes bring down the tower. Gonna be a tough thing to do versus the Underlord. It's just that type of a hero.
Radiant
Invisibility. Use the scan. He's gonna try to find Lorinov. That's a big stack. Make it cool. Coming over, Lorinov. He seems to know. To know that something is up. He wants to wait for the creeps. Ulti, Echo. Where is the ulti from the Nature's Prophet? It didn't go through. It didn't connect on Lorinov. There were too many creeps. He's out. Oh, that's so unfortunate for them. They didn't have vision when it was used, and then it went on too many creeps were on the map and there, and then it doesn't connect. Very unfortunate for them. Lorinov, because of it, he will live. He knew that something was up, so his movement is literally why he lived there. If he would have been greedy, going and fighting those creeps head on, taking like 20% of his HP and damage, we would have seen a dead Pango. So it's not so much unluck as Lorinov did kind of set himself up for success. Seven to 7 in terms of kills, game even. Difference though, mid laners and carries. So mid laner of Storm and level up, topping the network chart. Carry of Storm and mid laner of level up, well, they're kind of at the bottom of the pack. Soneko is looking to overtake them. And Soneko is a greedy guy. He will have an Athos now. He loves his Chen, but he also loves the Nature's Prophet.
Is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yep, so things have slowed down. Level up, we're trying to defend everything on the top lane, especially there because of the Treant. Now that's not going to be happening because the tower did fall. Tidehunter getting it down. He does have the Ravage. We still haven't seen it being used. So far, both of the teams content and just hitting creeps. Lorinov farming towards his defusal, and Treant is gonna be caught. Fissure beautifully placed by Nicky Cool. He does have a Blink Dagger. Stolen Fissure. That is something that you shouldn't have given away. It is only a level 1 Fissure, but still a great spell. Nicky Cool trying to get himself away. There will be a Terrorize, keeping Lorinov away from Nicky Cool, so Earthshaker will survive and level up. Don't get a return kill, but they get a Stolen Fissure. Level 1 or not, sweet and strong. He's gonna be happy to have it. Soneko, there's the Fissure, there's the roll, and there is a dead Nature's Prophet. The most farm support on the map will die. He's actually very close to both the Terrorblade and the Pango in terms of net worth, so that is a huge kill. And a very nice streak for 7 Jesu to secure just by using a cooldown from afar. Dominic, they're going forward. That Bedlam does so much damage to me, and he's not going to be able to survive. Usually you look at the Underlord as this tanky hero, but having only the Vanguard, he's not going to be able to survive through all of this damage that Storm actually have to play with. Cool. Fissure used. It's gonna get stolen again. Sweet and strong going forward. He's in trouble. He has been surrounded by enemies. There's the Fissure coming out, but now he is most definitely gonna be dying. He steals something before he dies. Dominic close to death. He will get the Ravage before he gets it off. And Nikiku goes forward. No, you don't want to lose 2 of your cores. Just like the overgrowth will keep them away from Lorinov, but it is gonna be the Shadow Strike that does finish him off as 7 Jesu gets too close to Mitro Fanushka, who's always trying with his Terrorblade to be in the fight. But now it is really going to be making a difference. Nicky Cool continuing being very low, but continuing to be a nuisance to his enemies. Level up, they did lose 3 cores. Managed to get in a core and support, but it is an offlaner, and I don't think this Tidehunter really cares about dying. So Underlord now going for the Crimson Guard. They need to be able to protect themselves from the Terrorblade. Man, he ripped that Gyro a new one. Gyro has a Crystalist now going for an Aghanim Scepter, but really before you get an Axe, you're not that strong. And he actually bought a Staff of Wizardry on the Gyro. That has to be a misclick, right? You get tankier by getting the Point Booster and the Ogre Axe, or you get more farm by getting the Blade of Alacrity. The Staff of Wizardry gives you absolutely nothing. Own me, dead again, Storm. They're outplaying them. And strong. He was there now. Soneko, he has put himself in harm's way. Gonna be using the ulti. Sweet and Strong actually taking a lot of damage. This is Soneko, Nature's Prophet. He is strong. He's not gonna be strong enough to fight versus 2 supports. It's so bad. Just lets the Nature's Grasp take its course. And a guy that is so in sync with nature being killed by it. Not good for the image of the Nature's Prophet. Echo. Gyro is looking very much dead. Bedlam, Echo. That is more than enough. Storm are playing better Dota. No doubt about it. This is what I was talking about. This is... Oh, Earthshaker is going to be going in the back. He wants the Rubik. Doesn't want to be using his Fissure to give it to Sweet and Strong. You could see that he was waiting. He does have a teleport right now. So Rubik is able to have that global presence, which is nice. Okay, they will put a ward in deny range here on Storm. For now, they will stay in the area. They will have the Ravage now. And are ready to fight if they want to. Pyro, 2 components of the axe done. But the Terrorblade has caught up. He was so far behind 7 Jessu. No, not so much any longer. Especially when you look at it percentage-wise. Anushka going for the top lane. Rubik is already there. He wants to push out the waves and join his team with the teleport. Having that is most definitely gonna help, but he would love to kill this guy as he is isolated from his team. Finally, level up are gonna be going for a push. They cannot allow all of the enemy tier 1s to keep standing. Oh, Sweet and Strong has been caught. He's gone. He's most definitely gone. Here 1J will kill him. Atos comes through, so Soneko, he makes a contribution. But overall, it was all 1J. You really did want to punish him. But anyways, you do have a Treant Protector and you're losing in terms of towers. That just goes to show that this game is not going as planned for level up. And that is the thing. When you get behind with this lineup, you don't have anybody to make plays. Right? You can make plays inside of a team fight in the later portions of the game. Pango, maybe. Lorenov is the best one. But who is he going to be getting kills with? So bad. Spat on, Meteor Hammer, it will not connect, he gets himself away, but here comes Soneko. They want him dead, they're most likely gonna get him. He will be going for the overgrowth. Ravage is ready, but Nikki Cool coming in, he's gonna get the stuns, he's gonna get the damage, and that one hit to just break apart the tree. Imagine that force with which he strikes. The Shaker will have an Aghanim Scepter in no time. 200 gold before he does finish it. Speaking of Aghanim Scepters, Gyro is very close to his as well. Not as close as the Shaker, but 600 gold. He's gonna have it in less than a minute. Dominic is going for the Blink and the Lotus. So a completely different approach than what we saw from the Tide in the previous series, where he went for the Blink and the Shard. Just wanted to use that dead in the water. This Tide Hunter has the Meteor Hammer and the Pipe, and really there's so much magical damage from the other side. The physical damage just from the Flak Cannon and some Swashbuckle, but that's about it, and that's not nearly enough to be afraid of it. Especially when you have a hero like a Terrorblade, like you have so much armor on the side of Storm. Hearing a call down, they're going for the Tide Hunter. Dominic is taking it like a man, just pops the pipe and doesn't care. Level up are helpless at doing anything to this Tide Hunter. They are keeping the high ground in the triangle, and Storm don't feel too comfortable going there. They're just gonna wait for Sweet and Strong. Lauren off on the high ground. Nikki Cole needs to escape. And he's gonna be doing just that. Terrorize 1J, threatening with it, and they will decide not to go for the Shaker. He does have his Aghanim Scepter, so this guy now he's very mobile with the Blink, with the Axe, almost impossible to catch. Now even has the Arcane Rune. If I was level up, I wouldn't be getting on this guy's bad side. Also has the Bullwhip, so mana is not going to be that much of a problem. How is Soneko looking? He's going for a Shard. He has a Solar Crest, Sados. Still hasn't overtaken a core, but if the game continues with this trajectory, it might just happen. Dragon Scale on the Tide will give him some more pushing potential if he's able to attack the tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tower is dead. Went with the anchor smash damage, so just wants to be able to push out as much as possible, or as fast as possible. And level up still without any solutions to what Storm are doing at the moment. Gyro needs to be doing more. Gyro needs to be making plays. Gyro needs to be in fights. And he did join thus far, but now before he gets the BKB, he's actually a goner in those fights. You die. Shaker just goes and echoes you and you're gone. So that's why you're seeing 7 Jesu just being very conservative. And he is going for a BKB at the moment, but his strength in this game just isn't there. Airblade has the Manta, has the Dragonlance. He's basically on par with this guy. Nikiko will get caught, and he just jumps himself away. He'll be completely fine. Uses the Fissure. Rubik would love to steal that. Not gonna be happening. And Arcane Rune just comes in handy. Shaker, he might not use it to kill people, but he's gonna use it to evade a 5-man smoke and survive. Or a 4-man smoke, and the Underlords could have joined. And Nikiko now, he knows that the enemies went back and that he's safe. Very slow game in terms of kills. Like, we get kills here and there, but there's not constant skirmishing and constant threat of something happening in the game. Well, Fiend's Gate will be open. Dark Willow did show that. Nikiko, he has his Fissure to save his buddy, and it was stolen. Now the Overgrowth will be used, and Sweden Strong will not allow him to escape. Mitrofanushka will secure the Rosh, and even with the stolen Fissure, Nikiko doesn't care. He just jumps out. Bye-bye. Here, have the Fissure, so at least you have something to play with. As Level Up, again helpless, while Storm, they are making one move around the map. They're getting another objective. Terrorblade now has the Aegis. Mitrofanushka is having the time of his life. He did die at the start, but his approach of constantly wanting to make something happen and then getting that double kill after that, he has just been looking amazing. 206 CS. As the Gyro. Gyro is at 192. He's approaching the 200s as well. Shard on the Treant. They just killed the Tormentor. So that's nice. He's gonna be able to move around the map. The thing is, when you have the Shard on the Treant and you're losing this heavily, there's not much that you're gaining from it. When you're winning, you're just hunting everybody. You're always on the map. They don't know where you are. And you're just setting up for so much. When you're losing, you're basically, if you're going on enemy territory to give vision, there's a good chance that you're gonna get caught and just feed gold away. So let's see how much So Bad can actually do with this. Shard on the other side. Who's it gonna be? 1J. He goes down. Dominic gets it. The thing is that Soneko probably already just bought his. Nope, it's actually the Dark Willow that bought hers. So Dominic now, he does have the dead in the water. Poor Soneko, he probably wanted to have the Shard. Well, no Curse of the Old Growth just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Imagine you're surrounded by 10 trees. 200 DPS per second. DPS, 200 DPS. Cosplaying Sing Sing here. Bottom of the Moon, Quap of Pain and such. DPS per second. I remember when people were saying, I don't know how many of our viewers remember CDs, right? Now the new generation, just kidding, of course, you know, the Dota generation is older and even smarter, so they know the recent history. I remember people sometimes calling them compact CD. Would get on my nerves quite a lot. But yeah. So I'm guilty of roughly the same sin. So level up, they're in a smoke. They will pick up 3 of their players, trying to find something. Now they have the pipe as well, which is going to be decreasing the damage of Storm solidly. Let's see, Sweden Strong, he still has the fissure. It's gonna be expiring fairly soon. Nikki Cool is running in, doesn't care. Let's see if maybe they can bring him down. They have the Aghanim Scepter on Lorenoff, and finally, this guy will die. Nikki Cool turns around, threatens with the fissure, doesn't get to lift his arms in time. And that was a Ravage used. Was it stolen by the Rubik? I think he could have stole it, but he didn't. And it is gonna be the Dark Willow dropping down as well. Big win for level up, and they're gonna get more. Echo has been caught by Sweden Strong. They're still going forward. The Atos used on him, and the reflection from the Terrorblade, it seems like it's gonna be keeping level up away enough for their captain to escape. The captain of Storm to escape, and he does. With that, the BKB of the Gyro will be done, giving some newfound strength to level up. They did survive this. I can't call it pressure for Storm, but they were constantly pushing the issues, shoving in the lanes, trying to find kills. They never managed to do so. Dominic cancels the TP there with the dead in the water. He's pretty tanky, but doesn't have the Ravage, so has to be somewhat careful about what he does. Terrorblade is there with the Scotty, going for 7 Jesus, slowing him down, not slowing him down enough. 7 Jesus stands his ground with a BKB, and now the Terrorblade is in trouble. Mitra Fanushka, yes, we did want you dead, but he has the Thunder, he has the Aegis. He is not a target. Let's see, he's going for owned me. There will be a bit of malice, and it is going to be a stolen Thunder. So what a play by Sweden Strong. Now there's going to be a Fisher. He's going for Sweden Strong, doesn't want it stolen. He got disarmed, actually not disarmed. Lucky shot, so he just cannot attack. In the end, they will be bringing down the Underlord, but what a play from Sweden Strong. Maybe he has just baited in the Shaker to die, and once again, not going to be happening. The Curse Strong connects onto the Pango, and for now, everybody will disperse, but that was not an engagement the Storm were looking for. They just barely killed the Underlord. So bad is going forward. Swashbuckle onto 1J. Lorna threatening with the Rolling Thunder, and he does go for it. He wants 1J dead and might be able to do it, but look at the backlines. The supports died. 1J, beautiful footwork there. Lornoff, he is stuck, and now he's gonna be stuck dead in the water, or just dead even outside of it. Storm will be getting it down. 4 heroes dead just like that to level up, or 3. We don't have to count the Underlord. He died earlier. But that footwork from 1J was just amazing. Lornoff, you can see he's not happy with it. His ankles were broken. Good thing, Dota, you don't need much. You need your arms. That's it. Also, if your ankles have been broken, you can still continue playing. Getting a tier 2 down, very tough. Storm, they're gonna be needing an Aegis to do so. Level up. We'll see if they allow for that Aegis to happen. Now the Ravage is back up. There is going to be an Echo in 30 seconds. So fairly soon, Storm are going to have all of their ultis. Wrath of Nature, I'm not going to count it. Snake is probably using it off cooldown just to get the farm. His next item. Something is being delivered. It's a Crimson Guard for the Nature's Prophet. So there's gonna be a lot of auras here. There's gonna be a Lotus Orb on the Tidehunter. A lot of defensive things for Storm in general. Is the Terrorblade gonna go for a BKB? Yep, and well, Mitra Fanushka almost has it. The other side, any big items? That Aghanim Scepter and the Pango, didn't discuss it too much, but really is contributing much to the damage. Crimson Guard, Thunderlord, Glimmer. The Gyro has the Silver Edge, now going for Satanic, so pretty good items, and Trip Protector will go for a 4-staff Blink Out. Nikki Cool looks pretty safe. Rolling Thunder will not be connecting on him, and Nikki Cool survives. He's level 18, Echo at the ready. Somebody's gonna be broken. "28 minutes. The game. Old lead. It's not insurmountable, but it is there, and it is significant. As Nikki Cool finds himself a haste, he's gonna be super fast around these fights, and actually has a BKB, so good luck controlling this guy. Lotus Orb done for the Tide. Gonna be a ceremonial robe on the Treant Protector. Oh, if he gets close, that really does help. Cool. Has the cooldown reduction there. With the quickening charm. Mitra Fanushka found the Elven Tunic. This is gonna be a big fight of carries. Terrorblade and the Gyro, they're both very farmed. Terrorblade just slightly more. Look at Storm, they're constantly trying to find an opening. I'm very impressed with level up not giving it. Their communication in terms of dodging Storm in this game has been amazing. See, Underlord, he's going for a Lotus as well. I like that. Versus the Dark Willow, it's pretty much needed. Of course, Dark Willow has the shard, so that does change things quite significantly. We'll have level 15 soon, so the Curse Crown will be having a really big AoE. Unless he goes for the Bedlam damage, we'll see what he decides. Terrorblade, it is gonna be the Daedalus next, but the smoke from level up, where do they want to go? They're keeping it quiet. I won't be finding anyone unless they go out a little bit more on the map, though. The waves are being pushed out quite nicely. Top lane is the Treants. Mid lane actually now pushing out, and Storm, they go for a smoke. They know that something is up. They know their enemies are probably out on the map searching for an engagement, and we're gonna give one to you. Link on the Tide with the Ravage. Nicky Cool, he gets the Fissure onto all of them. It will be a stolen Fissure again, but it is going to be a very nice terrorize. Nicky Cool, he just destroys him. The Ravage connect as well. Seven just standing his ground. He turns around onto Dominic, finishes him off. It's going to be a 1-for-2, but you've only killed the support so far. Let's see how much Mitra Fanushka can do. He can do so much, destroying Seven Jesu. Is this your carry? Are these your cores? They destroyed the Gyro. There will be a blink out from the Pango trying to escape, but the Shaker has found Nicky Cool. Has to keep his distance. Lorinov, it's not easy fighting this guy. Both the Illusion and the real Terrorblade missed on the high ground. Lorinov, he's gonna have the Swashbuckle, but I don't think he's escaping. Nicky Cool comes over to smack him into the ground. A Storm bring down 4. Losing 2, and pretty insignificant heroes. They did their job in the fight. Terrorize was great. The Ravage was great. In the end, Underlord does make his escape. That is a hero that later on in the game you might be needing to focus down. They need a halberd from him. And going into the replay, he stole the Fissure, but Nicky Cool got the BKB off. That was the biggest deal. If he hadn't gotten the BKB off and the Fissure comes out, maybe the two supports can get themselves away, and then you have a different fight. But Mitra Fanushka, look at his positioning. Nobody is targeting him. Nobody cares about a Lotus Orb and 7 Jesu. They're just using everything on him and finishing him off. And that opens up the Roche. Not only do you get 4 kills, you get the Roche as well. Nicky Cool has given the Fissure so many times to Rubik this game, but even so, even with that being the case, Freedom Strong has not been able to change what is going on, and that is Storm just controlling it. Still not over. Underlord wants a shard. I can't help but think the halberd is a necessity. This Terrorblade is becoming a problem. This Terrorblade is a problem. It's not becoming a problem. And unless you can disarm him inside of a fight, well, good luck. That's 5 seconds that you can buy yourself. Cool. Level 20. Thinking of TPing in here, but Lorinov does make his escape. He's gonna get the BKB on the Pango fairly soon. Versus the Shaker, you might just need it. There's so many things that can connect on you, and after the Rolling Thunder, he basically cannot fight. If you do have the BKB, you can run in with the BKB and then the Rolling Thunder after it. Once the enemy BKBs are out, okay, cool. They want this Rubik, but they might find a Treant instead. That's still nice. 1J gets the kill with the Bedlam. What talent did the Dark Willow go for? He went for the Bedlam damage, so no Cursed Crown AoE. I really like that AoE, but I can understand it. Nicky Cool and Dominic, they go really deep there, and you do want to have extra damage in this game. You want heroes to die fast if you get on top of them. That is the thing. One Storm take down one hero, it's much easier for them to play the fight, because Nicky Cool is so mobile, you won't be able to lock him down. And even if you lock him down, if you don't have all of your heroes, it's very unlikely that you're getting the kill. Lauren off level 20, gets his swashbuckle damage. Gyro, level 21. So what get for the talent? Three flat cannon, of course. Dark Willow going for Lotus. Pretty big items coming for level up that might be game changing. Satanic for the gyro, I guess, is gonna be there soon. Yeah, everything else is there already.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
Okay, the Satanic is done.
Dire's
Mitrofanushka, he has the Daedalus, however, so he might actually be able to go through that Satanic with the damage that the Terrorblade does. It comes down to owned me. He needs to make sure that his Terrorblade just doesn't do enough. He's gonna be level 20 fairly soon, and that Atrophy Aura attack reduction, 7 Jesu, DP out, he'll be fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They don't have anything to cancel out the BKB TP. But there's no BKB. Still, how do you actually capitalize on this? I guess the last outer tower is something that you could take. They do have 2 minutes left on the Aegis. I doubt this Aegis is a high ground taking one. It just so happens that Storm's high ground, you know. You have the Terrorblade, which is okay, but if you use the meta, then you cannot fight for quite some time, and it's dangerous. So it's much better to get the outer tower, close out the map, and make level up. Force them to get out on it, knowing that they're gonna lose the game. Force them to get out and then win a fight. Wisdom rune stolen, so both of the 35-minute wisdom runes do go to Storm, increasing their lead even further. As the Spore Tower, it stands no chance. There's actually no glyph on level up, so Storm might decide to knock on the door. For now, they do want the outpost. They're level up. They're thinking of fighting this. There will be a Primal Blaze in the backlines immediately. They go for the Ravage. Dominic, why is he not using any spells? Is that going to be a stolen Ravage? I think so. By the Rubik, and he does get it. This is a big mistake. They will be securing themselves a shard. The Shaker gets it. Even with the cheese and the Aegis, you don't have the Ravage and the enemies do. They're really allowing this Rubik to get some key spells. He could have gone for the Anchor Smash whenever. Decides just to run in. Yo, take my Ravage. Rubik has it, Sweden strong, talking to his team. Guys, I have Ravage, we can crush them. His team looking at him. Maybe he just gave it to you to bait us into a fight, and maybe he did. The Aegis will be expiring in 20 seconds, so if that is a timing that level up can hit, that would be amazing. Blink Ravage on the Rubik, huge. He can get it off. Rolling Thunder now being used, going on the high ground. Nicky Cool, he does get stunned up, lifted up into the air. BKB gonna be used. Nicky Cool trying to run away. Overgrowth will be keeping him in place, doesn't get the jump out. They just pull him back. Dominic now running away. Storm, you're playing 4 versus 5. It did have a cheese on the Shaker, so interesting there. They're chasing to the Fiend's Gate, and if Terrorblade decides to stay there, there will be a Ravage coming through, but Terrorblade easily survives. Bombs the BKB, he's fighting the Gyro. He's not winning this fight, however. He's gonna be needing a Sunder target, and Lornov comes over to bring the HP to Mitrofanushka. I still don't think he's gonna be getting out of that one alive. Lotus Sword protecting him, but it still gets lifted up. Nice ulti from the Nature's Prophet, having the Aghanim Scepter. He keeps in place. Mitrofanushka, he's pretty fast. He needs to Manta dodge this homing missile. If he doesn't, it's gonna be dangerous. He doesn't dodge it though, but it doesn't last all that long. Soneko will be protecting him with the Solar Crest, and Terrorblade gets himself out. Storm, they lose the fight, but they didn't lose that many heroes. 7 Jesu breaks the Tidehunter, who's now on the high ground and safe. And the chase from level up doesn't give them too much. Big thing from level up is that they have this Treant Protector, so even if you're taking some chip damage on the towers from the Terrorblade illusions, you're fine, you can heal it up. And that allows you to go for chases like this, to be a little bit more conservative when it comes to TPing back to the base. So it's definitely alleviating some pressure. If they wouldn't have the Treant, it would be tough. 7 Jesu is approaching level 25. This Gyro becoming a problem. Butterfly is going to be the next item. We'll see the Terrorblade, what's the Butterfly or an MKB. He does have 6k gold on the Terrorblade, so can choose right now. I think once he sees the Butterfly on the Gyro, he just immediately buys the MKB. Next Roche can be up in about a minute. Tier 4 items starting to come out. Trickster's Cloak for the Gyro, so MKB is most definitely going to be something that the Terrorblade needs. Tormentor, another one. Need to get away with the Dark Willow. So Nakok, he gets the shard. This time around, the Curse of the Old Growth will be there. He has both the Aghanim Scepter and the shard. The truth, not to be underestimated. From 2 to up to 3.8 seconds is how long it can last. That is a long lockdown. And Underlord is going for a heart. I still would prefer to see Halberd, but okay. Terrorblade, he wasn't really doing all that much damage in the previous fight. If the Underlord is surviving, the Atrophiora will be a problem. Actually, he didn't go for the Atrophiora attack damage reduction. I very rarely see the plus 0.8 Firestorm burn damage, and having the shard, it actually makes sense. But it's a completely different approach to playing the Underlord than what I usually see. The owned me, he tends to switch it up. On different heroes though. I haven't seen a build like this. Terrorblade, he saw the butterfly. MKB is gonna be done. So, but he's not gonna be doing that much. We'll see how much this MKB will be contributing. They found so bad. Nicky cool. He needs to use the spell so as not to give the fissure, and he will. He jumps himself out. Homing missile will connect. He tries to take it down. No siree. It will still be stunning him. Barrier of the Terrorblade. It is carrying the Dragonlance. He's thinking probably about selling it though. I guess you can give away the boots and put the Hurricane Pike there. Slide. Oh, they found the gyro. They're gonna be going in with the echo. They want to use all their spare 7 jets. So he gets the BKB off stand. This girl is satanic. He is winning. There's another fissure for Nicky Cool. He's going on to Sweet and Strong. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Now without the Ravage, Dominic, how much can he actually do? 7 jets doesn't have the BKB, doesn't have the satanic, but he has the damage. The terrorist comes through. He's a little bit afraid. Sweet and Strong will be dying on the other side. And 7 Jesu, a little bit of trouble. It is gonna be the Lone Sword protecting him, but he does return the stun there to both of the supports to the side of Storm. Fanushka thing about going in. He's gonna be using the Sunder. Doesn't want to commit though. They're waiting for Nicky Cool to come back to their team. And the Curse Crown does connect on me. Where is he supposed to go? He has to get away from all of these brambles. It's a bramble maze indeed. Fissure will be connecting. Follow-up stun is there. 7 Jesu, now he does have a satanic. BKB still on up for 45 seconds. Very hard fight for Storm though, because they used all of their spells. They managed to do anything they needed to stun lock the gyro, and didn't come even close to killing him. Side Gunner heals him anyways, and once he gets the satanic off, it's over. He's healing up. I think they've learned their lesson. Bursting the gyro gonna be impossible. Level up. Are they actually stronger? They're 12k goal behind, but the gyro way too powerful. This hero, insane. Now the Aghanim Scepter, who's gonna be given that one? Is it gonna be so bad that we see Eyes in the Forest? They give it to Owned Me. Who gets it? It's gonna be Owned Me with the Aghanim Scepter. Slows enemy movement speed in the Pit of Malice. Summons a Pit of Malice around each of the portals, so you can have 2 Pit of Malice in a fight if he gets the Aghanim Scepter. Or are they giving it to the Rubik? I guess considering that Rubik has been doing such a good job, Sweden Strong, there is a good argument to give him the Aghanims. For now. Yep, there it is. The decision has been made. It's gonna be Sweden Strong. Yeah, how many good spells he can steal in this game. The gold lead has decreased to 6k. Level up, making their comeback. It's starting to look like the series yesterday. Storm is still in favor to win there by Lord Gaben, but definitely not as much as they were just 10 minutes ago. 63 to 38. 62 to 38. Insane what I'm saying. Yeah, there's 101% here. Jesu is level 25. The Shaker only level 24. Terrorblade not close either, and Pango not close either as well. So it's only the gyro that has hit his stride. That flak cannon, it's gonna be flying out so much in fights. 7 Jesu, confident look on his face, full of focus. He's not getting ahead of himself. He understands this game isn't over, but he also understands that he's much closer to victory than he was just 10 minutes ago. Hear this Terrorblade. How do you Probably thinking, how do I do more damage? Like, I have every damage item in the book.
Dire's middle tower is under
I
attack.
was thinking about replacing his boots with probably a Swift Blink, I'm guessing. You get the Swift Blink and you eat the Aghanim Scepter. Dominic. What does the Tide want? He wants the Refresher. Of course, he's nowhere near it. They have a Glyph on the side of Storm. They do not have a Treant Protector. I'm gonna spit on the Gyro, Force Staff, keeping him away. That Sprout not gonna be keeping him in place for that long. Now he's surrounded by so many brambles, he's gonna be getting into only one of it. Gyro gets himself away. They're using Terrorblade illusions to cut the waves in the mid, but it's not gonna be any structural damage or anything that cannot be fixed, even if it is by the Treant. They said alleviates the pressure for level up. Anything big it's coming up their way. 7 Jesu is thinking about the Swift Blink as well. Pango has a Basher, not thinking about Abyssal just yet. Nature's Prophet, level 20. They went for the Sprout Leashes. That is a game-changing talent. Speaking about game-changing talents and Treant Protector, I mean, if you get level... oh, he doesn't have the level 25 that you cannot dispel the overgrowth any longer. Makes sense. That you literally just lose the game in the late game versus the Treant Protector. It's over. He buys a Refresher, it's over. Just jumps in, use that, you can't do anything. Use another one, goodbye. You've lost. Echo. They found the Treant, and we won't be finding him any longer. What was stolen? It's gonna be a Fissure again. So Sweden's strong, very happy. He has the Fissure and the Bramble Maze. Very good spells for him. Look at how happy he is. Should be happy. His focus is there. Thank you, cool. He has made some mistakes, but you still need to be focused well enough to be able to steal it every single time. There's still Aegis Cheese on level up for another minute, but Storm have delayed their push for sure. Now, once the Treant is back up, there's not going to be an Aegis any longer. There will, however, be a Cheese. There's 2 Fissures creating an X that marks the spot. The Ravage does connect, but the Gyro just doesn't care. The Side Gunner is healing him up. They're trying to finish off the Rubik. Will be able to do so. Now the Gyro surrounded by enemies. Where are my friends? What's happening? Why am I all alone? He does have the Aegis, so it doesn't matter. He still has 1 more life to work with, and his teammates are coming over. This is going to be a 5 versus 4 scenario, but the Treant is coming over. 7 Jesu pops the BKB. Can he go through the portal? No, he cannot leave the Sprout, but he can with the TP. Now they're going to be blocking in. The poor Underlord. His path to home has been blocked in by the Fissure, and he cannot cross it. So Mitra Fanushka will be finishing him off as well. That's 90 seconds on the sidelines, and he's one of the guys that is keeping this Terrorblade damage in check. Now there's gonna be no one keeping Mitra Fanushka in check, and he's going forward with the intention to kill, to murder, to destroy in mind. Meta will be lost fairly soon. They're going to be using the Glyph. They don't want to give away this tower. Let's see if without the meta, Mitra Fanushka feels confident enough to go forward now. With the Swift Blink, he might have the strength to even go without it. The missile will be returned to the Gyro. It's going to come over. The Fissure does connect as well. There'll be some Treants coming. They're looking to get this lane of racks. Of course, with the Swashbuckler and the Lucky Shots. Look at the Terrorblade and how much attack speed he has. And the Lucky Shot doesn't even... pose that big of a threat to him. Stolen. It's gonna be the Sprout by the Rubik. The other spell, he has the Summon Treants. Terrorblade has been caught. He has the BKB, has the Sunder. Not gonna be using Sunder just yet, but the BKB is there. Thinking about re-engaging, and he will use it on the Gyro. Gyro, less than half HP, has to be very careful with the Force Step. They get him out of the Sprout. Now the Terrorize. Oh, the Echo! They have been caught! They have been found! And 7 Jesu, he gets the BKB off. Thinking cool. He caught them all, and they still couldn't kill a single one. At least so bad will fall in the end. It looked like they were gonna kill the Gyro. He does have a buyback, but that would have made the comeback very much close to impossible for level up. But still, they do manage to keep their Gyro alive and their hopes of winning game number 1 still. Again, very long game. The game starts to lag. We need some pauses, and once everything settles, then we can continue. Nikki Cool, very happy with what he had found. Those Brambles, they're making a difference, really. Very hard for level up to play into those. Let's look at how it went. Sunder 4-staffed out. Beautiful brambles. He didn't finish the terrorize. That's why they didn't get the kill. It was so bad they made a mistake. He was like, oh, sorry, not so bad. 1J. He could have went through with it. I don't know if maybe the Rubik canceled it out. We didn't see it. It was off screen. But if the terrorize comes through, I think the gyro dies and maybe even more. But he's like, oh, we got the echo, we got the stuns. You should always go through with the spells in a situation like that, because in the late game, even if you use a spell for a kill, it's definitely coming back off cooldown. Unless they buy back, which is still okay for you. Win probability 80%. Let's go back to the items. Let's analyze the items until we're back. So when it comes to Ag Scepters, pretty much everybody who needs them has it. Of course, Mitrofanushka would love to have it, but not the case. It's gonna be okay. Mitrofanushka will have it. Actually, it's gonna be delivered right now. The Aghanim Blessing is coming. That's gonna be big. The Terror Wave, it is a tough thing to deal with. Plus, you have a longer Metamorphosis if you want.
Making mistakes is the path to wisdom.
Go when ready. Are we gonna be starting? Yes, we will. It is still a 4 versus 5 scenario. Luckily for level up, the Roche is not gonna be spawning for another minute and a half. Oh, another pause. Storm, they seem to not be able to get their ping, FPS, whatever in order. Let's look at the players. Let's get their close-ups. There's 7 Jesu. That is Nikki Cool, as far as I know. That's a fan. That's something that we need quite a lot of. Still cannot come to a conclusion if the guy is playing with the left hand or if just the camera has some weird inversion. So bad, showing the shoulders, showing the muscles, all of those gains. His DMs are gonna be full after the game, and the game is starting again. So we're 50 minutes in. We still haven't seen a tier 5 item in the tournament so far, I would want to say. I know that the games that I have casted haven't been there. I'm going to be checking that after the game because the excitement is too big. Terror Wave is ready. Terror Blade, he did eat the Aghanim's Blessing. Sprout and the Bramble Maze. Rubik becomes a nature lover as well. Earthshaker, Spell Prism on him. He's going for a refresher. If you get 2 fissures out and you have a shard and you jump in, use the echo, that's so much damage. 7 Jesu leading the charge. His invis does expire. He still does have the Trickster's Cloak if he wants to use it. Homing Missile was used. It's gonna be returned. They go in with the echo. Now the fissure, he jumps out. The Terror Wave does connect. Here comes the Homing Missile. BKB, he didn't use it. Sprout does connect. They have the force that will be keeping him away. Now the Rubik has been caught within strong dead. You don't have the 2 supports and you do have the fissure and the damage to bring down 7 Jesu. Now the chase is on. They have an anchor on this Underlord. If he wasn't heavy enough, look at how big the guy is. You would think he would be able to pull that one, but he's gonna be dead in the water. As 3 kills go in favor of Storm. Immediately the gyro will buy back. He thinks that maybe he can fight this one, but Mitrofanushka does look a little bit too strong. Uses the Swift Link to increase his attack speed even further. Homing Missile will never be getting to this guy. Air defense is here for Storm, and they're bombing everything. They're literally destroying the base of level up. Despite these guys having a gyro, they should have the air superiority. Nikki Cool jumps in, gets bashed immediately by Lorenov, who had to pop the BKB. He's not going to be doing that much. He got through it just before the BKB ended. Has to roll up, curls himself inside of a ball. Doesn't have the Rolling Thunder just yet. Gyro has to use the Satanic. He is being leashed. He cannot move. They don't have 4 staffs. He cannot get himself away. He's gonna be turned into a little piggy and smashed into the ground as the BKB to run himself away. And the Cursed Crown does pop there inside of the fountain, so he does live. But that doesn't matter too much right now because their base does not. They lose all of their axes, meaning Mega Creeps are now gonna be making an appearance. Gyro is gonna be needing a Rapier if he wants to change anything in the game, and even then, it does seem like he just doesn't have the capability to attack all that much. It's only the side gunner getting the damage in, as the lockdowns of Storm are insane. It is to be expected. Once your BKBs get low, you're versus a Shaker, Dark Willow, and a Tidehunter. You're not going to be able to do much, and well, we can't also take away the Sprout leashes. The Nature's Prophet is really contributing so much in these fights, and he's going to have a Hex fairly soon. So Hex on the Dark Willow, there's going to be a Hex on the Nature's Prophet. Very farmed in the supports department, and Sweden Strong is farmed as well, but he got given an Aghanim Scepter. I was like, I'm successful as well. Dude, you were born rich, you don't count, right? As Daddy bought you that scepter.
Are scanning.
Level up. They need to fight this Roche versus Mega Creeps, and Roche not gonna be easy, but Storm, they don't have to rush. They can just wait it out. The Underlord, he is defending the base. He does have the Fiend's Gate to connect if need be. Scan was used, they know exactly where their enemies are. And Nikikul is going around. He's finding an opening. And I know where you are. I know where you are hiding. And you have been found. Come out wherever you are, Nikikul. This guy, he knows his hide and seek. Level up. Get absolutely demolished in that fight. Only will be using HEs, but his enemies will be using a Ravage as Mitchell Fanushka ends the game with a Beyond Godlike streak, gets a double kill, and it will be a 1-0 victory for Storm currently. Level up. They did hold their own for 50 minutes, but Storm did look like the better team through and through. Lorinov, he probably thinks he could have done more. Own me as well. Level up, they are definitely not happy with their performance. Just a couple of weeks ago, some people were thinking maybe they might even go to TI. Probably not, but they had a shot. Now, without the Hawk, without Milan, they are not strong enough. Sweden Strong. Thinking about it, he did as much as he could, stole like 10 times the fissure in this game, and it didn't make a difference. It didn't make a dent in Storm, who kept their cool even when things started falling apart a little bit, and in the end got themselves a pretty clean victory, never going behind ever since the start of the laning phase until the 50th minute where they ended it. So we had a 50-minute game. I said that the last series cannot be matched, or it's going to be very hard to match it, but Level Up managed to win game number 2. That could actually happen, and we're all hoping for it. These two teams are both 2-0, so this is a fight for the top spot in the Group A. Let's find out if it's going to be Storm that wins with a 2-0, or Level Up that forces out the third game in this best of 3.
Together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we are still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far I say in for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I'll always be your captain. I'll always be your captain. I told you you're my bone. Through the wind and fire we tried, hold on. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words that come together, story that we never told. So far I say fighting for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. For our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain. I'll always be your
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Game 1 was a pretty interesting one, but Storm did manage to win in the end. Level Up are now going to be one game behind and only one game away from giving up that spot number 1 on the standings in Group A, which we can look at right now if you guys want. Yeah, there it is. Group A, Level Up and Storm, both of them are at the top. Level Up actually has more points than Storm. Both of the series that they won with a score of 2-1, whilst Level Up they did win one series with a score of 2-0. Let's quickly look at Group B before the match does start, so that we don't forget about them as well. You know, they exist too. KZ team there are out of everybody else, have 2 more points than Team Arava, who are in the 2nd spot, whilst Sibe and 1 move. They might have the same score as Team Arava, but the map score is not the same, and that's why they have 0 points, whilst Team Arava has +1. Also, guys, Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes is brought to you by Gaming Malta. That is a home of gaming excellence. So if you want to check them out, go to gamingmalta.org and you can see what they are all about. Though I'm guessing a lot of you have already done that. We are currently waiting for the lobby to start. Every player is in the lobby, but one of them is not in the slot, and I'm not going to be telling you who because I'm no snitch. As yeah, we do start right now. I was about to tell you who's on which side, but I have no idea until they started the lobby, as I see, with one of the players missing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Level Up, they don't have a 5th player in slot. So let's see if the draft will be happening, or we will rehost the lobby immediately. It's gonna have to be the admins that make that decision, but probably we'll go through with the draft. We'll see. Anyways, the Dawnbreaker gets banned out, and the Chen on the other side. I told you guys, if Saneko gets the Chen in this tournament one more time, that means that there is a madman on the other side drafting, right? If maybe there is a team they're like, we can beat the Chen, let's try it, though. This is the type of hero that you do not try to beat, right? Everybody knows what a Chen does. Everybody knows which are the kind of the counter heroes to it. Everybody knows how you want to play, but if you play it perfectly, your enemies cannot do much. And yeah, we do have a draft on our hands, so I'm guessing there's gonna be a lobby rehost, so we do apologize for that. Anyways, the bans here, Skywrath Mage being removed. Primal Beast this time around will get targeted with a ban. The hero has been pretty much forgotten. He will be making a appearance as a banned guy. They will be banning out the Shaker. Nicky Cool, his performances on the Shaker in this tournament have been top notch. I've been loving every second of watching him. He just understands how deep he can go, when he can go. I'm not a fan that he gave so many fishes to the Rubik, but when you're playing a core Shaker, that's not the only thing that you have to think about. So, you know. They did give Soneko the Nature's Prophet yet again. Is it going to be an Underlord for level up? Do they value that hero that much to pick it up? I still think Venge looks pretty decent, because whoever is caught in a Sprout, you can always save him. I'm leaning towards that for level up. So let's see. What is it going to be? Pick the Venge, maybe pick an Invoker. That is also a possibility. There are a couple of heroes. The Beastmaster is also one of them, so that you can cut through the trees later on in the game, even if the Sprout does leash. But they'll go for the Venge. I think that the Venge currently, the hero is pretty strong. People have learned how to play around it. A lot of the heroes that go well with the Venge are pretty strong, so no reason not to pick it up. And saving people from the Sprout later on in the game, your cores are not going to be having a Quelling Blade. It's much easier to play this way. Plus, when you have a Venge, you want to pick up heroes that naturally sometimes build into a Hurricane Pike, which is versus the Sprout very much needed. So a lot of reasons to get it versus the Soneko Nature's Prophet. I should say Nature's Prophet here, not Soneko. The production is already, yes, Soneko is playing this one. We don't care. It's him. He is the captain of Storm, so makes sense. He picks his hero first. Gyro and the Coddle will get banned out, so we're not going to be seeing a Gyro Venge for a good reason. That combo is a little bit too powerful. I think one of the reasons that the Venge never makes it to the second phase of the picks is because then you can double pick the Venge and the Gyro, and nobody wants to go up against that. It really is very hard. We saw the Gyro in the previous game be behind the Terrorblade for like an item. He buys the Butterfly, instantly gets an MKB to the face, and still is able to stand his ground and fight the Terrorblade. Until later on, of course, his BKB gets low and he's stunned up and never gets a chance to get a single hit off. But when it comes down to these two heroes fighting, the Gyro is actually winning. Imagine if there is a Venge in the equation. Good luck. Brewmaster will come out, level up, are aware that this is most likely getting banned out, as this is one of Owned Me's best heroes. That's weird. Getting that as a name into a sentence. But Storm, now they see the Brewmaster. You know that you're most likely not bursting him down, as there's a Venge. So yeah, you try to go with longer fights, Brambles being super annoying to the enemies, having heroes that are not gonna die that easily, and both of these heroes do that just well. Are they gonna have the exact same pick? I guess if you get the Terrorblade, the Brewmaster is a decent hero versus it, so maybe you don't want to go that route. But so far, Storm have the exact 3 heroes that they had in the previous game, and they really did outdo themselves. So let's see now, level up. You pretty much know what type of lineup your enemies are going to be playing. Monkey King comes out. That is a pretty nice one. Dark Willow is annoying to the Monkey King. Everybody else, not so much. So you do deal well with the Tide in the lane, and generally you're good at hunting the Nature's Prophet when he's going with his split pushing shenanigans. So it is a great one. Brambles are annoying to you, and the Terrorize can push you out of your Wukong's command. Other than that, pretty good pick. Plus 7 Jesu, he is pretty known for these Slarks, Monkey Kings, Ursas. Just like any Eastern European carry, I guess. Aggression is the keyword. So I guess now you want to show the second support. The Rubik is still in the pool, so you could go that route. Anything that can ignite the Cinder Brew in the lane is good. Even the Vengeful Spirit can do that, but I kind of feel like Vengeful Spirit is a so bad hero, and Sweden Strong might be getting something else. So they'll get a Grimstroke. Now we don't know who is who, but very nice versus the Tide. Very nice versus the Pango as well. So that's pretty cool. But still, Grimstroke counter for the Pango, counter for the Tide. So that is gonna be a huge pick. And actually, when you look at it, Storm don't really have anything to go into the backlines and find him, unless Lorinov goes for the Rolling Thunder beforehand and he finds the Grimstroke and kills him, which would be nice. Other than that, you might need to get a blink early on Dominic and start the fight like that. So, level up, they ban out the Sven. Probably will ban out the Slark as well. Slark looks amazing here for Storm. Other than the Phantom's Embrace from the Grimstroke, yeah, really, really good ban. Storm, they get rid of the Ember and the TA. Those are the Lorinov heroes. And let's see now, Storm. What's your carry? Jugger, Ursa, not really in the meta. Doesn't like playing versus the Brewmaster. Troll either. What's left? What has Storm played? Oh, they played a Terrorblade. But in this game? Faces Void they have not played. Especially not with Mitrofanushka. Okay. When it comes to chrono damage, I guess that Bedlam now is on par with like an AA with the Skywrath Mage. It really is super strong. You look at level up, they don't deal well with time dilation. This is a good Faces Void pick. I like it. And you actually now have... Actually don't have a chance of killing the Brewmaster. The Venge is just the thing that always throws me off. It is a hero that makes a difference. So what do you want now? I guess a Storm is great for Lorinov here. Pretty amazing. The Bramble is the only thing that you're kind of afraid of. You don't have easy lockdown for him, and there's a swap save if you need it. You also will have the Inkswell to help you with the damage, but they go for the Dragonite. It is good in the lane, but it has a damage issue, right? That is the problem. Damage could be an issue for level up. So I'm thinking this is a closer draft than the previous one was. I still feel Storm are better, but I can't help but think that level up have done a pretty good job in this one when it comes to drafting. A tough call for sure. I think we're gonna be seeing a bit of a closer game in terms of who controls the game. It's not gonna be as straightforward as Storm winning for the entirety of it. So, if I have to choose, I'm gonna go with Storm. I feel like they're the better team, and that's the main reason I'm going for them. They have this team fight lineup. The thing is that level up lineup is well, it is a hard one to execute, right? You always have to be in a good position. Okay, guys, the players are getting into the lobby, so everything is going to be fine. We will be getting ourselves into the game fairly soon. There was an issue with one of the players on level up. He didn't get into the slot, so that's why we are having a re-host. But while we're hosting, you can definitely go to pinnacle.gg/welcome. Use the promo code CUP23. Get up to how much? $100 bonus on your first deposit. But unfortunately, for all of you guys that are underage, it is only 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly and only put up as much as you are willing to spend. Though if you listen to Harry Freak and his perfect analysis of the games, you're always gonna know who's gonna win, right? Amazing. Yep, the lobby is pretty much up. Now we're getting our observers in, and once all taken care of, you can do it. Also, guys, be sure to follow Pinnacle on Twitter, and you can follow Eden Esports. They're the tournament organizers as well. And don't forget to follow the casters, Harry Freak for sure. You can get me then, so that you can know when we're live. We're all gonna be posting pretty much our schedules here. After this match, we're going into Group B. I think that Bowie is gonna be taking over for me today, or maybe it's gonna be Blue Scale. Let me check that, so that you know who you're gonna be enjoying once you get rid of me. It is gonna be Blue Scale today. Bowie will be tomorrow and the day after. So that's when Bowie will be coming in. Let's remind ourselves of the rosters. Look at the beautiful faces of these guys when they have these professional pictures taken. Mitchell, Finushka, Nikki Cool, Dominic, 1J, and Soneko. They look like a merry bunch. Every one of them looks pretty happy, apart from Dominic. He's he looks like he doesn't trust you, so he might bite. But their opponents level up. Let's look at the team from Serbia with not a single Serbian player. I don't know if they have a single Balkan player. I think not. 7 just Lorenov owned me so bad. And Sweden Strong are the guys playing for this team, and we're seeing Lorenov own me and Sweden Strong, all of them in level up jerseys. Of course, so bad at 7 Jesu, considering they're kind of stand-ins for this tournament, are not gonna be having the gear. So bad they're in the Namiga jersey. Namiga kicked him just before TI qualifiers, so that might actually hurt, but I'm guessing he's fine. I was kind of cheering for Namiga before they kicked him. After they kicked him, I wasn't staying in line with the Namiga flag for sure. Still felt bad that they got eliminated so early, but it is what it is. We're seeing Sweden Strong. He's giving instructions to his team, taking on the captain role. So bad, listening, sharing his Dota knowledge as well with his teammates. As the game is starting, we're going into those loading screens, guys, and before we get ourselves into the game, we're going to be looking at the beautiful logos of Level Up and Storm. Is it going to be the Rhino, or is it going to be the Lightning that wins? We find out in the game that we get into right now. Level Up versus Storm, game number 2 will commence.
Prepare for
There we are. Now we are not behind schedule at the moment, but in 10 minutes we are gonna be. But it doesn't matter, guys. Why are we here? We're here for Dota. Do we care if it's gonna be a 15-hour day? No, we don't. We are actually hoping that it is. Why? Because it gives more entertainment to our viewers. Let's see. So I said, I'm looking at this level up draft. I like it. I actually like it quite a lot. Maybe I'm gonna be flip-flopping here. Thinking that level up can win this. They should win mid. They should win their safe lane. Their off lane should be equal. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit Faces Void favored.
That was unreal.
So again, it's an X factor if Soneko can make a difference with timely TPs to change how the lanes are gonna go. So I'm gonna go for level up. They have stronger lanes. They have really good setup for the Wukong's man. So many stuns and so many heroes to bait people in. You have saves for the Chrono in a swap. You have some heals with the Inkswell later on once you buy a shard. What level up is lacking is damage, but usually when you have strong lanes, if those lanes go well, you are not going to be having damage problems anyways, because you're going to be slightly ahead of the enemies. So yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna be going for level up. I'm thinking this is going into 3 games as well. Let's go, 12 game day. That is what we're hoping for here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. Also, guys, we did change the format of the tournament. I see that you are, I mean, if you've been watching for the past couple of days, you see that we have groups. It's not just gonna be single elimination tournament as it was in the last time. So we have less teams, but definitely more famous, better. Such we don't have classic like tier 3, tier 4 teams that nobody has ever heard of. The thing is though, we still have the same prize pool, $50,000, but the most important thing is that the winner of the tournament is going where? To Malta, of course, to experience the Malta vibes in a 5-star hotel in an exclusive boot camp. Oh man, I want to go to Malta. Need to ask Pinnacle. Yo, take me, take me. 5-star boot camp. Let's go. As it is gonna be start to the laning stage. Not much is gonna be happening here. Lauren off with the Dragonite. I expected the Dragon Tail a little bit earlier, but he wants to be reducing the damage of his enemies. Seven Jesu. They're trying to annoy him as much as possible. So bad they're going forward as the other side lane. Even more interesting things were happening. Sweden Strong went down a couple of times there. He did get sprouted, and Soneko baited him into a bad move. Showing his experience, Soneko, he has been on the competitive scene for a very long time. In Sweden Strong, being somewhat new on the block, he will get outplayed. Get outplayed, son, as they would say. 7 Jesu. Gone on. Now he does have the Jingu stacks. He's trying to get them. And Dominic, I think they need one more hit. Oh, both of them will die. And this is the safe lane of level up that we're talking about in the draft that could go their way. And now it's most definitely going to go their way, as Tide is having a bad time in terms of CS. And it's only going to continue as the Monkey King gains more levels. Metro Fanushka farming pretty well. I do think that Own Me should maybe come out slightly on top in this one, of course. Considering that you got the first blood, that's gonna change it for sure, net worth wise. Lauren off in the mid lane. Actually, Nicky Cool is keeping himself in there. This is why I thought there was gonna be a Dragon Tail just to allow you to deny a little bit more. But nope. Both of them neck and neck, and it is gonna be the Breathe Fire. Gets taken multiple times. Dominic farming level up. They're in the top lane, doing well themselves too. Soneko was trying to pull, but the wave will be in a great position for level up. This isn't even a good position. It's pretty close to their tower. Not too interesting in terms of a laning stage. We definitely don't see a lot of poking. I can understand it. None of the teams want to get close and get personal here, especially not the Tide Hunter. You get close to 7 Jesu, he starts wrapping up the Jingu stacks. He's thinking about skilling up the Primal Spring if it does come to it. A lot of minus armor on this lane. Some from the Venge, some from the Gush. You have to try to keep the Monkey King low so that he cannot commit on you. That's the idea. You cannot waste your spells on the Venge in that lane. So nice deny on the Water Rune by Sweden Strong, though. Actually, he denied it from his own teammate. Really weird. I guess the Dragonite was like, I don't need it. I'm not moving. Making mistakes is the path to wisdom. I'm guessing Lord Gaben, you know, once he ages, gets old, he can let go of that, you know, those old Chinese movies, wise guy beards. Yeah, he can get that one and just spread his wisdom that he has learned along the way. Sweden Strong. It just gets out of the Sprout. I really like those vines, that the animation around the Sprout. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, so no surprises in the laning phase here. Dragon Knight slightly ahead. I thought Lorinov was maybe gonna have a bit more than Nicky Cool, but actually with that 4 CS now that he's gonna get for free, it is gonna be him solidly ahead. Soneko does die. You can see that Soneko is constantly trying to apply as much pressure as possible. That's why Mitrofanushka has more CS. Now it's gonna be a little bit too much pressure that he tried to apply. So, well, pays with his life because of it. Dominic jumped on. Is looking pretty dead. They don't have the Boundless Strike nor the Magic Missile, and actually they're gonna let him go. Ooh, he cancels out his salve. Dominic might actually still die. High ground miss, not gonna be happening. So bad it finishes him off, and that's not only a kill, it is a salve too. As mid lane, Nicky Cool will get cocky. Doesn't have weight to get out. Inkswell will stop the Rolling Thunder. It's gonna be a pretty long stun. Lorinov needs to dodge the Rolling Thunder, won't be able to do so, and Pango survives. He is trying to roll here, play with his life a little bit, but that can be dangerous with the Bramble Mace coming in. They just want to keep Lorinov away from the tower, and for now will be successful at doing so. But a good start for the level up. 2k gold lead, 4-1 Storm. We know that their heroes are not that great in the laning stage, but this is a lead that could turn into a lot more looking forward. As the timings of level up, they're gonna be hit faster than the ones on Storm. Right? Even once you get the Ravage Bedlam, it doesn't change too much. And Soneko dies again. Sweden Strong finishes him off. Looking pretty good for level up. Mitrofanushka, he wasn't there to assist his laning buddy. I would be mad if I was Soneko. He did his best to secure everything for you. As Venge is going there to steal the runes, and it's actually going to be 7 Jesu that gets caught. He gets into a tree and will get cut down. This is it for the Monkey King. They wanted the Wisdom Rune level up. They want the laning phase already, but they wanted more. They wanted to be greedy. And it is going to be their carry that pays the price. 7 minutes in, we can look at the net worth right now, and all 3 of the cores of level up are topping the network chart, and also the supports are ahead of the supports on the other side. It just goes to show that this laning stage went amazingly well for them. Silence onto Mitrofanushka. He needs to remove this, will be able to do so, and jumps out, reverts all the damage that he has taken, and doesn't even have a hangover any longer. And me running in, he has the split. Mid lane tower will fall. Level up, applying so much pressure on the enemy tier 1s. Yep, this tower is gone. There's nothing you can do about it, especially with the Monkey King being in the vicinity. Storm would they just need to let it go. A night and day difference here from the first game, where it was Storm controlling most of it. Definitely not by this much. So now the question is, can level up turn this into kills? Do they even want to turn it into kills, or are they gonna go for like a Midas on the Dragon Knight, who already has the Gloves of Haste? So I would assume he's fine with going for it. Yeah, he's going for the Midas. They don't want to blink. I like this. If you go for a blink and you don't get kills, it is bad, and you don't have much to get kills with. Here, if you get the Midas, you extend the laning stage as much as possible, and you want that because why? You're stronger in the laning stage. And then Storm, they just need to wait for their Pango to get strong to make something happen, to turn this around. They need their level 6s on the supports, and until that point, you're so far ahead that you can come together and even start looking towards ending the game. I think this is a smart choice from level up, from Lorinov in general, because he's the one that's going to be dictating the tempo of the game. It is the Dragon Knight that's going to do so. See Dominic. He's going for a Meteor Hammer on the Tide. They won't have it that soon. They're thinking about swapping him in. So bad is already level 6. Here comes Lorinov. This is their tower now. Dominic, he can't get close. He's level 5 on the Tidehunter. This is the type of game that you might not even be allowed to play because of it. Insanely bad laning phase. So level up. Their 3 cores still topping the chart. Soneko doing Soneko things, farming the jungle. This is what this guy loves to do. Just to hit the creeps. As mid lane Storm are applying pressure. I get it what they're trying to do. They're trying to force some rotations to the mid lane. So bad. Okay, this is gonna be a dead Dark Willow. Lorinov will have the move speed with Inks. Well, he doesn't even want to use the Dragon Tail, wants to save it for later on, and that's a smart one. Nicky Cool will attempt to go for a kill, and he might just get it. So bad, still alive. He gets the stun off. No, it doesn't really matter all that much. The science is still on him. Boundless Strike will connect. Nicky Cool is being followed. Swashbuckle to the side. He has the DD, but he cannot really fight. Where is he to go? What is he doing? He's trying to escape, and the Inks, well, will make sure that that doesn't happen. They have the stun. They have the break of the TP, and they get themselves another kill. Level Up are just destroying Storm, and he didn't even get the kill on the Venge. Let's see, Tide decides against the Meteor Hammer. Like, guys, we need more. We need to be fighting earlier. If I go for a Meteor Hammer right now, I don't even know if I'm getting the towers down. So at least with a pipe, they're gonna be able to fight. Faces Void went for Mask of Madness. Mitchell Fanushka. His chrono is needed. He's gonna be needing to use that. They need to get a hero off the map, right? Doesn't matter who it is. Is it the support? Is it the core? Just use the chrono. Continue farming. Because the big fight, it doesn't matter. You get a 5-man chrono, you get a 5-man ravage. You're not winning the fight. That's just how it goes. It's not how your heroes work. You might get one hero kill, but ultimately the fight does drag out. You will lose it. We're seeing Soneko going for the medallion. Wants a Solar Crest. Extra attack speed for the Faces Void in the chrono. Bedlam is at the ready, so 1J, he can start bringing in the hurt to the enemies. That spell does a lot of damage, and he has a smoke ready. He's going for a shard already. So the idea is to have as many brambles on the ground and make sure that that does prevent Level Up from chasing you down or your teammates. Some big items for Storm. Once they get their timings, maybe they can start getting kills and getting themselves back in the game. But for now, Level Up are in control, in full control. What's going on? There's the Midas and the Dragonite. Now he's going for a blink. I so love this decision from Lorinov. I think it's the good one. Don't get me wrong, if he gets the blink and gets the kills, it's nice. Ravage onto 7 Jesu. Actually, oh, the swap just in time. 1J going onto 7 Jesu still. They want him dead, and it's looking like they will be able to get him with the Bedlam going strong on him, and now the Shadow Realm Strike. They get the kill. There's 2 heroes gone, and the Tidehunter survives. Got the Ravage just in time, and 7 Jesu. He gets tipped by 1J. Very nice decision by Dominic to Ravage there and not just accept his death. The swap from the Venge was really good. If the Monkey King gets caught by the Terrorize, he dies a lot earlier. Lorinov continuing to farm. He's looking at his teammates. You died to these weaklings? Huh. Yeah, this Dragonite would be a tough cookie to crack. And will be a tough cookie to crack for the majority of this game unless Storm managed to take it a little bit later. Which is something that they're going to need to do. They're not looking to push. They're not looking to fight. They just want to use their ultis from time to time. Maybe get a kill or two and just continue farming. That's why I kind of feel like maybe the Faces Void should have gone for a Midas. Mask of Madness is the type of item that allows you to kill a support in a chrono. It is a farming build, don't get me wrong, but just not as farming oriented as Midas would be. One J playing without one arm. Doesn't need more. So Maelstrom done on the Monkey King. That's his first farming item. Going to be going for BKB next. He went full on winning the laning stage. So now he's actually behind the Faces Void. Soneko looking very dead. They have the Quelling Blade to go through the trees, and Boundless Strike 7 Jesu wasn't gonna give that kill to so bad. Only dies. That's without the chrono. Yeah, Rolling Thunder wasn't even used. So was it the Terrorize? It has to be the Terrorize, right? Yeah, Terrorize was used. Okay. I mean, without a single ulti killing him, it's very tough. And on to me, I know he loves the Brewmaster. He knows how to play him, but I'm watching him lately, and he just isn't going and using his ulti. Oh, Lorinov going in on the Faces Void. They have the silence. He's dead. That's a very dead hero. Mitrofanushka gets destroyed. So anyways, back to Own Me. Every single time he's playing the Brewmaster, he's just focusing so much on farm instead of just going with the ulti. It's the strongest ulti right now. It's not going to be that strong like 25 minutes of the game as it is right now. Storm, they smoked up. They want to get a kill so bad. Isn't really the hero that they're looking for, but that's the hero that they're gonna find. They're running into Wukong's command. 7 Jesu. What are you gonna do? That's a nice soul bind, and they're inside of the Wukong's command. They cannot leave. They cannot do anything. What is this ball? Let's punch it out. Like a piñata. Nikki Cool comes out, gives candy. Their opponent's 1J tries to get a kill with a Shadow Realm strike, won't even get close to doing so. The Venge survives, everybody survives, level up, more than ready for the move that Storm were going for.
The seeds of fortune.
Snako continuing to do Snako things, and currently Storm, they're just hitting creeps. The question in this game for Storm is how long they can retain their tier 2s without losing too much in terms of gold. Look at that. Poor Pango. Standing there curved up in a ball, waiting to get destroyed. You know, like when they say if a brown bear finds you, play that, curl up in a ball and hope that it loses interest. Well, he hoped there that the enemies were gonna lose interest. Nobody did. Flopper in a smoke. Where will they go? They're going towards top. Storm? They're gonna be there with numbers as well. Not a single chrono was used so far. Soneko. Oh, they're going for a Faceless Void. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. With Inkswell and the Silence, he's gone. Wellington now going for the Dragon Knight. That would be a big kill if they can get it. They might be able to do so. Now the Soul Bind again. And Lorenov is dying. Bedlam just doing way too much damage. Even with the Soul Bind there, it doesn't matter. Nikki Cool, he wanted to be right next to the Dragon Knight. It's a huge kill. You could say on both sides. Ravage wasn't used. Chrono wasn't used. There is also still a split to play with. Own Me hasn't used it a single time in this game. It seems like the R button seems to be broken on these next generation keyboards because nobody's is using it. There it is. It has been fixed, or maybe he used his mouse on Own Me. And they're looking towards Soneko. 2 of the supports will be dying to the split. Will be Sweden strong and so bad it will help Own Me go for it. He's running in with the Storm Panda. He'll get a Tidehunter into the sky. Imagine how strong that wind is. Getting a big ass sea monster into the air. Swapped in, silenced up. Inkswell is going hard. Let's see just how much damage they can do. And he will not live. The magic missile follows him until he dies. Dominic, he really thought he was more than safe there, but the Tidehunter isn't nearly tanky enough to survive these 3 who do a ton of magical damage. Look at the 2 supports, the dynamic duo, Batman and Robin. No, both of these guys are pretty dark. Robin was always happy-go-lucky. Both the Venge and the Grimstroke. It could be like the last Robin. Damian Wayne, I think is his name. $7K gold lead. Mitrofanushka, he is trying to find the kill and swap there. Reduce the damage a little bit. Doesn't need the chrono. Will be getting the kill there with the last bash. Pretty important. Death is fulfillment, and well, this Vengeance role has been fulfilled. It did take the hit for his team. Soneko award. He doesn't have the sprout. No, sorry, not the sprout. The Call of Nature. What's it called? They found 7 Jess, so he has the BKB. He's gonna have to use it. Is it the Call of Nature? Nature's Call. It's Wrath of Nature and Nature's Call. So it's not Call of Nature and Wrath of Nature, or Nature's Call and Nature's Wrath. Nope. It has to be different. Brewmaster has the Radiance now, going for a pipe. He's gonna have it in no time. Own Me pretty farmed on this Brewmaster. He has been farming for the entirety of the game though, so that's no surprise whatsoever. He also has a cloak, 20% magic resistance on him. Drums are done for Soneko. He already has the Solar Crest, so this Nature's Prophet again is starting to catch up in farm. Storm, they would like to say the same for their cores, but that's just not the case. Again, it's level up 3 of their cores, topping the network chart, and the Dragonite has a BKB now, a 9-second one. 7 Jesu, at least they forced out his charge. They found the Tidehunter, has the pipe. Nice Sprout there, keeping Laurenov away. Inside of an Invis, 7 Jesu has been caught. He doesn't have the BKB inside of the Wukong's man. He's fighting, he's doing a lot of damage now. You're gonna pay for it since the double Dragon Tail, the double Silence, and double Death going towards the Heroes of Storm. They did force out all of the rotations there and still killed the enemy carry. So I'd say, considering the situation in the game, Storm are gonna be happy with the trade. Very nice opening there when the Monkey King didn't have a BKB. Is down to his 8th charge. This is the thing. The Grimstroke ulti, so many things to combo with it. Double Dragon Tail, double Magic Missile. It is so strong. Imagine once the Venge does get the shard, how powerful that's going to be. And the Venge does have a shard, so just going to be bouncing around. Grimstroke has the shard as well, going for Soneko, who's trying to deny himself onto Tormentor. Not going to be happening.
Perhaps you'll grow into it.
That's a cool attempted play from Soneko. Unfortunately, not nearly close enough because his damage output is very low there on the Tormentor, but he did try. The fight of the offlaners on top, 2 fat guys. They lost their breath super fast, so they can't really continue with the fight. The gold lead isn't increasing too much by level up, so Storm, you could say that they stopped the bleeding. They haven't lost the tier 2 just yet. Those are all very important things. The second that they lose the tier 2, there is a chance that level up smokes into the triangle, takes the outpost, and with the control of that area, level up would be able to get more and more of a gold lead. Storm go for a smoke. Maybe it's finally time for us to see a Chrono, for the Faceless Void to use his ulti. He's the only one in this game that hasn't done so thus far. We've even seen one split. Roche. It is being started by the Dragonite. He goes into the dragon form. Double BKB on level up. Storm, can they get there in time? The Tidehunter leading the charge. He has the blink. Sells into a good position. Ward was placed on the high ground now. They know they're going to be warding that one, and the Ravage into the backlines, onto the supports. They have the Chrono. Mitchell Fanushka doesn't want to use it, and there's the Soulbind. You didn't want to use your spells now. You might not even kill the supports. They will be bringing him down. BKB on the Faceless Void. Mitchell Fanushka running away. Still doesn't want to use the Chrono. It seems like this is a challenge. Nice terrorize onto the 4 of them. The challenge is don't use the Chrono. Faceless Void actually just left, and he's going to be under enemy vision. Oh, what a dodge there by the Shadow Realm. Nicely done by the Dark Willow. Bound the strike will stop that TP. They will not allow 1J to escape. So in the end, it's still going to be a 2-for-1. That was a nice find from the Tidehunter, but I'm surprised that the Chrono didn't come out. Just make sure that you're not fighting the supports, and then maybe you can outplay the enemies in a fight when it's a 5 versus 3, despite not having the spells. Also, the Pango being caught didn't help much, right? He got caught, he didn't get anything off, basically. So, that's gonna be a Roche now. Did delay a bit, and Metro Ferushka still not using that Chrono, man. I cannot believe it. At some point, you need to think to yourself, dude, why am I'm not using it? It's called an ultimate spell. Right? You have an ultimate spell, you're not using it. Soneko does get the Aghanim Shard this time around. He will be the first one to get it. Probably would have wanted more on Dark Willow, but the Dark Willow will probably invest into it herself. Has the Eye of the Vizier already, so Dark Willow will have a pretty good range on the Cursed Crown. So bad. Going for an Aghanim Scepter. Shard is already there. Ring of Shards, the Grimstroke has one. He has the Ethereal Lens. Blink Dagger will be next on the menu. Eye of the Vizier is there too. So the range of the Sinkswell, it's literally the entirety of the screen. Top lane. They found 1J, and he will not be found any longer. Glyph was used by Storm, but this tier 2 of theirs is dead. While this is happening, Pango tries to go for a roll. He needs to remove this silence. He's doing his best and will be able to do so. The Inkswell does connect. Will he go for the Rolling Thunder? Yes, he will, and Nicky Cool will live. He can't TP out, but he can also just roll himself away, and he will be going with a ladder choice. Top lane? The Avenge was caught by the tide, but yeah, not much there. So bad, slow down a little bit. The curse of the old growth is on him. He'll be fine. 22-9. And the Dragonite, his net worth is getting out of hand. His Manta will be next. And then it's probably going to be the Aghanims that he's going to work towards. Once there's an Ags on the Avenge and on the Dragonite, good luck, Storm. Really good luck killing these guys. You might kill the Avenge once, but you're going to have to do it twice. And this Soulbind is already an issue. Imagine like a gazillion magic missiles coming out. It can be 8 magic missiles in the span of a second.
Middle tower is under attack.
Then drop double Dragon Tail. I wouldn't want to be in the skin of Storm at the moment. They're definitely not looking too healthy. It feels even better than the last game felt for Storm, because yeah, Storm, they do have these good ultis. That is a dead Pango. Nice terrorize though. Lornoff dodges it with the Manta. He was gonna buy a BKB right now, but it's at least he doesn't lose the gold. So that's a big one for the Pango. The only reason why the gold lead isn't bigger is because Soneko is so freakishly farmed so bad. Oh, Dominic is running away from him and is trying to bullwhip himself to get the movement speed, and he will be able to do so, standing his ground with Dominic. So Brewmaster will have an Octarine Core. Pipe and Radiance are there right now. Level 18. Mitra Fanushka. Yeah, he's dead. Bound to strike. Fall up. No, they didn't have it. Okay. And he's going to be fine. Nice 4-step from Soneko just in time. And own me. No matter how fast he is, he's not going to be able to catch up to the Faceless Void using the Time Walk and being 4-stepped out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
16% Inkswell movement speed. The other one was spell damage for the Soulbind. I actually would have liked that one too. Arquillo gets himself out. Own me as the Boots of Trial. Once he gets that Octarine Core, it's gonna be even tougher to keep him in check, as his DP cooldown will be 35 seconds. Storm still, as I mentioned, kind of stopping the bleeding. The gold lead of 9k is pretty significant, but they're not allowing it to get out of hand. But this Dragonite is getting out of hand. This is a hero that's gonna carry the game. We're looking at the Monkey, you know, he has the Aegis currently and stuff, and he is the carry. But to be honest, Lornoff is the true one. Monkey going for a Deso. That's the highest damage dealing item that you can get for that amount of gold as a Monkey King. Plus you do want some more minus armor to combo up with the Venge. There's the big blue dragon that is gonna be turning black fairly soon. He also has the Titan Slaver that the Faceless Void has picked up now as well. And they're coming for a push. The Aegis will be expiring in 20 seconds. You definitely don't want to force the issue too much there. But you do have the Venge. You can always swap out and do something with it. They're scanning the Faceless Void. And immediately they will be they'll be tipping him. We know what you're doing. We know where you are. You're scared to farm on your side of the map, so you're just hiding somewhere on our side.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going behind enemy lines. Blending in. Faceless Void wants to play for the winning team. Own me? I mean, he does have the Titan Sliver, so none of these things are going to be lasting on him for too long. I think Swell just purges it off, so he gets out with ease. Rolling Thunder being used going into the backline. Storm, they don't want to wait one bit. The Ravage will come out. They want to kill the Grimstroke, and Sweden Strong gets swapped out. He's fine. Their Eye's gonna be used. It's only gonna be onto so bad, and finally they do bring down the Grimstroke. Dominic now, he doesn't have the Ravage, still saving the Chrono, and they turn around onto Nicky Cool with the BKB. He's gonna be fine. Losing the Dark Will, immediately buying back. There it is. The supports are dead. You don't have the Aegis any longer, and Lornoff has been found. Can they finish him off? Chrono, Mitra Fanushka says no! I will not be using it. Own me. has the split. He will be using a split, running away with the Earth Panda. The other ones will be staying there, just be a nuisance and an annoyance to the enemies. Yep, there it is. The Spirit Panda, Storm Panda, sorry, won't be able to bring it down. But finally, a one fight for Storm. They brought down 2 supports, and well, they only lost Dark Willow. He did buy back, but I'm fine with that. You still have the Chrono to play with Lornoff. No Blink Dagger. Gonna get spat on, but he uses the Manta. There's a time dilation. They do catch him inside of the trees. Inkswell, there's definitely gonna be some healed if you get close to him. Where's the Purge? Will be coming out, but they have the Chrono. There it is. Finally, 30 minutes into the game. He'll get it off, and now he's soul bound to the Tidehunter. Immediately, the Tidehunter will be hugging him. Thank you, my carry, for using your ulti. But Mitchell Fanushka now, he will leave him be. Did they bring down Lornoff? That is the highest item here on the map. Brewmaster now in trouble. There will be a Cursed Crown. Rolling Thunder. Nikki he has got him in a really good position, but nobody's coming to fight them. Nikki swapped in, going for a TP out. He will be fine. No, he won't. He went for it a little bit too late. I think he was maybe missing the mana to do so. And then the stun from 7 Jesu. It connected, and he just couldn't TP out in time. 1J? He's dead. He doesn't have a mana for the TP. Okay. Questionable plays, especially considering that you are that you bought back last time around, so it's a dieback on the Dark Willow. Let's look at the first Chrono. Look at that jump. Mitchell Fanushka. Jump. Chrono. Awesome. He also caught the Venge that TP'd in. If she had TP'd a little bit closer to the tower there, maybe she gets a swap out. Then that would be a complete disaster for Storm. No, it's not that bad. The Faceless Void is crawling his way towards the top spot of the network chart. He's still not there, but he's only 800 gold behind the Monkey King. A little bit more behind the other cores. 2,000 gold away from the top spot. He's going for a Skadi. Mitchell Fanushka wants to be able to attack outside of the Chrono. So that's how he's itemizing from what I see. BKB Skadi, right? No big damage. You just want to be able to fight for a long time. And that's fine. He'll need a shard at some point. Probably hoping that he might get one from the Tormentor. But being the top of the network chart and not a lot of his heroes having it, that's... Actually, they have 2 of them. So maybe if the Tide buys his, you can get lucky. So there is a Axe on the Dragonite. There will be an Axe on the Vengeful Spirit in 100 gold. Those are some huge item timings for Storm. Also, level 20 on the Dragonite. He did go for the 150 attack range in the Dragon form. Gonna be a lot stronger. And also level 20 on the Monkey King. 7 seconds reduced cooldown on the Boundless Strike. So Storm are in a smoke. Their enemies are in the Roche Pit, and they're most likely going to be able to take it down before they get there. It is going to be Deso and the Monkey King, and there's a Solar Crest minus armor from the Way of Terror. Very easy to take it all down. They give the cheese to the Dragonite. Does he have the slots for it? Not really in the backpack. Keeping it at the moment. Okay. Aghanim Scepter on the Vengeful Spirit. Things have become dangerous. Grimstroke needs to be public enemy number 1. I kind of feel like this Grimstroke should buy an Aeon Disc, because Sweden Strong should understand that everybody wants him there. Especially now that Sobat has the Aghanim Scepter, he's definitely not a target. You're not killing the scores from 100 to 0. It's very dangerous to attempt to do so. So Sweden Strong is the one that needs to die. And I wouldn't mind an Aeon Disc. He's thinking about a Force Staff. That is also a defensive item. Ornoff, he's a big dragon flying over hills, gets up there, but the Tidehunter is out. Pango gets the blink out. He's under his own vision, swashbuckle to the side, thinking about a TP, decides against it. He wants the to cut the wave. Also, Bat went a little bit too deep. Despite having the Aegis, you're just gonna give your life away like that. Wukong's man gonna be used. Nice double stun. They turn around onto the Faceless Void. He needs help, and the BKB will be there. He cannot jump out. They have the Force Staff for the Tidehunter, and together they will be leaving. Saneko, on the other hand, he is not gonna be leaving. That is gonna be a very farm support that goes down. Maybe even core territory if you compare him to the Tide. 1 for 1. Nice Shadow Realm there. The Dark Willow will escape when Jay goes through the Defender's Gate and keeps himself safe, but the Dragonite can follow. He is here to claim your life. Still, Dominic will not allow that to happen. Goes in, reduces the damage output of Lorinov, and pushes him back. On Me is the highest level on the map. 1200 Brutaling health. He went for that.
Goodness.
Man, I would like to see the Brulings gain Drunken Brawler passive. I think that can be insane. But he almost always goes for the Cinder Brew, applies fear when ignited. We'll see. As the gold lead is now 11k. The Aegis, another healthy 2.5 minutes on it. There is a Skadi on the Monkey King. Skadi on the Faceless Void. He can buy it if he wants to, but the buybacks, we should be looking at those for Storm. As you need it. Going for the Tide. Needs to remove that Phantom's Embrace. Not gonna be happening. The spell will be refreshed. 7 Jesu will be stunned up. Yeah. Venge is in the vicinity. Actually, no. Venge was a little bit far away. So I thought they might actually commit on 7 Jesu, get the Aegis down. Decide against it. It is a risky move to make. TP top. By who? Okay, that's no, that was the Seneko threatening with it. Oh man, these Dragonite illusions. I just take away everything. Look at the Corrosive Breath just taking the towers. What are you to do against it? You need to wait for the Dragon form to expire. Look at how proud Lorinov is.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Fanushka, no courier. He sent it to deliver his Skadi now. He's not gonna have it for quite some time. How do you leave the base? How do you get out versus the Aegis? Dominic, nice attempted 4-stab there to get the Monkey King out of the trees. If he had used the blink and then the 4-staff, that could have actually worked. How are the BKBs looking? So Dragonite is at 8. He really hasn't been using his. Monkey King is at 6. The Faceless Void is at 6. And the Pango is at 8. So mid laners, 8-second BKBs. Carries, 6-second BKBs. Pinnacle has money for the Aghanim Scepter. See if he can get to the secret shop to actually buy it. A Havoc Hammer for the Brewmaster. I really like that now they put that the Havoc Hammer pulls people in rather than push them out. Pushing them out was dumb. You could actually save opponents sometimes. Fanushka needs to get out. He's gonna be drunk, bashed up, pulled in, and doesn't get the BKB off, so he's going to die. And that's without a buyback. He just bought his Skadi. I think they saw it. They know that he doesn't have a buyback though. Not sure. He is missing 170 gold, so maybe if they can pick up that bounty rune on the bottom lane, that can solve their issue with the buyback. Because Level Up are gonna come for a push. They are gonna lose the Aegis. 7 Jesu being very aggressive, wants to kill Dominic. The 4-staff will keep him safe. Lotus Orb as well. 7 Jesu inside of the Sprout. He's gonna be feared, but the Sprout will not allow him to leave it. Now they will swap in Soneko, Rolling Thunder, going in the Soulbind. Okay, he's very happy that his friend has just died. Nikiku, you have to get away from the Wukong's command. Those Monkey Warriors, they pack a punch. His own Me goes for more. He still has the split, but doesn't need it. An Abyssal Blade of his. The right clicks are gonna be insane. Imagine what would have happened if you went for the attack speed talent. Storm, helpless. They don't have the Faceless Void. They're in a 3 versus 5 scenario where Lorinov also has the cheese. Doesn't have mana, but once he uses the cheese, he's gonna have it all back if he wants to. In a couple of seconds, he will have the dragon form back, but they want to end it right now. They want the Mega Creeps. They want the 3rd game, the decider in this series. 7 Jesu getting gone on, turns around with a Boundless Strike. Dominic, he needs the 4-staff, he needs to run away. Has the Ogre Seal Totem to get himself out. Lorinov removes the Cursed Crown, doesn't want to be crowned. There's only one king on the side of Level Up, and it's the Monkey. Cool, going forward, the stun will connect on the Faceless Void, the Soulbind immediately, silence on the Void as well. He will eat the Dragon Tail, doesn't want to BKB just yet, he understands he needs to wait a little bit longer. Mitrofanushka keeping his distance, and now the Ravage, but no follow-up for now. 7 Jesu taking some damage, he might be going down, and he will. That's the carry of the enemy team, gone. Faceless Void, gone as well, into the winds. He's still alive, but the buyback from the Monkey, he wants to come back into the fight. Go in. There is a Rolling Thunder and a Chrono as well. They need to deal with this owned me Earth Panda. If they don't, he's just gonna be killing everything. Stun onto the faces void. You have to be careful. What the hell are you doing? Double force step. Mitra Fanushka goes in. The Chrono is ready. It's not his Wukong's man. You don't want to use it. Thinking cool. He has already gotten slapped by these monkeys so much. He's going at the edge of the Wukong's man, and now finally there will be a terrorize. They're trying to protect their axes with the sprout, but no amount of trees are gonna help you. We're gonna tear down your axes, tear down the trees, tear down everything to win. Baldur strike onto Soneko, still going forward, keeping 7 Jesu in place. Mitra Fanushka going in, Chrono at the ready, still not using it. There will be a swap so bad, keeping 7 Jesu alive, who stands his ground and fights, and the faces void without the BKB. He is nothing. He will be buying back immediately. He needs to be able to use his Chrono. If he doesn't, just gonna be losing the game with using only his ultimate spell twice. Let's see if Mitra Fanushka can find an opening for using it the third time. There will be a Chrono instantly. The stun connects on him, and the Inkswell and the Monkey keeps him alive. If he gets the Bounded Strike off, it's gonna be a disaster, but no 7 Jesu. That's a dieback. Is this an opening that Storm can maybe use? Dominic running himself away from Owned Me, who's running in with that Radiance, trying to finish him off. Not gonna be happening. He's level 25 on this Brewmaster, tries to stand his ground and fight, but he is gonna be losing it. It is still not something that Storm can capitalize on. You're going to be dealing with Mega Creeps now, coming in with the next wave, and good luck pushing it out. They don't have that many great heroes at doing so. Sure, it's 40 minutes into the game, but that doesn't mean it's 70. You are not all 6 slotted. Mitra Fanushka will do his best, but his best might not be good enough in this game. I feel like he played this Faceless Void like a Terrorblade, right? And it's just not a Terrorblade. If you're gonna play that way, it doesn't matter because of the counters. Just pick a Terrorblade or Naga Siren. His contribution to fights has been non-existent, really. Well, we're talking. The shard is being farmed by killing the Tormentor. It will be going to 7 Jesu. So now he's gonna be able to use that bar of his to get across a little bit more. So hard to fight there. So hard to Chrono even. I mean, I'm talking all this smack to Mitra Fanushka, but to be honest, you're versus Avenge. So you have to be kind of conservative with the usage of the Chrono, because it could just be a thrown spell. Stun onto the Pango. They're doing so much damage to him. He should have the Rolling Thunder and swap. In time, attacks are going in. Nicky Cool in trouble. He's dead. That's a dieback. Sorry, it's not a dieback, but he doesn't have a buyback. 720 gold is missing. Storm, at least they're gonna be able to claim the rows. That is a Aghanim Scepter one, right? Yep. I guess give it to the Tidehunter. You have to give it to the Tidehunter. No, not the Faceless Void. Please, no. Like, he doesn't even have a shard. Really doesn't make that big of a difference. He's giving it to 1J. No, he got it himself. Boo. Literally boo. With the Tidehunter AoE Gush, in my mind would have been better. Okay. Okay, he bought a shard. At least something. So you can go in and out and be annoying with the Faceless Void. At least something. If he hadn't bought the shards, it would have been pretty bad. So the Cinder Brew does fear when ignited. They will put a ward in the enemy base. Storm now are completely under enemy vision. Level up, know exactly what's going on. 1J does have a gem, but he cannot get close to the edge of the base. We control this high ground, going onto the Faceless Void. Where the 4 stacks? He needs 10 of them. He will get himself out. Mitra Fanushka lives, so it would have been really bad if he didn't. Look at this 7 Jesu. He's keeping them at a distance. Will be Sprout. They're not letting him leave the Wukong Cement. Maybe it was just enough to let him leave there so that the big black dragon won't destroy your base. 7 Jesu gets swapped out. Faceless Void going forward. And there's the Chrono, but it does connect onto the Pango. They will bring him down. He doesn't have a buyback now. Turning around onto so bad. He has been leashed. Backlines. 1J has lost his life. It is a 2-for-1 exchange so far. But Storm, they still have the Aegis and the cheese. But look at their base. It's in so much trouble. They have to deal with so bad illusion, or else it's going to be super annoying to them. There's the swap. And finally, it does go down to the gush of Dominic. You don't have your base. That is just kills that you cannot capitalize on. We talked in the previous game where Level Up, they had the Treant Protector, so even when their base was in trouble, they always knew that they had something to fall back on, and something that's going to be delaying the enemy pushes, something that's going to be keeping their structures alive, and in the end healing them up if need be. No, they're going for the Faceless Void. They have the Bloodthorn trying to bring him down. He does have the Aegis. He's going to die the once. It's just showing that they can kill him every single time. He doesn't have the chrono. Now there's going to be a Sprout onto the Dragonite. They need the bashes and they won't be getting them. Lorenoff is out with the BKB TP. They're going to be going for a chase, but for now not finding anything as the Brewmaster scanned up, but he gets himself out. Nope. TP stopped. Doesn't matter. Owned Me can still run away quite easily. Look at how fast those pandas are. Mitch Fanushka will try to kill them all, but he's just going to be lifted up into the air. Nothing he can do about it. Was that the Ravage being used? Yeah, the Ravage was used to cancel out the TP. Did absolutely nothing for them. Pinnacle? Pretty bad if he died. Huh. Be fine. Nicky Cool doing his best. Look at this, playing X-Hero Siege. Pango will have level 25. We'll see what he decides to go for. Will it be the Rolling Thunder or the Swashbuckle cooldown? I don't know. I feel like the Swashbuckle cooldown would be better. That's gonna be a tier 4 dead, I think. Oh, still alive. Ah, there it is. Does go down. Lorenoff with the Corrosive Breath does kill it. So what does he got on the Pango? I feel like you're not getting 2 Rolling Thunders in a fight anyways, so just get the Swashbuckle. You want for the Rolling Thunder cooldown. Lorenoff. Level 26. What is it? It's the AoE Dragon Tail. So if you get close on Storm, goodbye. You're all gonna get destroyed. And level up. They need a pause. 46 minutes in. Mega creeps are there. The stuff on why is he in a tree? I guess it's better for a Monkey King to stay like that. Okay, he's literally in a tree. Him and the tree are one. Look at the Brewmaster. Brimstroke is a that is a beautiful guy if I've ever seen one, for sure. Dragonite. Who calls the Dragonite? And then they give him, so in Dota he's like, who calls the Dragonite? And in the anime, I'm Davion. You know, you could have I understand that he's younger. Oh, let's look at the cameras. Sweden strong. Looking at the game, he knows that he has won. Lorenoff. Stretching a bit. We all need a little bit of stretch, guys. Even if you're just watching this between every game, stand up, stretch out. It's gonna do wonders for your back. You see? Soneko. Though it's better if you stand up, but good enough as well. They're laughing despite losing the game. Stormer's still having fun. I guess this is a worthy series of a spot for the top 1 currently on the standings. Both of these teams are 2-0. I think Level Up has a better map score. So now even if Storm would win, I think the points would be the same. If they would win 2-1, because they're not winning this game. If they would win 2-0, they would be ahead, obviously. Level Up winning this one game does mean a lot for them. I think if they win this one game, they're probably secured to go through to the playoffs. There's still a pause. Nobody's disconnected, but somebody needed a longer pause. Nature is calling, maybe, as we do have the nature's call in this one, right? Oh, look at Soneko thinking, like, how do I win this? Oh, finger cracking. Let's see if I can still do it. Not really. When you don't crack your fingers for quite some time, then okay, I can still hear some of them. 36-18, they're doubling them in kills. Level Up, and they have pretty much won this game. There's a couple of buildings and a throne. The throne so far untouched. Defense of the Ancient Storm. playing this game properly. Now, more playing X-Hero Siege Defense of the Ancients because there's waves coming towards their base and they cannot leave it. And you need to buff yourself up more and more for the next 30 minutes. Coming out of the base with the smoke, and there it is. They have found the perfect target. Grimstroke is the kill that you're looking for. The Black Dragon form was you. Lorenov flies over the cliffs. They're still chasing for him. They won't be able to get on top of him. And the Dragonite just goes back to farming. He has the Mindbreaker and the Bloodthorn, so silence galore for the Dragonite. It's probably like you see a big-ass dragon and then you're left speechless. Makes sense. I would be left speechless if I would see a dragon. Nicky Cool. He's doing his best here. Dueling everybody. And now I remember the Pango and the Dark Willow actually got introduced in the same patch. At the same time. These two heroes, they have a history together. And I mean, Dark Willow is a beautiful lady, so it only makes sense that the Pango, being a gentleman, ladies man that he is, that he's gonna have a history with her. So now a smoke from Storm. They're gonna be chasing so bad. He has been found. Curse of the Old Growth is on him. Will be using the swap. Nice stun onto the both of them, but now he's gonna be smacked until he's dead. He's gonna get another double stun. Lotus Orb does return in Boundless Strike. Doesn't change anything. He does get the swap out, and actually Mitchell Fanushka got kind of scared there. Stun onto the Tide Hunter. That doesn't matter anything because he does have the Crack Shell. Lorenov think about going in. Dinkswell will connect. Stunning up the Tide Hunter. There's the Dragon Tail as well. They're being hella annoying to this guy. He's super slow, trying to get himself away. There's the silence from the Phantom's Embrace. Somebody needs to remove it, and they're not removing it. Lorenov gets gone on, and the Phantom's Embrace will return, meaning that he can go for a silence once again. 1J tries to go for the ulti, doesn't manage to do anything with it, and there's the soul by now to the two of them. Finally the Chrono comes out. There is no Venge to save 7 Jessu. She's gonna be smacked down, but who is defending the throne? The Dark Willow is going back to it, and actually 7 Jessu lives. He is still alive. Finally he goes down, but the Faceless Void will go down as well, having the buyback. There's the Abyssal Blade onto the Pango. He's not gonna be moving away from this town. All three of the Cores of Storm have a buyback, so he can rejoin the fight if they want to, and they will have to. You cannot want here any longer, and there will be a split being used, going for the throne. Glyph is at the ready. Stormer trying to bait their enemies in, who are for now gonna stay away from the fight. 7 Jessu did buy back, maybe he doesn't want to do it. There's the Wukong command, and goodbye throne. What is Storm gonna do? Walk into the Wukong's command. There will be a Ravage, but you're fighting a losing battle. Mitra Fanushka goes in, says nope, these guys are too strong, and there it is. Finally the Wukong's command will expire. 7 Jessu, now he's gonna be a target. Mitra Fanushka in and out again, being a little bit too afraid, holding hands with the Tide Hunter. Tide Hunter, you cannot escape. Stay here and fight. We have to fight until the end. Finally, the Glyph was used. Faceless Void, he's still leashed and he'll be going down. No buyback for him this time around. And it means that Level Up have won game number 2. Storm will raise the white flag and say one more time, we will fight each other. These two teams will give us an amazing series. I thought nothing could trump Marsbet and Moneymakers today, but these two teams are proving me wrong as Level Up get their victory in the second game and force out the decider. It is going to be a fight for the top spot of Group A. So guys, stay with us. We're going to go on to a short break. After that, we're coming back with game number 3.
I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, 'cause I was loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's done right. We already know, and we feel it. I really do, I say the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now. I'm your queen and you the king right now. It's a kingdom, let's play it how you like. How does it make you feel? Or you wanna change? I'll be whatever, watching like we can dance. You got to move tonight. Stars are watching us in the sky. I wanna last it forever. It's a sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I won't lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right, we already know, and we feel it. I really do, I said the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now. Let's change the clothes, we haven't tried. You know how you make me feel alive. Come close to me, I'm obsessed with your different kind of style. Don't you ever leave, step by my side. Hold my hand, 'cause I don't have much time. I wanna hug you forever. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, 'cause I love you all night long. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We were hoping for an amazing second series of the day, and we got it. Level Up and Storm definitely delivered here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. I'm Harry Freak, and I'm gonna be casting one more map today. Not a match, but just a map here between Level Up and Storm. Because these teams, they definitely do deserve a decider. First game of the day, it was Moneymakers versus Marsbet. Marsbet won with a score of 2-1. It was a hard-fought battle. But Level Up versus Storm in game number 1. Storm were ahead for the entirety of the game. They got the victory. I can't say easy, but they got it. In game number 2, Level Up were ahead for the entirety of the game. It seemed a little bit easier than it was for Storm in game 1, but either way, the result is the same, and it is 1-1. Currently, it is when we look at the coin toss, it seems like Storm will be having a first pick, and well, Level Up, they will be on the Radiant side. Seems that everybody is preferring the first pick nowadays, and it does make sense. It really does make sense. I think that first and the second pick have never been more balanced out, and same goes for the Radiant and the Dire. It is just beautiful how well Dota is evolving. I still don't think that the new map has been figured out completely, where you want to fight, how you want to be controlling it and stuff, and we are going to be needing a lot of time before we actually find out how to play this new Dota in the best possible way. So as we're waiting for the players to get into the drafting phase, are gonna be enjoying the scenery here of the room behind me, right? You see, guys, I have to put the shades on so that you would be able to enjoy my beautiful face, right? Later on in the day, we are gonna be having Group B as well. So we are going to be enjoying 4 Zoomers versus Arava and KZ team versus Infinity. But, of course, what we are going to be focusing on now is the draft of the game that we have in front of us. The fight for the top spot in Group A between Level Up and Storm. So let's get into the draft to see what these teams have in store for us. Or what they have in store for each other. Because that is also a pretty big question. Chen, of course, banned out. Nobody wants to play versus that. I know I don't. And Storm, they get rid of the Dawnbreaker and they get rid of the Razor. Okay. Nothing too interesting there. What is Gyro is in the pool. They could pick it up if they want to. Level Up, let it through. Have a response to it, but then there's the question, do you get an H's Prophet? What do you actually ban out? I think ban out the Gyro, pick an H's Prophet is probably the obvious choice for Storm. But are they happy with the obvious choice, or do they want to switch it up? Out the Brewmaster, okay. And they go for the Venge. Fine. Now if the enemies get a Gyro, it's not that big of a deal. If they don't get the Gyro, Level Up is going to have to ban out the Gyro themselves. Forgot about this. You can get the Nature's Prophet yourself if you want to on Level Up. Though with the Venge being on the other side, I would argue against it. So let's see. See what is it going to be for Level Up. They're taking their sweet time. This is a tough one, really. Sometimes when they would see the Venge, they would go for the Underlord. That would be their approach, because you have this low cooldown spell. Yes, you save people from the Pit of Malice, but it is still a very nice lockdown. And once you swap somebody out, you instantly get caught inside of it as a Vengeful Spirit. It's definitely not ideal. Whenever I see the Venge like this close up, I remember my old call it mousepad. Yeah, mousepad. Oh, the Nerd Spirit. So anyways, me and a friend of mine, when we were kids, broke, you know, we would tell your parents, yo, give me 30 euros for a mousepad. They'd look at me, are you freaking serious? There's one for a euro. What the hell do you want? So we went and we bought the two big vengeful spirit, you know, the mouse pads. And recently I changed it because it had just gotten so dirty, so destroyed, so it was getting unusable and kind of disgusting. You know, I know people say wash it off, but if I would wash it off, it would just literally disperse into nothingness. So this close-up always reminds me of it. I get teary-eyed. It is what it is, you know. Times pass and times change, and the Earth Spirit will be picked up by level up. So it's gonna be the Sweden strong hero. We've already seen him on this hero a couple of times in this tournament, performing amazingly well. Let's see who did he play it against. I think it was Navi Jr. Yeah, it was Navi Jr. Game number 2 was insane. It was insane, and versus Ram Squad in game number 1, he was even more insane. I remember that game number 1, he was the reason that they won. One time Ram Squad overextended, the second time they overextended only because he was kicking people out. He literally saved the lives of his scores 2 times each. 2 times he kicked the Faceless Void out, 2 times he kicked the Templar Assassin out. Storm, they got rid of the Grimstroke and the Darkseer. Okay. So they're out. And level up. What do you want? Do you want to get rid of Gyro? Yeah, I think that's the smart one. And when there's Avenge on the other side, playing versus the Gyro is next to impossible. So now there's no Brewmaster, meaning that Storm can go for their Terrorblade, and they might even pick it up in this phase. So I think level up need to be coming up with a solution for a Terrorblade. A lot of magical damage comes to mind. Carrot Mage out, Grimstroke out. What's left? Warlock's okay, I guess. Deal with the Terrorblade somewhat. I always like the Earth Spirit and the Warlock duo support, because the Earth Spirit can always fight, he can set up for kills. He's also very good in teamfight, has the AoE damage, so benefits quite a lot for the Fatal Bonds. And Warlock, on the other hand, secures a stable lane on the other side and kind of forces people into being passive, and then it allows the Earth Spirit to roam the map and find openings, right? So like the only problem between these two supports, they don't have enough damage between the two of them when it comes to pickoffs. But you deal with that by picking a core, either mid or the offlaner, maybe sometimes even the carry. That does change that in your favor. So now you see the Warlock, you would love to get something to go into the backlines. To kill him. We'll see if that's the path that they're gonna go for. They go for the Timber Saw. I guess if you get a pipe with the Timber Saw, you don't really die versus these two whatsoever. But I haven't seen a Timber Saw for quite some time. So what were overall his changes? I want to see if he has gotten any changes now in the C patch as well. So no, nothing. I think Timbersaw didn't get touched in the 34 patch at all. Maybe something got changed, you know, 1 armor or whatever. Everybody's making fun of the CM 1 armor as well. But I've learned to, over the years, appreciate the little changes like that, because in the long run, they really do make a difference. Dark Willow does get picked up by Storm. So they do have a hero that goes deep behind, and then some damage to go with it. Whenever I see a Timber Saw, if it's going to be an offlane Timber Saw, I want to see a position forward that doesn't rely on experience all that much, so that you can roam. Dark Willow does not fall into that category, so that's why I'm not the biggest fan of this laning duo. I'm not really sure that they're going to be able to threaten whoever is there, and you know... Yeah, Timber Saw, once he gets his level 6, is going to be dangerous, but you can get a hero that, once the Timber gets level 6, you don't mind going into the jungle. Like a Faceless Void here for level up, I would love it. Though you do not have supposed bringing damage into the chrono, but versus what Storm has, again, there is a Vengeful Spirit. Just, yeah, scratch that. Just forget about what I said. They could go for the Monkey King again. I wouldn't mind that. Again, swap is annoying for you, but you will lane pretty well with the Warlock on your side. You're gonna pick the Beastmaster, and it's gonna be a Sven actually. It gets picked up. So it will be a strength hero, 2 strength heroes. Wait, yeah, they're all 3 strength heroes. Oh no, Beastmaster will switch to Universal, but doesn't matter. It's still... The Whirling Death is still a problem for Universal heroes alike, as it is for the strength heroes as well. So I don't know. I don't like these 2 picks for level up. I think the Sven is buffed up quite nicely now with the Beastmaster, and these are 2 pretty strong heroes in the current meta, but I just don't see them as being that powerful currently. I would have preferred the Slark, which I now prefer for Storm. I think it is an amazing pick for Storm. You might not lane that well versus the Beastmaster, but when you look at this game, it is a free Slark game through and through. You have so much lockdown to get those hits in. There is absolutely no stun, but Storm, they go for the Terrorblade. Who cares? We know how to play this hero. They know how to play it as a team. Mitchell Fanushka is a good Terrorblade player as well. He really did disappoint me in the previous game on his Faceless Void performance. So it makes sense. Just give him something that he's confident on, and it's going to work out. I kind of feel like at some point, people might just start banning out the Terrorblade in the first phase versus Storm, because they played it on the youth and now they're playing it on Mitchell Fanushka. It seems like it's not only the players that know how to play it, but also the entirety of the team that has an idea of how to play around it. Level up. They ban out the Doom. Okay. Storm might need an offlaner. We don't know. It could be a mid lane Timbersaw. I wouldn't mind it whatsoever. Level up do not have the last pick, so Storm can definitely make a decision. Oh no, actually, Storm don't have the last pick. Level up has the last pick, so yeah, you're gonna have to reveal your cards. So they're fairly certain that this is a mid lane Timbersaw, and it does strike me as a Nicky Cool hero. Some of these Eastern European players, they just love the mid lane Timbersaw. Malrine was just godly. I mean, he still is, but obviously he's not a part of this tournament. Lina gets banned out, and Storm, what's it gonna be? Which mid laner or off laner do you want to go for? It's gonna be an LC. You have pretty good amount of burst damage, and really the purge from press the attack. It is pretty nice here. I like it. I really like the LC. Terrorblade is going to benefit from the extra movement speed for sure. So now you see this. You know that you're versus the Timbersaw in the mid lane. Do you go like a Necro? Necro is amazing here. Necro, Zeus, Lesh. Those are kind of the heroes I see. Necro would be a little bit too slow for what you have. Puck, maybe? Nah, the Timbersaw is gonna crush you in the lane. Queen, fine. Not too bad. I'm afraid for the Queen, though. You're versus a Dark Willow and the Legion Commander. You really hate playing versus these heroes. I don't know how good the lane is gonna be for the Queen. I'm guessing the Timbersaw should go slightly ahead, maybe. We'll see if the Queen can actually bully him out of the lane, though I highly doubt it. So, interesting picks here. A lot of AoE damage on level up. They have good jump, but they don't have any vision givers to actually find those jumps. While Storm can fight more, they don't have that big of a team fight, but they have good reset with the Terrorize. I think that's the reason I'm gonna go for them, because actually, yeah, I think so, because they can fight constantly, and when level up forces that one fight, there could be a Terrorize to just stop everything. Plus Stormer playing the Terrorblade, which is a hero that they're well acquainted with. We saw the night and day difference between this team when they have a Terrorblade and when they do not. And plus, I'm afraid for the Queen of Pain. Lornoff, he's a great player, but sometimes he tends to overextend, right? And I think there is a lot of potential for overextension in this game in particular. So if he keeps his aggression in check, Lornoff, and this one in particular, I think level up actually have a decent chance, but I am gonna be leaning Storm. I am gonna be leaning Storm here for this third game of the series. Of course, we are never gonna know who's gonna win until we get ourselves into the game 3 of Level Up versus Storm. Of course, if you guys know who's gonna win, go use the promo code CUP23 on pinnacle.gg/welcome and get up to $100 bonus on your first deposit. Of course, you cannot do it if you are younger than 18 years of age, and if don't do it if you don't have that much to spend, guys. We do advise you to bet responsibly here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. Level Up versus Storm. We mentioned a Rhino versus a Lightning. If they would put me in, do you want to get struck by Lightning or face a Rhino? Dude, that's a death sentence either way. I'm guessing I can sweet talk the Rhino, right? Maybe
30 seconds to battle.
cosplay some Corrida or whatever and dodge him. Lightning hitting you, 99% is you're gone. So yeah, Storm, they take the win there as well. Let's see. Are we gonna have an engagement level 1? It seems like we will have some.
The battle begins.
Some connection there between the two teams, but nothing too much. It is gonna be 2 for 2 in terms of runes. No surprises. Queen of Pain starts with a scream.
My thanks.
Yep. Look at this level up lineup. So you have a Primal Roar, you have a War Cry, and you have Scream of Pain and Sonic Wave. So, dude, these guys are gonna be breaking our ears, literally. Shut up. We'll see if Storm is gonna be able to make this a little bit more silent. There is gonna be a Fatal Bonds. Dominic removes it, heals himself up with the press the attack. Mid lane Lorenov. Getting kind of low. The Queen of Pain. Here's to see which spells Nicky Cool is gonna be going for. He does get a point into the reactive armor. We'll see how many of those he will actually get to top lane. Mitchell, Fanushka, and Soneko, they're gonna get spammed to hell. You have to be careful once the Earth Spirit gets level 2. It's kill time. Own Me gets level 2, the Earth Spirit does not. Meaning you can't really go for it that easily. Petrofanushka is getting himself some CS. Mid lane, in terms of CS, Nicky Cool is winning. To be expected, we'll see just how much he is gonna win this one. And can Queen of Pain maybe push him out of the lane a little bit? You know, Queen of Pain likes to do that. Versus a hero like a Timbersaw, very hard to do. Terrorblade gonna go for the form, and Metamorphosis might be enough for Sweet and Strong to die. He doesn't have a Fairy Fire, he doesn't have his life. It is gonna be a first blood for Mitro Fanushka. As on me, there's nothing he can do to save his laning buddy. We talked about the level 2 of the Earth Spirit, but the level 2 of Storm is pretty strong as well. Stun, minus armor, and then the Metamorphosis. A little bit too much in terms of damage. Last game, Level Up crushed the laning stage. This time around, it seems like it's gonna be the other way around. Dominic going forward, he will get stunned up. There will be an upheaval, and Mitro Fanushka dies on the top lane. So I spoke too soon as Level Up get their redemption on the top lane. A nice deny from Soneko. Overall, Sven is farming really well. But this top lane, nobody is farming. Like 6 CS on one core, 7 on the other. The supports have almost the same amount of CS as they do. Mid lane, Lorenov starting to catch up here. He did get some free time of his own as Nicky Cool is getting some stacks in. He's preparing himself to get even more, looking forward. As Own Me is gonna be stunned up. He's taking some damage, but running into that Hawk, you are not crazy to do so. Now roll onto Soneko. That's gonna be a beautiful kick. Soneko will TP back to the tier 1, but very low. He does have the healing salve, however, so we'll be able to continue fighting in this lane. Very dangerous 2 heroes there on level up. Usually you can punish 2 melee heroes, but the Venge has very low range and Terrorblade is, you know, he's effectively a range hero, but isn't really. So once you don't have the meta, you don't harass them, you don't punish their lack of range. Roll. They found the Pinnacle Venge yet again. And once this Hawk goes in, might be able to get the kill. Soneko actually stands his ground, no problem. When you already use your spells with the Nerd Spirit, your right clicks aren't really all that much, all that dangerous. Oh, fine. Dominic. Usually DLC does really well versus melee heroes, but this is a lane with a Warlock, and well, even without the Shadow Word, he is making Dominic suffer somewhat. The upheaval is too big of a nuisance. Oh, Beastmaster dying. Beastmaster dead. We talked about the Air Spirit user spells, you don't have anything much. Well, Vengeful Spirit and the Terrorblade, that's not the case, because minus armor, stun, and then smack in the face really does hurt from these 2 heroes. Nice footwork from this one. The Seven Jesuit decides to run back into the brambles. Soneko on the other part of the map loses his life. Dominic dropping low. Dominic is dead. I'm actually surprised he just ran in like that, like a madman. The Sven, not even close to dying, having the 1 charges. Now he's going to be giving a healing Lotus as well, and goes forward to push out the Dark Willow from the lane. And Dark Willow might actually die to the Fatal Bonds if he will. As top lane, Terrorblade getting gone on, but the TP from Soneko, he is back to help his buddy in the lane. Lorinov, mid lane. He's actually ahead. So Nikki Cool didn't manage to do that much in this laning phase. He's slightly ahead in terms of net worth, but it's negligible. So as the Queen of Pain got more, his farm increased, got more levels, his farm increased, and nothing that the Timbersaw could do about it. Dominic threatening 7 Jesuit there, overwhelming gods. He's in 2 versus 1 scenario. Own me now in a lot of trouble. What a body block coming out from Mitrofanushka, and they get the kill. Blocking him with the illusion and hitting him with a real hero. Very nice play. Cute as well. Goes to show that Mitrofanushka just feels super confident with the Terrorblade, and all of the little tricks are going to be used just to get that little bit of an advantage. Timber, level 6. As the ulti gonna be kicked away from the rune, and Sweden Strong might pay with his life because it's not gonna be happening. 1J gets the haste now. So bad it's gonna be ran down. He has the TP, but I don't think 1J is never gonna allow this to happen. He drops in the blood grenade, and so bad it's just a matter of time before he falls. Shadow Realm gonna be used just to secure the kill so that the creeps don't get it. That added magical damage to the hit allows him to secure it, no issue whatsoever. First game, Storm won the laning phase. Second game, Level Up won the laning phase heavily. Now Storm are slightly ahead. Though I don't know actually how slightly. That top lane went really badly for Level Up. And now Dominic is actually catching up quite nicely. He's almost neck and neck with the Sven in terms of CS and the net worth too. And Own Me, he is hoping to have some stacks. Some were made, but he needs to make some of those himself. And they will be giving him the rune too. 1J picks up the Wisdom rune for his team. Now this means that one of the supports in Level Up is going to be struggling in levels slightly. 1J puts down a ward, immediately it will be taken down. So bad, needs to get away from the brambles, but Nikki Cool is coming over. Actually, if those brambles had connected, Nikki Cool probably would have went for a kill, but this time around not gonna be happening. From the other side, Soneko is coming, and that's gonna be a double stun from the Cursed Crown as Dominic. He doesn't have his level 6 overwhelming odds, don't kill so bad. Nikki Cool now he's coming over after he has farmed the creeps in the jungle and misses on the chakram. He just left his teammates there. Sonic Wave, Lorinov finishes off Soneko. Very weird decision for Nikki Cool to just stay and farm the big camp while his team is going for a chase. They were even bringing in Soneko as the backup on the Vengeful Spirit, and you decide to not give a damn. Now you might die because of Nikki Cool taking a ton of damage and he's running himself away, but the damage should be enough. The right clicks kick in and he goes down. Pretty problematic performance coming out from Nikki Cool. Not used to this from him, but again, we're coming back to it. A very long series, 2 very long games for both Storm and Level Up, and some mistakes are bound to happen. Hoping they're stocked up on some energy drinks, coffee, maybe an energy bar or something, because not easy. The worst thing you can do is eat a lot between games, but also a really bad thing to do is not eat anything. You need the energy, but you cannot overwhelm yourself and get sleepy. Maybe Nikki Cool did something like that. Let's move on to the net worth to see what's going on there. The Terrorblade is at the top of the net worth chart, and the Timbersaw right behind him. So they're still there. The Sven, he's gonna be needing to work so hard to be able to catch up to the Terrorblade. Gonna have to work around the clock for sure. Now, when Jasu being targeted, Dominic doesn't connect there with the overwhelming odds, so will not be getting the creepers. Sweden Strong wants this kill. So Neko, he has revealed himself. Probably shouldn't have done that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Of course, he cannot know that they're looking to take the life of his offlaner. As Timbersaw is low again. He's gonna be going to the base. I guess he was farming. From Level Up, Lorenov, he was poking a little bit in the triangle there, though very dangerous to go up the hill. So Neko ready to break the smoke. He's gonna be taking down the sentry. Nice roll kickback. He's dead. Actually gets the swap out, gets Dominic inside of that one. Dominic, I'm not sure that he wants this. He goes for the duel. This guy has a bigger sword than you, and he will win. Cutting down a lady, no problem for the Sven. Now he's gonna go for the Warcry, but look at that whirling death. Nikiko bringing it in. Mitra, Fanushka, and Nikiko are the only ones alive. Seven Jesu stands his ground, going for the Terrorblade. They're gonna go for the Sonic Wave, and the screams, they work. Seven Jesu is gonna try to dodge this Timbersaw and will be able to do so now. Actually thinking about going in and destroying him. Level Up. They clean up House Lorenov. However, going a little bit too deep, but he will have a blink fairly soon, and Storm will not be chasing. What a fight for Level Up. That swap from Soneko, pushing the LC into the fight and then going for a duel versus the Sven. I mean, I get it. You want to prove yourself in a duel versus the this big of a guy, but no. My friend, you're not winning that one. That's gonna be extra 10 damage for the Sven if he didn't already have enough. Look at Dominic. He's like, nope. Yeah, I'm giving the damage to the Sven, guys. Let's go. Even the Queen of Pain was there, so the Scream just helped the Sven finish him off super fast. Nikki Cool, when he used his Whirling Death there, Sven just got destroyed. Oh, look at this. Without the lockdown, they can't do enough. What a decision from Seven Jesu to turn around. A lot of people would have just ran away there, but not this guy. Not this manly guy. Yeah, there's finally the first duel win for the LC. They do bring down the Earth Spirit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Storm are going for a smoke again. They're looking towards the mid lane. How do you kill the queen? You put the brambles and you take him in. He blinked out. He's dead. He is so freaking dead. There's the brambles. There's the bedlam, and the damage will be more than sufficient. Ulti from the Sven going on to Dominic. Don't duel him. He doesn't have the duel. Upheaval will be slowing him down. The question is how much TP out? Yeah. Optimism is there. Glass half full for sure. Twice in a row though, his optimism has cost him. Maybe if he started the TP immediately inside of the upheaval, he would have at least been close to getting out. Here it wasn't even close. It was just 100% certain that the Sven is going to be able to cut him down. As we have an even game on our hands. The Sven did catch up to the Terrorblade. As expected, he's one of the fastest farmers in the game. Terrorblade, not a pushover either, but definitely cannot match until you get a Manta. Once you get the Manta, you can be somewhat close to the farming speed of the Sven. Metro Fanushka, he's 3-0-0. Owned Me, we haven't seen him for quite some time. He is going for an Aghanim Scepter, it seems like, though that is somewhat of a hybrid build. I have no idea what that is. Arcane Boots, Ring of Health. I guess he was thinking going for a Vanguard, then for an Aghanim Scepter, but saw that the game wasn't going too well, so he just went straight Ags. And really, the Vanguard, when you do badly in lane, it's not going to help you much. You're just going to be a little bit harder to kill, but you're not going to be contributing anything. 1J is going for a Yules. There's going to be a Silence from the Earth Spirit. Is the Queen of Pain going for an Orchid? Nope, it is going to be the Kaya for our next item. Currently has the Witchblade on Lorinov. Man, these Fatal Bones are annoying. Nikko is actually taking a decent chunk of damage, especially when these imps just run into him. Upheaval from so bad. Want to secure the rune for the Queen of Pain, and it's a level 4 upheaval, so you stay in it for 2 seconds and you're literally not going to be moving away.
Dire are scanning.
At the moment, nobody's looking to fight. Everybody's looking to attack the creeps, and the Terrorblade is not allowing the Sven to overtake them, as Storm are going for a smoke. These two supports, they do a hell of a lot of damage. Let's see if the Sven is the right target. He's still a strength hero. 2000 HP. Between the two supports, I think that's too much to go through. Nope. Nikki Cool is coming over. It's coming from the side. 7 just to know something is up. If it was Nikki Cool from this side and the two supports from the other, so they can meet them and stun him, maybe. This way, no way that you're getting the kill. And also Nikki Cool went over the Watcher, so Sven was pretty much aware that something was going on. Sanjin Kaya on the Timber Saw. Aghanim Scepter almost done there. Nikki Cool gonna be caught, terrorized, fear onto the Queen of Pain. A cool thing about going in, he actually had the Bedlam on him. Doesn't have the guts to go into Lorinov again, farming a big camp before getting out. That's gonna be both Bedlam and the Terrorize used. You don't get much out of it. Feeling strong, playing a little bit with the Terrorblade Illusions. We'll see if he skills up the Silence once now on level 9. Once he gets it, this level up, go for a smoke. This is a pretty fast one. Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster. Now he's gonna be drumming to their screams. We have a band here. Earth Spirit looks like the kind of guy that could play the triangle, and that's it. As bring down the mid lane tower. That smokes over there is just gonna be in the tower. So Neko sees Sweden Strong, gets out. That was a scan being used. Again, it is all about rune control. Mitra Fanushka again in the jungle. Sven and him neck and neck. He's breathing behind him. You can literally hear. There's the duel onto the Warlock. That is a big kill if they can get it. The pause comes out from Nikki Cool, and let's look at it. A fight for the ages. Old man versus a girl. That's my fight for. That's my duel for the ages. So look at the spikes. Like when you're a young teenage girl and your mother gives you clothes for going out to town. That is this LC. Was the Queen of Pain. she snuck out. No, completely different scenario. A Dark Willow, she's elegant. And Warlock dead. Another duel. One for Dominic. They got the Brambles on Lorinov, so he has to be somewhat careful about what he does. That's the second duel victory. Now he had the talent, so it is gonna be 28 damage in total. He has finally more than the Sven himself. Dominic needs to be showing other people that he can win those duels with the Blade Mail. He most definitely can actually stand his ground versus the Sven in a nice manner. Blink, Blade Mail. He's a beast. The supports are pretty farmed as well, all of them, apart from Suneko. So 1J will have the Yules, and there will be a Solar Crest on the Warlock fairly soon. Earth Spirit, Spirit Vessel, Veil. He wants a Midas as well, so Sweden Strong is gonna be a little bit greedy for the later parts of the game as Beastmaster. smacking the Roche to the beat of the drums. They leave the Aegis in the pit for the Queen of Pain, so he's gonna be picking it up. Or off, walking easily towards it. Nobody's gonna beat her. Imagine if someone came there and stole it, like an LC from the side or whatever. And you're just walking, you don't care. Dominic has the duelist gloves. Makes sense, you have a spell that's named Duel. You're gonna have the duelist gloves. Sven gets a blink. And now there's the Orb of Destruction, so he gets rid of it. Okay, cool. Lotus Orb gonna be next on the menu. There are a couple of signs, a lot of things that you can actually return. So I love it. The Lotus is a perfect item in this game. I think a support should get it at some point as well. Speaking of support, Suneko is very underfarmed. He's trying to get a Solar Crest and the Shard. It's gonna take at least another 10 minutes. Maybe even more, depending on how he does in fights. If he dies a couple of times in fights, then nothing. But if he survives a fight or two, then you can have it even faster. Sven, now he needs his BKB, Terrorblade. Now he needs his Skadi. So both of them farming towards their items. And, I mean, with the pace that they're farming, they should be there in no time. That Roche taking off level up did hinders the Sven's ability to farm because he didn't get the gold string, but now he's going for a smoke. They want to make something happen. Look at how well dispersed around the map Storm are. Even if you catch somebody, it's gonna be one hero. You're not getting a team fight currently level up. It's something they would want. Soneko. Well, it is what it is. At least, you know, in those kind of situations, if you're level up, you say, we killed the captain, guys. It's gonna hurt them. We cut off the head of the snake. Glyph is ready, 1J. I'm gonna be dodging the Shadow Strike. Dominic in the vicinity. He has the duel. Oh, nice blink out from 7 Jesu. Just in the nick of time. That would have been pretty bad because they probably would have been able to kill him. Down on the Queen. They have the duel. Won't be using it on the Aegis. Maybe would have been able to take it down. But so bad it's ready with the Chaotic Offering to stop the combo of the enemies. I really like that attempt from Dominic. Bummer for him that he didn't catch the Sven. The cool play. Now they find Lauren off. They have the follow-up stun. I think the Aegis is gone. Yeah, looks pretty gone to me. Sweet and strong, being chased down by Nikki Cool. He's coming in to assist his teammate as the Terrorize will connect. But look at that Golem and now the upheaval. They're not going to be moving the Queen of Pain. Getting herself away. And there's the screen. Get away from me. Let me live. Storm, they're just not moving. They're crippled. And now they're going to get screamed at. The Queen of Pain was first. And now Own Me comes over to show his manly voice as well as Nikki Cool Lotus Orb in 2 seconds. But I don't think there's a thing in this world that is going to save you from the death that will inevitably come. He actually gets himself to the low ground. Seems like he might be able to escape. Nope, not even close. Queen of Pain is there with the Shadow Strike, with the Scream, with the kill. Storm get destroyed, and it all comes down from the Warlock. So bad in such a great position. Golem onto 5, Fatal Bonds on everybody, and then the upheaval. Those little demons from the ground not allowing Storm to move. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, if you look at upheaval, when it gets used, there are little arms, like demonic arms, that are grabbing people. That's how it slows. Look at it. Duel on the Queen. You're like, oh, we got him once. This is the situation where you decide to run. No, as Timber Saw would say, run, 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 run. And they didn't run, 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 run. And then they got absolutely destroyed. Did they even kill Sweden Strong? I think not, right? They killed Sweden Strong, at least something. And luckily there's a pause while we're enjoying this replay. The chase on Nikki Cool. The most fun chase ever. This is the thing, when you're a Timber Saw and you know that you're gonna die, at least you take down as many of your enemies as you can. The trees are his enemies, of course. When your mortality is readily apparent, you tend to speed up on your dreams. So Timber Saw was just cutting down everything. Sweden Strong is back. Look at those 2 screamers, 3 screamers. You're a beautiful person with a charming personality. That would be a very cool answer to if somebody asks you, what do you think of me? You're a beautiful person with a charming personality. So look at the shadow from the outpost is still there. From where it used to be. They didn't patch it out. Kinda sucks. Roll. Sweden Strong is out. Duel not gonna be coming through. Storm. After that fight, they're behind. They're heavily behind. There is gonna be chaotic offering 35 seconds, which means that next time that you attempt on the life of the enemies, if this warlock is ready, it's gonna be the same thing. Not level 12 on the warlock just yet, so only level 1 of the chaotic offering. Basically, it doesn't matter. It's the fatal bonds that you care about. Queen of Pain will have an Aghanim Scepter. Once that is done, when people start dying and nymphs start getting spawned and there's screams everywhere, it's gonna be insane. Storm are gonna be taking so much damage. Need to have so many ways to remove the fatal bonds. They have Yules on the Dark Willow. They have a Lotus Orb on the Timber Saw, Manta, Terrorblade, and of course press the attack from the LC. Yeah, okay, they do have a decent amount.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roche can be up in 2 minutes. Nice. So bad. Greater Healing Lotus on him. No, sorry. Great Healing Lotus. What does Nicky Cool have? He doesn't know what to go for. Okay, he will buy a Blink. Nicky Cool. Queen of Pain, next item BKB. Sven. He has the BKB himself and the Orb of Destruction. So, let's see. Level up, they want to take a fight. And they are stronger at the moment. Especially Saray. Now taken by the Queen. Vengeful Spirit has a shard. Very nice for him. He got it for the Tormentor, so doesn't have to waste money himself. So Neeko. Ooh. And he's gonna be going down. Yule's a little bit too late from 1J, but wouldn't have changed much the role. Sweden Strong. He has found the Legion Commander. That is the hero that you need to be afraid of if you're the Sven. Gonna have the blink out, removes the Spirit Vessel, and look at the backline. So bad will be taken out. He will use the golem, but look at the damage from 7 Jesu. He has a big ass sword and he's not afraid to use it. This is how you chop things down, Timbersaw. 7 Jesu just did so much damage in that fight. And Mitrofanushka, well, his impact in this game, not that big. Oh, he used the Manta. Queen of Pain has to run out. Mitrofanushka a little bit too strong. But Storm, they're getting outclassed here. Level up. It feels like they always need some time to get the engine hot and running. And then once they do, these guys are not to be underestimated. Storm, I thought after game number 1 that they've got it. Level up, they've had some problematic performances, but some games they just pop off. They might be inconsistent, but when they are good, it seems like there's not many teams in this group A that can match them. Bam. Who's next? Now they chased here for a little bit longer while 7 Jess was waiting, and he found the opening in the back lines. I like how he got on top of 2 of them. Look at that. Okay. No more replay. Storm, in a smoke, owned me. He knows something is up. That is a level 18 Beastmaster. He's not an easy target at all. Once he gets the BKB, I think if you get it off before the duel, it might actually live. 7 Jesu, BKB. Oh, he goes in over the blade mail. Doesn't matter. He has so much armor to work with because of the war cry. Now turns around a little Terrorblade himself with a 7 Solar Crest on him. So that's not an easy target. First he'll destroy Soneko literally in 2 hits as Nicky Cole going into the back lines. So bad is dead. He doesn't have the ulti anyway, so it doesn't matter all that much. 7 Jesu has has been caught. He cannot move. He cannot run away. The Curse Crown will crown both him and the Beastmaster, as now it's level up that's being destroyed. Mitrofanushka, he does have the Thunder, but can he get to use it? The answer is gonna be a swift no. Nicky Cool now finally coming back into the fight to assist his teammates, but it is too late. He has lost the Terrorblade. He has lost everything that matters. Dominic running away. He's gonna have a blink in a second, and Own Me tries to follow him forward. Not gonna be happening. He cuts down some trees to get onto Timbersaw's good side and goes for a TP out. That is a 3-for-3 if I'm not mistaken. A fight completely even, which, considering the circumstances, does benefit Storm. The thing is that God Strength, much lower cooldown than a Metamorphosis. So level up can fight whilst Storm cannot, and the Roche will be spawning right now, meaning that level up might be able to just walk into the pit and get it. So bad now, he's level 12, he has his ulti. He's always the target of the Timber, so I'm liking what Nicky Cool is doing. He knows what his job is. If he's together with his team trying to burst down a target when So Bad is still alive, there is going to be a Golem, Fatal Bonds, and you're going to lose the fight. Just what happened in the mid lane 10 minutes ago. So he knows what his job is. It is murder the Warlock. Now he has the Glimmer Cape, so the Timbersaw is going to be needing the dust, and I don't really see too much spot in his space in his inventory to actually go for it. And there it is, going for the Roche. Back to what I talked about. No Metamorphosis, Storm are never gonna be happy to fight this, and it will be an Aegis cheese into the pockets of level up. We'll see who gets the Aegis, we'll see who gets the cheese Aegis onto the Sven, and cheese Lorenov will be the one to pick it up. Both Lorenov and 7 Jesu are level 19. The 7 Jesu should get his level 20 fairly soon once he gets that plus 10 Warcry armor. It'll be very, very tough to go through 25 armor that he gives to everybody. And seconds duration. But Terrorblade has a Daedalus. He doesn't have a BKB just yet, though. Considering level up, 2 of their spells do go through BKB, so with the good positioning, the Terrorblade can still do a massive amount of damage. Plus, you have Dominic to use the press the attack. The Storm go for a smoke. They're going into the Aegis. Almost everybody from level up is here. The Air Spirit not, but needed for a fight last time around when you fought into the Aegis. You know what happened. They don't care. They're going forward. Smoke will break. Nicky Cool has been found. Lorenov gets the blink out. Nicky Cool jumping in while Dax is flying through. And everybody joins the fight. They go for the duel onto Lorenov. That's not going to be enough damage. And he also does have the cheese. The duel does expire. Dominic survives himself. Trying to run away. Press the attack will definitely help him a little bit. But with the Sonic Wave, they push him back and kill him. Storm, you have to get out, and they will do so. Sven popped the BKB as well, so 8-second BKB on the Sven, 9-second BKB on the Queen of Pain was used in that fight. Considering that you're up an Aegis and the cheese, I don't think that's too bad. Okay, now Soneko will lose his life as well, so that's gonna make it 2 heroes dead. I mean, it's definitely not worth it losing heroes, but it's not the worst thing in the world, considering which BKB charges were burned through. Timbersaw level 20, 20% magic resistance. Sven, he went for the Warcry armor, of course, and Queen of Pain, the Scream of Pain damage. Now that Aghanims is going to be doing even more. There will be pain. There will be screaming. That's what the Aghanim Scepter does give you. Mine. 26-14. 11k gold lead here. Buy level up. Dominic runs himself out, no problem. Lorenov healed up. The stun does not connect. When you have the shard, you need to heal immediately. Alright. Yeah, you can. Duel. Oh, he was in the trees. Onmi's gonna be fine. And Lorenov, meanwhile, he does finish off 1J. Now Onmi is gonna be jumping in. He has the roar. Going onto the Legion Commander. Press the attack is ready if he needs to use it. And he has the BKB as well. So that roar of Onmi a little bit preemptive as Lorenov jumps in. He still has that cheese BKB. So he feels confident enough that he can live through anything. Actually, when he gets given 25 armor, he most definitely can. The blade mail won't be doing anything to him. A 7 Jesu drops low, whirling death. It hurts. Lornoff blink just in time. It looked for a second like the stun was definitely gonna connect, and Sweden Strong kicks him out. Like, get away from there. No reason to throw this one if you're level up. They're ahead. It's not all in their hands though. Storm, they can perform well in a fight. They can perform well on the map and win this game. Airblade is approaching the BKB. Lornoff hexed up. Nicky Cool revealing his hex. So level up are running away. They have the break here. 7 Jesu decides not to go for it. Even with the silver edge going on to Nicky Cool, it's a little bit too dangerous. It's time to bail. The Aegis will be expiring in a minute. So no high ground damage was done by level up, but they did take down 2 tier 2s. Next item gonna be a harpoon for the Sven. Queen of Pain wants a Shiva's. The Terrorblade will get a BKB. Nicky Cool just finished off his hex, so it's gonna be some time before he has anything. I'm guessing you would want a shard if you're Nicky Cool, but you can hope maybe for the Tormentor to give you one. It's between him and the LC for the next Tormentor. And I'm guessing the Overwhelming Gods added armor. It's not something that the LC really wants. It's nice, but you're not looking to get it. You'd much rather have a flamethrower in the Timber Saw. Sweden Strong, he has the shard and the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know he had an axe. So now he has the Enchant Remnant. Let's see who's going to be able to catch. Once the Ether Lens and the Blink, of course, because the Enchant Remnant, it has a very low range. You literally need to be in somebody's face. So it's not that easy to do, especially if you're running into the into multiple heroes, right? If you see somebody alone, sure, you can play with them, but for now I think it's mostly gonna be a save spell. If they go for guys, you can pull them back because of the shard and then turn them to stone, kick them out, and everybody's gonna be fine. Storm have a smoke. They could make a good move right now. In good position. The stun onto the Queen of Pain, so Nico has to be careful. Swap at the ready. Queen of Pain is out. There's the Bedlam on Nicky Cool. A little bit preemptive. Everybody's gonna be fine. There's a shield on the Timber Saw, so they shield runes, so they thought maybe we can go in here. No, not gonna be happening. You're still going into the cheese, so good luck. That is not an easy fight to win by any means. Mitchell Fanushka is at the top of the network chart. He is not looking good in terms of experience, but level 18, level 3 ulti, good enough. Duel onto the Beast Smash. He's not dying. He's definitely not dying. The swap out, they're trying to save their buddy, and the Sonic Wave pushing him in yet again. Don't fight. Let me at him. Let me at him. That's what it looked like. And he got let in the end. Lordoff is going to be using the cheese, standing his ground versus Mitchell Fanushka, who's now going to be roared. And here comes the Sven to smack him down. Bodosaur put on him. Sven actually uses the stun on himself and kills himself onto Mitchell Fanushka. Nicky Cool again. We've already seen these chases. Here comes 1J. He doesn't have the Terrorize. He doesn't have the Bedlam. He doesn't have a way to assist his buddy one bit. Sweden Strong in a little bit of trouble. He is going to be rolling out, and no Shadow Realm hit will be coming through. 1J silence up. Here comes the roll. Sweden Strong outplaying the hell out of Storm. And there's going to be 5 heroes dead. Not a team wipe, given that they didn't bring down Nicky Cool. And the Sven probably would have survived if he hadn't used the stun on the Lotus Orb. They really didn't need his stun. Plus, I think the Terrorblade had a BKB. So, no reason to go for it. Level up, have a gem. Obviously, Nicky Cool's still holding his, right? So, at least Storm didn't lose their gem. But now the gold lead is 20,000. The duels, I don't even think you should be going for those any longer. Unless it's like a Warlock support that is out of position that you have found, no. A core inside of a duel, unless it's, you know, a gank or something, not dying. Literally not dying. The LC does no damage, 56 dual damage at the moment. It is negligible for 40 minutes into the game, 36 minutes into the game. Storm will smoke up with 3 of their heroes. They're going towards the bottom part of the map, hoping that the Roche is up. should they really be hoping? Sven has a shard as well. Boy, that's so much armor that he's giving to his team. Once he activates it, what's it, 30, 32? 31, sorry, it's 6 armor, it used to be 7, I think. And Storm. They will go through the twin gates onto the top lane. And find nothing and no one. Roche is not up. Level up are not there. They're gonna be taking over the outpost. Nikki Cool is level 25. Okay, this is a big deal. The double chakram actually might allow you to bring people down even during the duel. So these two just need to work together. But it is still a question, can you keep the Warlock in check? Terrorblade, very nice usage of the illusions. He got a tower on the bottom lane. Going for the Satanic next. Mitchell Fanushka, he really needs more chances to stand his ground and more things to purge off the fatal bonds with. Hex onto the Queen, immediately pulled out by the Earth Spirit. Geomagnetic grip, now used to save his buddies. Yeah, dude, gripping the Queen of Pain. Yeah, I'm doing it to save her. Yeah, save your stories for somebody else. What a guy, sweet and strong. I didn't imagine he was like that. Anyways, level up and Storm. Want to own me, won't be able to get on top of him. Lorenov standing his ground, has the BKB, doesn't get into the brambles, they will miss. Threatening with the ulti there, the Warlock. Nikki Cool removes the fatal bonds, he's gonna be okay for now. Tries to get himself away, he's very much slowed down. Another Shadow Strike, immediately removed. Actually, no, it connected after the press the attack. Nikki Cool taking so much damage, he has the BKB. Here comes the Golem, and he has been stopped. He's gonna try to escape, not gonna be happening. That's your strongest hero, the Roar. Onto Mitchell Fanushka, he needs a Sunder target. He's gonna be getting it fairly soon, trying to do as much damage as possible as Dominic is being taken down by the supports, and now Mitchell Fanushka all alone. He already used the Sunder. He's gonna be taken down with ease by the damage of Sweet and Strong and owned me. He wants to stop this TP, and here comes the roll. You might not be able to do it, but Sweet and Strong will be there in time. Storm, they lose a fight. They will be losing the Roach as well. A perfect fight for them, losing absolutely nobody. When you kill the main hero of the enemies, the one that does the most damage on the other side, being the Timbersaw, it's just over, right? The second that Nikki Cool got caught, that was the problem. You cannot allow this to happen. And this Golem dropped just at the perfect timing. Maybe with a Timber Chain there to the side, he would have been able to live. Highly unlikely, but still maybe. But when you take away his mobility, it's a big deal. And do these guys hurt? Sven is doing so much damage that he's going through the overwhelming armor of the Terrorblade. And then you think overwhelming armor of the Terrorblade? Well, every single hero on level up has that amount of armor, considering that the Sven is just buffing them up. He gives 6 passively and then 25 added. So it's 31? Yep. He gives more armor than the Terrorblade has. Yeah, Terrorblade has 32. Dark Willow? I guess that's what happens when the Earth Spirit has the blink and the Ether Lens. Now he's just gonna be hunting. It is a 40-second cooldown as far as I know. Yep, 40-second cooldown on the Enchant Remnant. Swap, Lorenov gets the BKB off. He's probably gonna get that cheese out and no problem for him. He doesn't even need it. It's time to call it a day. This game is over. Lotus Orb, it is protecting Nikki Kulka, but he will be pulled in by the Harpoon. GG has been called. Storm, they accept defeat. First game goes to Storm, but the other two level up will be making a reverse sweep happen. It looked like this new lineup wasn't gonna be able to match Storm, but they were more than capable to win this series with a 2-1 score. And we had 2 amazing series, guys, for 2 hours over the schedule, but it doesn't matter, as we did enjoy amazing Dota here by these 2 teams. And that's gonna be that's gonna be it for me. We did watch Moneymakers versus Marsbet, and we watched Level Up versus Storm. Marsbet won, Level Up won, but we do have 2 more series on our hands. Blue Scale is gonna be taking over as he takes you through 4 Zoomers versus Team Arava and KZ Team versus Team Infinity. We have enjoyed Group Number A, and hopefully Group A, and hopefully Group B is gonna be just as amazing when it comes to today's games. Of course, I'm not gonna be with you, but I wish you all the best and enjoy the rest of the show.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words that come together, story that we never told. So for your sake and for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. For our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I'll always be your captain. I'll always be your captain. You told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my bone. Through the wind and fire, we tried. Hold on. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words that come together, story that we never told. So for your sake and for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. For our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain.
You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Welcome back on into the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes Tournament number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very behind schedule because the previous 2 series were absolutely insane, going all the way to 3 games in both series. And it was just chaos and hectic. And hey, it was very entertaining to watch. But yeah, we still got 2 more series to come around this time. Like, this series should be finishing by now. But whew, it's been a mad day of Dota for sure. But obviously, we still have 4 Zoomers versus Team Arava. That is the one that is going to be coming up very, very soon. In about 5 or 10 minutes, guys. And well, let's see how this one is going to go down. If we're looking at points currently in this group stage, 4 Zoomers are square last right now. -3 points for them, losing both their games, only taking 1 map. Not too great at all. Yeah, we can see him at the bottom there, feeling really, really rough. Team Arava, on the other hand, not as bad. 1 win, 1 loss. Actually got positive on the points and setting themselves in 2nd place so far. So they are feeling quite comfortable, like as this group stage is standing so far. So definitely gonna have to start seeing 4 Zoomers be the ones to start making some really insane plays happening and try and recover in this tournament, because yeah, there's only so far you can fall behind. We'll have a quick look of the roster here for 4 Zoomers. Obviously, these guys pretty well established. Tiger, it says support there, but in the previous series we watched him yesterday, he was actually playing the mid. He played mid Dark Willow. It was pretty terrible. Not gonna lie, don't want to flame him or anything, but it wasn't good. It was not great at all. So we'll see if maybe they're going to be trying something a little bit more old school, because I feel like that is just maybe what they need to go back to. Don't try any of this sort of wacky things in the mids. Just stick to standard Dota 2, and I'm sure it will end up panning out quite nicely, but only time will tell. As well, have a look at the lineup here of Arava. K8 on the carry, Blizzy mid. Zodiac always been a stellar position 3 player, as well as Zayak himself. This guy's been on so many premium squads in his time that he's just a well-renowned name. I feel like a vast majority of Dota 2 players in general are going to know who this guy is, and always expecting great things to come out from him. Normally, like in the past, he's played a lot of things like Earth Spirit, and I'm sure he's absolutely loving it this patch, considering just how contested the hero is. But you pretty much, he's never going to get it. It's always banned, and if it's not banned, then first pick most of the time is going to grab it. So unless they have it, yeah, he's not going to be playing his old staple. But Maybe the fate of the draft will happen and he actually does get the opportunity to roll with that hero. I'm sure he would absolutely love that. And we'll see if he's going to get it. It'd be cool if he does. It definitely will. It's always entertaining. But it feels like both of these teams so far have been sticking with kind of standard meta heroes as it has obviously been developing. As Hairy Freak obviously covered earlier on as well, we had a C patch last night. So there has been a few little tweaks here and there to some heroes. We're starting to see a lot more Lena showing up in these games now, going for like the classic magic casting based style. And it has been quite successful, to be fair. So interesting to see that hero being revitalized. Time for TI just around the corner. Start to see her. What I'm kind of expecting is to see more Arc Wardens. Like, if people have a look at the patch notes, the one big change for him is that now when you use your Tempest double, it always has full HP, full mana. You could be on 1 HP, hardly any mana at all, but it doesn't matter. Your Tempest double comes in. It's basically a whole entire fresh hero, no matter what situation you're in. And it sounds pretty damn busted, in honesty. I think his other change was like his Spark Wraith damage got increased as well. It just seems crazy. It's like he's only gotten buffs. Obviously, he is quite more of a niche hero. You can't just chuck him into any old draft. Otherwise, he can suffer quite heavily. But I definitely feel like we're going to start seeing him as more of like a little gotcha pick as this new draft or new patch, does end up playing out. Similar things can be said about the Zeus. He's also been buffed a bit. Again, I think we've actually seen him already today. Multiple Zeus is being picked up. So clearly, both of the all the pro teams are sort of sampling through these heroes that have been changed slightly and seeing how they are actually panning out. But there wasn't any changes, I don't think, to the Dark Willow. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Tiger Mid Dark Willow. I really hope not. I know I've brought it up before, but it was just a large old question mark in that series yesterday, and I don't want to see it again. I really do not. I think in his second game, he managed to play Razor mid, had a bit of a better time, but it still wasn't really great at all. But, maybe those were just their warm-up series. They lost the first two, fine, but as long as if they can win the next 3, then they should have a pretty comfortable sort of position then to get themselves through to the next stage. Might be difficult to secure a position in the upper bracket before Zoomers, but definitely still the possibility to at least get into the lower parts and at least continue their run here in the Pinnacle Cup Malta 3 Vibes tournament. Team Ravel, on the other hand, these guys have been very, very solid. Just really getting W's left, right, and center. Running very, very standard heroes going through their recently played, and there's nothing crazy out there which is coming out as like a niche hero just for this team. It's all the strong stuff. Lots of Pangoliers. They actually played a few Embers, but Ember was actually nerfed a fair chunk in this C patch today. So they're probably going to have to start ignoring that hero and just stick into the more classic. Like I mentioned, could be the Arc, could be the Zeus. Only time will tell. As I'm sure the draft will probably be starting up pretty damn soon. Obviously, the players as well have been waiting. They've been sat on their computers for 2 hours now. Like, when can we actually start playing Dota 2? They've been itching. They've been really, really eager. And it looks like the time to play Dota 2 is now, as the draft is finally underway. And let's see what these teams are going to bring to the table here in this game number 1. Are we going to see the standard Earth Spirit ban, Invoker ban, Treant Protector, all these sort of things, the staple heroes from the B patch, or could we start to see a bit of a change considering this new one? I am very, very eager to actually see. I was already using up reserve time just for this first ban. I feel like first bans are pretty easy, right? You just slap down the clear meta heroes, but I don't know. Team Arav are really trying to consider something crazy here that 4 Zoomers could be bringing out, or Zayak is just AFK and they can't actually ban the heroes. that would be pretty rough. Who knows? Okay, get rid of the Beastmaster. There's the Treant Protector. I'm sure those other ones are going to start rolling through. Nick's ban, actually, yeah, I did mention that. But he was actually also buffed a fair chunk as well. I think his ultimate, you have a longer attack range, and I think it does slightly more damage, as well as your W, like the burst damage ability. Can't remember what the name is. Too many skill names in this game to remember all of them. But yeah, the intelligent multiplier actually got increased by a fair margin. So Nyx is going to be very, very scary versus those big intelligence-based heroes. So maybe for Zoomers are thinking about picking something heavy in, like a Storm Spirit, perhaps. Considering how they're already removing that Nyx. Just off the top of my head, you know, it's a possibility. Already banning the Faceless Void, which I suppose is actually one of the most successful position ones there on the side of Arava. Yeah, they've won every game of it so far in recent history, so definitely feels like a strong one just to take out of their hands and at least force them onto or at least Kate onto a different hero. I'm assuming I pronounce his name as Kate. That makes most sense to me. I could be completely wrong there, but who cares? You know, I'm calling him what I want to call him. You can't make me do otherwise. I'm a free spirit. Haha. But the Nature's ban, final one taken out. So Earth Spirit is still in the pool. Invoker's still in the pool as well. So I feel like we're going to see one of those picked in this opening stage. Obviously, Team Arava do have the priority here, first pick themselves. So if they want either of those two, I'm sure they'll probably snap them up. I mean, Invoker, I feel, is a lot less contested than the actual Earth Spirit is. And actually, never mind. I completely missed that on the bans. There is no Gyrocopter banned away. So, of course, that's going to be the first grab there for Arava. But he actually was also nerfed in the last patch, I do believe. I can't remember how badly the nerf was to him. Let's see. His agility gain was decreased. The stun duration of missile was decreased. The flat cannon cooldown was increased. And all of his talents at 10, 15, 20, and 25 were all slightly nerfed as well. So maybe that's why Zoomers decided to let this hero through, considering how it has just received quite a large amount of nerfs in that last patch. Yeah, it might be the reason why. But instead, they do decide to go for the Razor pick themselves. In their series yesterday, they did actually play the Razor mid into the hands of Tiger. So maybe that's their idea here in the second game. Obviously, it's not too bad of a matchup versus the Gyrocopter, because normally a Gyro wants to get up close to you to use the rocket barrage to try and burst people down in the laning phase at the very least. But the Razor can obviously always just stack link and try and counter that damage as much as possible. So maybe the idea already is to put this as their position 3 and just run it against that guy. Who knows? But they ban the Warlock and immediately pick up the Marcy as well. Although we have not seen many Marcys at all in recent history, and just double checking, yeah, she was not changed at all in the previous patch, so nothing new there. But I feel like it's just a strong combination with the Razor in general. You know, she can jump forwards, get the initial stun, let the Razor get the stack link off, and then you can always dispose people back towards the waiting arms of the Razor. So you nearly guaranteed a full-length static link with this lane combo. So maybe that is the reason. I'd like to see it. It's definitely a strong way of just gaining a big, big advantage in that laning phase. The question is, though, do they still want to run the Razor as the 3 or put it as the carry? Because the Marcy can go 4 or 5. Doesn't make too much difference. But yeah, there was 2 more picks obviously that came out there from Arava, Skywrath plus the Dawnbreaker. So Dawnbreaker as well has been a relatively strong hero as of late. Obviously always able to counter any sort of global ganks from across the map. So if 4 Zoomers tried to go for a move on top of the gyro. Dawnbreaker can always be there at a moment's notice to try and turn those situations around. So I do like it. Obviously, a strong combo with the Skywrath as well. You got multiple slows in the lane. You got a stun, tons of damage output. So very scary off lane coming out from Arava themselves. I feel like we could be seeing a lot of kills early on this game. That being said, I've probably just cursed it, and there is going to be no kills. It's going to be very, very passive. I hope not. I love games which are just non-stop fights and kills. Still looking for the third pick here from 4Zoomers. Most likely going to be their mid plus fellow support, leaving their carry for the final pick, because they do have last pick this game. Down to 12 seconds of reserve time, and the hero of choice is a Tusk. So again, that's actually a really strong lane combo with this Razor. So at this stage, 4Zoomers can comfortably put the Razor at 1 or 3, and it's going to have a good time, it feels. Definitely liking that. I really hope they don't put this Razor mid into the hands of Tiger again. I just don't think that's going to be a good idea. But Luna grabbed. All right. Always cool to see a Luna coming on out. Again, can actually lane quite nicely with either of these two supports. I feel like the Tusk is just ever so slightly a better lane partner with the Luna. Seems like the Luna has a relatively decent attack speed early on, and you could benefit from the tag team damage coming through. So I'm going to say that this is a 5 Tusk with the 4 Marcy, and leaving the mid as their final pick. God, I really hope this isn't Razor mid. Please, Gaben. Just influence 4Zoomers, invade their Discord, cool, whatever. And just make sure this isn't a mid-Razor. I don't want to see it. But there is the mid for Arava for sure. Pangolier has been grabbed. Obviously, no chance of a Bloodseeker coming out, as the carry has already been picked for 4Zoomers. So, feels like a really, really strong pickup this game. Immediately takes out the Ember. Yeah, I mean, that is one of the favoured mids for 4Zoomers, is the Ember Spirit. But like I was mentioning earlier, he was nerfed a fair bit. Let me find the actual numbers, because yeah, so his base health regen was basically reduced by 2/3, and the mana cost of his slight was also increased, so not quite as much spam in the laning phase, and just not as sustainable in the lane as well. Because like his HP regen was 1.75, I think the number was. Now it's down to 0.5. It's quite a large difference. But, you know, it is minor things at the end of the day. Probably, if you've got a player that really specializes on that hero, still feel comfortable going for it no matter what. But, yeah, just a lot of hero carry bans here from 4Zoomers. Removing both the Morphling as well as the Terrorblades. And we'll see what Arava are going to grab up. Because 4Zoomers are thinking this is a gyro support. It does kind of make sense. Moving the Huskar as well. And what is going to be the final pick here from Arava? They're potentially considering putting this gyro as a core or keeping it as a support. And the hero choice is a Lich, so it is going to be a carry gyrocopter at the end of the day. Maybe the bans from 4Zoomers was to force the gyro to be the carry, you know. Maybe they didn't think it was going to be a support, but they just really wanted to make sure that it was the carry. I feel like maybe they have a good answer to it in the back of their minds, as their final pick is actually going to be a Primal Beast. Okay. So Primal up against the Pangolier in the mid lane. Dropping dice. I'm assuming Tiger is not playing mid anymore and he's back on supports. I'm going to have to wait and see just for confirmation from myself that is the case, but I really feel like this should just be the primal mid, right? And keep him over there. Tiger is the 4. Sunlight on the position 3 for the off lane. Fart SJ for the carry laner. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Man, man's rocking bunk beds. Oh, I used to love bunk beds, man. It's been so long. Obviously, you can't be an adult and have bunk beds anymore. As much as we'd all love to still have them, you just can't. You know, you'd be seen as a social outcast. I mean, we play Dota 2. We're already social outcasts. Let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest. But even still, there's a step. Actually, has he got a bunk bed too? I think he does. Are they actually boot camping? Maybe they are, but then it feels like they have a more official room if it was the proper boot camp. I don't know. I could just be tripping there. But looking at these lineups, I really do like Forzuma's draft here. I really, really do like it. The Rays are going to be strong in the offlane, paired up with the Tusk of all heroes, as the game is a beginning. And let's see how this one goes down. I am just going to, be slightly leaning towards Forzuma's here in this game. But considering how Forzuma's been playing in the past in this tournament, and considering how Arava are actually been playing really well, it's not going to be a guarantee by any means. Not by any means at all. As we do see a smoke move from Arava, but it's just to move into their own jungle as quickly as possible. Blizzy grabbing up the Watcher there at the top, and he's going to head back to join his team, but not likely going to see a first blood here for any level 1 fights. Always love a level 1 fight, but yeah, it's not going to happen. Sad stuff. Very sad stuff. Actually, Forzuma's, they go for a late smoke, and they're going to wrap round into the Radiant jungle. But unfortunately for them, the area has already been vacated from Arava, so they might not find anybody. I mean, I say that, and Zayak heading in their direction. He could get caught out. The smoke breaks there onto Tiger, but the vision was already in. Zayak saw it coming. Obviously, the very nicely placed observer ward there in the jungle just really saved his life. As a result, let's end up being 2 for 2 on the bounties. No first bloods found. Everyone disperses, goes back to the lane. And yeah, okay, the clarification is in. It is a primal mid. Tiger is the 4. I'm happy about that. I'm very, very happy about that. Praise Gaben for standard matchups here. Oh, down bottom. Dive past the tier 1 by the looks. Or has been caught out. 3 heroes on top of him. First blood is found. Okay, was trying to chuck in a bit of harassment there to counter it out, but unfortunately doesn't save his position 5. Then Fart SJ just TPs up towards the top. Gotta call him Fart, man. Just have to call him Fart every time. Yeah, very nice start. This is the power of level 1 Tusk there with the Taki. Actually, speaking of which, another fight is already brewing. Kate getting low at the bot lane. One more right click from Tiger. They get the kill. It is traded away there from Orr, but who really cares about that? You kill the enemy carry. He gets no experience for that little trade. And it was just more gold for Tiger at the end of the day. Depends if he actually bought his items before he died, but even still, this offlane for Zoom is off to a fantastic start. We'll see if they can snowball off of that. Get it? It's a Tusk, and he has a snowball. I'm so funny. Yeah, you get me. You get me. I like it. But yeah, I mean, once there's a couple more levels starting to pile onto this gyro, it's very hard to play as aggressive into him, where up top lane, we do actually see Husky going down. Zayak's getting the kill for that one. Arava having a strong off lane of their own. Multiple kills already been found in either lanes. Looks like, according to the CS chart, Risi or RCY is having a really nice time here in the mid. 10 and 6 compared to the 6 and 0 there of Zodiac. Also, a really fantastic stuff him. See if he can continue it. Meanwhile, well, they're trying to make a move onto the gyro, but the static link is broken, so this is already a scuffed sort of fight attempt. But actually, never mind. Just these tag team whacks alone, just tearing all to pieces. And the Lich is just dead. Literally, they didn't even need a full-length static link. That's ridiculous, man. Tag team too strong. Too strong. Wonder if Tiger might just be spamming points into tag team as a result now. Just max it and do a lot of work. We'll see the psychic just with flat bonus damage now. There's no sort of percentage-based stuff for him. Strong early game. I say that like it's a recent change. That was like a month ago. Oh, the mid-man race is doing a fair amount of pressure onto Zodiac, forcing him underneath his tier 1. Not going to get hit from the tower aggro. I mean, what down bottom, Tiger has found Ord chilling in the trees, and the frost armor makes no difference at all. Just an absolute beatdown. Yeah, this offlane is just crushing right now. 1-0-2 for the Racer, 3-1-1 for Tiger. And already got completed 1 plus brown boots. And we'll see what else he's going to be able to pick up after that. As the Luna up top as well, not exactly excelling in terms of CS, but not really, you know, not doing too bad either. 14-0. Literally no pressure. I feel like Fart has been on full HP the entire lane so far. Just, yeah, completely left to his own devices. Tiger. He's rotating to mid at the same time Aura is. It looks like it's just to secure the 4-minute water runes. The Reese try and stick around for it. He does. Maybe that's going to cost him his life as both supports rotate on top of his face and he goes down. Tiger just casually walks into all 3 of them. Oh no. Okay, he's not going to get caught at least. Regardless, very nice kill there from Morava, taking down the mid laner of 4 Zoomers, making a bit more space for the Pangolier. As we see, he is bottom CS of all the cores, but after that he's going to feel better. But who's not feeling better? That's Husky. Tries to do a leap away, actually manages to heal up slightly there, and there's no mana left for the Skywrath to chuck out 1 more bolt. And just barely Husky survives. Super, super close. Maybe more action about to happen down bot. It's been a while since we've seen a kill.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, we'll just chill him. Killing couriers as well, which is nice. But was that completed power treads that you just denied, like killing that courier? Or was it just a casual power, like gloves? I'm not too sure. Ooh. And both of these two trading hard here in the mids. But still with a few bottle charges, the Primal's going to be A-OK just to heal back up. And Zodiac might be forced to run back to base. Unless he wants to hang around for the 6-minute rune to respawn. Feels really risky. Never mind, Sky's actually TP'd to the mid. Going to fill up the bowl for him. Always be kind to your supports, ladies and gentlemen. They can save your lanes for you. And actually, still hanging around here, Zyax. Maybe they're going to attempt to go for another kill attempt on towards the Primal, who is obviously going to be waiting for the 6-minute rune. Husky's moved in here himself. Zyax, don't think he actually spotted him. Instead, he's going to run back to the lane. They want to try and abuse this 2 versus 1 situation, I think. Husky, not going to be able to find the runes. It spawns bottom. Actually, they're going to try and just go for this kill. As Tiger is also turning up. Before, it was the Primal who got punished by a 2 support rotation. This time, it is Zodiac. Meanwhile, at top, it looks like Fart stuck behind the Roche pit. Just so damn slow. And it looks like he will eventually be ran down. He's been having a great lane up until now. But like I mentioned, just a really good game read there from Zyax. He's like, I won't bother trying to contest the room. We're going to head up top, kill the Luna, because the Marcy's here. I mean, obviously Zodiac dying wasn't great, but he's in Tapper. Meanwhile, Kate probably going to be falling down as well. Tag team plus a max duration static link. That's a dead gyro for sure. Kills will resume in this off lane. It's unlike not even going for max stack link in this lane, which I feel kind of surprising. Like, it just feels super, super strong. Instead, going for a lot of points into plasma. Yeah, it's still good. Both teams get him a wisdom rune each. Very even trade. I actually see Invis rune rotation here from the Primal. Actually, just going to spot out a triple stack onto the Ancients. Does manage to snatch away pretty much all of them there. A quick in and out, and that is going to be a very nice pickup there for Reese. Yeah. Freebie. Looks like in the mid as well, both supports from Arava are nearby. They're going to try and go for this kill. The Roller Thunder actually hits the wall. Not going to get the full connection, but instead Reese just charges back towards his tier 1 tower. The Roller Thunder going to be forced to disengage as Sunlight is the one who TP's in here. They were not expecting a row position 3 to just appear out of nowhere. And now Zodiac's having to run himself away. I mean, Sunlight is a full level ahead of the mid Pangolier. Just has not been a great start here from Arava. 3k gold lead, 8 minutes in, 4 Zoomers. Just off to an absolute fantastic start here in this game number 1. Just completely make it up for their pretty horrible series yesterday. Gonna be feeling strong for sure. But still able to find CS, as we do see pretty much all 3 top CSs are on the side of 4 Zoomers. Burrow is up there, but the Dawn and the Pangolier both are lagging behind by a fair chunk. We'll see if 4 Zoomers are going to try and apply any more pressure on towards this gyro. I mean, he has died twice, but feels like they definitely could kill him more if they really want to. They've got so many aggressive tools and abilities that they can just dive towers relatively easily, it feels. A twin gate down to the bot, Husky. Putting down an obs. And we'll just immediately head back up towards the top. Just want to try and provide some vision. See if they can spot out the gyro, which they do. Do they try and go for the kill? Just Tiger and Sunlight. Maybe they're seeing if the gyro steps too far out of position or not. Yeah, he's not going to. Not going to follow the creeps. Will fall back. Wants to just hit as many neutrals as possible. Resume the farm game for himself. On this mid. 10-minute runes. Gonna be spawning in 5 seconds right now. You know what, they're just actually gonna go for a kill attempt towards Reese. There is gonna be the Doorbreaker on as well. Tons of lockdown, tons of damage. The Primal Beast can't do anything. Too much damage and stuns. Ends up being a double kill given over there towards Zodiac. Very nice little turn of events there for themselves. Would have loved to have got the bottle refill to boot, but Tiger was there at the very least to snatch that one away, but regardless, 2 massive kills to find. And Zodiac, who was struggling a fair bit, has, you know, just helped bump him a bit closer towards that Diffusal Blade, which he's still 1,000 gold away, I think. But he's going to get there. Who are Luna? Now with the Mask of Madness, farm and speed is just going to start going through the roof. Especially with Tag Team just going to be thrown on him. Continuously it feels, just so much extra free damage. And actually, it looks like the Marcy and Luna have gone for a smoke play, taken the Twin Gate down to the south side of the map. Looking to hunt for a kill, but little do they know that the gyro has already TP'd out of there and is farming up the triangle currently. So if they made this move, I think 30 seconds sooner, they might have actually found him, killing one of those last camps, but this was not meant to be. Instead, we'll see Kate's net worth probably just fly up once he does finish off these huge stacks here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Oh.
tower is under attack.
Rolling Thunder used. Very defensively, though. Just want to make sure he did not get caught out. Very wise just to back out, you know. It's not like he needs to hold on to his ult for any sort of aggressive plays at this part in the game. They are on the back foot, playing quite defensively. And it's all about just waiting for the gyro to become big and scary. And yeah, after getting all those ancient stacks, the gyro is actually top net worth. Oh, well, it just got replaced by the Luna, but he's up there now, considering the 2 deaths at the start. Meanwhile, at the top, looks like action is happening. Trying to make a move on towards Blizzy, but the shards are not going to connect. Instead, Reese trying to charge forwards there with the onslaught, but gets cancelled out by the Sinister Gaze, but still it's probably going to be a dead lich. Actually, never mind. The Chain Frost coming out, plus the Doorbreaker ulti. What a huge turnaround there from Marava. And they grab them both yet again. Where did all those heals come from onto Ward? Did he just have loads of Lotus Orbs? He just healed up instantly. It was crazy. Husky is actually... Is he going to get a solo kill? Okay, no. Sunlight comes flying in for the final touch, but he also gets a kill into all at the same time. Ends up being a very tasty double kill for himself. I'll take that. Right up top. Action happening. Tiger TP's up here. Maybe he's going to try and get the deny onto tower or something like that. Zyax will get it, but so many more other members of 4 Zoomers turn up for the party. And it's going to be another 2 kills there going over towards 4 Zoomers. They're starting to recover their net worth lead. I think at one point it was around 4,000, but now it is down to 2. Because it has just been like, one team makes a really good move, gets a few kills, then the other team makes a move, gets another couple of kills. It's been relatively back and forth up until this point. We'll start to see whether if the aggression starts to ramp up a bit.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, the Primal Beast is actually very, very close to a BKB. It's probably what they're waiting for. And he's only got it up at about 700-ish gold. Meanwhile, 3-man smoke here from Arava. It's going to break. They get a DD onto Zodiac. Even dropping the Mystic Flare onto the high ground, but Tiger just walks it off. He's going to be fine. So unfortunately, the smoke was not used super effectively. So getting the DD on Zodiac is nice. Maybe they could go for a second smoke attempt with this, and if they find the Luna or even the Razor, should be a pretty easy way to get a kill. I mean, they might actually have to wait for Mystic Flare to be back off cooldown. It's another 30 seconds, but I suppose in the grand scheme of things, 30 seconds ain't too long to wait. And no sort of aggressive moves being forced out from either squad. They're all just chilling. Sunlight working up towards his Manta style. A couple of 1,000 gold away. BSJ as well. Got his Yasha up in 150 gold. Probably going to be working towards a Manta style of his own. And then maybe with those 2 items completed, we could see some aggressive moves being made. Meanwhile, talking about aggression, Tiger has been found here at the bottom tier 1. He's just not a hope in hell's chance to survive on that one. That DD room from earlier on. Just putting the nail in the coffin. But that is BKB completed here for the Primal Beast. Obviously, still waiting for the other 2 cores to complete an item, so he's going to have to sit on this item for just a little bit longer. I'm sure he'd love to just run at people right now and really abuse this item as early as possible. But probably not going to get that opportunity. Looks like they got the bottom tier 1. Close down the map a bit more. But still, good to see Husky is just glued to this Luna right now. Just does not want to leave the vicinity whatsoever. Keeping that Psychic on him non-stop. I mean, it does definitely excel the farming speed of this Luna by a huge margin. Actually, they're just going to roll straight to the Roach Pit right now. Literally not a single bit of vision nearby here for Arava to do anything about this. They got 1 ward above the tier 1, but that is it. Doesn't spot this at all. Yeah, a free objective caught completely unawares. And now that is going to be an Aegis into the hands of Sunlight by the looks. Yeah, going to give it to the Razor. Clear indication that 4 Zoomers want to be playing as a 4-man and leaving the Luna alone, I guess. I feel like Sunlight's going to be the more likely target to die. Charging in quite aggressively. I mean, Arava is here. Of 4 members of the squad, a couple of them smoked up. Obviously, the Dawnbreaker ultimate means they could join in at a moment's notice to make it into a full 5-man squad. Doesn't look like they're actually going to find anybody. 4 Zoomers playing very, very careful. He'll back on out. I don't know if they're going to try and pressure the tier 2. The Primal did TP away, so he wouldn't be able to join here, but there's not enough information, not enough vision to work off of. It'd be very risky trying to shove into the tier 2. You know what, just everyone from the side of 4 Zoomers are trying to find what farm they can. Even Tiger hitting up creeps, and as a result, he's just bought his Blink Dagger now. So you got the snowball save to any sort of rolling thunder lockdowns. You can dodge huge portion of the Mystic Flare damage. Counter out like the stun from the home missile as well. Dodge the Chain Frost. Like, it's actually going to be really, really clutch having this item online. I mean, before you would expect the Tusk to be running in there, causing the stuns and stuff himself, providing the tag team damage, but 100% Tiger is going to be on defensive mode. It feels like in a lot of these fights, just waiting for that perfect opportunity to negate so much of Arava's team fighting capabilities. So might see a little skirmish there in the mids. Jumping on towards the Luna underneath the tier 2 tower. Snowball forward, Zodiac just going to be able to roll himself away. Blizzy actually coming into this. They're focusing down on towards the Luna. BSJ, what a fantastic pulverize from Reese. He actually grabs him just as the roll was coming to an end, denies him from getting the kill onto the Luna. And everyone else on the side of Rava has to TP away. Oh my days, that was so close to BSJ getting caught out and killed. But literally Reese at the perfect place at the perfect time, grabbed the Pangolier and just said, nah mate, you ain't going anywhere. I mean, in general, there was a pretty greedy dive underneath the tier 2. I'm also surprised there wasn't the Blink Dagger save from Tiger either, but regardless, I could see just how close he is to die, about to connect, but boom. Reese just grabbing him, man, mid-roll. What a player. And that's also the power of having this early BKB. But we see on the live already another fight happening by the tier 1 tower. Tiger and Zyx both dropping down right now. 3-man stun comes out from Husky as the Eclipse from BSJ is doing so much damage and work. And once again, it's Arava having to run away, but they're just not fast enough. 4 people dead. The tier 1 tower also going down. And this feels like 4 Zoomers going from 3rd gear into 4th. Definitely picking up some high momentum now in this game number 1. The gyro wasn't anywhere to be seen. I guess Cake just still feels like he needs that extra item before he can actually start getting involved with the team. He's got BKB up in 900 gold? Yeah, 900 gold for the gyro BKB. Not a million miles away. And he's already got his Ags, got a Chrysalis as well. So he definitely has some good capabilities to pump out damage in this fight. So yeah, he just really relies on that magic immunity to keep himself going. But now, teetering between a 7 to 8k gold lead for 4 Zoomers. Sunlight is just having an absolutely insane game on this Razor. 6-0-6 is his scoreline. Just been absolutely smashing people. Still got the Aegis as well for 50 seconds, but it doesn't look like the Zoomers are going to be able to use it at all. Oh, or are they? Looks like they're going to attempt some sort of move here with this 4-man smoke. I'm going to invade the Radiant jungle, and Blizzy is in the general vicinity here. See if they can find him. Meanwhile... What? Right, okay, Blizzy just died, but elsewhere across the map, Zyax died to neutral creeps, and Or died to the... Oh no, he didn't die to the... I thought Or also died to the Tormentor. What the hell just happened, man? Okay, yeah, Zyax died to the Tormentor. Okay, alright. That really... I thought both supports just died at the same time from neutrals and stuff. It's been a long day, guys. It's been a long day. But yeah, it's another kill for the Zoomers. Another tier 2 taken down as well. Definitely just gaining a lot of momentum. And now it feels like 4 Zoomers can probably just apply a little bit of pressure to the brakes. Just get another item online, wait for Roshan number 2, get that second Aegis. Probably at that point as well, they'd feel like putting the Aegis into the hands of the Luna rather than the Razor. Because BSJ, sorry. That's cool fart, man. Yeah, at that stage, he's going to be 100% ready to just always be fine with the team. Won't be any reason not to. Has he got complete? Yeah, he's even got completed Ags coming out now for BSJ. Could be a lot of damage. A lot of damage for sure. We see in the mid. Rafa are all like huddled up, support's hiding in the trees. Either baiting out the Zodiac or just making sure he doesn't get God on, because 4 Zoomers. You do know he's there. Gonna make the jump, there's gonna be the Eclipse, but Zodiac already knew it was coming, tried to get the jump off to the side, attempted to go for the Rolling Thunder, but so much damage just rolling through. Zodiac is already gone, Sunlight is controlled, trying to run himself away, he's taking a lot of damage, the heals are coming through right now. This Razor just will not die, he's gonna be able to get himself out of that one. Meanwhile, Husky gets the kill on towards Blizzy, finishes him off, or dropping down. Here we're going to get the drop down to the south side, but it's actually Kate who gets a kill on towards BSJ. Massive target to find, but the fight, it looks like Arava wanted to continue going forwards right now, but maybe it was too far. As Kate, he's taking too much damage, he needs some help, but he's not going to get it. He will be deleted from the map, and Zodiac will be able to swashbuckle and jump away, but the Blink Dagger's chasing after him. Good shards there from Tiger, jumping in as well. And Sunlight retreated earlier on Death's Door, but comes flying back in to get the finishing kill. So that, in total, is a full team wipe. A die back from Zodiac as well, so technically 6 kills. They do lose 2, Luna being the big one. They're going to get this kill onto Tiger at the very least, but yeah, still, it's a pretty decent win for 4 Zoomers. They would have loved for BSJ to have survived, but the die back onto the Pango is pretty huge. But if we have a look at the net worth chart, we can see the Pangolier, bottom of all the cores, only just about to hit that 10k mark in a few seconds. And yeah, he has been struggling a lot. His lane wasn't too bad. He was behind in CS, but the supports rotated in to give him a kill to start the road to recovery. But doesn't seem to have really mattered. Just the amazing moves and rotations from 4 Zoomers have just completely shut them down in this game. And Roshan number 2 as well. Relatively quick respawn here. 25 seconds. It's going to be on the dire side. We'll probably start to see a lot of players on both teams starting to coalesce into the area and fortify it. And we can already see on the map there that Dawnbreaker plus Zayat are already up here, trying to set up for vision. The Tiger's already in as well. He actually gets the spot on towards Blizzy, who has no way of getting himself out of this one. Does actually land a 2-man stun. But it's a very minor consolation prize. He still dies. Godlike spree there for Sunlight. At the same time where Blizzy just completed a Heart of Tarask. Hurricane Pike on the Luna, who nearly gets a solo on towards Zayak. Just in a nick of time with that Glimmer. The Skyraf does survive. It's not even a Glimmer. Oh, you just forced off and smoked. Never mind. That also does the trick, I suppose. Very well timed head bonk. Now, Roshan just getting destroyed very, very quickly. You can see there that the rest of Rafa are starting to come on in, realizing that Roshan could be taken, but it's just way too late. It's already been done. Aegis there into the hands of the Luna. Look at Racing Man diving in on his own, super aggressive, and he just gets caught. Didn't even have an opportunity to pop the BKB. Just deleted without any chance of doing anything. And that, whoa, BSJ! He was so close to getting stunned from that Rolling Thunder. Zodiac literally turned to the left at the last second. He literally just kept going forward. That would have been a dead Luna as well. That would have been the Aegis gone. That could have been absolutely massive. But as it stands, the Aegis and Cheese is still intact. Sure, they did lose the Primal, but it's a Primal Beast. You know, he's kind of the core you want to be running in there. And if one has to die, it should be him. I think that was a Satanic, also just picked up from the Razor. So Sunlight has been nigh on unkillable so far this game. Now it just feels like it's going to be even worse. BKB plus Manta, Satanic, going into a Butterfly next as well, just to avoid a lot of the damage coming out from this gyro. Be very, very strong. Well, Tiger trying to get himself out of danger, but so many heroes on the side of Rava turn up to the party. BSJ also going to die, but there's the Aegis at the very least. Trying to hold him at bay there with the Pulverize. It's just not really going to work, but still Zodiac will die, Syak and Or as well. So it actually does turn into a 3-for-1 exchange. The Aegis gone, and actually eating the cheese. So it looks like 4 Zoomers, they just want to start forcing some high ground right now. High being expended from Or, they're going to use this glyph. The creeps are not going to be too far away, so it's not really going to be enough to deter from 4 Zoomers just to kill these buildings. And actually, Or, he steps way too far forward. That's a dieback for him. 70 seconds in the dirt. Now, yeah, this is a full set of barracks gone. At the very least, the gyro there did just cut the mid wave, so it's not like 4 Zoomers can now just go and take the mid tier 2 after this. But even still, full set of barracks getting taken away, 28 minutes in. Feels real good. If you're a 4 Zoomers fan, that is. If you're hoping Rava to have a clean game, it's looking very, very hard. But yeah, BSJ now just completed his own BKB. Feels just how important it is this game. Like, if there's the ability for a Rava to get a chain stun lockdown, it's going to happen. Just so good at destroying people before they have a chance to actually react. And it did do a ton of damage there with the Eclipse on towards Zodiac, nearly getting the kill on towards the Pango. He was still, it feels like the real scary person in this game is this Razor. Always able to do so much damage in the back lines, plus it's the chaos that the Primal Beast brings as well. Oh, meanwhile, live, Zodiac does die again. Whew, Gyro has to BKB TP out. Fortunately enough for him, there are no bashes as of yet.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Wouldn't be too surprised if Husky, after completing his BKB, actually decides to go for one. Meanwhile, Tiger making an aggressive move onto the mid lane, finds the Skyraf mage, and Reese's diving into the base. Got real hungry there, wanted that extra kill on towards Or. Not gonna get it, as another high ground situation is coming. 2 people still dead. No glyph this time either, so these buildings are gonna drop so damn quickly.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's it. Second set of barracks gone. And it looks like 4 Zoomers, they want to try and end this game, going off of the tier 4s. Obviously the Glaives super strong at dealing with this. Frostarm obviously delaying this for as long as it possibly can. Tiger, okay. Just dies. very casual death there. Hey, you know, bought time. That's a tier 4 gone. The second one is on like a quarter HP as well. 4 Zoomers, if they win the next fight, it's going to be over for sure. Like, they don't even have to bother trying to go for megas or anything like that. Just, they can just end the game.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Is this the point where the Gyro now needs to queue a Divine Rapier? He does have one queued. That is the next item of choice. Obviously, he has just completed a Satanic, but so he's a long away from actually completing this item. But if he can somehow get there, that might be the saving grace for Rava to try and keep themselves here in this first game. 4 Zoomers going for a 5-man smoke. Want to see if they could just grab a freebie hit, find a kill, and then for sure they can just go and end the game. And it looks like they're actually going to run into pretty much everyone on the side of Arava. It's actually the Gyro to be the one at the front lines there, caught for the initial stun, but he still has BKB plus Satanic, so he's going to be okay. But who's not okay is Sunlight. He gets low, but he's able to pop the Satanic himself. He's still damn well alive, and instead it's the rest of Arava who actually get torn to pieces. Zodiac desperately trying to get away, but it's not going to matter. He will die, and GG is called. And 4 Zoomers, they actually take game number 1 here in a very dominant fashion as well. It was just all them for pretty much the entire game. I mean, in like the sort of laning period, man's off. He's after a coffee break. He needs to go to the toilet. I'm not hanging around. But yeah, like it was relatively even in the laning phase. Four Zoomers would get a couple of kills, and then Aravu would get a couple of kills. Was quite back and forth there. But just this real powerhouse from the off lane, Sunlight Man, the scary, scary Razor. 12, 0, and 14 was his end score. He just absolutely dismantled everybody. Nearly got his first death at the end there, but that's satanic for you. You know, when it feels like you're about to be out, yeah, it's just not the case. Yeah. I mean, he didn't even do the most damage on the team. It was actually the Luna did 4,000 more damage, but I mean, it's a Luna. They're just all AoE. It's hard not to do the most damage. But yeah, very, very exciting game number 1 done there, ladies and gentlemen, but that is just the first game. I know if you guys are joining live, the schedule said this series should have started a few hours ago, but obviously the previous 2 series went very, very long, which is why we have started so late. But we're underway, and we'll see what's going to happen here in game number 2, which will be coming up in about 5 minutes' time. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back soon.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. Game number 2 between 4Zoomers and Team Arava is just around the corner. And let's hope, for the sake of having some really entertaining dotes to watch, that Team Arava are able to put up a little bit more of a fight after the laning phase is over. Like I was mentioning at the end of that first map, the lanes weren't too bad. They were holding their own, at least in the off lane. Like, they were finding what they could, but they just quickly fell apart, and it was just all 4Zoomers after that period. So, yeah, we'll see what sort of changes they're going to make going into this second map, whether if the bans and whatnot might change. Obviously, it was Team Arava that actually had the overall first pick in that last map, and they actually went for the Gyro, who didn't really have a great lane, was punished super hard by the first pick of 4Zoomers, which was the Razor, paired up with the Tusk, and it was just an absolute lane stomp. The POS 5 Lich was dying constantly, and the Gyro even got picked off, I think, twice in the laning phase as well. Like, it was just a really, really strong lane-based draft coming out from 4Zoomers, and yeah, I'm sure they're looking to see if they can make that happen 2 times in a row. Because, yeah, I was about to say, going off of the points, obviously this is still the standings for Group A. Level Up at the top very, very comfortably. 3 wins, 0 losses. They're 100% guaranteed to be going through to the next stage. Upper bracket is definitely up there as well. And yeah, Group B, we'll see 4Zoomers at the bottom. So if they can secure a 2-0 here, it will bump them up quite nicely and give them that hope of actually making it through to the next stage of this tournament. They got to make sure they get these wins and as clean as possible to get as many points as they possibly can. But yeah, I think we're actually already moving into the draft itself. So yeah, let's have a look. And literally, the first pick hero from both teams in game number 1 has been banned by the opposing team at the very start. And there's like some weird poetic justice there or something like that. I don't know. I suppose the Gyro was kind of scary. He was able to do a lot of damage, but definitely was not as scary as that Razor. And yeah, they have to ban it, man. Just make sure the Sunlight does not get onto that hero 2 games in a row. There's no need to punish yourselves like that. Really is no need to punish themselves. But follow-up bans. Nature's Prophet gets taken away. He was nerfed ever so slightly in the patch that just came out. Not huge by any means. I mean, his base agility was actually reduced by 6 points, which is quite a large amount. Like quite a lot indeed. And just the sprouts actually heal now when you eat them with a tango. So actually, it wasn't that bad. I thought his change was much more considerable than that, but does not appear to be the case. But yeah, Lineage Prophet banned. Then the Earth Spirit gets banned. I think Earth Spirit in game number 1 was completely ignored. Like, wasn't banned at all, which I found very surprising. And he wasn't even picked as well. Just very, very odd indeed. But this time round, they do decide to take that out of the equation. And there is that Nyx ban yet again. I mean, I was saying in that first map that the Nyx did receive some good, strong buffs in that last patch. But I thought maybe the reason why 4 Zoomers were banning it was because they was considering like a high base intelligence hero to actually, you know, avoid the massive amount of intelligence multiplier damage that the W got, the mana burn. But that wasn't the case. I mean, actually, I suppose every single one of their heroes had AoE abilities. So the Nyx would have been stunning them left, right, and center. So that in itself would have been actually a really good reason just to remove the hero. So that makes sense. Can't fault them for that. And there is going to be the Treant Protector as the first pick going into this second map. Going to be into the hands of Arava as it was actually banned in game number 1. So going to get the opportunity to play with this hero this time round. But what's going to be the rebuttal here from 4 Zoomers? I mean, Warlock's still in the pool, right? Warlock's been very highly contested, but it looks like instead their choice is going to be the Primal Beast. Can't fault them for that. Reese did an absolutely fantastic job game number 1 in the mid. Obviously, it's not guaranteed to be mid again. Like, there is a decent amount of flex on this hero. Could be offlaner, could be mid. Can also be played supports in varying different situations as well, completely dependent on the draft. So, yeah, I feel like it's still fine just to pick this hero first. Like, if Arava want to pick a load of counter picks to shut it down, then I feel like they'll be comfortable just putting it into the hands of Tiger. Just, yeah, why not? Why not? Marcy actually getting banned, though. Bit of respect drop there towards Husky. What was it? It feels like maybe the not tag team, sorry, the sidekick was probably just a huge reason why that hero was so strong. Wasn't any necessary like amazing outplays that Husky was doing, but it is just a relatively strong hero if you pair it up with a high DPS style hero. But they also do take away the Dark Willow. So just touching onto both supports there. And there is the Warlock. All right. Pretty much guaranteed to be for Husky as the 5. Never really see this at any other role. And now what do Arava want to pick up in response to that? I feel like Rubik isn't actually terrible in this situation. Obviously, stealing Fatal Bonds plus the Chaotic Offering is massive versus the Warlock. Even getting Pulverize is great because you could do a long-range AoE stun effectively and grab people out of situations. And you can always Telekinesis Primal like mid-charge, throw them off to the sides. Okay, but instead they do decide to go for the Phoenix instead. Just a very strong support duo in general. You know, you get the Phoenix Egg drop, and then the Overgrowth can come out to not only deny the retreat from the other squad, but also provide protection to that egg as well. Make sure people can't get in range to actually hit it. So 4 Zoomers are probably going to be considering a Snapfire right now. Tiger does obviously play it. Very strong versus the egg, at least in the early parts of the game, just to help deal with it. I mean, I know someone in the chat, maybe it was a meme, but they were saying BSJ to be play his classic sniper. But in all honesty, versus these two supports, I feel like a sniper isn't actually that bad. You can help deal with the egg from afar. You're not too bad versus the Treant Protector, because obviously you naturally build into like Hurricane Pike plus getting the concussive grenade. can just help maneuver you around, avoid getting caught out in awkward situations. Yeah, I wouldn't actually hate the sniper in all honesty. I feel like it could be fun. There's going to be the brew though. So that's the off lane this time round. Feels like Arava just picking very, very staple meta heroes in this game. Trying to provide for the best game they possibly can. Obviously, the Brewmaster as well, providing excellent protection for the Phoenix Egg. Again, in many situations, you can just tornado up the target, which is going to be trying to hit in the egg most often. So there's obviously got the little boulder stun as well to keep people in range of it. Yeah, just feels like very strong teamfight synergy coming out from Arava right now. Obviously, the better your team synergy is with like all your ultimates and stuff, sometimes the harder it is to actually pull off. You know, there's a lot of factors that have to go right for this big, scary 5 versus 5 to go your way. And, you know, sometimes in desperate situations, really disciplined teams don't have that opportunity to keep a level head, and sometimes they can let things slip. But, you know, we'll see if Arava are going to fall prey to that. Obviously, when we consider their previous 2 series they had, they won 1, lost 1, but they at least were taking maps here and there. So they have been performing well as of late. Just really 4 Zoomers that came stomping into that first map. We'll see if the stomp does continue, as they are giving this 3rd pick a lot of consideration right now. I mean, are they still thinking about... Actually, no, oh, they go for a Sven. All right. 3rd pick Sven. Obviously, you have a lot of the cleave damage to just get rid of all the Brewlings, which is pretty nice. Your attack speed isn't too bad later on when you get like Mask of Madness and whatnot going on. So you can kind of deal with the egg as long as if the Tree Protector isn't there, just keeping you at arm's length. So yeah, it's kind of cool. I thought maybe they would have had like a clear 2 heroes they were going to pick like one after the other, but back to using reserve time for this 4th pick. Surely it is going to be their follow-up support, leaving their mid laner as the final hero to go for, and it is actually going to be a Shadow Shaman. Yeah, I always like the Shadow. Gives you excellent lockdown in many situations. I wouldn't be too surprised now if this is going to be an off-lane Primal Beast, because like Shadow Shaman, Shackles, plus the Hex just pretty much guarantees every single trample connection from the Primal in those in like the early lane skirmishes, and it's a lot of damage, a lot of damage. So I feel like that could work. In which case, what do they want to grab for their mid laner? I mean, they still don't have any clear answers to the Phoenix Egg, and they don't have any easy ways to disengage from it either. So maybe they're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Like, do they actually grab someone to deal with the egg, or try and find some way of disengaging? But it's very hard to disengage when, like I said, you versus the Treant. You can always just root you up through your BKBs. Deny any sort of retreat. And Arava's actually going to go for the Naga. Alright, so another way of securing this egg to go off. Like, drop the song, drop the egg, and then literally remove the song last second. Guarantee like the stun that lands onto everybody else. Or even just set up for the Treant Protector to come into a better spot with his Overgrowth. Yeah, feels like very strong team fight here from Arava. I'm liking it a lot, but as I mentioned earlier, sometimes that does make it harder to execute. Obviously, a lot of the time as well, a Naga Siren's going to be AFK farming, so probably not going to see this big team fight combination coming out until like at least 30 minutes, I feel like, 25, 30 minutes. That's when the Naga's going to feel comfortable joining in. That's my prediction anyway. Obviously, these final picks are going to be an important factor here about how this game is going to go. As for Zoomers, pretty damn sure they are looking for... I mean, maybe mid? Arava actually take away the Timber Saw, so maybe they're thinking themselves that this is still going to be a Primal running into the mid lane. It is Queen of Pain plus Ember Spirit, banned out from 4 Zoomers, 2 heroes which are generally not pretty good versus the Primal Beast. Just constantly chucking slows and rooting him up and stuff. So yeah, maybe they're already trying to set up for Reese to play that hero back again. And actually, Rava also removing the Beastmaster there. So yeah, they are pretty much guaranteed, or saying that it's a guaranteed Primal Beast into the mid. We'll see how correct they are, as 4 Zoomers will eventually move to their final pick, but Rava's to come first. And what mid do they want to pick up? Because it seems like they're guaranteed it's versus the Primal. I mean, the Pangolier is still there. It'd be even more teamfight control for the Phoenix Egg and everything else. But I mean, he didn't have a great game on it in that game number 1. It's actually going to be the Puck. A hero who, again, is very good versus the Primal Beast. Can just juke around and avoid a lot of his damage. It's more team fight potential as well. Locking people in place, guaranteeing that they get collected on from the Phoenix Egg. Like, my lord, Arava's 5 versus 5 is absolutely insane. I feel like 4 Zoomers might have to just try and go for some sort of ratting style play, skirmish style play. Just get as many heroes on their own as possible. Maybe want to just avoid those 5 versus 5 connections. As it's actually a Darkseer as the final pick there from them. And yeah, Sunlight playing that. Reese back onto the mid Primal Beast. BSJ playing the Sven carry. Everyone on the positions you would expect. Zodiac playing the Puck. Kate on the Naga Siren. Blizzy on the Brew. Yeah. No surprises. And I would say, like, when it comes down to the 5 versus 5, I am all in on Arava. It really does feel like they have the tools to just completely destroy 4 Zoomers in so many situations. But it comes down to whether if they've, you know, got the mental capacity to make sure they don't get tilted from that game number 1 or anything like that. And whether if they could just pull it off in general, because it is very, very hard to synergize perfectly with the rest of your squad. We'll see. We will see. It feels like, in my opinion, it's their game to lose. I mean, it's a bit bold to be saying that already on. Like, it's very, very early to be saying that. But yeah, I am liking it. I'm liking it a lot. But hey, if 4 Zoomers can just have a real dominant game or start to the game like they had in that first map, that's not going to make any difference. But I feel like the Darkseer is just a bit harder to snowball off compared to a Razor. Especially seems how it's not like a super strong lane pairing. A Shadow Shaman Darkseer. I mean, I suppose you can shackle somebody up and guarantee that the Iron Shell burns them for a really long time. Maybe? I don't know. Just feels like this time the Zoomers aren't playing for the lane. They're trying to play for, like, skirmishes after the lane, something like that. Just the general feel I get. But we are now in. Game number 2 underway. And we've got 5-man smoke versus 5-man smoke. But 4 Zoomers all huddled up, charging into the dire part of the map. Unfortunately for them, there isn't actually anybody here from the side of Arava to get a kill on. I mean, if they actually just loop around to the south side, it will run into the Naga Siren. And that'll be a huge kill to find. They see the illusion, but they know the smoke doesn't break. So they know it's not real. Now the smoke breaks. They realize where he is. Sunlight. Is he going to level first one vacuum to try and guarantee this one? The Riker's coming through. And Kate, it looks like he's noticed way too late. Going to get caught from the shackles. Not a hope in hell's chance of surviving this one. And you can see Reese was actually timing that right click to get the first blood. Just a friendly tip. A friendly tip to your own teammates. But yeah, Kate, he was not looking. He was not looking at his screen at all, or at least somewhere else. It was like a full second where the Warlock hit him, and he was still just stood perfectly still. Funny stuff. At the very least, Arava do get 2 bounties. So Not losing out on too much there. What is that set? I love that hat. What? I've never seen that hat before. Is that new? It looks awesome. I've never seen that hat before. What the hell? Right, I want it. That looks great. Oh dear. Oh, not talking about skins. There's, you know, normally the Tree Protector loves trading against other supports and is doing a good job of just running at Tiger, but nice thing about a Shadow Shaman is he has one of the best starting right-click damage in the game, so he can definitely stand his ground versus the Tree Protector. So this Narg illusion is actually becoming a little bit of a problem. Even still. See how the mid lane ends up panning out. I feel like it's just going to be a trader farm there in the mid. Nothing crazy is going to go down. Probably no solo kills. Well, there shouldn't be any solo kills anyway. Like, if Zodiac dies, I feel like it'd be more from a mistake rather than Reese, like, outplaying him, you know? Plenty of just tools to evade and keep yourself nice and safe. For the bot as well. Feels similar, saying BSJ gonna be able to find farm. Unless Husky is like elsewhere stacking camps or something like that, they shouldn't really be able to apply too much stress to BSJ. He's always going to be there to provide a bit of assistance.
I think not.
Yeah, definitely going to be a much more passive game compared to that first map for sure. Just the tools to go for those early kills isn't there. Did I say that? Down bottom? Is Husky dead? I think he's dead. Alright. Ignore me. I know nothing about Dota 2. What is this game? End up getting the kill down there on towards Husky. Blizzy getting the credit for that one as well. He's going to be happy about that one. Reese in a very interesting position right now. Actually hiding behind the enemy tier 1. But not going to get hit from the tower or anything like that. So he's going to be fine. Both mid laners grabbing a water rune each. I'm just going to resume the farm. Yeah, I can't believe I've never noticed that hat before. It's so weird. I love how floppy it is. Hee hee hee. Yeah, we can see on the CS, the Primal Beast is still winning in this mid lane so far, 16-7 compared to the 12-2 of the puck. But I mean, it is kind of to be expected, just considering how much more right-click damage the Primal Beast has. Very, very hard for the puck to do anything with it. Like, Reese is hitting for 82 damage without even using Uproar, and then plus the Quelling Blade damage on top of that. The Zodiac is hitting for 65. So yeah, it is quite a large difference between the two. And just the melee advantage as well in general. He's happy. He's a happy chappy. I feel like both teams are just kind of happy with how this game is turning out so far. I mean, a bit of pressure being applied here. Trying to chuck some damage onto both Husky as well as BSJ. It's pretty easy non-committal damage as well. It's very hard for them to try and turn around and stand their position and trade back when all the attack speed slows coming out from those fire spirits is, you know, real pain. Although Kate as well having a fine time at top, 23-4 on his CS, just a bit ahead that of the Sven, 17-0. He's having a very nice time, but now Sunlight is, you know, part on his level 3. The 2 points into Iron Shell are going to make things maybe a tiny bit more difficult for the Naga. Again, see behind towers. Always plays so aggressively, this guy. I love it. That is what I like to see. And just, he's still dominating CS, but we're going to dominate Tiger, maybe in danger right now. A little vacuum used there. Plus the Surge, and Tiger's actually going to be able to get himself out of that one, and instead, it's all to be the casualty. Very nice play there from 4 Zoomers up in their top lane. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, it is Husky that ends up falling down. Blizzy getting his second kill of the game on the go. So they're going to try for more. Lots of slows coming out towards BSJ, turning around with the stun. He's going to be able to get away, or actually TP'd mid for this. If he just hangs around, he might just still be able to find the opportunity to go for this kill. And if BSJ gets caught out of position or not. I mean, obviously Husky's just going to be chucking all of his Shadow Words on towards the Sven, but here comes all the damage, the slows, way too much. And they will manage to bring him down. Can they also find Husky? Looks like they will. That is him dead as well with his TP on cooldown for another 48 seconds. So he's going to have to walk himself back to the lane, in which case the Sven going to be left on his own for quite a large amount of time. They can maybe try and go for a second kill. We got Tiger there. Does secure the rune for the Primal Beast. Gets his refill. Okay, moving himself into the jungle. Obviously at level 5, it's that sort of time period where you can do it. It doesn't feel too bad at all. As I'm sure now that there's level 3 Iron Shell, it's just too difficult to lane versus. Your illusions just melt in a second, and you can't really achieve too much, so he has to go jungle. But actually, it looks like 4 Zoomers know that. Reese's making his first rotation up towards the top. Has managed to find Kate. Where's the lockdown? Pulverizes there. Allows Tiger to get in range for the Hex. Into the Shackles, but the TP's coming in from the rest of Arava. They actually want to try and take the fight. Looks like they cancelled the TP of the Brewmaster, but Zodiac did complete it. Gonna have to run himself back to the lane, but regardless, you know, that's a lot of wasted time for the Primal. They don't get the kill. And the Naga Siren wasn't even pressured too badly, so Kate can actually just carry on farming. Like, doesn't have to go back to base at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very nice for Arava there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now it looks like 4 Zoomers had to just completely abandon their bottom lane. BSJ just not feeling comfortable enough to actually try and stay there and farm. A large creep wave plus catapult. Gonna be the death of this tower. And Sunlight is attempting to do the same up top, shoving into it, but both supports here from the side of Arava are gonna put a stop to that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's very hard for him to just try and bully this tower down, especially without a catapult. Obviously the power as well with Tree Protector. Just heal those towers back up to full. Like the push never happened. See a few stacks being made there in the Radiant jungle area triangle. Definitely going to be waiting for BSJ as soon as he hits his 6. And then he'll have the easy opportunity to go for that one. Well, Reese's still just constantly hunting for people with like the assistance of either one of his supports. Always has to settle for creeps instead though. Not quite ideal. Yeah, God Strength on Lime. So probably one more stack going to be made in the triangle area, and then that's going to be the queue, I think, for Sven to go and farm that up. Get a bit of extra gold. Actually, no one's even there. Instead, Breezy, he's going to find 2 heroes, or actually they find him, I should say. He has to disengage himself. Not choosing to try and take that fight. There's going to be Blizzy with the ultimate available. It's going to be very difficult when those the Broodings come out, but there is going to be the coil. Immediately Safarizzi trying to disengage. Going to get dropped off the upheaval, plus the shackle holding Blizzy at bay. And Sunlight also TP's in for this one. See if the rest of his team just abandon him or not. Broodings are pretty fast. And it looks like the Fire One will get himself away. Shackles on Magic Immune targets don't really work, unfortunately. Not achieve too much. Oh, Blizzy! Comes back to that one though. And it will actually be the death of him still. Getting controlled up. Trying to run away, but the Shackle's back off cooldown. But that was 2 ultimates committed from Arava, dumped onto the enemy mid. Fortunately for them, doesn't achieve a single thing, and instead they might end up losing their mid tower? Actually no, 4 Zoomers. Or maybe they might just try to commit for it, but I suppose without level 6 onto the Shaman, they don't feel comfortable doing it. And more stacks are made. It's ready and waiting for BSJ, who is about to hit his level 8. And then it's going to be the time, as he also now has Mask of Madness. If there was ever a time to hit Ancients, it is now. Actually, I say that, and the Primal Beast did just kill the small stack. So some of the gold's been snatched away, but I mean, he did this in game number 1, right? He got a couple of large stacks that were made for him, and he got his BKB online at a super early time, and he was really, really scary to deal with. So I guess it is still fine to give him a bit of that farm priority. As long as if BSJ still was able to get the Ancients, he doesn't mind, as Husky's going to set another one up for him. Always harder to stack when the camps are so big. These guys are professionals. They know the timings well. Oh! Wait, what? How was that not a stack? The creep wasn't in range, was it? Or did BSJ block it? I don't actually know. It looked like the old rhinos were, or the thunderhides were out of the range. Very interesting. Meanwhile, closing up towards the top, they found the grab on towards the Phoenix. He's able to pop the egg in time, but unfortunately there's still too many people around and the egg will pop. There is going to be the Celtic offering drop as well, collects on towards 2, but all team fight coming out from Arava. It looks like maybe for Zuma to put off more they could shoot. BSJ actually getting involved with this because he was nearby. Does he have the damage to do it though? And Reese with hardly any HP does also stand his ground. And after all of that, it's actually for Zumas to come out ahead. Getting 3 kills, only losing their position 5. It was damn well close though, and so many people were on death's door. And actually the fight just does not end. Trying to make this move on towards the Naga in the mids. 2 people on top of him, plus a golem. Make that 4 kills in total. Huge moves there from 4 Zumas, now gaining the net worth advantage in this game. Yeah, we'll see on the replay. Like, they got the initial grab on the Phoenix, who barely managed to get the egg. And they do kill it at the very least. But then that's when, like, the crazy team fight does actually start to come in from the side of Arava. Like, they get the overgrowth route as well. But still, just no one ends up dying. Their damage output isn't that great. They got the lockdown, but just no one to actually do the damage. Nerves of steel as well for Reese to turn around in that situation. Obviously, he did have the shadow word on himself, which made him feel a bit more comfortable, but even still, it's very risky to go back on him when you have no HP left at all. So they might try and take down this tier 1 tower top. So they got to, as the Treants is going to carry on healing it. And always actually here as well, but no other person Marava is. They're not interested in trying to defend it. Instead, the rest of the squad is getting a much more valuable target, and they find BSJ farming up in this bottom part of the jungle. Actually, they have managed to find ore by the looks up at the top. They managed to get the kill onto the pesky Treant. Maybe they might try and force down to this tower, but there's still a few more members of Rafa nearby to try and defend this. In sunlight, good. He's about pressure onto Zayakli or Husky getting got on and immediately just TP's out. He's like, you guys have 0 stuns. I'm out of here. Very nice read from him. But after all that, the tier 1 tower doesn't go down, and it's just going to heal back up again. Classic Treant gaming. Hand of Midas there. 4K. Just to go maximum greed farming style. Definitely wants to try and outpace the Sven as much as possible. I mean, both of them have very strong natural farming speeds in general, but yeah, Kate deciding to go for that Midas is just a declaration of saying, I will be more farmed than you. No matter what you do, I will have the most gold. And already reflecting on the net worth, he's got 1,500 more gold than that of BSJ. So he's already feeling very comfortable in this game. And I feel like it is for Zumas who are slightly on the clock here. Like I mentioned earlier, like the crazy team fight from Arava is just really, really hard to play into. And when it starts to get to the later parts of the game, where the egg requires more hits, the roots from the overgrowth is longer, all these sort of things, then it does make it a bit more difficult for Zumas to successfully take a fight and not get kited around. If this Naga can just get super duper fat by that time, it's going to be very hard for Four Zoomers indeed. As there was actually a Hand of Midas completed for Blizzy as well. So yeah, they are just saying we want to go as late as possible in this game. Question is, does Zodiac also build one? Tri-core Hand of Midas? I hope not. It'd be awful, but crazier things have happened in Dota 2. Crazier things have definitely happened. A large group up here. Gonna make an immediate charge on towards the old Brewmaster, committing quite a few ultimates. BSJ uses the God Strength, but couldn't even get close enough to hit him. Instead, they might just decide to go Roshan with this ultimate already dropped. It looks like that is not the call. Instead, they want to try and shove into the tier 2, but first is a tree protector, so unless you don't, you don't actually get this tower kill, it's going to be wasted time and wasted God Strength from the Sven. There's actually a Rafa now who's going to try and make the counter play, focusing on towards the Darks here. Dreamcoil, Egg off to the side as well. There's going to be the Celtic offering, just keeping everybody else at bay. The Egg will pop, but doesn't really achieve all too much. In the end, it's just a trade of ultimates from both sides. No snakes, no Celtic offering, no God Strength versus no Egg, no Dreamcoil. Even the Brewmaster has used his ult. Wait, what? I'm gonna take a prediction and say that was a misclick. It has to be a misclick. I don't know, that's bizarre. Very unfortunate for him. Obviously, that is not known to Four Zoomers, that ultimate is down. So, they might not actually get punished for that. See if they do. Is Husky... They have vision on Zodiac, but this is a Warlock. What can he really do against the Puck? Absolutely nothing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still 17.5 minutes in. 9-6. Less than 1k gold advantage. I feel like this is one of the most even games we've seen so far in the Pinnacle Cup at this time. And normally there's always one team that has a decent edge. It could go either way. Imagine that's probably reflected in the win probability as well. But that might shift. Now that Four Zoomers are attempting to go for the first Roche, Scan does connect there from Arava. But unfortunately for them, they are on the wrong side of the map to do anything about this. This is going to be a free objective going over towards the Zoomers. The Sven isn't here, so guess they're not interested in giving him the Ags. They're going to give it over towards Reese instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I suppose it does make a lot of sense, because the Sven realizes that there is a Hand of Midas on the Naga Siren, right? So unless BSJ is always farming and hitting creeps, he's going to drop off massively. So he has to just try and farm as much as possible, in which case that means the Aegis is going to be much, much more effective in the hands of the Primal, who is still looking for fights and wants to make that space. If they can find the Naga, that is a big bonus, but always in a very, very difficult spot. They did smoke down to the bottom side of the map, expecting to find somebody. They will spot Zayak. Easy, able to disengage. Dive in the TP. He is out of there. Oh, Kate and BSJ farming right next to each other. And stuff. Yeah, very close now to the Heart of Trask actually for this Naga. Only 800 gold away. And then it's going to be a beefy target indeed. But considering how there is this Aegis, probably not going to see Arava try and force the issue. We'll have to wait out that timer at the very least. Actually, charging into the triangle, they found Blizzy trying to get his ultimate off with the pulverize. Damage comes in from Tiger. More than enough to make sure that that split does not come out. Also getting the +1 there on towards Orc. A cheeky double towards Reese. He's happy about that one. But who isn't happy is BSJ, as his courier with his Ogre Axe did actually get killed. Who really cares? Yeah, he's taking a tier 1 tower as well. All of those have been gone against a tree protector lineup, so it isn't too bad. Oh, actually, they're still looking for action. Egg has been dropped to the top, trying to provide space here for the puck. Is it going to be enough? Even the Chaotic Offering gets dropped to try and chain him up, but still Zolek does survive. Drops a Dream Call as well. He's going to try his best to run away. Another onslaught in 2 seconds there, but it looks like Reese not interested in pursuing anymore. So once again, it's a lot of trades of ultimates and nobody dying. Stakes, Celtic Offering, all been used, plus Egg and Dream Coil. Just these two teams trading ultimates as if they were Pokemon cards.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Indeed. Sports were still hunting for somebody else. There was Zayak in the area, but they do have a high ground ward in the top part of the map, so it feels quite safe hiding up by those trees.
Is under attack.
Going to resume the tier 2 push though. Alpha wave, plus the rest of the golem, trying to use it as much as possible. Pretty decent wave clear though comes through, so Zodiac gets rid of all those creeps, but instead, Tiger trying to find some grabs into the back lines, can't quite get the connection. So they might just try and tank up the tower with the help of the God Strength as well. They want to get this tier 2. If they fall back, they know it's just going to get healed, so they have to commit as much as they can.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ends up being a nice tower grab. Still with the Aegis intact for another minute and 20, but I don't think they're really going to get the opportunity to actually use it. Instead, it's just going to be a rather continuing to wait for as long as possible. Wait for it to just time out. Instead, they have just found a freebie here on towards Tiger. Do manage to take him out. There's a small kills here and there. I feel like this long drawn out game definitely does benefit Arava for sure. Like I mentioned earlier, just when it gets to those later parts of the game, definitely feels like they are going to be the stronger team. I'm not saying stronger team as in like mechanically or anything like that. I mean, they definitely could be, but just the way that the lineups are going to pan out and the drafts. Drafts is a completely different game. Something your grandparents played back in the day. I used to remember playing drafts. I don't remember how to play it, mind you, but I played it once upon a time. Still, just this 1k gold lead. A resmoke here from 4 Zoomers on the hunt once more to see if they can get anything at all. I mean, Kate is actually down here underneath this observe ward. Whether or not they know if it's actually the real Nagasar or not. Now they definitely do because they've seen the split. They're picking out the top 2. And they actually get a connection. Sunlight jumping forward. They drop the wall, but it's onto the illusion. Instead, Tiger's going to be in the spot to find the real one. Zayak is here though, with the Sunray. Silence comes through, cancel out the lasso. Chaotic Offering getting dropped, trying to lock them in place. Kate, he's trying to survive, running out, but he's not going to make it. He will still die. The Eglo does pop, stuns onto 4, but it still feels like 4 Zoomers are ready to take this fight. Reese charging off to the side, wants to get on top of Ore if possible. The rest of Arava trying to delay them, but still these right clicks just came through from BSJ, deleted the tree. Reese taking a lot of hurt as well. And the Brewlings, Blizzy's like, what the hell happened to my army? There's the power of a Swam. The AoE damage is too damn strong. Diving into the tier 3s. It's one goddamn tickle away from dying. But the split ends just as he was about to get called out. Can Blizzy actually turn around with this situation? He's getting low. He's able to do decent damage before he can drop. And Blizzy's trying to get into the fountain. Sunlight can't find him. Instead, it will be the Darkseer that falls. And immediately the call is to TP out of there. 4 Zoomers get baited all the way into the tier 4s. My lord, man, like Blizzy was so close to dying. He needed a creep to breathe on him and he would have died. And literally as that final hit was coming in with the damage, the brew split ended. Like this was just the most like dive for the kill I've seen in such a long time. It's so close. Legit, as the hammer comes through, flies, boom. Like, the stun actually still connects on the real Brewmaster. That's how close it was. And he still survives for all of this. The evasion. The actual evasion did it. That is massive. Could have been an absolute disaster there for Arava, but ends up not being too bad. I suppose at the end of the day, they did still lose their Naga Siren, but they still found some decent kills. Both supports plus the Dark Sit ended up bumping up their net worth lead to 3k now. I feel like both teams are going to be waiting for that very, very important second Roshan, which potentially up in 12 seconds. We'll see if it's going to be a fast one, in which case it will definitely be on the Dire side. Or maybe if it's max length, it might come down to the Radiant eventually. Ooh, BSJ forced to use his BKB defensively there. Vacuum from Sunlight, not going to get the connection onto the real Naga. So a couple of key things taken out of the arsenal there for Zoomers. No BKB, no wall, and actually a fight's happening off to the right side right now. There is going to be the egg. They don't have enough people to actually hit it, so this will go off, and it's just a complete disaster right now for 4 Zoomers. They've lost 2. Reezy desperately going to try and juke through the trees, but there's just so much chase, too many slows, and he will get caught eventually. He actually used the Song of the Siren just to guarantee it. Husky also dying off somewhere else, so ends up being 4 kills for absolutely nothing. And just like that, this game is looking all Arava now. 7k gold lead, taking down another tier 2.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's 100% not what 4 Zoomers wanted. Maybe that fight would have been different if BSJ still had his BKB up. But yeah, using that to run away from the Naga like literally 30 seconds before that fight. Very, very costly indeed. I've done some decent damage to this tier 3. Kate's actually going to hang around. The rest of the team finishes off the tier 2. Tier 3 gone. Not only did 4 Zoomers literally just get team wiped, but they lost 2 tier 2s and a tier 3. And now Arava are also going to make a beeline up towards that Roshan pit and clear up second Roche, get Aegis, get Cheese. And then it feels like 4 Zoomers need an absolutely dream fight to try and recover into this game, because it feels like they are a mile behind now. Looks like they thought about running up to Roche to contest. Instead, I will just kill the Tormentor while they're here. 3 shards handed over towards the Ducks here. It's not a terrible one, in all honesty. The slow is quite nice. They've gone for a smoke. The Naga Illusions are going to be pushing the wave, mind you. But even still, we'll see what they can find with this. Smoke breaks, Reese's there, jumping towards Tiger. He found the Hex on towards the Phoenix, immediately removes it from the fight, has to buy back into this one. They've also got the Shackles on towards the Brood, but the Sven can't actually hit anything. There's too many dodges, too many misses. Can't hit a single person. Multiple buybacks as well for the side of 4 Zoomers, as both supports have to commit their own. It looks like the call for Rava is to disengage. Might have to sacrifice the Primal. Or the Brewmaster, sorry, as he gets knocked back into the wall, but the Song of the Siren is there from Kate. Allows him to retreat. And they just TP out. Arava, like, we don't want any part of this fight. Blizzy won't get found. Does manage to get himself away. But even still, 4 Zoomers looking to try to get some sort of extra kill. Egg has been dropped. Immediately gets scrambled. Even the puck gets found. And the decision to TP out from the Naga just wasn't communicated to the rest of the team, I guess. As they also find ore. Right, days. So it ends up being 3 kills. Technically 4, because I think that was a dieback from the Phoenix. And now they're going to get Aegis and Cheese for themselves. An absolute massive turnaround there from 4 Zoomers. We'll see just how that went down. Actually, this is the rebate from the fight before, because there's been so many goddamn fights. Just does not stop here in this game number 2. Endless action, yeah. This is what I was saying earlier, that the team fight capabilities from Arava is really devastating if 4 Zoomers get caught out of position. And it was just a perfect showcase in that previous fight. Nearly worked out in this last one as well, but Well, it's just a nail biter. I think finding the Phoenix was the perfect target there for Tiger. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, win probability back down to 50-50. Gaben has no idea who's going to take this one now. I'm inclined to agree. Feels very hard. Now to see BSJ queued up a MKB now is just real sick and tired of these misses, man. Misses way too much. I wish there was a stat which shows how many times a player misses a hit in the whole game. So I feel like his would be very high double digits. Very high. I suppose the one thing though for Rara is the fact that this Naga Siren is still very much obese. 25,000 gold net worth. Got the Heart, Manta, Butterfly, BKB. Going in for the Daedalus next as well, just to try and get as much of a burst potential as possible. And just remove those supports immediately from the fights. No huddled up. Maybe they're expecting 4 Zoomers to come to them? I mean, you would kind of expect it, considering how all the ultimates are pretty much back up now for 4 Zoomers. They got Aegis, they got Cheese. I guess it's just the chaotic offering they're waiting for. 15 seconds away. They're not even completely wait for it. BSJ is hungry for action. Charging into the triangle. His smoke's probably going to break. He actually uses it just to get rid of the Watcher. But Zayak hiding behind a tree plus the high ground ward. He is fine. Gonna snatch away the old Tormentor, get a second shard on the go. It's probably gonna go to the Primal, right? No, Husky gets it. Kind of thought you already had it, to be honest. A good shard, very good shard indeed.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Dire are
Well, Zoom is probably going to try and force down this tier 2. I mean, actually, BSJ clearly has different objective in mind. Wants to cut the mid instead. But they are sort of having their tier 3 at the top lane there getting beaten into. Large creep wave on top of it. Obviously, just the shoves from the Naga Siren have been keeping that pressure going. Also creeps into the mid, so they are taking a bit of damage for this. As long as if they can get this tier 2 and back off before they really lose too much else, might not be too bad of a situation. I mean, someone has to go back and deal with it. I think that is now actually completed MKB for this Sven. So hopefully for his own sake, these evasions are actually not going to be too much of a problem anymore. There's always just the problem of playing against a Naga Siren, man. The endless amount of illusions getting thrown at the lanes. Just having to constantly have someone spending their entire time, it feels like, dealing with these constantly shoved waves. Endless illusions, endless creeps. You want to just close out the game while you're strong, but map just does not facilitate that. Not at all. It looks like maybe Arav are going to try and get aggressive themselves. All huddled up into this mids. Ooh. Nearly bumped into Reese there. He was trying to see if the rune spawns. And it's actually up top, which Kate just denies. He doesn't even want to bother spending the time to walk like 5 seconds to his left to get a DD rune, which maybe he's going to be punishing, as it would have been useful in this fight that is coming up right now. They've got the initiation onto the Brewmaster, who is gone immediately. Might get traded here onto the Tiger, but the egg was committed. They're trying to be into it. It's so close to popping it. It will finally go off. The stun lands onto absolutely everybody. Sunlight getting beaten into from the Naga Siren off to the side. BSJ, he's getting low. He's only got 20 seconds left on this Aegis, and I think Arav know that. They're trying to just leave him alive for as long as possible. 12 seconds, but they can't wait. They have to finish him off. Now the cue is for Arav to just get rid of the rest of the squad, and the second life of the Sven not going to be so threatening, as the TP is just not going to work. Son immediately putting a stop to that one. And alright, Turns out that the Naga did not need that DD whatsoever. More than enough damage in the world to just completely annihilate 4 Zoomers. I mean, it started off pretty decently, getting that initial kill on towards Blizzy, but the buyback came through, which maybe was the reason why that fight went so nicely. I mean, the Sven bought out for the MKB, so he doesn't have buyback right now. Could see some decent high ground damage coming out. Gonna be a full set mid, maybe a second bottom. Depends if the rest of the 4 Zoomers squad can actually keep themselves going and delay this push for as long as possible. You see cutting away his top, trying to get rid of him. But the surge ends. In comes Kate to try and root him up and hold him in place. You're not even interested in hitting the hero, just wants to get the melee barracks and starts falling away. But the Tiger just shacking it up, holding Kate in bait. Probably not going to be able to find this kill, but they just want to try and keep the buildings alive for as long as possible. Delay this until the Sven is back. He's actually doing some good damage, man. This Ags doing lots and lots of work against the Naga. Force him to disengage. They actually got the shackles on towards the puck. He survives at 90 HP. Gets the blink dagger off to the side, try and run away, but there's the illusionable connection from Sunlight. And there's just nothing left in the wheelhouse for Zodiac to continue the jukes. And does actually get found. Okay, so it's not too bad from 4 Zoomers. They do obviously lose the set in the middle. But getting the counter grab on towards the puck is nice, but they do have a buyback available. So if 4 Zoomers get baited into the shoving high grounds, could be a big chance for a Rava to take a successful fight because all of their ultimates are back. Egg split, Dream Coil, Overgrowth, all are there. Meanwhile, 4 Zoomers are lacking the Wall and the Snakes. 2 very, very important abilities for their actual pushing potential and fighting potential. Yeah, I think 4 Zoomers know that is why they are not going to continue this push. We'll just accept a tier 2. Obviously, that is the final exterior tower taken off the map. But every single high ground is available to be sieged. The game is still less than 1k gold advantage, man. Despite the fact that the Naga Siren has 7,500 more gold than that of the Sven. Doesn't even matter. They do have the win probability. Oh, Roshan, that's a really quick respawn. 18 seconds. 4 Zoomers are going to hang about and see just how quickly it respawns. But Arava, they know it could be up soon. They've gone out of their base as a 5-man smoke. 2, the first target is going to be, they're actually going to initiate on towards Risi there. Sunlight off to the side, gets hit from Nullifier, can't search away. The jump forwards, all the ultimates being dumped right now, trying to get this quick burst on towards the Dark Seer. They do manage to find it. Gear advantage already is there for Rava, stunning up BSJ as well. Egg will pop, doesn't get the stun connection onto anybody. Meanwhile, K is actually off to the side. The BKB from BSJ, he wants to try and stick on top of this target, but nice 4-staff actually pushes him over the other side of that little rift, gets him out of danger. And the God Strength has also ran out as well, so a large portion of the damage from 4 Zoomers is out. But actually the split ends for the Panda and immediately gets eviscerated as soon as he appears. 100-0, Zodiac jumping on towards Tiger, getting very aggressive themselves. Second egg has actually dropped here from the Phoenix. Good lockdown, tons of damage on towards BSJ, who's going to try and run himself away. He will make it. Cheese actually gets passed over to him. Narava still in full retreat. Looks like 4 Zoomers will give up the chase. Gonna run back to the Roche pit and try and clear up this objective. The Dux is up in 12. Brewmaster still gone for 65 seconds though, so they're gonna have this hero advantage. Pretty much no teams have any decent ultimates left. I mean, actually the Dream Core was back up already, very short cooldown. But just look how quickly this Roshan dies, man. Just deleted. Aegis. BSJ is like, man, I can't actually see the items on the floor. Can you stop the upheaval, please? Literally can't see a single damn thing. But yeah, so Aegis actually given over towards the Primal. And they gave the cheese over towards the Sven as well as the Refresher Shard. Obviously, Refresher is just super damn strong. 2 God Strength, double BKB, double Satanic as well. Going to be a very, very hard target to kill indeed. Still though, man, this game really can go either way. 22 to 21, only 2k difference. The win probability going back to a 50-50 once more. Man, this would be one hell of a roller coaster if it existed. You'd probably be like throwing up in your shoes, but why'd you care? You'd be having one heck of a time. Now the skirmish game resumes. Four Zoomers are just going to hunt relentlessly for anybody they can find solo. And then they can maybe try and attempt to go for some high ground push. Yeah, the refresher orb in the hands of the Phoenix was really nice. Did actually keep the puck alive, I think, in that little retreating situation. But I imagine there's probably a refresher orb maybe coming out on the Warlock at some point. I would expect there to be anyway. Yules is actually queued up for the tree, and maybe he's going to just try and turn that into a straight up. What the hell is it called? Wind Waker, that's the one. Pretty nice tool with duking out a lot of damage, but the high ground hits are coming. God Strength plus Snake's been used. This tier 3 man just gets absolutely deleted. The puck trying to jump in, delaying this out. Sunray as well doing a lot of damage. The range barracks literally getting destroyed in about 3 hits there from the Sven. Really damn disgusting. The backdoor protection comes on in. No creeps nearby to keep this going because once again, it's the Naga Siren cutting waves. Let's make sure they do not lose that full set in the mid. And it is just 4 Zoomers falling back. Gonna wait for the God Strength to be back up in 40 seconds and probably just rinse repeat. Go again. Someone has to be dealing with these Naga illusions though. Wanna make sure the creeps actually stay alive. Orisi. Moving into the triangle area. There was actually a high ground ward from both teams. Can't deny it. Husky just comes in and don't worry, mate. I'll kill the Observer ward. I know you're struggling a bit. I know. Yeah, God Strength. About to come off cooldown. And it looks like 4 Zoomers are just going to try and burst down this second tier 3. There is a glyph available. Might decide to pop it momentarily. As actually into the backline, so the Naga Siren is doing work. They've actually had to drop the Chaotic Offering to try and hold at bay. K is taking a lot of damage, controlled by the shackles. Egg off to the side, but it's just way too far away to make any difference. No save for the Naga, who will die. Does have a buyback at least, and may very well be forced to use it momentarily. As BSJ using the refresher orb, so he's going to have a second Ulma and BKB to use to keep this fight going right now with the buyback from K. He's going to try and start things off. Now the Sven in danger, using the Satanic stand his ground, whacking in towards the Naga Siren. He's like, oh my lord, he had the refresher shard. I was not expecting that. The puck survives with a sliver of HP, will be able to disengage, pulverize as well, lock it down onto the Phoenix. But BSJ, he sees the Naga Siren, wants to go for that high priority target, but the sleep is in. God Strength has run out though. Maybe they're just going to try and focus down on towards this fight as BSJ knows he can't really run away. Pops the cheese, going to be able to continue the fight, but actually they get the grab on towards K. The Naga getting dangerously low, but so many 4-stars bringing him to safety. Reese just chasing after him, wanting to try and get the finish, but can't quite achieve that. Instead, they have to settle for the consolation prize of war. Not the big juicy Naga dieback that they would have liked to just end this game here and now, but even still, the Brewmaster is gone for 66 seconds. There is a buyback onto the tree, and Kate, once again, charging on towards this Warlock, doing some work, but Reese is charging on in. They got the Sven, holding him in place. The 4-stars push around, but it's huge! Whoa! Absolutely destroys 2 of them. Zodiac survives by using the phase shift to keep himself going. And BSJ used the Satanic, but he can't actually hit anybody to heal up. Instead, Reese attempted to get this kill inside the fountain. Meanwhile, the puck once more just keeping them off the buildings. Does get the blink off to the side, so he's going to be A-okay. They may very well be facing Megas. very, very shortly. If Paul Zoomers even care about Megas, they might just try and end the game as BSJ. He's got his God Strength back up. Building's going to die once more. Fire Spirits are actually being a real problem there. The attack speed's keeping these buildings alive for a very long time. In deep. Breezy just wanted to keep everybody away from the Sven to make sure that he can get those Megas on the go. Up TPing quite aggressive off to the side. They got the grab on towards the Phoenix. He is gone. We'll be buying back, I'm sure, to try and keep the hopes alive in this game number 2. But it just looks like 4 Zoomers might be able to put an end in this one. Snakes have also been dropped onto the tier 4. It's still 45 seconds without the Naga Siren. They got the initiation on towards the Brew. The heal's coming through. Aeon Disc is actually there. It gives them the opportunity to try and get the re-engage. Tiger's actually going to be the casualty in this one right now. The Zodiac once more in the back lines, trying to do what he can, juking and jiving. But as soon as the fight ends, 4 Zoomers back to hitting on towards the buildings. It's getting distracted relentlessly, but the final tier 4 is gone. Only one building remains in the dire base, and that is the Ancient. Can Arava keep themselves in this game? Another 15 seconds before the Naga Siren is back. They're doing their absolute best. The hits are coming on, but without the actual God Strength, BSJ just does not hit that hard. Popping the Satanic, keep himself going. He's got his God Strength up in literally 1 second time, and then the damage is going to start flying through once more. Blizzy is taken out, and it is all hands on deck for Arava to keep themselves going. But the 2 final swings ends the game. It ends the series, and that is 4 Zoomers taking it in a clean 2-0. I mean, boy, oh boy, that second game was very, very close. Could have gone in so many different ways. Absolutely loved it. I mean, we knew from the draft that those 5 versus 5 fights were going to be crazy. They were going to be fun. And these teams delivered. Obviously, that is a massive, massive win there for 4 Zoomers, considering how they literally have 0 wins so far here in the Pinnacle Cup Multivibes number 3. So they got some points on the board at long last. But that is just the beginnings of the road to recovery from them. They're going to have to start taking some more series after that. But I feel like the helping hand coming in from BSJ, very experienced player, was a big, big help for them and maybe just carried themselves to victory. But Team Arava, they still played very well themselves, just got caught out in a few too many situations, maybe overcommitting for a couple of fights, but either way, man, what an exciting series indeed. Very, very exciting. And this is obviously after the mega delayed start that we have to these final 2 series, as the previous ones went on super long. So I'm sure there's not going to be much time before we actually jump into the final series of the day. As, you know, it's getting late. It's already getting late, but we got one more series to come, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be fun for sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's been crazy games all day. The first 2 series that Harry Freak covered were absolutely insane. They were really entertaining to watch. This one was really entertaining to watch. So it's going to be down to whether KZ Team and Infinity can also provide an amazing show for all of us to watch and enjoy, because that is what we're here for. We're here to enjoy the game. And yeah, it's up to them to make sure that we do. But yeah, like I mentioned, guys, it's not going to be long of a wait. I think about 10-15 minutes is going to be the start time for the next and final series. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back very, very soon.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
I miss that sexy smile, looking for to see you. I hope I lose control. Love you every night, not checking the time, 'cause I'm loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile, looking for to see you. I hope I lose control.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
The final day is finally upon us. Not the final day, sorry, the final series of the day is finally upon us, and it's going to be KZ Team versus Infinity here for the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 tournament. And it's been exciting, crazy series after series today. It's just been going absolutely nuts, which is why we are so far behind our initial schedule. But, you know, it's good. Sure, we're starting late, but it means that the day has just been absolutely crazy and entertaining, which is what we are all really after. I mean, as you see, the multiple 2-1s there at the start, which was covered by Hairy Freak, and they were just crazy series. Like, every team was really giving it their all to try and get the W in the end, but you know, someone's got to lose eventually. Yeah, and even though the series we just did, 4Zoomers versus Team Rava, it was a 2-0, it still felt like a very crazy series. Obviously, game number 1 was a little bit more one-sided, but that second one was a real slugfest. It was brutal, brutal one indeed. So I'll have a quick look here of KZ Team. And yeah, these guys have just been performing so well. Already here in the Pinnacle Cup. They've won their 2 series that they've done. They are top of their group, so they're feeling super comfortable. Like, just feels like they've got such versatile hero pools as well. Wish can play like tons of different heroes in the mid, still feels super effective about it. Nande as well. Slightly favoring like the illusion-based carries, things like TB, Nagas, those things, but you know, they're always popular heroes, so you can't say too much there. And Spartan as well, absolutely stellar position 5. Probably going to see him playing a Warlock or so this series, I would imagine. If not, someone's going to be playing the Warlock. That's my big prediction. It's like, you don't normally see the Warlock get banned, but you see him get picked pretty damn frequently. And it makes sense. The hero is super strong. I look at Infinity's lineup here as well. Fortunately, 2 people without pictures. Very disappointed about that. Very disappointed indeed. But yeah, still expecting some good things from this team in general. Currently 1-for-1 is their score at the current stage of the tournament. Second from bottom, well, technically tied for last place in Group B. Now that Team Arava is actually down there with the rest of them. Yeah, you can see on the board, just KZ team super comfortable, on track to get themselves into the upper brackets. Just everyone else lagging behind. 0s and -1s. There's literally the rest of the entire group. Just a very dominant show. Just fixed. Oh, actually, it hasn't been updated yet, so don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. It's not one-sided. Oh, that is the updated one. Never mind. Yeah, it's just KZ team. It's just KZ team absolutely dominating the show. And I'm very eager to see whether if they can keep that dominant performance going here in this final series. Just smashing people left, right, and center. But Infinity definitely got the capabilities to flip this game or the series on its head and get the W themselves. Obviously, some very strong players on there. Vitally, Michael, Gardic, very well-known players. Expecting a lot to come out from them here. And a bit of South American pride as well. People do love the region. And whenever it comes back, they always have very entertaining Dota indeed. And yeah, I'm not too sure what's going to happen then. But we're already jumping into the draft. Not much waiting time to be done whatsoever. Obviously, these teams were waiting around to play for a little bit extra than they wanted to. And so they're going to be greeted to go right on in. Unless there's some coordinator problems. We had this issue a few times yesterday. Let's hope that isn't the case. Sometimes it does happen, but you know, that's just the life of Dota 2, the life of Valve. They always have a few issues here and there. But yeah, I imagine we'll be jumping through. Okay, the first lobby, not so great. We're going to have to reset it. I feel like when I was casting for the SA DPC, there was tons of lobby remakes there as well. I feel like the region in general, like, because they have to connect to some different servers and whatnot, and sometimes that does cause some problems with the actual initial start, but it always gets fixed in the end, and we will be underway as fast as possible. Shouldn't be too much of a delay at all. But yeah, I mean, not really like... I mean, what's Infinity really been playing? Just tons of Pangolier. Still been rolling with the Undying a lot. We've really seen a trend where Undying has just kind of fallen off the edge of the map. Received a couple of little nerfs in a row with the previous small patches. So a lot of teams have decided to completely ignore it in recent history. But Infinity are one of those teams which still think he's an absolutely stellar pick. And they roll with him continuously. And, you know, we'll see if they're going to maybe make that happen here in this series, as we are now actually into the draft. The lobby has been fixed. Hooray! We get to see some Dota 2. That's what I like. So we will jump on in and see what's going to happen. Look at that. KZ team immediately ban the Undying. They're just like, they're going to play it. Just take it away from them. Just take it away. Why give it to them? It's clearly a comfort hero. Want to make sure they're playing on as least comfortable position as possible. That's how you win drafts. That's how you do it. Prime will get removed, plus the Trio Protector. Probably going to see the more staple meta heroes getting taken away now. You know, the Earth Spirits, Invoker probably going to get taken out as well. Wouldn't be too surprised on that. One of the most successful heroes actually for Infinity is Faceless Voids. They've got 100% win rate on the hero in this current patch. And the KDA is actually insane. They have a 72 KDA on Faceless Void in this patch. That is bonkers. Actually bonkers. I would not be surprised at all if KZ team potentially drop a first phase ban against it. Clearly it is a hero which they are more than willing to just pick up and play. Very dominant showing indeed. We will see. Obviously, one final ban here from KZ. I mean, maybe you don't have to use your first phase bans for it. It's very, very unlikely that that is going to be the opening grab for Infinity. Like, at the very earliest, you're going to see it in the second phase. So maybe they're not too worried about that at all. Maybe they'll just leave it for now. In which case, are they potentially worried about the Invoker? Again, it's a hero which they have been playing. Instead, they do decide to get rid of the Gyro. And we saw it actually picked up once in the previous series, but didn't actually end up working out too well. Still ended up losing. But still a very highly prioritized hero amongst all the teams. Only received... I mean, he did receive quite a few nerfs. Like, very small nerfs, but literally all of his skills, I think, apart from Rocket Barrage, was actually touched on. So yeah, maybe just in general, the hero doesn't feel like maybe you need to ban it anymore. Maybe you could just leave it as is. Who knows? Obviously, the C patch is still very, very early. Literally only came out today. Or last night, depends on where you live. That can make all the difference. And TA is actually the ban there from Infinity and immediately decide to grab up the Invoker. Want to make sure they have that strong, dominant lane. So obviously the TA is generally pretty damn good versus this guy. And KZ do respond by grabbing up the Beastmaster themselves. Always a Stellar Pos 3. Always banned or picked, it feels like, as well. Just great. What's not to love about a BKB piercing stun? Plus an army. Plus drums, if you're up against illusion heroes, but probably not going to see that coming out from Infinity this game. Actually, I say that, and the drums of Slom was actually reworked against illusions a little bit. It no longer provides the healing amplification, I think. So it's not like the Beastmaster is immortal against illusion heroes anymore. He can definitely get brought down, but even still, I feel like it's still going to be considered a counter versus those illusion heroes in general. Just the AoE damage is nice. But it's the Ember and Oracle that are banned there from Infinity. And KZ right now gonna drop it over towards the Ducks here. And then what they're gonna decide to snap up here for their opening pick. I mean, the Warlock is still in the pool. KZ team have 100% played the Warlock a few times before in the past. But actually, there's the Earth Spirit. He wasn't banned. And they grab him. Why the hell not? Pretty sure that is going to be the mid-hero for Wish. Like, you can always roll away from the EMP in the lane. Sure, later on, the Cold Snap plus an Urn is going to be kind of annoying. Like, the constant stuns does make it very, very difficult to get your roll-in boulder off. But in the lane, yeah, you're not going to be threatened, I think, by the EMP. You'll be able to dodge it pretty much every single time. Plus, if there's like a decent rotation from a support, you can always look for some kills. And Infinity actually respond by going for the Disruptor. I mean, it's great versus the Earth Spirit, because if they do try and roll away, you can always just drag them back on into the fight. Pretty much guarantee they're going to get caught out. And as well, the fact that it's one of their most played in this patch. They got like a 45% win rate with it. So it's not positive, not great, but regardless versus the potential core Earth Spirit, I like it a lot. Oh, and a pretty early PA. That feels very early, but why not? This hero is just really, really strong. Was not touched at all in the C patch. Not at all. Which is kind of crazy considering just how strong the hero was. But there is the Nyx Assassin. I was mentioning this in the previous series. This guy received quite a few buffs to his ultimate and the Mind Flay. No, Mana Burst, whatever the hell it's called. Mana Burn. So I'm not too surprised to see this hero come out. And it's going to be the first time I'm seeing it running around. Very intrigued to see how it actually does work. And they also pair it up with another absolutely amazing support of the Grimstroke, which not only is this a nice hero to pair up with the Earth Spirit and Nyx Assassin, but I feel like it was going to be the hero pick that Infinity we're going to go for. Like, PA plus Grim is very strong. Very, very strong. I'm sure we've all played up against that in our pubs and everything. You've seen the pro games as well. Just do not let that combo happen. Which I'm kind of surprised that they didn't grab the Grim first. Unless they were actually scared of KZ team picking the PA themselves, which, you know, is relatively likely. They've grabbed it quite a few times. So maybe they were just scared of that. Wanted to guarantee the PA for their own hands. And their fourth pick, going to be a Night Stalker. Definitely not a hero that you see all too often anymore. Definitely picked in a lot more niche situations. And we'll see how it does pan out. Obviously, very, very nice to get on top of the Earth Spirit. You keep him permanent silent, so he can't kick and roll away. Fantastic tool to just delete the Grimstroke from the fights. You can even make sure that Nyx Assassin can't get Spike Carapace off in a lot of situations. Yeah, I quite like this hero. Feels real nice. Plus, the absolutely insane amount of vision it provides in team fights is perfect for a Phantom Assassin because they can just constantly jump around onto any target they want. Because the Night Stalker literally is just a flying observer ward in those team fights. So yeah, it's really, really nice combination. I'm liking it. Kind of feels a little bit strange considering how it's looking like it's their support as the final pick of the game. Not something you see all too often, but yeah. I guess they just thought that the Night Stalker was going to be very likely banned out. Which I feel like, yeah, it probably would have been. So, KZ team drop bans towards both the Rubik and the Venge. Meanwhile, Infinity just trying to target those pain in the arse position ones against the PA. Plus people who can blame effectively versus the Night Stalker. And it is going to be the Bloodseeker. And what is going to be their other hero? I've seen a few people play the Monkey King up against the PA. I feel like sometimes it's alright. Completely depends on how the lane actually ends up going. But the Naga Siren. That is the band of choice. We'll see what Infinity are going to grab last here for their support. They only got 8 seconds of reserve time, so they can't spend too long deliberating. Actually, don't even need to touch it. Instead, they just go in for the Lion. I like it. Always love a Lion, man. So much crowd control comes in with him. Got the burst damage potential. Got a bit of mana sustain as well for maybe just the PA in a lot of fights. And KZ team, yeah, they do go for that Monkey King. So clearly they do still like to play up the MK versus the PA matchup. I'll see how it pans out. As yeah, Desire going to be on the Nyx. Wish is rolling with that Earth Spirit on the mid lane. Always love to see that one happening. It always feels like mid Earth Spirit is just pure flash. You know, they're looking for crazy stuff to happen. Always leads to an entertaining game. And we'll see how the old Invoker is going to be able to fare up against him. It'll be very interesting to see. Very, very interesting. Not quite sure who I'm going to be leaning towards here. I feel like for the sake of this Night Stalker PA combo, plus like the catch grab from the Disruptor against the Earth Spirit, and the control from the Lion, I don't know, I feel like I'm going to slightly lean towards Infinity. Even though I feel like in general, I prefer KZ team just as an actual squad. But yeah, I'm liking the lineup of Infinity right now. Feels like they got a clear PAM. All depends on whether or not they can actually effectively execute that plan. That is the question. Now we'll see if Lumpy's going to be able to have a dominant performance against this Earth Spirit in the mid as well. I feel like it's going to be, I don't know, them just trading against each other. Like I was mentioning earlier, should be able to just dodge the EMP again and again. Not going to be a problem for him at all. But this Monkey King lane is going to be a bit of a problem for the Night Stalker. But there's not really any clear way that you can harass him out. And once the MK just builds a few points onto the Jingu, he could definitely just stand his ground, beat back the Night Stalker. In which case, over the line then, will have to just be spending his time constantly trying to harass out the Monkey King to provide space for the Night Stalker. Or we could just see the line rotate into the mid, attempting to set up for some sort of gank attempt there. Who knows? But yeah, I feel like I am just going to lean just that ever so slightly towards Infinity. And I've obviously been wrong. I've been wrong many times. There's plenty of surprises that can come out in this game we call Dota. Was it? What was the first pick? It was the Invoker first pick, wasn't it? Yeah. Then immediately followed up by the Primal. Not the Primal, sorry, the Beastmaster. We do have a pause to start things off. Always strong. I was saying, it is always the problem with the SA region is generally they have some connection issues a lot of the time, which is probably what this pause is all about. Lumpy trying to fix his net. Good as these crazy poses. I still didn't find out what that Shadow Shaman hat was in that last game. I really wanted it. It looked so cool. It would have been absolutely amazing. I wonder if it's expensive. It'd be very sad if it is expensive. Because I'd be very tempted to go out and try and find it. Or it's probably one of those ones where you needed to do an event 6 years ago and I just didn't get it or something like that. That's very sad. But that is the case with a lot of Dota 2 skins. You can't get them all. They're not like Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you can't get everything. But looks like Infinity having Discord issues, they say. Which is why you are now looking at my lovely mug. I'm surprised my forehead isn't shining right now. It is so damn hot in this room. I am actually melting. Like, my window's wide open. I've got a fan going off to my side, but we're having like this little heat wave in the UK. It's just been absolutely stifling for a whole week now. There is no air moving whatsoever, like zero wind. And it's just, you're cooking. You are cooking non-stop. Have a quick look, jump over the 1v1 screen. But, yeah, whew, it's hot. It's very, very hot. I'm still expecting this series to be very fun, as I think we might be starting back up pretty damn soon, hopefully. We want to get this game with the go, like we said earlier, guys. And I'm sure all you are aware is that we are behind schedule by like an hour and 40 minutes. A very, very long time. But these things do happen, you know? These things happen. You can't always have perfect start time every single time. So, a quick look at all the pair cams. At least these guys are boot camping up. That's something we haven't really seen from a lot of other teams in this tournament. Like, everyone else is pretty much all just playing from their homes, but Infinity, all playing together as the squad. Which is nice, because then not only is boot camping a great way to, you know, build relationships in your team, to really focus on Dota in general, but it's also great fun. It's like having a 24/7 LAN party. Who does not want a 24/7 LAN party? I mean, actually, you'd be suffering from LAN death quite a lot, and that is never nice. I never know if LAN death is actually like a term loads of people use, or if it's just a term me and my friends use. I feel like it's something everyone should know of. Just eating absolute crap for a whole weekend, drinking nothing but energy drinks. You go home, you turn your toilet into a bog, and you die. You just die and you sleep for 2 days. Ah, there's no greater feeling in the world. Absolutely love it. When I was growing up, my brother actually used to host their own LAN parties, and it was great. It was like we rent a little hall. All our friends came around, like 20 of us, and we played Dota. Well, no, we played Dota. We played everything, man. We played everything from Quake to Counter-Strike, various Command & Conquer tournaments, all this sort of crazy stuff. But the game is now underway, so we'll stop talking about my NAF LAN parties back in the day, and we shall return to the Dota 2, where maybe we may be treated some sort of early fight. I mean, the smoke was used actually there from Infinity just to get some early vision down, as they do. It's annoying as well because both of these two teams have got the wrong logos at the top there, and obviously sometimes it's not their fault, but KZ team have got the Monospar logo, and Infinity have the Hokori logo, so I'm just going to have to be really, really on it and make sure I don't say the wrong team names. I've done that a few times in the past, but I'll do my best, guys. I will do my best, just for you. Just for you, chat. Maybe they might be fighting for the bottom bounty here. I mean, KZ actually sort of taking control of the dire triangle area. Spidey senses from Infinity are tingling, they just completely avoid the area in Skylark. He might get caught here. The stun just about gets the connection there from Michael. Gardic is going to get the glimpse. EMP will still get the connection, and that is a dead Beastmaster for sure. It's actually Lumpy who gets the final touch as well. But, you know, Nande just dropping a nice little tip to his teammate there. Meanwhile, Vitally, he's actually going to get gone on himself right now in the triangle by the looks. 3 heroes on top of him, trying to get back to the safety of the tier 2, and he will just about make it. Nice stun there from Michael. Provides the space he needed to retreat. Now, Desire will TP back out. Nande, with the tree dance, can just leap himself back to the lane. So he's not going to miss out on too much either. Even still, First Blood picked up for Wish. Not Wish, sorry. First Blood was picked up for Lumpy. Actually, I didn't realise, but Skylark actually denied the bounty rune before he died. I did not actually notice that. Maybe that's what the tip was about. I suppose it was probably the board more than anything. Not the hero would have done it, but yeah, it's a nice little way to make sure you don't lose out on too much, you know. You're going to die, but at least you can take something away. It's good pressure applied there to guard it. Just the impale stun into 2 balls hitting you. Very, very hard to play up against. In this bottom lane as well. I feel like this Monkey King is going to have a really, really nice time down here. Obviously, level 1, a bit more difficult. Where he hasn't got his Jingu. Yeah, actually he hits level 2. Immediately he goes in. Spartan doesn't actually have his own. Might not even be required right now as the Bounder Strike is in from Nande to guarantee the connection. That is a dead line. Literally, the millisecond Nande hit level 2, he was already leaping up to the tree. He was just prepared, man. So prepared. Meanwhile up top, bit of pressure being applied on towards Desire right now. The Hawk not really hitting the correct targets. Even still, just a lot of trade of damage going on. Meanwhile, this mid, in terms of CS, very, very even. Just a lead in terms of denies there for the side of Lumpy. Obviously, the first blood bonus probably going to have some sort of bonus there. Just the extra bit of gold, help get his earlier items online, which can provide extra damage. And all these small things do spiral up. Meanwhile, Glimpse does connect onto Skylark, but unfortunately, the kinetic field is just a little bit off the mark. I'm not going to be able to stop it there. The Skylark is just permanently low HP in the top lane. Meanwhile, talking about low HP, Michael gets a bit of a smack in, but so does Spartan at the exact same time. So support's going to be fine for now. A lot of just harassment from side lanes. No one's really dying, but everyone is permanently low. Either team would absolutely love to have a Bloodseeker, I feel, in this game. They would just be running around haste speed non-stop already. Would make their life a hell of a lot easier. Wish even going to actually snatch away the enemy bounty rune there to get his free refill. Obviously, it is spotted out. So Lumpy realised that has been taken away, but it doesn't really matter too much. You know, Invoker is not a mid hero that will ever buy a bottle, so he doesn't actually really care about that. Obviously, the money's kind of a pain, but eh. Doesn't mind. We're up top. Desire. Maybe in danger yet again. There is going to be the glimpse, pulls him off to the side. Actually, nice 2-man impale, but the static field just lasts too long. He cannot get away. Ends up being a nice free there kill for Pake. So we see in terms of CS though, Nande is really starting to excel. They're actually going to go for this kill on towards the Night Stalker, or at least try and apply some pressure where they can. Good stroke lands onto the 2 of them. But even still, they just don't have the mana on Nande to really continue that connection. I mean, maybe if he used his Lotus plus his stick, he might have had mana for a stun. I don't know if that would have made much of a difference, though. And still, the farm train is just continuing. One who's actually suffering in CS is the PA, 13-2. Sure, they do have that kill to their name. But also, as we know, creeps are where the real resources come in. Wish just rolling in front of Lumpy there to guarantee the rune pickup. This is the nice thing about the mid-Earth Shaker. Earth Spirit, sorry. Do it every time. But yeah, the ability to just immediately get on top of those runes and basically guarantee yourself a bottle refill just feels so damn nice. Obviously, that story might be different once the supports make the rotation for the 6-minute rune. We shall see. Meanwhile, Nande down at the bot has been glimpsed back there. The rotation from the Disruptor catching him by surprise, but maybe get the turnaround. Will get the kill onto the line at the very least. He does still die, but you know, he was expecting to get absolutely nothing there, so getting the kill for it. Take that as the consolation prize. Meanwhile, up top, Peg in danger right now. 2 balls blocking him in. And actually, the rotation comes through from Lumpy to try and lend a helping hand right now. And instead, it looks like Skylark is the one who's going to fall. Peg pops his stick charges, back up to full HP. And another 2 supports come out of the trees to get the kill. A big punish there from Infinity. Taking down 2. Very nice indeed. Which was able to get a little bit of damage to the tier 1 at least with this catapult wave. Gardic hiding down here at the bot. They want to try and look for a kill on towards Nande again, if possible. He's been having a good time in terms of CS, but that Def did slow his game a little bit. Actually, a smoke has been used from these 2. Nande actually looking to try and get involved for the rune. Instead, they're going to bump in towards Michael. Able to avoid the stun there for the silence coming through at the perfect time, and that is actually a free kill onto the Lion. And even though Nande's been scouted out, he's not falling back to his lane. He's actually going to carry on coming into the mids. And Lumpy, actually expecting it, pre-uses his Ghost Walk to just run away into the trees, make sure he does not die. Nande, this is very, very peculiar from your position 1. Running around the mid lane at level 5 as a tree. Yeah, this is very interesting stuff. But it looks like he's going to head back down towards his lane now at the bot and resume the position 1 farm, you know, the normal things. As a result, we've actually seen him drop off a bit in CS there. Not the top farms, or at least the top CS anymore, but instead, jumping on towards Vitally. Not actually being able to get that final hit for the Jingu stacks. And actually a really good choice that he did back off as Gardic is here with the rotation coming out from the Invoker as well. They've got the grab on towards Spartan, but that is not the kill they would have liked. And still a kill is a kill. Speaking of, Nande taking the gate up towards the top. This is what we've seen from him so many times in the past when he's on these very mobile heroes. He will just make these crazy rotations to the side lanes again and again. Going to be able to just keep pace on top towards Pake. Roar is there to lock him down. The evasion? Okay, misses one, but will hit the last. So another kill for his efforts. Yeah, I feel like in the series yesterday when he played his Monkey King, he did exactly the same thing. He was just constantly looking for kills. He did lag behind in CS, but it doesn't even matter. There's more action actually happening here in the mid. Michael probably to get brought down. Big connection from the Inkswell, connects onto all 3 of them. Gardic as a result, probably going to tick out to this. The roll, very slow, but will still land on towards Lumpy. Do they have any detection? There is going to be the dust. The damn ultimate from Wish lasts so long. Pake though, getting involved himself. Still has the ultimate here. The Magnetize doing tons of work, and now maybe Peg's been off more than he could choose. He's got one more Phantom Strike. Going to be able to get himself away, and maybe this is the bait they're waiting for. As Vitally now getting involved with the help of Michael. Tons of control, and the crit to the face takes down Wish. Very crazy fight, actually not even over. As Vitally still just gets that +1 onto Spartan at the tail end of things. So after all of that, it's a 3-for-3 trade. Both mid laners for both supports. For Lumpy, immediately moving down towards the bot, draining all the mana of Nande. The Boundless Strike doesn't actually land on towards the Invoker. Tree Dance, back up, and will evade it. just in time. I mean, that was very close. So we're trying to hunt for him. Wiley was there, but just good footwork, good button pressing there from Nande to get himself out of danger. We see on the replay here just how long this fight went on for. This magnetized, man. Oh, we didn't. Should have checked to see how much damage Wish actually did in the end, because it must have been millions. Had to have been. And the fact that Nande, not Nande, sorry, Paik joins in at the very end and he still has magnetize on him, like the ultimate just went on forever. Just would not end. Was still able to get out of the end. Oh, meanwhile alive. So trying to make a move to Wish, but there is going to be the Soulbind on towards 2. Skylark is here, he has the Roar. Will drop it. Actually, he doesn't even bother for the double Roar connection instead. Wish is still going to charge forwards. Finally, the Roar does come out on towards Vitally. Tornado, though, trying to keep the offlaner alive. But it's just not going to be enough, as they will lose 2. Going to lose this tower as well. Lumpy's going to attempt a deny, but we have a DC. Oh, dearie me. The lag continues there for Lumpy. I mentioned, you know, it's just the unfortunate side of the online portions of tournaments. Some people do just have rough connections, especially. I mean, the South American region is just renowned for having pretty rough connection to a lot of games, so it is quite unlucky. But it looks like Lumpy's already reconnected, so a very short pause at the very least. But yeah, I think he's going to attempt to go for a deny here. Let's see if he gets it. He's up against effectively 3 heroes plus a catapult. See how quick his fingers are. They say go. And pause is happening. He's pinging it. Oh, roll forwards from Wish. Trying to capitalize on this grab on towards Lumpy. Kicks him back. The Impale doesn't actually land. But Wish just really creating space to make sure the deny onto the tower does not come. Still able to clear up that objective. And successfully fall back. It's PA, who is top farm core so far on this game. 5.2k network, but very closely followed up by Nande's Monkey King right now. Obviously not as much in terms of CS. Actually, they're pretty even in CS. I thought it was Paik going to be a bit more ahead, but despite that. I mean, they both actually have very similar scores. Paik is 4-1 and 2. Nande is 4-1 and 0. So both position ones actually be getting very, very active early on. Very high kill participation, which is what I wish would happen in my pubs. You know, my carries though, they're just AFK farmers. They don't want to hit anybody. Desire coming in towards Paik right now. He's actually underneath a Sentry Wall, but even still, he's going to get the initiation on towards the PA. But Nande quickly changes his mind about how much he wants to commit for that kill and does back out. Even still, you know, just putting a little bit of fear in towards the PA. Making sure they're not feeling too comfortable, but they're not feeling comfortable. Vitally, he's managed to find Skylark right now. TP also coming in from the Lion, who just drops the long-range finger and actually manages to get the kill. And Nande, he actually completed the Twin Gate TP here into 4 heroes. That was not what he wanted to happen at all. And just like that, Infinity managing to get the kill onto 2 very, very important cores. But Wish actually now getting involved with the tail end of this, trying to focus on towards Vitally. They're a tanky boy, but even still, they will find the kill. Does he continue though? That is the question. It's a 2 versus 3. Looks like the call was to back out. They got a little consolation prize of at least the Night Stalk at the end, but killing the Monkey King is obviously the big, big target there. Which actually knocks him down quite a lot in terms of net worth. Now 4th. Was close behind the PA, but literally 1,000 gold separating the 2 of them. You know, looks like that. Yeah, that's a dead line. Gets found inside their own jungle there from the old Nyx. And this is where the change to his Mind Flare is actually pretty damn strong now. Like the damage multiplier early on has been increased by a fair margin. Doesn't matter once it's level 4, but in those early levels it is pretty great.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, this 3-man smoke as well, seeing if they could find anybody.
Radiant's
Got it.
bottom tower is under attack.
Will get spotted on the ward placed on the high ground, but even still, it's not really the target they want. Michael. He's going to get found. It was like, oh, I'm going to try and get a stack here. Instead, he just gets deleted. Maybe. It looks like KZ team as well are going to just try and snatch this stack away. Actually requiring 5 heroes to do so, but 2 double stacks feels like it's worth it. Especially if Nande's able to get a majority of the money there. The helping hand of the Maelstrom is always nice. And considering how they're pretty much all in the area, they might try and force down this tier 1. Actually, the creep wave is really far away. Maybe not. Maybe they just have to leave it. Wait, actually, Pake is down here. Actually goes with the TP in the trees. Really, really wise decision. Zaya, though, hunting after Vitally, but vision underneath the gate. I mean, literally, the ward only had 8 seconds, but even still, it's free money for Desire. He's happy about that. Everyone from Vitally also coming in. Trying to see if they can get the kill on towards the Nick. They know he must be around here somewhere. Gonna find it, though. Instead, the Monkey King did just show himself on the lane. Maybe that's going to be their target instead if they can actually get on top of him. There's going to be the ultimate. Glimpse, dragging back the MK. The focus is down on towards the Nyx Assassin as well. It's going to be a fantastic little double kill for the team. Oh, actually, Desire, with the Vendetta, he's actually able to juke out towards the side. He will survive. Now the rest of KZ team are here. They want to try and take this fight. Dust revealing on towards Lumpy. Magnetize is there as well. Although the Beastmaster in deep, surrounded by heroes, will die before even able to use his ultimate. They do get the trade at least on towards the Invoker. Desire will drop as he came back in for a little final touch to try and help out the rest of his team. And we're trying to get this grab on towards Michael. Doesn't really have many resources, no remnants left. With this Blade Mail though, makes it very difficult for Infinity to actually do much about him. And Wish has actually still managed to find Pake. With Nande charging forwards, Boundless actually gets the connection on towards Lion. They find that kill. Now the PA having to jump over towards Vitally, who will get the nice block there onto the roll. Trying to keep his carry alive. Glimpse as well, making space. It looks like KC aren't going to find him anymore, but a double crit comes through from Pake. Annihilates the poor old Grimstroke. Nice dodge of the Tornado. Fish will manage to get the roll away at very least. A very, very chaotic fight. Multiple kills on both sides. Not entirely sure who came out on top there. The fight recap is not going to be helpful at all because it lasted so damn long. Absolutely nuts. Crazy fights. That's what we'd love to see. 15-15 is the score. 1k gold lead. Feels very, very even. PA obviously top farm core, but quickly followed by the 3 cores on the side of KZ as they've also just found an extra one on towards Gardic. On the replay, how far back does this go? Right, all the way to the beginning. I have no idea how Desire survived here. I suppose everyone on the side of Infinity was just really desperate to make sure that Monkey King died. But the Nyx was able to actually get himself away. And then just the rest of the squad coming in to try and force the fight was really, really nice. Oh, meanwhile, live. Looks like Vitality's is dead. Lots of heroes on top of him. Yeah, poor old Skylark, man. He ran in, but just caught out from the Night Stalker silence, couldn't use his ultimate at all, immediately picked off. I think Desire did actually land like a 3-man stun or something like that at the tail end there, so it's really nice that he did decide to come back in. Obviously did cost him his life, but all for the greater good, you know. All for the greater good. And then we just need to cue the Benny Hill music of people endlessly running away from each other. But it was so close to Pate getting caught out multiple times, the Boundless was very nicely placed to delete the Lion. Actually, Wish kicked Vitally away there. I wonder if that was intentional or not. Because maybe that actually did just save the Night Stalker's life because the Monkey King couldn't even hit him. Yeah, I don't know. Very weird. But that was Aegis now picked up into the hands of the Monkey King. Strong objective there for KZ.
Set in stone.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do with it. I mean, they've been playing so aggressively up until now, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they just keep that ball rolling and just resume the aggression here with this Monkey King. With the Aegis in tow, who has a Mjolnir queued up next.
Top tower is under attack.
Still about 1,500 gold away from that. It's going to be nice. Meanwhile, PA, though, still is just an absolute farming demon. BKB completed with a fresh 9 seconds to use. And that is the cue for them to go for a smoke play. Even though they're smoking into an Aegis, they do not care. This BKB power spike is that good. So they're willing to just send it. See who they can find. Unfortunately, they're heading into the part of the map where there is literally nobody around for KZ team. I mean, maybe if they head straight down into the triangle, they might find Nande if he takes too long to kill these creeps. The Observer does actually spot him. Skylark shows himself as well. Maybe that's going to be the deterrent for Philly not to go for this kill. Instead, actually, they might just go for Skylark. They actually still see the Monkey King. He's able to get the chop on towards the trees. They even dodge the static storm, which actually TP's into the middle of it. So he can't get the full lockdown to anybody else, but Michael gets immediately killed. And now it's Infinity having to run away right now. Wish rolling in deep, trying to find this grab on towards Vitally. Meanwhile, they see Peg. That's going to be the higher priority target. Looks like instead they're just being baited here from the Night Stalker. And these rolls for Wish, they just cannot connect, man. He's rolling in every direction apart from the right one. Finally, just breaking the ankles of absolutely everybody. His ultimate will now ends. And he gets the TP out. Meanwhile, they've actually found Lumpy, who was just casually farming the mid lane. Wrong place, wrong time for him. And it looks like to use the best out of this situation, KZ are going to try and force down this tier 2. And they do have a catapult. There's enough targets here to tank up the tower hits as well. Okay, you know, I thought they might try and use like an aggressive glyph to keep the push going, but not interested in that. They will fall back. Well, they know 21-minute Wisdom Rune's about to respawn. And Michael knew that the gank was coming his way and does manage to back out in time. But even still, Wisdom Rune stolen. Picked up for Wish. Even a triple stack here on the Ancients, which are going to get stolen away. This is the second time this game that stacks have been made for the Infinity side, but not going it. It's part of what is happening. I mean, even I got the big stutter there. I think this is actually server problems now. Because yeah, even my connection from the UK got a bit of that. Looks like Lumpy, he's going to be able to snatch away the Wisdom Rune at the very least. Kind of surprised that no one from KZ actually went and just guaranteed that. Very, very interesting indeed. We can see it's still nigh on 50-50 in this game. Just a very slight edge there for KZ, which I think is pretty much all because of the Aegis that they do have. Oh, Lumpy. I mean, the slow effect is there. Spartan saw it, but looks like this wasn't really in time. Wish rolls in, but it's not really a fight that he can commit onto. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Gardic was picked up. So just trading supports from different parts of the map. Instead, looks like the tier 2 push is going to come in once more here in the mid. Skylark already here to make sure it happens. Actually has a Solar Crest plus Crimson Guard queued up. Going to be a really nice tool to avoid all the physical damage from the BA. Speaking of, which has found him. But Pake is actually going to stand his ground and fight, but with that Blade Mail, very difficult for the PTA to actually commit. Still gets the magnetized connection. No one dies, but the tier 2 was secured at the very least. How much longer do they have with this Aegis? 15 seconds, so not going to be any real time here for KZ team to capitalize onto it. Probably will fall back, resume the farm for a couple of minutes, wait until Roshan number 2 does respawn, and then try again for another aggressive play. But Infinity know that the Aegis is now timed out. We could be seeing them go for some sort of smoke play themselves, which they are. Going to be smoking outside of their base, but we'll see who they find. They spotted Spartan, obviously, getting a D ward. And that's the direction they're going to head. And they're actually going to run into quite a few members of KZ. He's going to be one that breaks the smoke. Well, Desire's Vendetta actually runs out just as everybody turns up. Instead, Spartan's going to be one that gets jumped on first. Immediately deleted. Even the control here on towards Desire. He is gone. Well, they get the glimpse back on towards Wish, but he's still able to roll and avoid the static storm. Buyback as well on towards the Grimstone. They want to try and force this fight. Wish is standing his ground. There's going to be the Soul Bind plus the double roar. Connect onto two supports. They do manage to kill Wish. But maybe Skylark can get the trade on towards the Evoker. Lumpy surviving with a sliver of HP. He's going to be okay. They even cut the tree on towards Nande there. So the Monkey King is endlessly controlled. And with the Sunshine coming out, he actually dodges in there with the Mischief. Keeps himself alive. Lumpy stepping forwards, trying to get the finishing touch. Can't quite get it. Has to run away. I don't think there's any dust or anything like that left, so Lumpy's going to be alright, but probably can't say the same here for Michael. I mean, he's got ways of avoiding the damage, trying to TP out. Will make it. Whew, alright, pretty crazy fight. Was a buyback obviously there for the Grimstroke, but killing both the PA and Night Stalker is really, really huge. In terms of golden experience, it's pretty even. We'll see on the replay here. If that glimpse of the static storm actually connected, I feel like this fight would have been hugely different. But it just gave the opportunity for the rest of the team to come in. The double roar was fantastic. Also, somehow the Invoker gets away with that one. Literally with like 10 HP by the looks. Yeah, Nande as well. Sunstrike just barely avoided. Very close. Still on the live though, there is the Tormentor killed, so free shard into the hands of Spartan. Very, very nice one indeed. Extra damage, free heals. You can't really go wrong. Especially seeing as how there are just absolutely great targets doing swell this game. The Earth Spirit, Monkey King, even the Nyx Assassin to some degree. Just fantastic to combination with that ability. So yeah, feeling good about that one. Wish actually now also completing his BKB, so the Glimpse Static Storm plays aren't even going to be a huge problem for him anymore. Going to be able to just continue to roll around, cause havoc. As Crimson also up for Skylark now. So it feels like KZ is starting to hit a bit of a power spike. Roshan, nearly maximum respawn time, 3 minutes, or 2 minutes 56 I think it was in the end, so not going to be able to get that anytime soon. And yeah, no charges so far for Pake's Desolator either. So we'll get a kill on towards the Monkey King. Nande actually having to use his BKB to walk himself out of the Static Storm. So 9-second use there. Glimpse. The BKB just lasted a little bit too long. Couldn't get the full dodge. Or the full connection, I should say. Yeah, you can see KZ. They want Roche, but little do they know, it is a very, very long way away from respawning.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They'll just twin gate down towards the bottom part of the map. TP from Spartan mid though. Gonna drop the soul binds. Literally zero follow-up. Wish though, he doesn't care about follow-up. He's rolling in on his own. Managed to find the grab on towards Gardic as the BKB does avoid the glimpse. Tornado as well, not going to do any sort of connection, but even still the re-engage is there. Nice use of the Spike Carapace from the Nyx Assassin, gets a stun connection onto nearly everybody. The Monkey King as well is in deeper without his BKBs, getting controlled up quite a lot, but it doesn't even matter. There's so much damage coming through. A little Ravage there from the Lion, nearly keeps Vitally alive, but they will still find him off to the sides. Michael hiding off, Pake going for a TP behind a tree, will make it. Out of a Shadow Amulet, ladies and gentlemen. The Lion is safe. Very, very nice fight coming out there from the side of KZ. Sure, they did lose their supports, but killing 2 cores plus a support is going to be valued every single time. Extra chunk of gold going their way. I mean, despite the fact that they just want to fight, the win probability doesn't change. What? How does that make any sense? Gaben, explain your win probability counter. I don't understand. Still in beta. Yeah, okay, I'll agree to that. It's been out for a couple of years, but I mean, technically, Dota 2 is actually still in beta. If you look at the files for the game, it does still say it's in beta. So, you know, these things are to be expected. Oh dear. And still, KZ team, after that fight, they head up towards the top, expecting Roshan to be up, but it is still not here. They're like, come on, it has to be up. Has to be up right now. They'll just gate down to the bottom. Maybe they're going to try to set up for down there. Actually, it looks like Desire, he's found Lumpy. And with the involvement of Wish, they're going to be able to get the kill. The Magnetizer's on him. No way to retreat from that. Very nice kill to find, managing to take down the Invoker. I wish to see if we're going to find Gardic. Alright, TP, or forced after the low ground. Oh, he's okay. No other kills there. But yeah, Roshan is up, but it's sort of like an extended respawn time because KZ team did not want to try Rosh when there was still like 30 seconds of it on the Dire side before it moved. So in theory, they have to wait even longer for it to come down to the Radiant before they really feel like it's safe enough to even attempt. Oh. Drop down the sentry. They found Desire, immediately critted to the face. Those Static Storm used plus the Night Stalker ultimate. If all they get for that is the Nyx Assassin, KZ team are very happy with that trade. And now this is just more of cause to try and secure the Roche area. And obviously they'll wait until the nighttime is over, the Dark Ascension effect. And they'll head on down. Try and secure that up. As you see, everyone from KZ team coalescing. Lumpy is nearby. They're going to get the jump on towards the Invoker. Four stars pull him out off towards the side. A crit to the face spot and just gets deleted. So sad play to support against the PA for sure every time. Tornado connects onto two, making it very difficult for them to actually stick on towards Pake. Now they're going to drop the Raw. None did though. He's actually stuck outside of it from that static link, even though he was on a tree. Weird ass connections right there. Pake will still get the kill towards Skylark, duking it out perfectly. Meanwhile, Wish is really holding back the entire rest of the squad. He takes a finger to the face. They cut the tree of Nande. And who needs anything but crits? You just destroy people. That is 4 people dead, not a single person falling there for infinity, and that is going to be the second Roshan for them. Can we look at the chart, the fight recap? I want to know how much damage the PA did. How much was that? It looks like a lot. It's literally all the damage was from the PA. 8,900 damage. Good lord. That is disgusting. Literally, the power of crits, man, just destroys people. I feel like if he hasn't already, probably going to be seeing lots of Ghost Scepters being queued up for the Grimstroke for the Nyx. They just have to, as you see on the replay. And yeah, we also see right here, Nande, he actually gets stuck behind the static field, like he can't jump, and he's like he has to stare at the PA. That was so bizarre interaction. Yeah, just real perfect duking around. Even blocking the rollout there. Guaranteeing the grab on towards Wish. Chopping the tree as well. Actually, I think it was... Was it the Earth Spirit that cut that tree? It might have been. Not too sure. Who knows? I see the pause. The crit numbers on top of Roshan's face. Is it 1,359 or is it 9,531? Just how big was this crit? Can you imagine critting for 9,500 damage? Good lord. I'd feel like you need literally 6 Divine Rapiers and maybe you can crit for that much. I'm not sure. Maybe actually 5 Divine Rapiers plus 1 Daedalus and you land the crit. Maybe that's how you do that damage. The double crit. Even still, that is Aegis for Pake. Even keeping hold of the cheese as well, so they want to make sure that this PA can just keep on going, chugging away like the train who could. But it feels like he can just solo these fights at this point, doing that much damage. Might be trying to pressure onto the tier 2 right now. There is actually a double damage that has spawned at the bot. Obviously, no team actually knows about that right now. The KZ trying to defend the Soulbind from Spartan, once again used without anyone actually close enough to follow up on. Even still though, Desire going to get the quick delete on towards Michael, but at the same time, Pake delete and Spartan. These supports, unfortunately, do not last long versus the PA. Nande is here, but the BKB, everybody just walks out of it. But after all that, it's 2 supports for 2 supports, but the fight has not finished. This Wish just gets destroyed. The Blade Mail comes out, but it doesn't really make much difference. It reflects a lot of that damage, but it's still just PA, man, deleting people left, right, and center. 5k gold lead for them. Gonna attempt to finish off this tier 2. And now this is looking very, very scary here for KZ. Very scary indeed. The game started off well. Nande was able to link up the team in many situations and get some good kills, but since then, this PA has just become too much to handle. And this is why so many teams have been banning PA recently. It's just actually crazy, especially seems how she wasn't even touched in the last patch at all. Just left her own devices. I feel like there's going to be a D patch or something like that. Maybe if it's only focusing onto the PA, I don't know, but just feels like we're critting non-stop nowadays. And Pake actually also having a Abyssal Blade queued up next. So that guaranteed stun going through BKBs is always going to be very, very valuable. The Ag's queued up for the Storm. Oh, well, the Storm, sorry, the Disruptor. But still quite a ways away from that yet. Not going to have it anytime soon. They'll break their own smoke to get that D ward. At the same time, KZ have used their smoke of their own, trying to sort of gain control of the triangle area to the right. Gardic does break the smoke, but unfortunately the pale there for Desire actually misses. Nande having to jump in forwards to commit the kill himself. Maybe that's going to spell doom, as he's going to get in an awkward position, but still, there is going to be the immediate kill on towards the Nyx Assassin from this PA. Skylark as well, he needs help with the rest of the team. The Raw onto the 2 of them there from the Soulbind, but the BKB on Pake right now is a difficult kill to find, still with the Ages as well. Wish as well, getting controlled up from this Invoker, he just cannot roll away. Finally he's able to press the button, but the right click's following after him. Bites as well with the aggressive Blink Dagger forward. It is KZ team just crumbling at the seams right now, as they're going to be able to get this +1 onto Desire. The long-range Tornado will land. Glimpse back. Even Pake jumping in towards the base. Going to lose his first life. It doesn't even matter if they can get this kill on towards Nande. It's all going to be worth it, as he will fall down. No buyback for him. As Wish in the back lines trying to get this kill on towards Lumpy. Will successfully bring him down. But still the big raid boss of Pake left alive. Jumps forwards, removes Desire, or Spartan, sorry, from the game, as well as Wish. Godlike Sprill was there, but no Rampage. Every single person dead on the side of KZ. That is 3 diebacks from them. 8 kills in total, plus a dieback on Infinity side to win that whole entire fight. That was 13 deaths. 13 people died in that fight. Absolute madness. This PA is just too ridiculous. I just looked at the fight recap. The PA did 14,870 damage. 14,000! Jesus! Allowed. One saving grace there for KZ was the fact that at least they were able to get a few kills themselves, which meant they weren't just going to lose all of their buildings. I mean, Pake on their own is still going to be able to do a good amount of damage. Nande respawning in 8 seconds. And good lord, look at that plummet. Straight down to 93%. Gaben definitely favoring one side here.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
They get the melee barracks and they get out scot-free. Yeah, the PA now has 10,000 more gold than the Monkey King. Abyssal Bay completed. Queuing up in towards that next item. Ooh. Michael been found. On disc though, keeping himself alive for now. No, they actually jumped onto the wrong side of the trees. Not going to be much help. He's going to get caught out. Glimpse back and a pause from Desire. I mean, oh, slide. I mean, this server connection has been pretty bad. But if it's on this, I'm not playing. Desire is not happy, man. He is really, really not happy.